According to reliable intelligence, the Calamity Black Dragon has broken through to the Saint stage. We must find it as quickly as possible. Lawrence, the Archbishop stationed by the Holy Church in the Saint Dragon Kingdom, slammed the gold-edged scroll onto the table. His white beard trembled with anger. Otherwise, the entire continent would face a catastrophe. Inside the council chamber of the Saint Dragon Kingdom, the senior ministers wore grave expressions. Only the black-haired young man at the far end of the long table yawned with complete indifference. He sat to King Philip X's left, occupying the most honored seat in the entire council chamber apart from the king's own place. With black hair and dark eyes, the young man had sharply defined features. His ink-colored robe emphasized his broad shoulders and narrow waist. Leaning against the chair, he radiated an innate pressure and authority. "Your Highness, Holy Dragon." Archbishop Lawrence suddenly turned toward him, his tone unusually respectful. "What is your opinion?" The young man known as Holy Dragon raised his eyelids. "My opinion." Austin lifted the coffee before him and pretended to take a sip. The coffee was the finest dragon-dropping coffee in the Saint Dragon Kingdom, with beans worth a fortune per pound and reserved for the royal family. 3 years earlier, when Austin first heard its name, he had sprayed out his coffee and rinsed his mouth more than 100 times. Even now, he could not understand why the royal family and grand nobles of the Saint Dragon Kingdom liked the coffee. "I suggest sending every knight of the Holy Church to the northern section of the Monster Mountains. Search it systematically. Do not leave a single inch of ground unchecked." Lawrence nodded. "The goddess above. Your Highness is absolutely right. The northern terrain is treacherous, making it the perfect hiding place for the Black Dragon." "Yes." Austin set down his cup with a serious expression. "If there are enough people, the southern orc wasteland could be searched as well. Perhaps the Black Dragon is cunning enough to hide among the orc tribes." He paused, then continued, misleading them. "As for me, I will guard the royal capital. As for me, I will defend the Saint Dragon capital. If that wicked dragon dares appear here, I will make certain it never leaves. Your Highness is most noble. I shall arrange everything at once." Austin lifted his coffee, and the rim of the cup perfectly concealed the slight curve of his smile. The northern section of the Monster Mountains was filled with high-ranked beasts, and ancient Titan beasts were said to sleep there. This time the Holy Church would have a truly difficult task. Austin was already laughing inwardly. Yes, he was the Calamity Black Dragon hunted by the entire continent. At that very moment, he was sitting in the highest council of the Saint Dragon Kingdom under the identity of a holy dragon, actively providing false intelligence about how to hunt himself down. He had used this identity for 3 years and had grown quite comfortable with it. A century earlier, a fortunate, overworked employee from Blue Star had been sent into this world by the god of fortune's sudden break. He was reincarnated as the Calamity Black Dragon from human prophecy. From the day he broke out of his shell, he had been the enemy of the entire continent. The goddess of light personally issued a decree, and the Holy Church offered a huge bounty. Dragon blood could extend one's life, and dragon bones could be forged into sacred weapons. Most absurdly, a depraved noble once offered 1,000,000 gold coins per gram for his dragon treasure. Austin was furious enough to nearly destroy the world on the spot. "I was hunted when I was still an egg, and now they are coveting even that." After nearly a century of pursuit, Austin understood one thing. Hiding was not enough. The humans of this continent were better at finding dragons than the old nobles were at collecting concubines. So he needed an identity. An identity that no one in the world would suspect was the Calamity Black Dragon. The opportunity arrived 3 years earlier when he had just broken through to the Saint stage and fled deep into the Monster Mountains to recover. After 3 days and nights without food, he saw a completely golden fruit and swallowed it without hesitation. The next day, when he went to a stream for water, he froze at the sight of his reflection. His pitch-black dragon scales had turned black and gold. Golden patterns flowed across them in the sunlight with a noble radiance like an entire dawn in motion. He recognized the patterns, the royal markings of the ancient holy dragons. On this continent, roughly 1 holy dragon appeared every 1,000 years. Only later did he learn that the fruit was called the Saint Gold Fruit. Its effect was to turn the skin metallic for a period of time, increasing its defense and luster. In simple terms, it was a skin effect that added 10 points of defense. But Austin stared at the water for a long time, then smiled. A skin effect. Sometimes a single skin was enough. 1 month later, King Philip X received news a holy dragon had appeared deep within the Monster Mountains. The news set the entire kingdom ablaze with excitement. The Saint Dragon Kingdom had once been the Dragon Empire, protected by a demigod holy dragon. After the dragon fell and corruption spread through the empire, it declined into a kingdom. More than 1,000 years had passed, and everyone in the Saint Dragon Kingdom longed for the day the kingdom would once again become an empire. But what did a holy dragon truly represent? A being from ancient times that stood alongside the gods, the most noble bloodline among dragons, and an incarnation of light and justice. No holy dragon had appeared on this continent for more than 1,000 years. King Philip X personally led the kingdom's knights, traveling day and night to the Monster Mountains. Then he saw it in a valley, a black and gold giant dragon coiled atop a massive boulder. The dragon's scales shimmered with a sacred radiance beneath the sunlight, while golden patterns seemed carved by an ancient deity. The pressure of its saint stage presence descended like a mountain, making everyone instinctively want to kneel. Philip X dismounted and bowed respectfully. "I am Philip Field, King of the Saint Dragon Kingdom. I welcome the Holy Dragon's arrival. I humbly ask you to visit our capital and accept the honor of becoming our kingdom's guardian sacred beast revered by all our people." The so-called Holy Dragon lowered its head and stared down at him in silence for a long time. The silence lasted so long that cold sweat appeared on Philip X's forehead. Then the dragon spoke in a deep voice carrying the distinctive majesty of its kind. "No." Philip X returned disappointed. The second time he brought the gold and jewels most loved by dragons, but Austin refused again. Only on the third visit, when Philip X brought the kingdom's artifact, the Holy Dragon crown left behind by the Holy Dragon of the former empire, did Austin reluctantly agree. It was not that Austin wanted the Holy Dragon crown. Rather, he had been moved by Philip X's determination to visit him 3 times. However, the sacred dragon core set in the Holy Dragon crown might allow him to break through to the middle or even late saint stage if he swallowed it. It was somewhat unfair to Philip X's trust, but, well, if he felt sorry, he felt sorry. Besides, the Saint Gold Fruit skin effect seemed close to expiring. From then on, the Saint Dragon Kingdom and Austin signed a contract for the rest of his life. Austin would protect the kingdom, while the kingdom would grant him the highest status and use all its strength to help him ascend toward demigodhood in return for his protection. If either side broke the agreement, divine punishment would follow. Austin told Philip X that he would appear in the Saint Dragon Kingdom in human form. Philip X was so moved that he nearly shed tears. Most proud dragons were unwilling to take human form, so it seemed Austin truly wished to become part of the Saint Dragon Kingdom's family. Thus, the Calamity Black Dragon became the guardian Holy Dragon of the Saint Dragon Kingdom under the identity of Austin, the Holy Dragon. In 3 years, the disguise had never failed. The whole world knew that the Saint Dragon Kingdom had gained a Holy Dragon guardian. Even the 3 great empires began to fear that the kingdom might seek to rise into an empire, while the other kingdoms and duchies trembled at the news. In the Saint Dragon Kingdom, Archbishop Lawrence of the Holy Church bowed whenever he saw him. The princes and princesses addressed him as Holy Dragon Highness, and even King Philip X used honorific language when speaking to him. As for the bounty hunters searching the continent for the Calamity Black Dragon, whenever they passed the Holy Dragon Temple outside the capital, they knelt before it 3 times and prayed for the Holy Dragon's blessing so they could capture that evil Black Dragon soon. The memory ended. Austin lifted his coffee and swept his gaze across the people still arguing passionately. The corner of his mouth curved upward. "A perfect day?" Just then a system notification appeared. "Hidden condition completed. The host has disguised himself as a holy dragon in the body of a Calamity Black Dragon and infiltrated the human world for 3 years without being discovered. Hidden system activating." Austin's hand jerked and the coffee nearly spilled. What was that? The strongest bond and disguise system was binding. "Congratulations, host. You have successfully activated the strongest bond and disguise system. Main quest: lead the Holy Dragon Kingdom in the identity of a divine sacred dragon to become the strongest empire on the continent and eliminate the Demon Emperor and the Black Dragon. Side quest: establish bonds with at least 5 individuals of legendary potential, bringing the combined bond value to 1,000 points. Disguise value is gained by successfully deceiving or misleading enemies and resolving identity crises. Every successful disguise grants corresponding points. Disguise value can be exchanged for items in the system shop to support the progress of the main quest. Bond value is gained by forming emotional bonds with important characters. Through master-disciple interactions, pivotal events, daily companionship, trust, and reliance, it grows naturally. The deeper the bond, the stronger the response. Aptitude ranks are worthless, mundane, qualified, excellent, outstanding, extraordinary, epic, and legendary. A note appeared. Disguise determines the world while bonds win people's hearts. Neither can be abandoned. Austin's hand holding his tea paused slightly. The strongest bond and disguise system. He had been transported here for 100 years, and the system had finally decided to show up. The name was a little overdramatic, but having one was better than having none. At the same time, he let out a breath of relief. Fortunately, he was a dragon. If he had been an ordinary human, the system might not have arrived before he had already met his end. But there was one problem: he was the world-ending Black Dragon. He could understand leading the Holy Dragon Kingdom to become the strongest empire, and he could understand eliminating the Demon Emperor, but what was this about eliminating the Black Dragon? The system gave him no time to complain. Ding. To prevent the host from being deceived by cunning humans, the system was issuing 1 beginner gift pack. It could be claimed for only 3 seconds, otherwise it would be reclaimed. 3, 2, 1. Austin froze for a moment. What a shameless system, a century late, yet it allowed only 3 seconds to claim a beginner gift. Claim it, Austin silently thought. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received the beginner gift, the Eye of True Sight. Countless strange golden runes appeared deep within Austin's pupils and began to rotate slowly. A panel appeared before him. Austin. Sex: male. Race: world-ending Black Dragon, disguised as a divine sacred dragon. Level Mid-Saint Stage. Length 37 meters in dragon form. Skill 1 Destruction. Every attack carries a destructive effect that cannot be purified or repaired. Skill 2 Eye of True Sight. You can see through other people's attribute panels, aptitude, background, and more. Current disguise value 0. Current bonded targets 0. It seemed he would need to hide his identity and become both father and mother. Austin set down his coffee and swept his gaze across the council chamber. Ding. The system detected that the host had completed disguises during this meeting, participating as a divine sacred dragon in the highest council meeting to hunt the world-ending Black Dragon, plus 100, successfully misleading the Holy Church into sending its Night Order to the northern section of the Monster Mountains, plus 200, publicly declaring that the Black Dragon would never return without arousing suspicion, plus 150. Current disguise value 450. Austin's hand holding the coffee paused slightly. So the system had been watching that entire stream of deception. 450 points. Not much, but it was a beginning. If every deception could be converted into value, the business was worthwhile. When Archbishop Lawrence's cry of praise to the goddess finally sounded, the meeting came to an end. Austin walked alone back toward the Holy Sacred Dragon Palace, passing through the palace corridor as moonlight drew a long shadow behind him. Ding. The system detected that the host was walking in public as a divine sacred dragon, and no one he encountered had developed any suspicion. Disguise reward plus 20. Current disguise value 470. Sacred Dragon Lord. A bright, youthful voice came from behind. Austin stopped and turned. Under the moonlight, a golden-haired girl lifted the elaborate skirt of her court dress and ran toward him. Her golden, softly curling hair bounced over her shoulders with every step. Her violet eyes shone in the moonlight like two luminous jewels. She was Princess Eileen St. Field, the kingdom's third princess. Austin gave a slight nod. Princess Eileen, I have been looking everywhere for you, Sacred Dragon Lord. Eileen stopped before him, breathing lightly, then looked up with shining eyes. When will you fulfill the promise you made to me? Austin searched his memory carefully. He was certain he had never promised this princess anything. Still, that was convenient. He had just obtained the Eye of True Sight. It was best to inspect the princess's aptitude first. Austin focused, and the golden runes deep in his pupils began to rotate silently. Eileen St. Field. Age 18. Realm Formal Knight, without a mount contract. Aptitude Legendary. Identity Third Princess of the Holy Dragon Kingdom, famously regarded within the royal family as a useless princess. She possessed legendary talent, yet her unconventional ideas and love of play had kept her from practicing diligently. Her slow advancement had caused that gift to be wasted. To prevent her legendary talent from fading into obscurity, the host was instructed to take her as a disciple, guide her carefully, and lead her back onto the proper path of diligent cultivation. To keep the host from being rejected by this princess of legendary talent, the system issued a reward in advance to help him accept this gifted student. Reward issued 1 Dragon God's Contract. The Dragon God's Contract was a compulsory dragon blood contract left by the ancient dragon god. It could force a contract with one dragon and make its user a dragon knight. Austin's pupils narrowed. Legendary Aptitude. The princess, known in the royal family as the most beautiful ornamental figure, was actually a legendary talent. Even more surprising, the system had issued a reward in advance. The Dragon God's Contract was undoubtedly the key to helping Eileen advance from an ordinary knight to a dragon knight. Excuse me. Has the Sacred Dragon Lord agreed? Eileen asked again when he remained silent. All right. What was it? Austin looked at Eileen, having only just processed the system's message. Since Eileen was a legendary talent, and the system had issued the reward in advance, he truly would have to take her as a disciple. Be my mount, Eileen said matter-of-factly. I am a knight, and in 18 years I have never found a partner I truly liked. My dream is to become a dragon knight. Since you are a dragon, Sacred Dragon Lord, I really need you to be my mount. Aesiding's dragon body stiffened. If the system's evaluation was accurate, this princess's thoughts were indeed erratic. He glanced at the Dragon God Contract scroll in his hand, then silently put it away. Absurd. This Princess Eileen actually wanted to ride him. Wasn't the Dragon God Contract exactly the tool to make her dream come true? Fortunately, he hadn't directly given her the Dragon God Contract. Otherwise, without a doubt, the moment this Tsundere princess got her hands on it, she would forcibly contract him, the disguised sacred dragon. Was he really going to let her ride him? No, this reward had to be confiscated. Aesiding did not hesitate for a moment. Although the Dragon God Contract was tailor-made for Eileen by the system, now that it was in his hands, it was his. That logic was perfectly sound. Aesiding, Princess Eileen, I refuse. Eileen's smile froze slightly. A hint of disappointment flickered in her violet eyes. Why, oi? Sacred Dragon, doesn't the Sacred Dragon like Eileen? Aesiding's voice remained calm. Princess Eileen, I am the Sacred Dragon, the kingdom's guardian sacred dragon. But being the kingdom's guardian sacred dragon doesn't conflict with becoming my contract partner. Eileen tugged at Aesiding's arm, her violet eyes shimmering with anticipation. When the kingdom needs you, you can be the guardian sacred dragon. When I need to ride you, you let me ride. Is that okay, Sacred Dragon? Princess Eileen, I am a sacred dragon. Saint rank. And you? A mere third-rank formal knight. Eileen was stunned for a second. Then she jumped up. Sacred Dragon, if I become a 10th-rank Saint Knight, can I ride you then? Exciting. Is it? Sacred Dragon. Eileen's rubbing against his arm made him somewhat flustered. If Princess Eileen can reach the same rank as me, I'll agree to let you ride me once. Yeah, great. Eileen cheered jubilantly. However, you must first take me as your master. Exciting suddenly said. Eileen didn't hesitate for a moment. She knelt on both knees. Sacred Dragon Master above, please accept your disciple's bow. As for only being able to ride the Sacred Dragon once, that could be dealt with later. After all, she wasn't going to give up. And, Master, disciple, Exciting didn't know Eileen's inner thoughts. He nodded with satisfaction. Ding. Successfully took Eileen Shung feared as a disciple. Disguised behavior detected taking a disciple as a sacred dragon, and the disciple firmly believes in your identity. 150 current disguise value 620 ding. Successfully established a bond with Eileen Shung feared. Current bond value 100 bond level 1 acquaintance bond path master disciple dragon knight. When the princess rides you, this bond will reach its peak. First stage bond ability unlocked dragon might affinity. Eileen's resistance to dragon might permanently increased by 30. Additional feedback to the host dragon might suppression range increased by 20. To break through level 1 bond required 500 bond value. Reward preview dragon knights token passive. Eileen's knight talent fully awakened training efficiency increased by 50. A glint of surprise flashed in Exciting's eyes. Dragon might suppression range increased by 20. That was a practical feedback. He was at the mid-saint rank and his dragon might range could already cover the entire Holy Dragon Square. Now with an additional 20, it could probably encompass the city gates as well. Moreover, according to this logic, the bond level increase didn't depend on the disciple's cultivation realm, but on the degree of trust and reliance. That is, he didn't need to frantically boost his disciple's combat power like other mentors. He only needed to make his disciple genuinely trust him and rely on him. Exciting looked down at Eileen, still immersed in the joy of becoming his disciple. She was looking up at him, her violet eyes filled with anticipation. This shouldn't be difficult. But the setting of deeper bond, stronger ability. Why did it sound like he was supposed to be a full-time nanny? He withdrew his thoughts, looked at Eileen, who was still reveling in the joy of apprenticeship, and said, Eileen, come to the Holy Dragon Temple before sunrise tomorrow. Your first lesson will begin. Yes, master. I will arrive on time. The next day before dawn, Exciting sat on the steps at the temple entrance. In the distance, a luxurious carriage slowly entered the Holy Dragon Square, stopping in the morning mist. A graceful figure stepped out of the carriage. It was Eileen. She was wearing a purple dress today, her golden hair cascading over her shoulders, and a slim sword hung at her waist. But her delicate face was etched with exhaustion, her eyelids half closed, clearly forcing herself to drag herself out of bed. Sacred Master, good morning. Her voice was floating. Exciting glanced at her and inexplicably recalled his own past life, when he was dominated by early morning classes. A princess pampered since childhood, asking her to train before dawn was indeed difficult for her. But with this perseverance and her legendary talent, given time, she might indeed become a capable assistant in leading the Holy Dragon Kingdom to advance into an empire. It was just this outfit, dress, flowing hair, slim sword, that didn't seem suited for training. Eileen, the first lesson begins now. Exciting put down his teacup and stood up. Okay. Eileen clearly hadn't realized what awaited her. The first training task Exciting assigned to her was simple: run 10 laps around the Holy Dragon Square. 1 lap was about 2,000 meters, 10 laps were 20,000 meters. Eileen's eyes widened. Goddess of light above. After confirming that Exciting wasn't joking, she could only grit her teeth and start running. For the first 5 laps, she could barely maintain her pace. By the end of the 5th lap, her face was pale, fine beads of sweat soaked through her dress, and her golden hair clung wetly to her cheeks. By the 6th lap, her legs gave way, and she collapsed directly onto the ground. Exciting watched from the steps, shaking his head slightly. Truly a pampered princess. Her 3rd-rank formal knight realm was probably achieved by relying on her legendary talent. With an ordinary talent and her training volume, she would probably not even have reached the 1st-rank knight attendant. 2 attending maidservants hurried over to help Eileen up, looking at Exciting with concern. Sacred Dragon, the princess. Exciting glanced and saw that Eileen was merely exhausted, nothing serious. He said nothing, continuing to wait on the steps. The 2 maidservants had to let go and step aside. Eileen gritted her teeth, stood up, and continued running. Throughout the morning, when Eileen finally dragged her heavy legs across the finish line of the 10th lap, the sun had already risen to mid-sky. Panting heavily, she walked up to Exciting, her chest heaving violently, sweat drops dripping from her forehead onto the stone slabs. Master, I've finished the run. Is today's lesson over? Exciting looked at her disheveled state without softening. He only calmly uttered 2 words, rest for an hour. Then start the afternoon training. There's afternoon training too. Eileen, bond value 20. Current bond value 120. Eileen collapsed on the ground, stared at him with pitifully wet violet eyes like a golden retriever puppy drenched in rain. His expression remained unchanged. What he thought was, indeed a woman's mouth is a lying ghost. Her mouth said no, but the bond value didn't lie. In the afternoon, Sighting arranged basic training / thrust parry block, the 4 most basic knight movements. The requirement was simple, each movement performed 100 times with proper form. At normal speed, an hour would be more than enough. But Eileen dragged on from afternoon until sunset. After every few sets, she either complained of arm pain, needing rest, or stopped to eat and replenish energy. In between, she even tried to use the excuse that Your Highness the Princess needs a midday nap to get a break, but was glared back by Sighting. When the last block movement was barely completed, the setting sun had already painted the Holy Dragon Square golden. Continue tomorrow. With that, the doors of the Holy Dragon Temple slammed shut behind Sighting. A long scream came from outside the door. In her 18 years of life, Eileen had never been put through such torment. The next day, Sighting waited at the Holy Dragon Temple from sunrise until noon, and from noon until afternoon. Finally, Eileen appeared. This time, Sighting didn't indulge her. An invisible pressure emanated from him, precisely pressing down on Eileen. Third-rank dragon might corresponding to her current formal knight realm. This was already Sighting holding back, otherwise with his saint-rank strength, just the pressure alone could send her to meet the goddess on the spot. But even so, Eileen was instantly crushed to the ground. Her dress was torn in several places, her knees were bleeding, and her golden hair was scattered in the dust. She lay on the ground, trembling all over, something swirling in her eyes. Sighting looked down at her from above, his voice devoid of any ripple. Eileen, do you want to become stronger? Eileen raised her dust-covered face from the ground, weakly squeezing out a reply. I don't want to become stronger. I just want to eat well, drink well, and sleep well. Sighting was silent for a moment. He had imagined many kinds of answers, angry, stubborn, defiant. But he never expected this. And sleep, and every day have cream puffs for breakfast, grilled dragontail shrimp for lunch, honey glazed spare ribs for dinner, and a midnight snack. Eileen's voice grew softer, probably realizing she was dancing on the edge of death. Sighting took a deep breath. Eileen, do you want the kingdom to advance into an empire? Eileen's body stiffened. I do. The voice was very small, almost squeezed out through clenched teeth. Louder. If you can't even speak your dream out loud, how can you achieve it? Eileen's hands dug into the gaps of the stone slab, her knuckles turning white. She suddenly raised her head. Eileen Xing feared will make the Holy Dragon Kingdom advance into the Divine Dragon Empire once more. This shout echoed far across the empty square. Sighting nodded slightly and continued to ask, then do you want to become a dragon knight? Eileen Xing feared. Will become the strongest dragon knight. This time her body was already half propped up, her voice stronger and more determined than before. Then overcome today's trial. If you can't even withstand a mere dragon might, how can you lead the kingdom to become an empire? How can you become the strongest dragon knight? Eileen did not reply. Under the weight of the dragon might, she used her hands to support the ground, inch by inch lifting her upper body. Then came a half-kneeling posture. Her legs were trembling violently, blood from her knees trickling down her calves, but she did not stop. Finally she stood up. Not helped up after being crushed by the pressure, but standing up with her own strength inch by inch. Sighting looked at the girl before him. Covered in dust, dress torn, knees bleeding, yet standing straight with all her might. And finally a flicker of satisfaction passed through his eyes. Although he had only used third-rank dragon might, this level of pressure for a formal knight, as long as the will was firm enough, could be endured. For a princess raised in the palace, choosing to stand up instead of giving up under the limit already said a lot. Good. He withdrew his dragon might. Eileen bond value 100. Key event triggered will awakening. Bond value critical hit 2. Current bond value 320. Note this princess is not a vase. Her backbone is tougher than you think. First stage bond progress 320,500. Sighting looked at the girl before him, covered in dust and knees bleeding, but standing straight with all her might. 200 points. The system was fair. The bond value didn't lie. At that moment Eileen wasn't flattering him or acting cute. She was using all her will to resist his dragon might. This bond was earned by her. Then Eileen raised her head, met his eyes, and said seriously, Sacred Master. Actually, I have one more dream. What? To ride you. Austin. He turned and walked away. The gates of the Holy Dragon Hall slammed shut behind him louder than yesterday. From outside came Aaron's defiant voice, Master. You promised. Once I reach the saint rank you'd let me ride you. You can't go back on your word. Aren't dragons bound by their oaths? Austin leaned against the door, gazing up at the swirling golden patterns on the dome of the Holy Dragon Hall, and drew a deep breath. This princess, neither the dragon's might nor the grueling runs had worn her down, but now he was the one reaching his limit. On the third day before dawn, the king's voice rang out beyond the hall's doors. Great Holy Dragon. Urgent report from the Monster Beast Mountain Range. Traces of the Cataclysm Black Dragon have been spotted in the misty swamp. We humbly request the Great Holy Dragon's aid. Austin's hand holding his coffee trembled slightly. What? The Monster Beast Mountain Range. That very range he'd casually fabricated to fend off the church. There really was a black dragon. Outside, the misty swamp forces from all sides had already gathered. The Holy Church's knights, the royal knights of the Holy Dragon Kingdom, and bounty hunters who'd rushed upon hearing the news, all formed a dense ring. Most bore bloodstains, deep claw marks on their armor still seeped crimson. The moment Austin landed, his heart skipped a beat. Dragon blood. He knew that scent in the air all too well. Having been hunted for nearly a century, he was more attuned to the smell of dragon blood than his own scent. Yet his expression remained unchanged, even more composed than when he'd arrived. The Holy Dragon has come. Someone shouted, and the entire crowd erupted. Thank heavens. The Holy Dragon is here. With the Holy Dragon here, that black dragon is doomed. Slay the dragon. Slay the dragon. Ding. Disguised behavior detected, maintaining composure upon sensing the blood of kin, countenance unchanged, no one suspecting a thing. 50. Current disguise value 670. Archbishop Lawrence and Rand, the captain of the Royal Knights, hurried forward and bowed to Austin. Your Holiness, Lawrence said, his white beard stained with blood, yet his spirit vigorous. That black dragon has been gravely wounded by us and fled deep into the misty swamp. The swamp's terrain is treacherous. We did not rashly pursue. Rand added, our intelligence was flawed. That beast hasn't broken through to saint rank yet, but its attacks are ferocious, its strength no weaker than a saint. We lost dozens of brothers just to drive it in. Not yet saint rank. Austin had his answer. He stood with hands clasped behind his back, gazing into the mist-shrouded depths of the swamp, his tone placid. This beast shall be mine to handle. His voice was not loud, but just enough for everyone nearby to hear. With that, he strode boldly into the mist. Behind him, Lawrence and Rand simultaneously executed a flawless noble salute. The Holy Dragon's righteousness is peerless. The Holy Dragon, heedless of his own safety, ventures alone into the swamp to battle the Black Dragon. All troops salute the hero, the Holy Dragon Austin. Cheers thundered to the heavens. Austin didn't look back. He only cursed inwardly. Just which foolish dragon dared to tread on my territory and impersonate me? Did it not know the market value of dragon scales, dragon blood, dragon bones, and dragon tendons, let alone the dragon crystal and dragon treasure? Had he arrived a step later, allowing Saint Rank Lawrence to strike first, that fool dragon would have been reduced to nothing. Ding. Disguised behavior detected, accepting the dragon-slaying mission as the Holy Dragon, publicly declaring, leave it to me, with none suspecting. 200. Additional detection, completing a heroic entrance before the entire assembly, elevating renown, while flawlessly maintaining the disguise. 150. Current disguise value 1020. Deep within the misty swamp, Austin flew low over the ground, his spiritual sense spreading wide. A dragon couldn't hide, especially a wounded one. The scent of blood was the best trail. Moments later, he halted at the edge of a swamp lake. In the mud on the shore lay a jet-black dragon, wings half spread and sunk into the mire, its tail weakly slapping the sludge. A gruesome wound on its chest still seeped blood, and every breath came with a pained groan. A black dragon. At least so it seemed. Austin stared at that expanse of black scales for 3 seconds. A scale turned up from the mud caught a glint of faint silver as light refracted. He understood instantly. This was most likely a silver dragon. A silver dragon covered from head to tail in black mud. A silver dragon hunted for over 1,000 li as a cataclysm black dragon. Austin nearly laughed in exasperation. The silver dragon sensed something and desperately tried to burrow deeper into the swamp. But it was too large. A body over 10 meters long, this shallow marsh couldn't conceal it. In the end, only its 2 hind legs and a short tail remained visible above the mud, exactly like an ostrich burying its head in the sand. Austin watched those 2 legs kicking frantically and finally couldn't help himself. Idiot. What he didn't know was that before he'd even landed, the silver dragon had already seen him clearly. More precisely, it had seen his true form. In the silver dragon's perception, behind this black-haired young man loomed a terrifying black dragon that blotted out the sky. Its scales black as the abyss devoured light, its slit pupils were cold as twin inverted moons of the underworld. That black dragon was lowering its head toward her, jaws gaping wide. The cataclysm black dragon. The legendary devourer of dragons. The cataclysm black dragon. That was why she'd gone mad, burrowing into the swamp. But now, with her head buried in the mud and unable to see anything, she was even more terrified. Sob. Sob, sob, sob. She burst into tears, dragon tears landing in fat drops into the swamp. Why, you wicked dragon. Don't eat me. Austin. Eat dragons. Within dragonkind, the legend of the cataclysm black dragon was that it ate dragons. He took a deep breath. Fine. First, figure out how this fool dragon recognized him when he was clearly in human form. He deliberately stepped forward, releasing a faint wisp of dragon's might. You. Wah. The silver dragon jolted in terror, for claws madly churning mud, visibly sinking half a meter deeper into the swamp. Don't come near. I don't taste good. I haven't bathed in 50 years since I was born. Austin was silent for a few seconds, his expression disdainful, but he still walked over, grabbed her tail exposed above the mud, and scraped off the thick black sludge. Silver-white dragon scales gleamed under the sunlight, shimmering with iridescent radiance. Exactly as he'd guessed. Austin gripped the tail with both hands and yanked hard. Plop! A mud-caked silver dragon was pulled from the swamp like a radish being plucked from the earth. The moment she landed, she scrambled backward, tears still welling in her eyes. Sob, sob. You wicked dragon, don't eat me. It was a maiden's voice, choked with tears, soft as a small creature drenched in rain. I can be your mount. AOC Ting was about to ask, where had the dragon race's dignity gone? But one glance at the silver dragon with her red-rimmed eyes. Her dragon tears were crashing into the swamp in large drops, her draconic body still trembling, each sob accompanied by a faint whimper, and those silver vertical pupils were so red it looked as if he had bullied her entire family. AOC Ting swallowed the sarcasm that had risen to his lips. Never mind. Even if he asked, she probably had no idea what dragon dignity meant at this moment. He stared at the silver dragon, who was sobbing breathlessly before him, and with a thought, golden runes quietly emerged deep within his pupils. True sight. Wen-Di Kashier, age 52 years old, adult dragon. Realm peak of the 8th rank. Talent legendary. Identity daughter of the Silver Dragon King, candidate for Sacred Dragon. Characteristics extremely timid, gets lost whenever she goes out as silly and adorable dragon. Please sign a contract with her, help her adapt to the world's survival rules, and become a sacred dragon. To help the host better coax. Deceive. Ahem, sign a contract with her. The system issues an early reward. Reward issued Dragon God Lollipop 1. Dragon God Lollipop, condensed from the power of the Dragon God, a specialized tool for coaxing dragon cubs. When placed in the mouth, it can bring incomparable joy while enhancing the purity of the dragon bloodline. Note: also effective for adult dragons with no reduction in effect. AOC Ting stared at the panel, silent for a moment. Another legendary. First AI Lin, now Wen-Di. When did legendary talents become roadside weeds? He had only used true sight on 2 individuals, well, 1 person and 1 dragon, and both turned out to be legendary. And Sacred Dragon candidate. AOC Ting's gaze fell on the identity column. Daughter of the Silver Dragon King, Sacred Dragon candidate. He had originally thought that Sacred Dragon was a bloodline determined by birth, but now it seemed this title required some sort of selection. Raising poisonous insects. Heir struggle. 9 sons vying for the throne. And he, this fake world-destroying black dragon in front of those genuine candidates, was probably equivalent to a black crow sneaking into a flock of swans. Forget it, let's ignore that for now. His gaze continued downward, landing on the last line. Dragon God Lollipop. His eyelid twitched. Dragon God. Lollipop. How did these 2 words get combined? The ancient dragon god, of being on par with the gods, the supreme ancestor of the dragon race, made a lollipop. System, do you have some misunderstanding about the term dragon god? Moreover, this silver dragon is already 52 years old. According to the dragon standard of reaching adulthood at 50, she is a genuine adult dragon. What adult dragon eats a lollipop? AOC Ting looked down at Wen-Di, who was still sobbing. Wen-Di shrank her neck and looked at him with tear-filled eyes. Her red-rimmed dragon eyes were filled with the words, "Don't eat me," and her tail tip was still tremblingly tapping the muddy ground. AOC Ting was silent for a moment. Then he took out that Dragon God lollipop from his system inventory. A completely golden lollipop materialized in his hand. The candy body was shaped like a miniature dragon god. A round dragon head, short little wings, chubby little paws, holding its own belly with an expression of mysterious benevolence. A faint aura of dragon god power emanated from the candy, who just smelling it made one's bloodline feel warm. AOC Ting. This thing actually looked quite reliable. Wen-Di's sobbing stopped. Her gaze was involuntarily drawn to the lollipop. The silver pupils reflected the golden dragon god's silhouette. Her nostrils twitched slightly, and her tail forgot to tremble. This is lollipop, AOC Ting said expressionlessly. Dragon god brand. Wen-Di's throat moved. AOC Ting expressionlessly handed the lollipop over. Wen-Di's dragon claws suddenly lifted, but halfway it timidly retracted, cautiously glancing at AOC Ting, as if confirming, "Can this really be given to me?" AOC Ting impatiently shoved the lollipop forward. The next second, the massive silver dragon, with agility completely unfitting for her huge body, snatched the lollipop and stuck out her tongue to lick it. Woo! Wen-Di let out a long, satisfied cry, her entire body melting like a puddle in the swamp, her tail tip unconsciously sweeping back and forth on the ground, splashing mud everywhere. AOC Ting watched the silver dragon holding the lollipop in her mouth with dazed eyes and bubbling happiness, and suddenly felt unprecedented doubt about the title Sacred Dragon. Sacred Dragon, a being on par with the gods in ancient times, the most noble bloodline among dragons, the embodiment of light and justice, melted by a lollipop. He was silent for a moment, feeling that his 3 years of disguise might have been more successful than he imagined, not because he acted well, but because the real Sacred Dragon seemed not too smart to begin with. Just then the system panel suddenly popped up. Ding. Detected that the host successfully fed Wen-Di Kashier. Wen-Di bond value 200. Current bond value 200. Bond level 1 first acquaintance becomes attached after being fed once. First stage bond ability unlocked Silver Dragon protection. When D's trust in the host transforms into a guardian instinct. When near the host, when D's dragon language magic effect 30. Additional feedback to host dragon affinity. AOC Ting's favorability bonus toward dragon-type targets 20 dragon might suppression effect on dragon-type targets 15. Current total bond targets 2. AI Lin 320,500. When D 200,500. Main quest progress 25 legendary bond targets. AOC Ting scanned the panel, his gaze falling on the last line. 25. That is to say, according to the system's plan, he still needs to find at least 3 more legendary bond targets. According to the current 100% hit rate pattern, check AI Lin legendary, check when D legendary. He seriously suspected that legendary talents in this world had already undergone inflation. But now was not the time to think about that. When D finally finished that lollipop, she licked the last bit of sugar residue clean, then looked at AOC Ting with a gaze that sent chills down his spine. Not fear, not alertness, but a little dragon, just fed, hoping that this human might have another dragon god lollipop in his pocket. Lord AOC Ting. None left. I haven't even asked yet. Your eyes already asked. Wendy's ears drooped, but she quickly perked up because AOC Ting said a word that mattered more to her. Follow me. Follow you. Does that mean signing a contract? Yes. Mount contract. Wendy's voice began to tremble again, the fear just soothed by the lollipop resurfacing. I'll be honest, although I am a silver dragon, I am not good at carrying people. I get lost while flying. Last time I went out, I flew straight to the orc wasteland. This time I fell straight into the black mud. Austin was silent for a moment. No need for you to carry anyone. Really? Wendy's eyes instantly lit up and her tail wagged again. Then I agree. I am willing to sign a contract with you. She agreed so readily that Austin felt a bit uneasy. But the words were already spoken and he had no reason to hesitate. He raised his hand and a golden dragon contract rune appeared in his palm. Wendy infused her dragon power into the rune, and the contract patterns were simultaneously imprinted into the depths of both their souls. Ding. Contract with Wendy Cahill successfully signed. Contract type Dragon Guardian contract Wendy bond 50. Current bond 250. Critical event detected taming Silver Dragon contract signing. Bond critical hit triggered. Wendy bond 100 extra. Current bond 350. Phase 1 bond progress 350500. Austin looked at the numbers jumping on the panel, then at the silver dragon in front of him, still foolishly wagging its tail. 350. Just 150 points away from breaking through Phase 1 bond. Deep in the misty swamp, Austin looked at the silver dragon before him, which was holding a lollipop in its mouth, eyes glazed over, bubbling with happiness, and took a deep breath. The problem now? A crowd of people outside waiting for him to bring out the black dragon's head to celebrate. Yet this silver dragon was lying in front of him, its tail tip unconsciously sweeping back and forth. Of course he couldn't hand Wendy over. Wendy. Moi. Wendy looked up, still holding the lollipop in her mouth. Next, do as I say. From now on you are the silver dragon attacked by the black dragon in the misty swamp. After I drove away the black dragon, I found you injured, and you out of gratitude decided to come with me. Other than that, don't say anything. If anyone asks you questions, lower your head, pretend to be in pain, or cry. Understood? Wendy's eyes began to spin. I am attacked. Yes. The black dragon attacked you. I saved you. You were coming with me. But I wasn't attacked. That wound on your chest. Austin pointed to the scabbing wound on her chest. It was left by the black dragon. Wendy looked down at her wound, then up at Austin, a flicker of confusion in her silver eyes. But this wound was from those people outside, left by the black dragon. Austin repeated expressionlessly. Wendy opened her mouth, met Austin's unyielding black eyes, and swallowed the question that had risen to her lips. Although she had a poor sense of direction, her 50-plus years of dragon life experience in reading the room told her. Whatever this world-destroying black dragon lord said was the truth. If she contradicted him, there might be no next lollipop. I understand. The black dragon attacked me. Lord Austin saved me. I will go with Lord Austin. Good. Go clean yourself up first. Oh, okay. Wendy looked at her dirty self, nodded obediently. But Lord Austin must not peek at me. I am a girl. Austin's body stiffened for a moment, then he walked toward the depths of the swamp without looking back. His figure gradually elongated and expanded in the mist, his ink-black robe torn into countless shreds, black dragon scales surging out from under his skin like blades bursting through the soil. The human silhouette collapsed in an instant, replaced by a colossal beast that blotted out the sky. Pitch black all over, its scales devoured all surrounding light like an abyss. The saint-level dragon's might was released without reservation, pressing the swamp lake's surface into a depression, and the surrounding trees groaned under the weight. Austin spread his wings, black dragon wings, with a span of nearly 100 meters, whipping up gale winds, tearing 2 massive whirlpools in the mist. Then he flew toward the depths of the Demon Beast Mountains. He deliberately lowered his altitude, letting his massive black dragon body cut a faint afterimage above the mist. From this angle, the people outside the swamp could just see a pitch-black giant dragon fleeing in panic toward the depths of the Demon Beast Mountains. It was extremely fast, but its flying posture was deliberately somewhat staggering, its tail snapping off the crowns of more than a dozen ancient trees, sending splintered wood and broken branches raining down. A low dragon roar exploded over the Demon Beast Mountains, the shockwave causing even the crowd at the swamp's edge to involuntarily step back half a pace. Immediately after, Austin's true black dragon form vanished into the clouds. He made a wide circle, transformed back into human form above the clouds, took a spare ink-black robe from his ring dressed, and silently landed back at the swamp's edge. The moment he landed, the saint-level dragon's might just dissipated, timing perfectly. Austin landed, and Wendy flew over the black mud already washed off, revealing her original silver-white scales. Enough for anyone to recognize her as a genuine silver dragon. A silver dragon over a dozen meters long followed behind Austin, the one and the dragon, walking toward the swamp's edge. At the swamp's edge, Rand's hand was already on his sword hilt, his entire body tensed like a drawn bow. The image of the black dragon bursting through the mist still lingered on his retina, the sky obscuring black wings, the abyssal scales, and the dragon roar that had made his chest feel tight. Although it appeared only for a few breaths, the sense of oppression was more terrifying than any battle he had experienced in his life. Archbishop, should we pursue? Too late. Lawrence's gaze was fixed on the depths of the Demon Beast Mountains, his white beard trembling slightly in the wind. That black dragon, under the pursuit of His Holiness the Sacred Dragon, could still burst forth with such speed. Its strength is probably more than the 8th or 9th rank we thought. Just then a figure emerged from the mist. Black long hair, ink-black robe, cold expression, steady steps. Spotless from head to toe, not even a wrinkle on his robe. Behind him followed a massive creature, its silver-white scales glinting in the sunlight. A silver dragon. The crowd fell silent for a moment. Rand's eyes instinctively swept over Austin. No blood, no mud, not even a trace of sweat. Recalling the terrifying presence of the black dragon bursting through the mist just now, had he engaged that black dragon head-on? Your Holiness the Sacred Dragon. Lawrence strode forward. Are you all right? That black dragon, it got away. Austin's tone was calm, but his brows slightly furrowed, showing just the right amount of regret. After taking a hit from me, it didn't linger in battle and fled directly into the depths of the Demon Beast Mountains. You should have seen it just now. Rand quickly nodded, his voice still carrying a hint of lingering fear. Saw it. That black dragon suddenly burst out of the mist, flying extremely fast. The spectacle, if your Holiness will forgive me, my hand holding the sword was trembling. Normal. Austin remained expressionless. A saint-level black dragon breaking through with its life on the line. You couldn't stop it. In his tone there was no contempt, but the words automatically translated to another meaning in the crowd's ears. His Holiness the Sacred Dragon had engaged the black dragon head-on, not only unharmed, but also forcing it to flee for its life. Cheers erupted instantly. Long live His Holiness the Sacred Dragon. The black dragon has been driven off by His Holiness. Ha ha ha, what world-destroying black dragon, it doesn't even have the courage to face His Holiness in a straight fight. Lawrence's gaze withdrew from the depths of the Demon Beast Mountains and fell upon the silver dragon behind Austin. He examined it closely for a moment. The silver-white scales, the still healing wound on the chest. A genuine silver dragon. And this silver dragon had clung to Aya Siding from start to finish, its head nearly pressed against his back, a dependency that seemed far from feigned. This is a silver dragon. Aya Siding shifted slightly, revealing half of Wendy's dragon head. Attacked by that black dragon, severely wounded and collapsed in the swamp. Before the black dragon fled, it tried to grab her as a hostage. I broke that attempt with one blow. Wendy recalled Aya Siding's instructions. When asked a question, lower her head, pretend to be in pain, or cry. She tried to muster tears, but found none, so she chose to lower her head. She buried her enormous dragon snout into Aya Siding's back and let out a plaintive whimper. Aya Siding's spine was nudged by her. He didn't move. Poor little one. Leolunsi's white beard quivered, and his tone carried genuine sympathy. That evil dragon has terrified her. Don't be afraid. His Highness the Holy Dragon has already driven that evil dragon away. He then turned to Aya Siding, bowing solemnly. Your Highness the Holy Dragon has not only repelled the black dragon today, but also saved a descendant of the Silver Dragon clan. I shall immediately write to Dragon Island to report this. If the Silver Dragon King learns that your Highness saved his kin, he will be immensely grateful. Aya Siding. Write to Dragon Island for the Silver Dragon King. He instinctively glanced sideways at Wendy, who was still burying her dragon head in his back, pretending to be dead. The Silver Dragon King's daughter. Lured here by a single lollipop. Ding. Critical event detected, successfully covered Wendy's retreat. Wendy's bond value 40. Current bond value 390. First stage bond progress 390,500. Ding. Critical event detected, successfully covered Wendy's retreat and delivered a flawless performance before everyone. Disguised behavior settlement. Publicly declared the Black Dragon's escape with no one questioning it 300. Convinced Archbishop Leolunci and Captain Land beyond doubt 200. Had the Silver Dragon cooperate in the act without revealing any flaw 200. Current disguise value 1720. Your Highness the Holy Dragon. Land stepped forward and bowed respectfully. The victory banquet tonight. Proceed as planned. Aesighting nodded slightly. But I'll take her back to the Sacred Dragon Hall first to treat her wounds. Arrange the banquet yourselves, or I'll join later. Yes. Aesighting strode away. Wendy followed closely behind her massive silver-white dragon body gleaming with flowing light under the sun. The crowd parted automatically, everyone bowing to them. Reverence for Aesighting, sympathetic gazes for Wendy. When they were far enough that the cheers behind had faded into a blurry background noise, Wendy cautiously tapped Aesighting's shoulder with her dragon claw. Lord Aesighting, did I perform well? Not bad. Was that head lowering too forceful? I think my head bumped into you. It didn't hurt. Oh. Wendy was silent for a moment, then said, Lord Aesighting, I saw you fly away while I was bathing. Your dragon scales are so black, blacker than any dragon I've ever seen. Aesighting paused in his step. Wendy seemed to realize she had said something wrong, for black scales were certainly not as beautiful as her own silver ones. She glanced at Aesighting timidly, inwardly thinking, had her words upset Lord Aesighting? Boo-hoo. She was so stupid. Lord Aesighting was the one who gave her a lollipop. How could she speak ill of him? Wendy's bond value 50. Current bond value 440. First stage bond progress 440,500. Current disguise value 1720. Disguise value shop has been unlocked. View the panel for redeemable items. Aesighting's mind stirred, and he opened the disguise value shop. A translucent screen unfolded before his eyes, listing several items. Disguise value shop. Current disguise value 1720. Plausible assertion increases live believability by 50 for 1 hour. After the effect wears off extreme honesty for 1 hour. 500 points. Micro touch leaves no trace upon touch, causes hand tremors for 1 hour after use. 1000 points. Holy light projection creates a divine dragon avatar. Destruction of the avatar backlashes with 30 ping. 1500 points. Memory stitch erases the target's memories of the past 24 hours. The cost is that the target randomly forgets one segment of their memory. 2000 points. Bloodline disguise potion. Any bloodline test will show Sacred Dragon for 72 hours. Side effect cannot transform into human form for 72 hours after use. 3000 points. The rest were all items exceeding 3000 disguise points. He closed the shop. Now was not the time for shopping. No sooner had Aesighting returned to the Sacred Dragon Hall, and still not had time to sit down for a sip of coffee, than a series of hurried, yet familiar footsteps echoed from outside the hall. Teacher! Teacher! Eileen shouted as she ran, her golden hair arcing through the twilight. Her face still bore the flush from training, and beads of sweat plastered a few strands of hair to her cheeks. Teacher! I've completed the 10 laps and basic night training today. No slacking off. She burst into the Sacred Dragon Hall like a gust of wind, skidding to a halt before Aesighting, hands on her knees, as she caught her breath for 2 seconds. Then she straightened up, her violet eyes sparkling as she fixed them on him, her face written with the expectation of, praise me, hurry up, and praise me. Aesighting lowered his gaze to her for a moment, and nodded slightly. Keep it up. Eileen's smile bloomed instantly. Then the sky darkened. To be precise, the light before her was suddenly blocked by a massive shadow. A silver-white dragon head as large as a carriage slowly emerged from above Aesighting's shoulder. Streamlined dragon horns radiated a soft sheen under the hall's magical lights, and silver eyes brimming with curiosity stared unblinkingly at her. The distance between the dragon and the girl was less than a meter. Eileen's smile froze on her face. Hello, the silver dragon greeted in a faint voice, as if afraid to startle her. Eileen was silent for 3 seconds, then turned to look at Aesighting. Aesighting was holding his coffee, expression calm, as if having a dragon head suspended over his shoulder was the most normal thing in the world. Teacher, why is there a dragon behind you? A silver dragon, Wendy. Wounded in the misty swamp, she'll stay here for now. Aesighting took a sip of coffee. She wanted to say hello to you. She's almost pressed against my face. She's just curious. The silver dragon seemed to realize she was too close, and hastily withdrew her head. But she pulled back too quickly, and her massive horn caught on Aesighting's collar, yanking him half a step backward. Aesighting's coffee cup wobbled, spilling 2 drops onto his sleeve. Wendy, what? Sorry. The silver dragon flusteredly began backing away, her tail sweeping a chair which toppled. Startled by the fallen chair, she half unfurled her wings, nearly knocking over a nearby gem. Aesighting watched the scene silently, putting down his coffee cup. He had a premonition that this Sacred Dragon Hall, which he had lived in for 3 years, would never know peace again. A silver dragon. Eileen crossed her arms, her gaze sweeping from Wendy's head to the fallen chair, then to the gem about to fall, and twitched the corner of her mouth. So, teacher, you picked up a dragon from the misty swamp. Rescued, Aesighting corrected. Rescued. Eileen raised an eyebrow. What about the Doomsday Black Dragon? Fled. Fled. Eileen's eyes widened. You personally intervened, teacher, and let it escape. Was that black dragon that strong? Siding took another sip of coffee, his tone flat. Saint Rank. Fought desperately to break through. Couldn't catch up. 3 short sentences, concise and to the point, paired with his century-old impassive face, immediately maximized credibility. Eileen indeed did not press further, only muttering under her breath. Even teacher couldn't catch it. That black dragon is way too freakish, before redirecting her attention to the silver dragon before her. She stepped forward 2 paces and looked up to examine Wendy. Wendy felt a bit unnerved under her scrutiny. Her enormous dragon head instinctively drew back, but her body was already half-coiled with the wall behind her, leaving no room to retreat. Your name is Wendy. I am Wendy Care. Her voice was as soft and delicate as her massive frame was mismatched. Is that wound on your chest from the Doomsday Black Dragon? Eileen pointed to the fierce healing gash on her chest. Wendy instinctively looked down at her injury, then recalled Siding's instructions. The Black Dragon attacked me. Lord Siding saved me. Yes, it was the Black Dragon. It attacked me. Lord Siding saved me. She recited the lines, perfectly terrified of saying something wrong and angering Siding, who might eat her. But as she spoke, her dragon body trembled uncontrollably. Siding's hand holding the coffee cup paused slightly. This girl's acting was even worse than he had imagined. Fortunately, Eileen, a stereotypical, thick-skinned princess, completely failed to notice anything off in Wendy's tone. Her attention had already shifted elsewhere. Are you here to repay a debt of gratitude? Repay gratitude. Wendy blinked her silver dragon eyes. Right? Teacher saved you. Are you planning to offer yourself in return or something? Eileen tilted her head, her tone half joking, half serious. That's how it goes in fairy tales. The knight rescues the dragon, and the dragon pledges allegiance to the knight. Teacher isn't a knight, but he's a dragon saving a dragon. How do you intend to repay him? I signed a guardian contract. Wendy said quickly, as if afraid of being misunderstood. I protect Lord Siding, and Lord Siding provides me with shelter. That's it, no offering of myself. Lynn's eyes darted around, her gaze sweeping back and forth between Siding and Wendy twice, then she revealed a knowing smile. A guardian contract. Isn't that even more troublesome than offering oneself? Because a guardian contract is for a lifetime. With an offering of oneself you can still remarry, but a guardian contract is soul-bound. Wendy was stunned. Her little mind clearly hadn't thought about it from this angle. Her silver eyes began to spin, a faint whimper escaping her lips, and she buried her massive dragon head between her 2 front paws. I don't know. I was too scared at the time. Lynn, seeing her like this, finally couldn't help but laugh. She stood on tiptoe, reaching out to pat Wendy's nose bridge, the highest point she could reach. All right, I'll stop teasing you. A guardian contract is fine. After all, teacher, Sacred Dragon Hall is huge. One more dragon won't make it crowded. But you have to promise me, don't steal my position as the chief disciple. Chief disciple. Wendy raised her eyes from between her paws. That's right. I am the Holy Dragon's chief disciple, and I will become the woman who rides the strongest dragon knight. Lynn puffed out her chest, extremely proud. You are the guardian contractor, I am the chief disciple. We keep our ways separate. What do you think? Wendy didn't fully understand the irreconcilable conflict between chief disciple and guardian contractor, but her survival instinct told her nodding was the right thing to do. She nodded vigorously with her massive dragon head, her chin nearly hitting the floor. I won't take it. Good. Lynn nodded in satisfaction. Just as the atmosphere was gradually turning peaceful, Wendy's dragon body suddenly began to emit a soft silver-white glow. The light grew brighter, illuminating the entire hall as if it were daytime. Her dragon silhouette began to shrink and transform within the light. The massive wings folded and retracted, the long tail gradually shortened and vanished, and the silver-white scales turned into flowing light, merging into the radiance. Transformation. Lynn's eyes widened, and she instinctively stepped back. Well, what is she doing? Siding's pupils contracted slightly. He had forgotten that Wendy had not taken human form in the Misty Marsh because she was injured. Now that her injuries were stable and she was in the Sacred Dragon Hall, she naturally wanted to shift to a more comfortable form. But, Wendy, wait, too late. The light dissipated. A silver-haired girl appeared in her place. Silver-white hair cascaded like a waterfall. Delicate collarbones, a slender waist, long fair legs, and the unmistakable pair of silver dragon horns atop her head. She was like a work of art carved from moonlight, radiating a soft halo under the magical lights of the Sacred Dragon Hall. She looked down at her hands, 5 fingers, not dragon claws. Then she looked down at her feet, also 5 toes, not dragon claws. She flexed her fingers, a look of novelty and satisfaction on her face. It had been a long time since she used human form, or it felt good. Then she looked up and met Siding's black pupils. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Wendy's expression shifted from confusion to shock, from shock to terror, from terror to utter collapse. Oh. She let out a scream 10 times more piercing than when she was startled by the chair earlier, and she suddenly crouched down. Her hands flailed to cover her body, but she found 2 hands were not enough. In the end, she could only curl up like a frightened rabbit, knees tightly pressed together, silver hair cascading down like a waterfall, barely covering part of herself. Her cheeks visibly turned from fair to pink, from pink to crimson, from crimson to deep red, until they were almost bleeding. Even the roots of her dragon horns were tinged with a faint pink. I forgot. You. Don't look. Her voice was teary. Her silver eyes began to frantically accumulate tears, swirling a few times before bursting forth like a breached flood, large drops splashing onto the cold stone floor of the sacred dragon hall. Wah! Mother used to prepare clothes for me in advance. Aesiding's brain froze for 0.3 seconds. Then his body reacted faster than his mind. He spun around abruptly, his robe whipping a sharp arc through the air. But it was too late. That scene had been branded onto his retina like a seal. Wendy, why didn't you say something before transforming? I forgot. Boo-hoo. I felt like I had to look down at you, and I didn't like it. Aesiding took a deep breath, took out a spare black robe from his ring, and handed it behind him without turning around. Put on the clothes first. Sniff. Thank you. Wendy reached out a trembling hand to take the clothes. But just as her fingertips touched the fabric of the black robe, wait. AI Lin's voice exploded like a thunderbolt in the sacred dragon hall, making Wendy flinch, and her hand that had just touched the robe withdrew. Teacher. AI Lin rushed over to Aesiding in 3 steps, her violet eyes wide, her cheeks flushed with excitement. Did you already know that dragons need clothes after transforming? Aesiding stood still with his back to them. No. AI Lin's voice rose another pitch. She pointed at the back of Aesiding's head, her finger almost poking his nape. She's a dragon. You're also a dragon. How could you not know that dragons don't wear clothes when they transform? You obviously did it on purpose. I forgot. AI Lin stomped in a circle, her golden hair whipping an arc in the air. You remember exactly how many knights the church sent to the demon beast mountains, but you forgot this, eh? She suddenly stopped, because she found herself unable to find a suitable word to describe the behavior of teacher, deliberately not reminding the silver dragon that she needs clothes when transforming. Saying ill-intentioned seemed too heavy, saying careless seemed too light, saying deliberate was satisfying but without evidence. In the end, she chose the most straightforward expression. You just wanted to see. Aesiding's back visibly stiffened. AI Lin, don't call me. You turn around and don't move. Wait until I help Wendy get dressed before you turn back. No peeking. No spirit power. No weird dragon skills. AI Lin snatched the black robe from Aesiding's hand so fast that the robe made a crisp snapping sound in the air. Aesiding was silent for a moment, then quietly withdrew his empty hand. AI Lin knelt in front of Wendy, spread the black robe, and wrapped it around her. While tying the collar strings, she muttered in a low voice, "This stupid teacher, a dragon, who's lived who knows how many years, can even forget to prepare clothes for transformation. Wendy, you too, how could you forget? Didn't your mother teach you?" Wendy huddled in the black robe, her eyes still red, her voice as thin as a mosquito's. "And mother taught me. It's just that I haven't transformed into human form for so long, I didn't remember." "Then you should have remembered before transforming." AI Lin sighed, her tone softening, and used her sleeve to wipe the tear stains on her face. All right, stop crying. In the end, this is the teacher's fault. You're injured, so it's normal that your mind isn't clear. He's the holy dragon, so if his mind isn't clear, it must be on purpose. Eileen. Austin's voice came from behind, tinged with helplessness. "Teacher, please don't speak for now," Eileen retorted without looking back, continuing to tie the last strap for Wendy and helping her up from the ground. The black robe was clearly a size too large on Wendy, the sleeves long enough to cover her fingers, the hem trailing on the floor, making her look like a silver-furred rabbit wrapped in black fabric, revealing only a tear-streaked little face and a pair of still trembling dragon horns. Eileen looked her up and down, nodded with satisfaction. "All right, you can turn around now." Austin slowly turned around. His expression remained the same, eternally unchanging cold face, but if one looked closely, they would notice his gaze deliberately avoided the direction where Wendy stood, instead landing on Eileen. "Are you done?" "Not yet." Eileen crossed her arms, blocking in front of Wendy, and looked up at Austin. "Teacher, you must give an explanation for this." "What explanation?" "Of course, take responsibility." Eileen turned back and pointed at the silver-haired girl shrinking behind her. "Teacher, you don't want to be a heartbreaker, do you?" As soon as she finished speaking, a timid voice came from behind. "Mother told me." Eileen and Austin both turned to look at Wendy. The silver-haired girl buried half her face in the collar of the black robe, revealing only a pair of moist silver eyes. Her lips trembled slightly, her voice so soft, it was almost inaudible, yet exceptionally clear. If any dragon has seen Wendy's body, then they must take responsibility for Wendy." Dead silence fell. Eileen slowly turned her head to look at Austin. Her violet eyes were filled with the expression of, "See, I told you it was intentional." Austin said nothing. The new coffee cup he had just replaced sat quietly on the table, safe for now. Wendy poked her entire face out of the black robe as if summoning the greatest courage of her life, and blushed as she finished, and Wendy must lay a dragon egg. Crack. The new coffee cup did not escape either. Eileen looked down at the crack on the cup, then up at Austin's cold face, which finally showed a crack, and let out a long sigh. Teacher. From now on you owe me an explanation, owe Wendy a responsibility, and owe the Holy Dragon Hall a new coffee cup. Austin glanced at her, then at the still trembling Wendy, and finally at the cracked coffee cup on the table. A coffee cup counts too. Yes. Eileen said decisively, this is damage to public property of the Holy Dragon Hall. It has to go through finances. Austin paused for a moment, then turned and walked toward the hall. Teacher, where are you going again? Into seclusion. Seclusion again. To calm down. And think about how to pay for the coffee cup. His figure disappeared at the end of the corridor. Eileen watched his back, snorted, then turned and linked arms with Wendy, her tone becoming warm again. Come on, Wendy, I'll take you to a bath. And while we're at it, tell me all about your Dragon Clan's rules. What exactly that responsibility entails, what preparations are needed before laying a dragon egg, and if there are any loopholes to exploit. Wah. Eileen, don't ask anymore. The two figures gradually faded away, and the Holy Dragon Hall returned to silence. The Royal Palace's exclusive hot spring for Eileen. Wendy, soaking in the hot spring, asked timidly, Eileen, do you know where Austin keeps his lollipops? Eileen was clearly startled for a moment. She picked up a rose petal floating on the hot spring and said, Wendy, how did Austin bring you here? Wendy quietly recounted the incident, omitting the part where Austin transformed into a black dragon. Eileen listened and fell silent for a few seconds. She swam over to Wendy, pinched her soft cheeks, and said with a tone of, I knew it, you silly little dragon. You were tricked here by a lollipop. From now on, big sister will teach you how not to be fooled by men. Oh, I mean not to be fooled by teacher again. Then she leaned in close to Wendy's ear and lowered her voice. But about laying a dragon egg, you'll have to get in line. I'm going to be the strongest dragon knight, and before I ride, teacher, your responsibility can wait. Wendy's eyes started spinning again. Get in line. That's right. First come, first served. That's the rule of the Holy Dragon Hall. But mother never told me there were rules. That's because your mother doesn't know your teacher. Your teacher is best at making rules. He'll definitely set a ton of rules for you later and postpone this responsibility indefinitely. You need to be mentally prepared. Wendy's expression grew even more aggrieved and tears began to gather in her eyes again. Then my responsibility. Don't worry. Eileen stood up, the hot spring water cascading down her body. She reached out her hand to Wendy, a genuine warmth appearing in her smile. I'll help you. Although I'm not entirely sure how your Dragon Clan's responsibility works if you really can't get married because of this, I, as your big sister, won't just stand by. Wendy looked at the fair hand before her, hesitated for a moment, then reached out her own hand and gently grasped Eileen's fingers. Thank you, Eileen. That's right. Eileen pulled her up from the hot spring. Come on, I'll take you to get some proper clothes first. You can't keep running around in teacher's robe, can you? But I don't have any clothes. Wear mine. Although I'm taller than you, our waist measurements should be similar. Then she compared their figures, paused for a few seconds, and said, maybe. My clothes will be a bit loose on you, but it'll do for now. I'll have the tailor make you a few sets later. Okay, thank you. And those rules from your mother. You can tell me all about them tonight. Like what exactly laying a dragon egg involves, how dragons lay eggs, whether it hurts, how long it takes. Wah. Eileen, don't ask anymore. The two figures disappeared at the end of the corridor leading to the hot spring hall. Eileen's relentless questions and Wendy's bashful cries echoed through the empty hallway, growing fainter. Ding. Detected interaction between bond targets, triggering additional bond value. Wendy, bond value 50. Current bond value 490. Eileen, bond value 30. Current bond value 350. Deep within the Holy Dragon Hall, Austin leaned against the bathroom wall, cold water pouring from the showerhead, drenching his black hair and robe. He was not bathing, but physically cooling down. 100 years. He had weathered countless storms, been hunted, been wanted, been feared as a world-ending calamity. He thought he had a clear enough understanding of this world. Then the system gave him a dragon god lollipop, used it to lure a naive silver dragon, who then transformed before him, and he was told, you saw her, you must take responsibility, and you must lay a dragon egg. He closed his eyes, letting the cold water wash over his face. Life as a dragon is unpredictable. His only consolation now was that Eileen had taken Wendy to bathe. Oh, and I almost forgot about the celebration banquet. In the royal banquet hall of the Sacred Dragon Kingdom, the night blazed with light. 36,000 magical candles floated beneath the vaulted ceiling, flooding the vast chamber with radiance as brilliant as daylight. The long table was draped in a cloth embroidered with golden threads, and the silver cutlery cast a soft, warm glow in the shimmering candlelight. Musicians on the second-floor gallery played a lilting dance tune, while nobles in resplendent attire, wine glasses in hand, chatted in small clusters at the edge of the dance floor. The moment Austin stepped through the entrance, the entire hall fell silent for roughly half a second, then resumed as if nothing had happened. Only the whispers, now 3/10 more frequent than before, and countless glances that fancied themselves well concealed, converged upon the doorway all at once. The Holy Dragon has arrived. By the goddess, he's even more handsome than the legends say. Is that black hair real? Dragons can choose their hair color when they shift, can't they? Why didn't he pick gold? Gold is so noble. What do you know? Black is far more distinctive. Look around. Every noble here is gold, brown, or red. He's the only one with black. You'd spot him instantly. Austin walked through the murmurings with an expressionless face. His attire tonight was no different from usual, the same ink-black robe, the same forbidding aloof countenance. Yet amid the nobles adorned in elaborate gowns and full-set jewelry, that very simplicity became the loudest form of understatement. He had just lifted a glass of red wine. Ding. Detected multiple individuals harboring thoughts of remarrying the host, none suspecting the host's true identity. Camouflage bonus 50. Current camouflage value 1770. Austin's hand holding the wine glass paused almost imperceptibly. He swept a glance across the edge of the dance floor. At least 4 noble ladies were peeking toward him behind their fans, and one, upon catching his gaze, dropped her fan straight to the floor. Austin averted his gaze, resolving to keep a low profile for the rest of the evening. He moved to the railing on the second floor, cradling a cup of dragon droppings coffee. A drink he still couldn't fathom why the Sacred Dragon Kingdom's premier banquets served exclusively, and looked down upon the surging crowd below. The capital's nobility had turned out in near full force. The men wore ceremonial robes embroidered with family crests, ceremonial rapiers hanging at their waists. The ladies vied to display priceless jewels, their diamond necklaces fracturing the magical light into countless brilliant sparks. Every tongue wagged about the same tale: the holy dragon had repelled the world-destroying black dragon. I heard that black dragon's wingspan stretched hundreds of meters. It blotted out the very sky, a viscount declared, gesticulating with his wine glass. One blast of the holy dragon's breath, and he knocked it straight out of the clouds. Austin took a sip of his coffee. A wingspan of hundreds of meters. These nobles' talent for spinning tales rivaled his own for disguise. That's not all, a lean, tall baron added in a hushed, conspiratorial tone. My cousin serves in the knights. He saw it with his own eyes. The holy dragon didn't even lift a finger. His mere dragon might crush that black dragon, forcing it to kneel and beg for mercy. But the holy dragon, being merciful, spared its life out of kinship for a fellow dragon. Austin nearly choked on his coffee. He had flown over from the sky himself, emerged from the clouds himself, and propped up his own legend himself. Yet in these people's mouths it had become a saintly script of overwhelming might, magnanimous mercy. Lord Austin. A crisp, sweet voice, one that instinctively tensed his back, came from behind him. Austin turned. Eileen Wendy's arm length through hers was ascending from the stairwell at the far end of the second floor. Eileen wore a pale gold off-shoulder evening gown tonight, her golden tresses carefully pinned up, with only 2 curled ringlets resting by her ears. Her violet eyes shimmered with a captivating luster beneath the light. The grimy, tousle-haired girl of the training grounds had vanished, replaced by the kingdom's most radiant pearl. And Wendy beside her. Austin's gaze faltered slightly. The silver-haired girl wore an evidently ill-fitting pale blue gown. From its measurements, likely one of Eileen's from when she was 15 or 16. The hem was cut too short, revealing half of her fair calves, the neckline pulled too tight, and she tugged at it with a measure of discomfort. A butterfly clip had been forcibly fastened onto her silver dragon horns by Eileen, bobbing with each movement, making her look like a flustered little dragon dressed up against her will. Teacher. Eileen approached, chin lifted, a hint of pride in her voice. So, I made Wendy look lovely, didn't I? The butterfly clip was your idea. Of course, Eileen declared, unrepentant. Wendy's horns are too pretty to leave bare. And see, when she walks among the crowd like this, everyone will know she's taken. Taken. Wendy blinked, her silver eyes clearly failing to grasp the implication. Austin fell silent for a breath, deciding not to pursue that thread. The banquet is about to begin. You too. Before he could finish, a stirring horn call resounded from below. Land, the Knight Commander of the Royal Order, stood at the hall's center, raising his goblet, his voice thundering, as if he were still issuing commands on a battlefield. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight's feast is held in honor of the Holy Dragon. The Holy Dragon battled the world-destroying Black Dragon at the Misty Marsh, rescued the Silver Dragon kin from the brink of doom, and exalted the might of the Sacred Dragon Kingdom. To the Holy Dragon. To the Holy Dragon. Over 100 glasses lifted in unison, the golden liquid flashing brilliantly beneath the magical lights. All eyes turned as one toward Austin on the second floor. Austin, unruffled, raised his glass slightly in acknowledgement. The Holy Dragon. The Holy Dragon. The cheers resounded with such force that the crystal chandeliers trembled. Ding. Camouflage behavior detected, received homage as a sacred dragon before the entire nobility, with no one harboring the slightest suspicion. 300. Current camouflage value, 2070. Austin's hand holding the wine glass paused. 2,000 points. He quietly opened the camouflage value shop and glanced at the items still marked to be purchased. Memory stitching, bloodline disguise potions. These might prove useful down the line. The Holy Dragon himself is even more handsome than his portraits. A coquettish honeyed voice drifted from nearby. Austin glanced askance. A striking woman in a deep crimson evening gown stood at the stairhead, a glass of red wine in her left hand, a feathered fan half concealing her painted lips revealing only a pair of bewitching emerald green eyes. Her gaze roamed over Austin unabashedly, from his sharp brows and eyes to his broad shoulders down to the narrow waist wrapped in the ink-black robe. At last a subtle, meaningful smile curved her lips. "Countess Campbell," Eileen whispered close to Austin's ear. "The capital's most infamous charming widow. She inherited 3 estates and half a knight order from her late husband last year. Now she ranks among the top 3 wealthiest women in the kingdom." Austin said expressionlessly, "Why do you know this so clearly?" "Because last your father wanted me to learn noble etiquette from her, and I stayed at her manor for 3 days. Erin's voice carried a hint of indescribable complexity. "And then I discovered that her so-called noble etiquette lessons were mainly about teaching how to ensnare men." Lady Campbell had already sauntered over gracefully. Her feather fan swayed gently in her hand, wafting a scented breeze of roses. She stopped before Austin tilted her head up, her emerald eyes brimming with a watery sheen and her voice as sweet as honey. "Your Holiness the Saint Dragon, the way you raised your glass just now was the most commanding posture I have ever witnessed. I wonder if Your Holiness this evening—" "No," Austin said. Lady Campbell's smile froze for a moment, but she was clearly battle-hardened and immediately recovered her composure. "Your Holiness hasn't even heard me finish." "Even if I heard it all, the answer would still be no." Beside him, Erin was desperately stifling her laughter, her shoulders shaking uncontrollably. Wendy, however, looked utterly bewildered at the spectacular expression on Lady Campbell's face, and whispered to Erin, "Sister Erin, what's wrong with this lady?" "Her." Erin leaned close to Wendy's ear, her voice extremely low, but every word crystal clear. "She's giving a live demonstration of the first lesson from her noble etiquette class, how to make your admirer notice you within 3 seconds, on the teacher himself." Wendy blinked. "Did she succeed, eh? See for yourself." Lady Campbell's smile had already transformed from charming and seductive to barely holding up appearances. She gave a light cough and settled for second best. "Then, could I ask Your Holiness for a dance? Just one dance?" Austin was just about to say, "I don't know how to dance," when Commander Rand's voice happened to echo from downstairs. "Your Holiness the Saint Dragon, the Archbishop, requests your presence." Austin felt as if he had received a pardon, set down his coffee cup, and descended immediately. "Excuse me." He walked with swift strides, his ink-black robe trailing a sharp arc along the staircase behind him. Behind him, Erin finally couldn't hold it in any longer and burst into a peal of silvery laughter. Lady Campbell stared at her, the corner of her mouth twitching slightly. "Is it that amusing, Princess Erin?" "No, not at all." Erin wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and said with exaggerated seriousness, "Milady, I just happened to recall something delightful from earlier." When he was confused once more. "What delightful thing?" "For instance," Erin watched Austin's retreating figure vanish into the crowd, and the smile at her lips widened further. "Someone would rather go chat with a white-bearded old man than dance with you, Lady Campbell." Lady Campbell's smile finally vanished completely. After Austin extricated himself from Archbishop Lawrence, the Archbishop had merely insisted on going over every single detail of the Misty Swamp battle repeatedly, then once again expressed his intention to write to the Silver Dragon Isle. He found himself surrounded by another group of people. This time they were knights. 3 kingdom knights in gleaming silver armor stood in a row and rendered him a standard knight salute. The one in the lead was young with golden hair and blue eyes, and engraved upon his breastplate was a family crest of an eagle spreading its wings. He was quite handsome. "Your Holiness the Saint Dragon." The golden-haired knight's voice was filled with reverence. "I am Andre Hall, captain of the 3rd Division of the Kingdom's Knights. To behold Your Holiness with my own eyes today is the greatest honor of my life." Austin gave a slight nod, his gaze sweeping over the family crest on the knight's chest. The Hall family, one of the top 5 noble houses of the Saint Dragon Kingdom, renowned across the realm for their hereditary eagle sword technique. Behind Andre, his 2 companions also introduced themselves one after another. One was the son of the kingdom's Minister of Finance named Leon, the other was the second son of the Northern Border Earl named Eric. All 3 were in their early 20s with gleaming silver armor and swords at their waists, standing amidst the crowd like 3 peacocks displaying their plumage. Austin offered a few perfunctory remarks and was about to leave when he suddenly heard a commotion behind him. "Those are dragon horns. Silver dragon horns. It really is a dragon. Could it be the silver dragon that His Holiness the Saint Dragon rescued?" Whispers of discussion from several noble scions drifted over from one side of the hall. Austin followed their gaze. When he was standing alone by the dessert table. At some point, Erin had been summoned by Philip X to accompany him in receiving foreign envoys, and before leaving she had apparently settled Wendy at the dessert table. The most foolproof place to pass the time. The silver-haired girl held a cream puff in each hand with half of another still stuffed in her mouth, her cheeks puffed up like a squirrel. Her butterfly hairpin had slipped askew and her dragon horns twitched rhythmically under the lights. She was completely unaware that she had already become the focal point of half the banquet hall. "It really is a silver dragon." Andre's eyes lit up and he lowered his voice to Leon and Eric beside him. "Did you see that? A silver dragon, a living silver dragon. If we can contract her, I'll be the new Dragon Knight." Leon swallowed hard, his gaze raking over Wendy from head to toe. She looks like, not too bright. That kind of dragon should be easy to contract, right? Nonsense. A greedy flame burned in Andre's eyes. She's unbound now. This is our chance. If we contract her, the title of Dragon Knight will be ours. Let's go. The three exchanged a look, then picked up their wine glasses and, feigning nonchalance, made their way toward the dessert table. Austin stood among the crowd, quietly watching the scene unfold. He did not step forward to stop them, because he could already see that Wendy's silver eyes, peering over the towering pile of cream puffs on the dessert table and through the gaps between the crowd, were staring directly at him. Then she blinked. Austin immediately understood the meaning of that blink. Austin-sama, 3 insects are walking toward I. I am very afraid. But you said I must not cause trouble for you at the banquet, so I am trying very hard to suppress the urge to swat them away with a single claw. Did you see? If you don't take care of it, I will deal with it myself. Austin counted down in his heart, 3, 2, 1. Andre stopped in front of Wendy, bent down, and flashed what he believed to be an utterly charming smile. Noble Lady Silver Dragon, I am Andre Hall, eldest son of the Hall family and captain of the kingdom's knights. Would I be honored to make your acquaintance? Wendy swallowed the puff in her mouth with great effort, then recalled the banquet etiquette Aaron had taught her, and clumsily executed a curtsy that was neither proper nor elegant. My name is Wendy. Wendy. A beautiful name. Andre's voice pitched half an octave higher, as if he had heard the most astonishing news. He shot Leon and Eric a meaningful look, then turned back and continued with that, so charming expression. Lady Wendy, you are new to the royal capital, so you must be unfamiliar with this place. Why not let me serve as your guide and show you all the splendor of the Saint Dragon capital? Oh. Wendy nodded, then shook her head. And no, that won't be necessary. Austin-sama will take I. The smile on Andre's face faltered slightly, but he quickly adjusted his strategy. Lady Wendy, if I may speak frankly, His Holiness the Saint Dragon is a man of countless responsibilities, and I fear he has little time to accompany you on outings. But I am different. I can be by your side every single day. Eric chimed in quickly. Andre is the most powerful knight of our kingdom's younger generation. His eagle sword technique has even been praised by Commander Rand himself. Leon also refused to be left out, and the Hall family is one of the top 5 noble houses in the kingdom. Thousands of acres of fertile land, 3 manors. If Lady Silver Dragon were to... Hold on. When he frowned and cut him off. What exactly are you trying to say? Andre drew a deep breath, dropped to one knee, placed his right hand over his heart, and executed the most impeccably standard knight's oath of fealty. Lady Wendy. His voice rang out with impassioned fervor, echoing across half the banquet hall. I, Andre Hall, formal knight, eldest son of the Hall family, hereby present my contract request to you. Please become my mount partner and ride with me across the battlefield to establish immortal glory. I will dedicate my entire life to protecting you, cherishing you, and providing for you. Every need you have, the Hall family will spare no effort to fulfill. The entire hall fell silent for a moment. Every gaze converged upon the dessert table, the golden-haired knight kneeling on one knee and the silver-haired girl with cream puff crumbs still clinging to the corner of her mouth. When he looked down at him, her silver eyes blinking. You? Want I to be your mount? Exactly. Andre raised his head, flames of what he called the Dragon Knight dream blazing in his eyes. Please believe in my sincerity. I am willing to sign any contract for this. But, Wendy tilted her head, her tone utterly innocent. I am already Lord Austin's dragon. Andre Lai's smile froze. Once again, the entire hall fell silent for a moment. What? Andre Lai's voice quivered. What did you say? You've entered into a contract with His Holiness the Sacred Dragon. Yes, indeed. Wendy nodded, her fingers unconsciously tugging at the excessively tight bow at her collar. A guardian contract. Andre Lai's face instantly turned deathly pale. The surrounding guests erupted into an uproar. The Sacred Dragon had silently contracted a silver dragon. And on the very day of the Miwu Marsh battle. With such efficiency. Meanwhile, many noble ladies, especially Lady Campbell, changed expressions. She glanced at herself, then at Wendy's figure, murmuring, could it be that His Holiness the Sacred Dragon doesn't favor the more voluptuous type? Impossible. Andre Lai abruptly stood up, his voice cracking. Lady Silver Dragon, if you wish to reject me, just say so outright. Why use His Holiness the Sacred Dragon as a shield? His Holiness the Sacred Dragon is a holy dragon. How could he possibly? She is telling the truth. A deep voice laden with intangible pressure came from the crowd. The guests automatically parted to form a path. A.O. Sighting emerged from the throng, his stride unhurried, the hem of his black robe gliding silently across the carpet. His expression remained that eternally unchanging cold countenance. He walked over to Wendy and stopped. The moment Wendy saw him, she instantly found her anchor. Without a second word, she hid behind him, peeking out only half her head, the bow on her horn twisted at a 90-degree angle. Lord Austin, they insisted on having me be their mount. Her voice carried a hint of grievance. I told them I am your dragon, but they didn't believe me. A.O. Sighting's gaze fell upon Andre Lai. That look was as calm as still water, yet the draconic majesty of the saint ranks spread inch by inch through the air. It was not an overwhelming suppression, but a more subtle, more precise exertion of pressure, just enough to make Andre Lai feel a chill creeping from his spine to the nape of his neck. Cold sweat beaded on Andre Lai's forehead. Andre Lai of House Huaer. He swallowed with difficulty, forcing a smile uglier than tears. I didn't know this Lady Silver Dragon was His Holiness's contractor. It was presumptuous of me. Oh. A.O. Siding's tone carried no inflection. You just said you would provide her with everything she needs. That was. The House of Huaer owns 1,000 acres of fertile land and 3 estates. You're subordinate. And you were willing to sign any contract. Andre Lai's face had turned the color of a pig's liver. Behind him, Liang and Ai Li Ku wished they could shrink into the cracks of the floor. The surrounding guests began whispering among themselves. Has this young man from the Huaer family lost his mind? Daring to poach right under His Holiness's nose. And the strongest knight. When did Captain Rand ever praise him? I've never heard of that. If Count Huaer finds out, he'll probably faint from rage on the spot. An old count with snow-white hair shook his head and sighed to his companion. The youngsters these days charge forward without even knowing their target. That young man from the Huaer family will probably be grounded by his father for 6 months when he gets back. 6 months. His companion sneered. If you ask me, old Count Huaer should thank His Holiness for his good temper. If it were any other dragon clan being openly poached, would have already earned them a single claw strike. A.O. Siding paid no heed to the surrounding murmurs. He looked at Andre Lai, paused for a full 3 seconds, then spoke flatly, Knight Huaer. Why yes. Andre Lai snapped to attention reflexively. Your courage is commendable, but next time be sure of your target first. Having said this, A.O. Siding turned to leave. Wendy followed closely behind him. After taking 2 steps, she glanced back at Andre Lai, who was still frozen in place, then scurried to catch up with A.O. Siding. Lowering her voice, she asked, Lord Austin, was that commendable courage meant as a compliment? A.O. Siding did not answer. Wendy did not press further. She merely turned her head once more to look at Andre Lai's rigid figure, and roughly understood the subtext of commendable courage. It meant seeking death. Ding. Disguised behavior detection, publicly defended contract sovereignty, crushed the challenger. As a sacred dragon, no one suspected. 250. Wendy bond value 50. Current bond value 540. Congratulations. Wendy's bond level has broken through. Current bond level 2 trust. Unlocked 2nd tier bond ability, Silver Dragon Guardian. When Wendy is near her host, she can actively release dragon language protective magic, shield strength 50. Bonus feedback to host, obtain sword, art minor mastery. Next bond breakthrough requires 1,500 bond value. A.O. Siding's footsteps paused slightly. The 2nd tier bond had been unlocked. Obtaining sword, art minor mastery. This feedback was indeed very practical. From now on, besides intimidating opponents with his dragon majesty, he could also fight more effectively in human form. His gaze swept over Wendy, who was still fiddling with her bow beside him. This naive, sweet silver dragon had already developed trust in him. Just then, stop. Andre Lai's face had turned a deep pig liver red. The whispers of the surrounding nobles stabbed into his back like countless needles. He could imagine how the gossip would spread by tomorrow morning. The eldest son of the Huaer family tried to poach right under the sacred dragon's nose and nearly knelt from a single sentence. This loss of face was unbearable. Your Holiness, the sacred dragon. Andre Lai gritted his teeth, his right hand pressing on the sword hilt at his waist. I admit I was presumptuous regarding Lady Silver Dragon. But your words just now seemed to cast doubt on the sword art of the Huaer family. A.O. Siding stopped and turned his head. He did not speak, only glanced at Andre Lai from the corner of his eye. That angle was perfect, neither showing he cared, yet making Andre Lai keenly feel the weight of his gaze upon him. But no one knew that deep within A.O. Siding's calm, pool-like black pupils a cold, murderous intent was slowly gathering. In his heart, he had already sentenced Andre Lai to death. It was not anger, not impulse. It was a judgment so cold it bordered on indifference. This man had publicly tried to steal his contractor during a victory banquet and forced him to act. If he let him live tomorrow, there would be a second Andre Lai, a third Andre Lai stepping forward to test the boundaries of the sacred dragon. The dragon's majesty must not be violated, a violation must be paid for. A true dragon never forgives an offender. Perhaps a true sacred dragon would, but he was not. He was the Black Dragon of Cataclysm, an existence that had roamed freely despite being hunted across the entire continent for nearly a century. Even when he was still a young dragon, he had learned the first lesson: eliminate the roots, the endless trouble follows if you don't. Of course, he could not kill openly. There were hundreds of eyes here, that old fox Lawrence and envoys from various nations. Killing in public would be self-destruction of his disguise. But wasn't Andre Lai headed to the northern border outpost? From the capital to the northern border, one must pass through the Eagle's Beak Cliff at the foot of the Warcraft mountain range. The terrain there was treacherous, and travelers were attacked by magical beasts every year. The true form of a black dragon of Cataclysm high in the night sky. No need for dragon breath, no need for magic, not even a need to land. Just a single dragon claw reaching out from the darkness, lightly striking down. And then Andre Lai of House Wa'er would become a smear of flesh. Perfect. A.O. sighting withdrew his thoughts, a slight smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Sword art, he spoke, his tone as flat as if watching a buffoon. Yes, pure sword art. No dragon breath, no dragon majesty. Only sword art. Andre Lai hastily added, then feeling a bit cowardly braced himself and puffed out his chest. Your Holiness the Sacred Dragon, do you dare accept? The entire hall fell silent. Austin glanced sideways at Wendy. The silver-haired girl had long forgotten her fear, her silver eyes sparkling as she watched the scene, a smear of cream still on her lips. Sister Irene, she whispered to Irene, who had somehow squeezed in beside her, what is swordsmanship? Can you eat it? No. Irene crossed her arms, a smirk curling at the corner of her mouth. But it can keep some people down for a long time. Austin withdrew his gaze and looked at Andre. Fine. He paused. 3 moves. Andre was stunned. What 3 moves? If you can withstand 3 of my moves, you win. Austin casually pulled a practice iron sword from a nearby knight. Not a ceremonial rapier, not a magical weapon, just an ordinary iron blade used by squires for basic drills, still bearing several old nicks along its edge. The wager is simple. If you and I apologize for my earlier words. If I win. His black eyes stared at Andre with no trace of emotion. Deep within those eyes, Andre's name had already been inscribed upon a death list. You will resign your position as captain of the knights and stand guard at the northern border outpost for 3 months. Andre's heart lurched violently. The northern border outpost, the most grueling assignment in the kingdom. Frozen wastelands, rampant beasts. But hundreds of eyes were watching. He had issued the challenge, set the rules, and his opponent had not only accepted, but also handicapped himself. To back down now would utterly disgrace the Hall family. Fine. Andre gritted his teeth, gripping his sword with both hands. I accept. The duel began swiftly. Andre struck first. The opening stance of the eagle sword technique, the blade tip tracing a fierce arc through the air, thrusting straight for Austin's right shoulder. This stroke he had practiced for 10 years, never failing against his peers. Austin raised his sword. 1 strike only. The iron blade slammed sideways into the weakest midpoint of Andre's sword with minimal force, yet such precise angle that no fault could be found. Andre's blade veered off course 3 inches from Austin's shoulder, his entire right arm numbed by a subtle, clever vibration. Then came the second strike. The iron sword slid down Andre's bladed spine, tapping lightly against his wrist. Andre's hand spasmed in pain, fingers instinctively letting go. The ceremonial rapier clattered to the ground. And then the third strike. The iron blade halted 3 inches before Andre's throat. It did not thrust forward, nor did it need to. The entire hall fell into dead silence. 3 moves. 1 parry, 1 disarm, 1 kill. Less than 3 seconds from start to finish. Andre hadn't even seen how Austin had moved his sword. Austin sheathed his blade, his tone as flat, as if commenting on the weather. First move, your start was too slow, and your blade tip wavered as it left the sheath. Second move, sufficient force, but you pushed too hard at the midpoint, your wrist wasn't locked and the blade was unsteady. Third move, you have no third move. Because your sword was already gone. He casually returned the iron blade to the nearby weapon rack, turned around, his ink-black robes sweeping a sharp arc through the air. Northern border outpost, 3 months. Night Hall, may you arrive safely. May you arrive safely. No one noticed the fleeting coldness at the corner of his lips. Andre's throat shifted as if he wanted to speak, but no words came out. He finally understood. With those 3 strikes, Austin could have ended the fight with the very first. The reason he dragged it to the third move was to publicly knock his sword away, to make him unable to even hold a blade. But what he didn't know was that the true punishment had yet to begin. Only then did the surrounding guests react. By the goddess, a portly count exclaimed, not even noticing his wine goblet falling to the floor. Did you see that, eh? He didn't use a single bit of dragon power. 3 moves. Only 3 moves. The Hall family's eagle sword technique couldn't survive 3 moves. That final disarm, I didn't even see it. Who saw it? How did he do it? See that? Irene crouched down, placing both hands on Wendy's dragon horns and turning her head toward where Andre stood frozen in place. In the future, when you encounter someone like that, don't cry. Just hit them. If you can't win, go find your teacher. Wendy nodded vigorously, her silver eyes shimmering with a light called admiration. Austin paused mid-step. He glanced back at Irene, who was crouched on the ground, explaining to Wendy how awesome her teacher's moves were, then looked at Wendy, staring at him with adoration. Then a thought struck him. Those 3 sword moves, just now. He might have performed them a little too beautifully. A holy dragon in human form, using purely human swordsmanship, defeating one of the kingdom's top 5 knights in 3 moves. If word of this got out, wouldn't it seem a bit off? Well, it was too late now. By tomorrow morning, this incident would spread through the capital along with all the other gossip of the realm. The Holy Church might reinvestigate his background. Lawrence stood among the crowd, his white beard trembling slightly. He watched Austin's retreating figure, then looked back at Andre, still frozen in place, a thoughtful gleam passing through his eyes. In that instant he had sensed an extremely faint trace of coldness from Austin, something that did not belong to a holy dragon. But it dissipated so quickly, he couldn't be certain whether it was merely his imagination. His Holiness the Holy Dragon is educating the hall boy, Rand beside him remarked in a low voice. Yes, Lawrence said slowly, his gaze never leaving Austin's back. A very profound lesson. Austin hadn't taken 3 steps before someone suddenly pushed through the crowd toward him. It was an old man. He wore a faded dark blue mage robe, his graying hair a messy mop, thick crystal spectacles perched on his nose with lenses as thick as bottle bottoms. Yet behind them a pair of gray eyes gleamed with startling brightness. His left arm clutched a stack of parchment sheets threatening to fall apart, his right hand gripping a quill, ink still dripping from the nib. Clearly he had just dashed out from some corner where he'd been scribbling furiously. Your Holiness the Holy Dragon. Please wait. The old man skidded to a halt before Austin, panting heavily, his spectacles askew on the tip of his nose, the stack of parchment nearly scattering across the floor. Austin paused, looking down at the old man, who only reached his chest. He recognized that face. The Dean of the Holy Dragon Academy, Marcus Pound, one of the most powerful beings beneath the 3 Saint Realm powerhouses of the Holy Dragon Kingdom. The most learned man in the kingdom, said to have once ventured alone into an ancient ruin in his youth, bringing back a trove of ancient texts no one could decipher. But that was all he was, learned. Despite bearing the name Holy Dragon, as the kingdom's highest institution, the academy consistently ranked near the bottom among the continent's top schools. Its most glorious achievement was making it to the top 16 in the Grand Inter-Academy tournament 2 years ago, the best result in 300 years of its founding, and word had it Marcus wept in his office all night from sheer excitement. Dean Pound. Austin gave a slight nod, his tone polite but distant. Is there something? Marcus adjusted his crooked spectacles, not answering immediately. He first looked down at the ceremonial rapier still lying on the ground, then turned to glance at Andre's ashen expression, and finally brought his gaze back to Austin. The light in those gray eyes grew brighter and brighter until it seemed about to burn. Your Holiness the Holy Dragon, this old man has an impertinent request. Austin said nothing, waiting for him to continue. Please. Marcus drew a deep breath, then announced publicly with vigor utterly unbefitting his age, serve as the honorary dean of the Holy Dragon Academy. And concurrently as the sword instructor. The entire venue fell into silence once more, even quieter than when Anneli had issued his challenge. For everyone felt that their ears had deceived them. The dean of Shenlong Academy had invited the guardian Holy Dragon to serve as honorary dean, and to teach swordsmanship. Makisi paid no heed to the reactions of those around him, as if a long pent-up floodgate had finally opened. Just now, those 3 strikes of yours. I saw them clearly from beginning to end. The angle of the first parry perfectly matched the optimal force deflection equation I derived 10 years ago, and on the principles of mechanics and swordsmanship. The disarming technique of the second strike was a living, breathing demonstration of the lever principle in combat. As for the third strike, it was even more extraordinary. The tip of the sword stopped 3 inches away, where a fraction more would wound, and a fraction less would lack deterrent power. This precision in distance control proves that your Highness's swordsmanship has reached the pinnacle of mastery. The more he spoke, the more excited he became, until the parchment finally slipped from under his armpit and scattered across the floor. Aesiting glanced at it, seeing densely drawn diagrams of human joints, geometric analyses of sword trajectories, and a jumble of formula derivations he could not comprehend. More importantly, you used an iron sword. The most ordinary iron sword. No enchantment. No dragon breath. No dragon might. Pure human swordsmanship. What does that mean? It means that your swordsmanship can be learned by ordinary people. It can be taught. It can be replicated. Makisi gestured wildly in the air, ink from his quill splattering across his face without him noticing. Your Highness, you don't understand our academy's current situation. Shenlong Academy has not achieved a good ranking in various major competitions for centuries. Last year's friendly match against the Basa Kingdom, we couldn't even defeat their second team. I spent the entire night polishing the trophy cabinet in the dormitory building, and that cabinet has never held a single trophy since it was built. A few suppressed chuckles came from the surrounding guests. One noble whispered, so Shenlong Academy actually has a trophy cabinet. Makisi pretended not to hear, his eyes still burning as he stared at Aesiting. But 3 months from now is the Continental Academy League. This is the top-tier inter-academy competition held once every 4 years on the continent. If your Highness could personally instruct our students during these 3 months. Wait, Aesiting interrupted him. What did you say is in 3 months? The Continental Inter-Academy League. 64 prestigious institutions each send a team to compete for the title of the first academy of the continent. When Makisi uttered the words, first of the continent, his voice trembled slightly, 2 flames burning in his gray eyes. This is the last edition I can wait for in my lifetime. In another 4 years I'll be 98, and who knows if I'll still be standing by the sideline to see Shenlong Academy's name engraved on the championship trophy. He grabbed Aesiding's sleeve, tilted his head back, his graying eyebrows twisted together, and his voice almost choked with tears. Your Highness, you are the kingdom's guardian holy dragon, and Shenlong Academy bears your name. You cannot stand by and watch us die. Watching this tearful dean whose bloodshot eyes were fixed on him, as if he were the Academy's last hope, Aesiding fell silent. Then a very practical question struck him. How much would this honorary dean title add to his disguise? Teacher. Eileen had somehow squeezed her way beside him, hooking her arm around his, her violet eyes glittering with excitement. Say yes, say yes, say yes. And your reason? Because I'm a student of Shenlong Academy, Eileen declared without hesitation. Last year's friendly match, I was eliminated by a nasty guy from boss's second team. That snooty female knight even patted my head before leaving, saying, "Little princess, go practice more." I've been holding that grudge for 2 years. Teacher, didn't you say I'm not strong enough? If I can personally beat that girl down in the academy competition 3 months from now, won't you stop giving me extra training? Dream on. Eileen's smiling face instantly fell. However, Aesiding withdrew his gaze and looked at Makisi. What exactly are the duties of the honorary dean? Makisi's eyes lit up, and he quickly began counting on his fingers 3 main things. First, you can come and instruct the Academy's swordsmanship classes at any time, and we'll arrange the best venues and training equipment. Second, for the big competition 3 months from now, you'll be the head coach of the Academy's knight team. Tactics, lineup, training plans. All decided by you, and I won't interfere. Third, he swallowed, then said cautiously, third, the honorary dean's stipend is 300 gold coins per month. It's not much, but it's all the Academy can offer. Your Highness, what do you think? 300 gold coins. Aesiding quickly calculated internally. He needed disguise points and bond points, so taking this task would be a good choice. Ding. Hidden task triggered. Invitation to be honorary dean of Shenlong Academy. System analysis. Accepting this position will yield the following benefits. 1. Obtain an official social identity, honorary dean of Shenlong Academy, disguise credibility 30. 2. Gain a stable source of disguise points. Each public lecture or team competition will award disguise points. 3. The Academy League is a top-tier continental event providing opportunities to interact with top-tier talented students, facilitating bond missions. 4. The honorary dean status grants the highest library access rights, allowing consultation of continental secret histories and ancient texts, possibly uncovering clues about the world-ending Black Dragon and the sacred Divine Dragon. Recommendation: accept. Aesiding's pupils contracted almost imperceptibly at the 4th item. The clues about the world-ending Black Dragon and the sacred Divine Dragon. Agreed. Makisi froze for a second, then sprang up as if struck by lightning. You agree? 2 conditions. Aesiding held up 2 fingers. First, I will only teach at the Academy once a week, but I may select a few exceptionally gifted students for extra training at the Holy Dragon Hall. Second, I have full authority over the competition roster and tactical plans. No one, including the king, and you, may interfere. No problem. Absolutely no problem. Makisi nodded like a woodpecker scattering more parchment. I'll go back now and prepare the appointment letter. No, I must first vacate my office for your highness. No, I should first tell the entire school. Those little rascals will be so thrilled to know that the Holy Dragon is coming as head coach, they'll probably blow the roof off the dormitory. He turned to flee, then stopped after 2 steps, and came back. Oh, the grand tournament in 3 months will be held in the Frank Empire. Austin's gaze sharpened slightly. The Frank Empire. One of the 3 great empires of the continent. A true behemoth. The Holy Dragon Kingdom would inevitably have to deal with them if it wished to rise from a kingdom to an empire. But with your strength, your holiness, it matters not where the tournament is held. Marcus completely failed to notice Austin's change in expression. His beard trembled with excitement, and his graying hair became even more disheveled from his own tugging. Ladies and gentlemen, I shall return at once to prepare the letter of appointment for His Holiness the Holy Dragon. In 3 months, the Holy Dragon Academy will astonish the entire continent. Clutching the stack of parchment, he weaved through the crowd like a madman shuffling out of the banquet hall. The surrounding guests exchanged bewildered glances, then erupted into even more heated discussion. Honorary Dean of the Holy Dragon Academy. Doesn't that mean our kingdom's Holy Dragon Academy will have a sacred dragon in residence? At the grand tournament in 3 months, the other academies will be utterly stunned. They've been insufferably arrogant these past few years, always mocking our Holy Dragon Academy for teaching old fools to make new fools. What I'm more concerned about is, since His Holiness the Holy Dragon will be teaching swordsmanship personally, will tuition go up? Don't waste your breath. You couldn't get into the Holy Dragon Academy anyway. Didn't you fail to even reach the passing mark on the entrance exam? What do you mean fail? I had a stomachache that day. Rand stood in place watching Austin's back as he was surrounded by a throng of nobles offering congratulations. His lips moved slightly. Your Arch Excellency, this. Lawrence's white beard trembled faintly, his face betraying no discernible emotion. A nation protecting sacred dragon becoming the dean of an academy. This matter was not significant enough to warrant interference. It was merely an honorary title after all. The Holy Church had no grounds to intervene. That old fox-pound, Lawrence suddenly let out a low chuckle and shook his head. He's been poor his whole life, a penny pincher his whole life, unwilling to even repair the leaky library roof. 300 gold coins, and he's suddenly so generous. Rand could not tell whether this was praise or criticism, so he remained silent. Well, it's fine too. Lawrence turned his black, clerical robe, sweeping an arc across the floor. His Holiness, the Holy Dragon, teaching at the Holy Dragon Academy is better than staying cooped up in the Holy Dragon Temple. The more people he interacts with, the more flaws he'll expose. He stopped abruptly, because his gaze swept across the crowd and landed on Austin. The black-haired young man was toying with an iron sword in his hand, the most ordinary training iron sword casually pulled from a weapon rack. There was an old faded notch on the blade left behind by some apprentice during practice. But in Austin's hand, that sword looked more like a legendary masterpiece than Andre's heirloom blade. That is, if he really has any flaws to expose. Lawrence swallowed the second half of his sentence. Ding. Detected that the host has accepted the position of Honorary Dean of the Holy Dragon Academy. Disguised behavior settlement. Publicly accepted the Honorary Dean appointment in the identity of a sacred dragon no one suspected. 200. Convinced Dean Marcus that you are the savior of the Holy Dragon Academy. 150. Completed a status upgrade before all the nobles of the royal capital. 100. Current disguise value, 2770. Austin dismissed the panel and walked through the surrounding murmurs, his expression unchanged. But he knew deep down, accepting this position meant he had been thrust into the spotlight of the entire continent's educational circles. Then he glanced at Eileen and Wendy beside him. Eileen was enthusiastically gesturing to Wendy, describing how thrilling the academy tournament would be. Wendy listened with sparkling eyes, the butterfly hairpin on her horns bouncing with every movement. So teacher is now honorary dean. Eileen turned around excitedly. Does that mean we can swagger around the academy however we please? You could already swagger wherever you please anyway, Austin said flatly. You're the kingdom's princess. Is there any path you can't walk? It's different. Being the disciple of the honorary dean is way better than being a princess. Austin did not respond. He looked at Eileen's bright violet eyes, then at the butterfly hairpin tilted at a 90-degree angle on Wendy's head. He needed to train Eileen, care for Wendy, teach swordsmanship at the Holy Dragon Academy, and lead a team to compete in the academy tournament. The focus of the banquet quickly shifted from the dueling ground back to the dance floor. The royal court orchestra struck up a lively waltz, and noble couples glided onto the dance floor in pairs. The thrilling duel that ended in 3 moves had become excellent conversational fodder. Everyone was buzzing with excitement about His Holiness's swordsmanship and that crestfallen Holton boy. Just then the orchestra suddenly stopped playing. The sound of horns rang out once more solemn than at the opening. After 3 long blasts, a tall figure in golden ceremonial robes stepped steadily through the main entrance of the banquet hall. It was none other than King Philip X of the Holy Dragon Kingdom. The king, past 50, was remarkably well preserved. His short golden hair was combed meticulously, and his blue eyes remained sharp and spirited. Beside him walked the queen and several close ministers, with 4 royal guards in golden capes following behind. All the guests bowed in unison. Philip X walked through the path cleared by the crowd and went straight to the throne at the front of the banquet hall. He did not sit. Instead, he turned to face all the guests and raised his hand. Please, no formalities. The king's voice was not loud, but the banquet hall was quiet enough that every word reached the ears of everyone present. Tonight's banquet is first and foremost to pay tribute to His Holiness the Holy Dragon. Philip X's gaze fell upon Austin, and he gave a slight nod, his tone carrying genuine respect. His Holiness the Holy Dragon repelled the world-ending Black Dragon at the Misty Swamp and saved the Silver Dragon lineage, upholding the might of our Holy Dragon. This kingdom will not forget such deeds. Austin raised his glass in acknowledgement, his face wearing that same eternal cold expression. Philip X shifted his tone. But I am here tonight to announce a second matter. His expression darkened, a shadow settling over his blue eyes. This afternoon, a messenger requesting aid from the Duchy of Lucien arrived at the royal capital. 3 days ago, the vanguard cavalry of the Oak Kingdom crossed the northern border of Lucien, seizing 3 towns along the way. The Grand Duke of Lucien has fallen back to his capital with the remnants of his army, but with his current forces, he can hold out for at most half a month. The hall erupted in uproar. The nobles who had just been immersed in the festive atmosphere instantly changed expressions. Several ladies' fans froze mid-air, and a few young knights instinctively gripped the hilts of their swords. The Oaklanders picked their moment well. Philip X's voice turned cold. In 2 months, the Holy Dragon River will freeze over. Once the ice is thick enough to support cavalry crossings, the royal capital will have no natural defenses left. So, I have decided. In 3 days, the Holy Dragon army will march to the Duchy of Lucien and face the Oaklanders head-on. He paused, his gaze sweeping across the entire hall. Your Majesty knows full well that most of those present have grown accustomed to times of peace. But the peace of the Holy Dragon Kingdom has never been purchased through compromise. It was thus during the Divine Dragon Empire, and it remains so today. Responses rippled through the banquet hall. Several young knights drew their swords, crying out, "We pledge our lives to the Holy Dragon Kingdom. We shall follow your majesty to battle." Philip X gave a slight nod, then turned to Austin. "Your Royal Highness the Holy Dragon," his tone regained its solemn gravity, "I earnestly request your presence at an emergency military council tomorrow morning." "I will be there." Austin's voice was even yet clear enough for all to hear. For the first time that evening, Philip X displayed a genuine smile. He inclined his head toward Archbishop Lawrence, then departed the banquet hall with his retinue. The moment the king's silhouette vanished beyond the grand doors, the orchestra discerningly struck up the dance music once more. After all, His Majesty had declared this evening was first and foremost a celebration, with matters of state to be discussed tomorrow. Yet the atmosphere had transformed entirely. The nobles continued to dance, but their conversations had shifted from how humiliated that whore boy was to what exactly do the Oak want. Austin found the most inconspicuous corner and settled onto a sofa behind a pillar. Wendy sat beside him, finally removing the crooked butterfly hair clip and turning it over in her hands to examine it. Her gaze drifted occasionally toward the dance floor, watching men and women glide past in elegant motion, silver eyes flickering with curiosity. "This one has never witnessed a ball like this on Dragon Isle," she murmured. "Mother said human etiquette was far too troublesome and forbade me from learning." Austin cradled his coffee cup in silence, offering no response. His gaze cut through the crowd to the opposite side of the dance floor. Archbishop Lawrence stood alone beside a pillar, his white beard obscuring most of his face, revealing only a pair of aged eyes that gleamed with suppressed sharpness. Commander Rand had somehow drifted over as well. Driven by professional habit, an instinct honed through a century of fugitive existence, Austin silently released a thread of spiritual sense, precisely probing in that direction. The Oaks certainly know when to strike. Lawrence cradled his red wine, his tone casual, as if merely commenting on tonight's cuisine. "Striking before winter arrives, forcing the Holy Dragon Kingdom to dispatch troops before the freeze sets in. If Philip reacts too slowly, the royal capital lies exposed before their cavalry. If he reacts too swiftly, he'll have to clash with the Oak in the muddy fields of Lucy. Either choice leads to loss. What your grace means is..." Rand ventured carefully. "What I mean is irrelevant." Lawrence swirled the wine in his cup, a faint smile playing at his lips. "The church does not interfere in secular warfare. If the Oak prevail, the church blesses them. If you prevail, the church blesses you as well. The goddess regards all her children with equal favor." Rand was clearly dissatisfied with this answer, yet dared not show it, lowering his head in sullen silence. Lawrence glanced at him, a knowing smile crossing his features. He sipped his wine and added unhurried, "But Commander Rand, have you considered, why have the Oak chosen precisely this moment to act? Because winter approaches and they're exploiting the frozen period." "Incorrect." Lawrence cut him off, a flash of keenness in those ancient eyes. "It is because they believe the Holy Dragon Kingdom is now easy prey. The divine dragon has been dead for over a millennium, and a newly emerged divine dragon appearing merely 3 years ago would seem to the Oak nothing more than an undeveloped whelp. They defied convention and thus dared to gamble." He set down his glass, his tone regaining its languid quality. "Of course, should His Royal Highness prove them wrong on the battlefield, then the matter would be entirely different. The goddess favors believers of strength." Rand fell silent for a moment, then asked in a low voice, "Your Grace mentioned earlier that you would present a dossier to His Royal Highness tomorrow. It is old material from our church archives. 2 centuries ago, the Oak royal family secretly hunted a dragon passing through their territory, which is why they now possess dragon blood warhorses." Lawrence's white beard trembled slightly. "Philip just declared war on the Oak. I believe His Royal Highness deserves the right to know what enemies he faces and what past dealings his kindred have endured." His gaze drifted through the crowd to the distant figure behind the pillar. Austin sat with his coffee, dark lashes lowered, as if listening to the silver-haired girl beside him, his expression cold and unchanged. But Lawrence sensed something concealed within those dark pupils. "However, before that, there remains a matter I must personally verify." Lawrence withdrew his gaze, his voice barely a murmur. Rand did not pursue the question. Lawrence fell silent as well. He lifted his wine glass and turned toward the dessert table, his black ecclesiastical robes trailing a long shadow across the floor. Austin withdrew his spiritual sense and raised his coffee cup, his expression betraying nothing. Philip X had declared military action. Lawrence possessed a dossier concerning the Oak royal family's dragon hunts. And Lawrence's words about matters yet to be confirmed, 9 times out of 10, were aimed at him. This white-bearded elder had evidently begun to harbor suspicions about him, merely awaiting an opportune moment to make his overtures. Though Lawrence could never have imagined that dossier on the Oak hunting dragons would not provoke Austin in the slightest. This world-destroying black dragon was never welcome among other dragonkin either. Late at night, the celebration had dispersed. André departed the royal capital's north gate on horseback with 6 guards. News of his dismissal had spread throughout the entire banquet hall, and his father Count Horse stormed away in fury right there. He had to depart tonight, Otherwise, come tomorrow morning, all of the capital would know he had been publicly humiliated by His Royal Highness and dispatched to a border outpost. On a mountain road more than 30 kilometers from the capital, hoofbeats rang crisp and clear in the night wind. The 6 guards held torches aloft, forming a protective circle around Andre. Andre rode in the saddle, his expression dark and brooding. He lowered his gaze to his right wrist, where Austin's sword spine had struck. A dull ache still lingered. 3 strikes. He lasted merely 3 exchanges against the divine dragon. Wait, he hissed through clenched teeth, a silent curse forming. Whatever His Royal Highness, the dragon, someday I will. His words stopped abruptly, for the sky had darkened. Not a deepening of night, but an absolute darkness, as if all starlight, moonlight, and firelight had been devoured by something in the same instant. All 6 torches extinguished simultaneously. The horses began to shriek in panic. 2 actually knelt, hurling their riders off their backs. Andre lifted his gaze. Then he witnessed the final image of his life. In the night sky, a colossal dragon claw descended toward him. The claw blotted out half the heavens, its obsidian scales swallowing every ray of light, even the moon eclipsed behind its monstrous bulk. Each scale gleamed like black iron tempered in the abyss itself, radiating a cold, ominous sheen in the night wind. The claw's tips vanished into the clouds, its full form obscured, but the portion alone that breached the clouds dwarfed any beast Andre had ever encountered. Black gold patterns coursed across the claw like destruction incantations inscribed by ancient divine hands themselves. In that instant, Andre's mind went utterly blank. He had no time for fear, no time to scream, no time to think of anyone. Only one thought remained in his mind, that he should never have provoked that being. Then the claw descended. Boom! A clawprint crater several meters wide scarred the mountain path. The stone slabs at the bottom were crushed to powder earth and stone, exploding outward, sending plumes of dust billowing meters into the air. The 6 guards never even had time to scream before the shockwave hurled them away, crashing into the tree trunks by the roadside, motionless. When the dust settled, the dragon claw had vanished. In the night sky, a black dragon that had blotted out the heavens transformed into a black-haired youth, flying unhesitatingly toward the capital without once looking back. The following day, the Kingdom Military Council chamber. The long table was flanked by seated figures, the atmosphere even more somber than the past few days in the council hall. Though the king had declared war, not a word had been uttered regarding commander appointments or legion deployment plans. Commander Rand rose first, spreading the intelligence scroll across the table and concisely presenting the Oak Kingdom's military disposition. Intelligence indicated that the invading force in the Duchy of Lucy was the Oak 1st Legion, led by General Thomas Toney, one of the Akes 4 Saint-level powerhouses, nicknamed the Bloodthirsty General. This name landed on the table like a stone, crushing the breath from everyone present. The Holy Dragon Kingdom possessed only 3 Saint-level powerhouses. King Philip X needed to defend the capital. The Dragon Legion commander and the entire legion were stationed at the kingdom's northern frontier, impossible to recall. Though the chief minister had also entered Saint-level, he was an elderly court magician. Dispatching him to battle would require assigning elite guards for his protection. Otherwise, he would be nothing more than a gift-wrapped target for enemy assassins. Those who could be sent could not go. Those who could go could not fight. Silence spread like an invisible net, slowly tightening around the council chamber. Rand gritted his teeth, breaking the stillness. Your Majesty, this humble servant volunteers to lead the expedition. Philip X gazed at him, his expression carrying both appreciation and helplessness. He nodded, but did not immediately consent. Sending a 9th level to face a Saint level directly. This was not courage, it was suicide. Every gaze in the room converged as if by command upon the ink-black figure at the table's far end. Austin had not uttered a single word from the council's commencement to now. He merely leaned against his chair's backrest, fingertips tapping lightly on the tabletop, his expression so indifferent it seemed as though this war had nothing whatsoever to do with him. Everyone understood that the covenant between His Royal Highness and the kingdom was one of protection, not conquest. Deploying him was a request, not an order. And requesting a divine dragon to fight humanity's battles for it. This very act carried an inherent transgression. Should they inadvertently offend His Highness, none could bear the consequences. Philip X drew a deep breath, his tone 3 degrees lower than when addressing Rand, carrying careful reverence. Your Highness Austin, would you be willing to march on the kingdom's behalf? The hall fell into dead silence. Every soul present was waiting for an answer that could be a nod of approval or a dismissive turn of the hand. Austin rose to his feet. That single motion caused half the room's hearts to skip a beat. Then a faint smile graced his lips. It was not a cold sneer nor a mocking smirk, but a warm, sunlit smile he seldom displayed in public. Accepted. Those 2 words drifted lightly across the council chamber, yet struck like a stone plunging into stagnant water. Ding. Disguised behavior detection accepted the expedition mission as the sacred dragon in a military council. The Holy Dragon High Command believes unquestioningly 300. Additional detection dissolved the crowd's anxiety over requesting the Sacred Dragon's expedition with a smile perfectly exhibiting the Sacred Dragon's benevolence and responsibility. 200. Current disguise value 3270. Long live the Sacred Dragon. With the Sacred Dragon on the march, the orcs are doomed. The tense atmosphere instantly ignited. The generals rose one after another, barely able to contain their excitement. Philip X rose from his throne, straightened his robes, and bowed deeply before Austin. A king bowing in public. Such a gesture was exceedingly rare across the entire continent. I, Philip X, on behalf of the Holy Dragon Kingdom, express our gratitude to the Sacred Dragon. The ministers followed suit, rising in unison to bow. Land bent the lowest among them his armor, letting out a muffled clatter. Ding. Disguised behavior detection accepted the public homage of the Holy Dragon King and High Command. No one harbored the slightest doubt about the host's Sacred Dragon identity. 300. Current disguise value 3570. Yet within this jubilant atmosphere an aged yet steady voice rose abruptly. Your Majesty, the King's Sacred Dragon. Archbishop Lawrence slowly rose from his seat, drawing a yellowed parchment scroll from his sleeve, its seal stamped with the church's cross-star emblem. This old one has a confidential file concerning the Orc Kingdom. Philip X took the scroll and unrolled it. His expression changed the moment he comprehended its contents. The temperature in the chamber seemed to plummet in an instant. The king was silent for a long time, long enough for everyone to sense something amiss. The situation has changed. Philip X raised his head, his voice heavy, almost squeezed from his throat. The orcs possess a weapon capable of countering dragons. This file documents it clearly. 200 years ago, the orc royal family secretly hunted and captured a saint-tier dragon that passed through orc territory. Shock rippled through the assembly. Land's hand tightened on his sword hilt, and several civil officials visibly paled. Sacred Dragon. Philip X turned to Austin, his tone shifting from hopeful expectation to resolute determination. The situation has changed. You cannot go. I will personally lead this expedition. The capital shall be under your guardianship in my stead. It was the safest arrangement. The king marching to war while the Sacred Dragon defended the homeland, ensuring both Austin's safety and the continuity of the campaign. Lawrence lowered his gaze, slightly, saying nothing. Indeed, Sacred Dragon, you must not take such a risk. If that dragon-slaying weapon truly exists, the Sacred Dragon must not hazard himself. The voices of admonition rose one after another. Yet Austin never once glanced at the file. He lifted the plain coffee cup he had brought himself, took a leisurely sip, and spoke in a languid tone. So what if 200 years ago the orcs hunted and captured a dragon? Philip X and Lawrence both felt their pupils contract. The archbishop's white beard trembled almost imperceptibly. Sacred Dragon is aware of this. I am. Austin set down his coffee cup, his tone flat. When I passed through orc territory decades ago, I saw they kept a herd of warhorses bearing dragon lineage. Since they have dragon-blooded warhorses, a successful dragon hunt must have taken place. He said it dismissively, as if the saint-tier dragon that had been hunted had nothing whatsoever to do with him. And in truth, it had nothing to do with him. He was a world-destroying black dragon who had been hunted across the continent for nearly a century. Even among dragonkind, he likely enjoyed little goodwill. But to the onlookers, this composed demeanor automatically translated into another meaning. The Sacred Dragon was utterly unimpressed by the orc's trump card. Ding. Disguised behavior detection casually exposed the orc's dragon-hunting secret, with a nonchalant demeanor demonstrating the Sacred Dragon's absolute confidence. All present greatly elevated their assessment of the host's power, and no one sensed anything amiss. 300. Additional detection successfully converted the past incident of passing through orc territory decades ago, which originally contained identity loopholes, into evidence of the Sacred Dragon's inscrutable depth. 200. Current disguise value 4070. Philip X remained uneasy. Since your highness knows of this, we must not allow you to, your majesty. Austin cut him off, rising slowly to his feet. His ink-black robe slid from the back of the chair. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his dark pupils sweeping across everyone present. Do you truly believe, he said, the corner of his mouth curling with undisguised contempt, that the orcs could harm me? No draconic might, no roar, not even a raised voice. Just a simple rhetorical question. The entire hall fell silent. Not because there was nothing to say, but because everyone realized the same thing at once. The dangers they had been worrying about for Austin meant absolutely nothing to him. Philip X opened his mouth, wanting to say more. Rest assured. Austin withdrew his gaze, his tone returning to its usual coldness, though the curve on his lips had not yet fully faded. That dragon was saint-tier, and so am I. But there are differences between saint-tier beings. He paused. Moreover, I am not that dragon. When those words fell, Land snapped his head up, a fire blazing in his eyes. Ding. Disguised behavior detection drew a clear line between himself and ordinary dragonkind with the statement, I am not that dragon, unprecedentedly reinforcing the Sacred Dragon's supreme identity and greatly boosting the morale of all present. 300. Current disguise value 4370. Austin saw the system notification, and the smile at the corner of his lips deepened. Lawrence's white beard trembled once more. But not because of Austin's imposing declaration, because he had caught a detail. When Austin said, passing through orc territory decades ago, his tone had been too casual. Decades ago, why would the sacred dragon have appeared near the orc border? Moreover, if the sacred dragon had appeared in human lands decades ago, the church's intelligence network would certainly have known. He did not voice the question, but he silently filed it away in his mind. Austin withdrew his sweeping gaze, picked up the coffee cup on the table, and took a sip. He had actually noticed Lawrence's subtle change in expression. No matter. Let the old man keep guessing. The longer he guessed, the higher his disguise value climbed. So then, Austin set down the cup, his tone suddenly becoming light and brisk. We depart in 3 days. Commander Land, have your knights ready. Land froze for a moment, then snapped to attention with a sharp clatter of armor. Yes. Sacred Dragon. Philip X did not attempt to stop him any further. He looked at Austin's calm, unruffled dark eyes, and suddenly felt that his worries had been unnecessary. The sacred dragon was indeed beyond the comprehension of mere mortals. The meeting dispersed amid spirited discussion. Everyone walked out with lighter steps than they had entered. Only Lawrence remained in his seat, staring at the yellowed dragon hunting file before him, lost in thought. After the military council concluded, Austin did not return directly to the Holy Dragon Hall. He lingered in the palace corridor for a while, watching the rising sun gradually ascend beyond the windows. The army would march in 2 days, but one matter remained before departure: the training of Aaron. The girl's bond value was stuck at 400, a single step away from a breakthrough. With the campaign imminent, every bit of improvement counted. As he reached the edge of the Holy Dragon Square, a familiar, crisp voice called out from behind him. Master, today's training hasn't started yet. Austin turned around. Aaron had already changed into her training attire, her golden hair tied high in a ponytail, a slender sword hanging at her waist. Behind her followed a silver-haired girl wrapped in a black robe. Wendy had clearly been dragged along by force. The butterfly bow on her dragon horns was already gone, her face clearly reading, I haven't woken up yet. Aaron. Wendy. Austin nodded slightly. You've arrived just in time. Let's begin training. Wait. Aaron raised her hand, a hint of cunning flashing through her violet eyes. Master, since Wendy is here to observe today, shouldn't you assign her some tasks too? She's your contracted guardian. Wendy's drowsiness vanished instantly. Me? I have to train too. Exactly. Aaron declared with full confidence. Your master's contracted dragon. How can you protect master without training? I'm not good at exercise. Wendy looked at Austin in a panic. I even get lost when flying. If I train, I might crash into a pillar. Austin glanced at her. Wendy, stand by the side and watch. Don't touch anything. Wendy granted a reprieve, nodded repeatedly, then scurried over to crouch beside a stone pillar at the edge of the square. Aaron pursed her lips, but didn't argue further. Aaron. Basic forms, / thrust, parry, block. 50 repetitions of each. Austin stood on the steps, his tone flat. But today there are requirements. What requirements? When slashing, don't let your wrist cave inward. When thrusting, don't move your shoulder prematurely. Your biggest flaw in blocking is shifting your weight too far forward. Bend your knees, slightly straighten your back, and lower your center of gravity by 2 inches. Aaron was taken aback. She lowered her head to look at the hand gripping her sword. Did her wrist really cave inward? She'd never noticed before. Show me a block. Aaron assumed the blocking stance. Austin stepped forward, pressing his finger lightly into the hollow of her shoulder. Here, keep it relaxed. Lock it tight only at the moment of the thrust. He tapped her knee again. Lower your center of gravity by 1/2 inch. His movements were crisp and clean, his tone devoid of warmth, but Aaron inexplicably felt that master seemed more serious today than in the past 2 days. Remember this feeling. Begin. Aaron took a deep breath and delivered a slash. Your wrist is still off? Adjust it. She slashed again. Better. Continue. After 50 slashes, her right arm had begun to tremble slightly. Correcting her form meant engaging muscle groups she'd never used before, and fatigue set in several times faster than usual. Austin gave her no time to rest. Thrusts. 50. Aaron gritted her teeth and shifted into a new starting stance. Just then Wendy peeked out from behind the stone pillar. Sister Aaron. I can help you. Austin's hand holding his freshly brewed coffee tightened slightly. Help with what? I can use dragon tongue magic to restore your stamina. It's a protective dragon tongue spell of the Silver Dragon clan. Mother Queen taught me. Aaron's eyes lit up. Really? Come on. Wendy, too late. A silver magic circle had already unfolded beneath Wendy's feet, ancient draconic syllables flowing from her lips. The circle's glow grew brighter and brighter, and then Wendy sneezed. A mass of silver light shot out from her hands, out of control, whistling past Aaron's head and slamming into the stone pillar at the edge of the square. In an instant, the pillar was encased in a layer of silver frost, cracking into 2 halves with a sharp snap. The entire area fell silent for a second. Tears rapidly welled up in Wendy's silver eyes. Woo. I didn't mean to. My nose just itched. Wendy. Austin's voice was as calm as still water. Yes. Your dragon tongue magic is forbidden within the bounds of the Holy Dragon Square from now on. But this is the Holy Dragon Square. which is exactly why it's forbidden here. Wendy's eyes turned red. Aaron sighed, walked over, and patted her dragon horn. There. Don't cry. It was just a sneeze. But you'll have to compensate Master for that pillar later. I don't have any gold coins. Then work it off. From now on, help Master clean the Holy Dragon Hall every day. Austin glanced back at them. Where was his cup? He'd left it on the steps just now. Now the steps only bore a puddle of coffee stains and a few shards of ceramic. Wendy, woo, I really didn't mean to. Austin took a deep breath. Training continues. Over the next hour, Aaron had her sword knocked from her grasp again and again under Austin's attacks. Each time he would point out the flaw in a calm voice, never wasting a word, yet every observation struck with surgical precision. Your wrist is still caving inward on the slash. This strike's angle was off by 3 degrees, which is why your block left an opening. Your center of gravity returned a beat too slowly on the thrust. An enemy won't wait for you to find your footing. That one was good. Maintain it. When Aaron finally managed to survive 12 exchanges under his assault, Austin sheathed his sword. That's enough for today. We continue tomorrow. Aaron's legs gave out, and she collapsed directly onto the stone pavement. Her purple training uniform was soaked through with sweat, golden hair plastered to her cheeks, beads of perspiration streaming down her forehead. But she didn't complain of fatigue. She lowered her head, looking at the hand that held her sword, and suddenly smiled. Master, I think. I can feel something now. Austin's footsteps halted. Aaron's bond value 100. Current bond value 400500. Congratulations. Aaron's bond level has broken through. Current bond level 2. Unlocked second-tier bond ability Dragon Knight's Crest. Aaron's knightly talent has fully awakened. Training efficiency permanently increased by 50. Additional feedback to host sword art mastery. A surge of warmth flooded his sea of consciousness, countless sword techniques and battle experiences rushing into his memories like a tidal wave. From adept to mastery in sword arts, a realm countless swordsmen could never reach in a lifetime, achieved in an instant. Austin turned his back to Aaron, the corners of his lips lifting slightly. That's your own talent. Finally willing to come out and take a breath of air. The hand gripping Aaron's sword no longer trembled. Her violet eyes reflected the setting sun, bright enough to set the whole world ablaze. So, I really can become stronger. Austin didn't answer. He bent down to pick up a small pale yellow flower on the ground. Wendy's dragon tongue magic had likely caused the wildflowers at the square's edge to bloom early, and casually tucked it into the collar of his dark robe. Rest for an hour. Then we continue. Yes, master. This time Aaron's reply carried not a trace of hesitation. Wendy crouched beside the stone pillar, tilting her head as she watched the scene. She didn't quite understand why humans would work so hard at sword practice, but she'd noticed one thing. Sister Aaron and Lord Austin both seemed very happy. Lord Austin. She stood up, trotted over to his side, and looked up at him. I want to train too. Starting tomorrow, I'll train together with Sister Aaron. Austin looked down at the silver-haired girl. Traces of tears still lingered in her silver eyes, but her tone was unusually earnest. Fine. But without my command, you are not to use dragon tongue magic. I know. Wendy nodded vigorously, then asked cautiously, then, if I train well, will I get a lollipop? Austin paused for a second. We'll see how you perform. Wendy jumped up in excitement, apparently already imagining enjoying a lollipop tomorrow. The sun was setting, painting the Holy Dragon Square in a wash of gold. Austin sat on the steps, watching Aaron rise again, grip her sword again, and begin her swings anew. Every movement was steadier than before, every strike closer to perfect form. Wendy crouched beside him, humming a tuneless dragonfolk nursery rhyme. He still needed to visit the Holy Dragon Academy tomorrow. In the early morning at the Holy Dragon Palace, Austin had just brewed his coffee when a series of hurried, familiar footsteps echoed from beyond the palace gates. Your Holy Dragon Highness. Marcus Pond burst into the palace like a gust of wind. His graying hair was even more disheveled than at the last banquet, and his thick bottle-bottom crystal spectacles were askew on the tip of his nose. Dean Pond. Austin regarded the old man expressionlessly as he skidded to a halt before him, gasping for breath. Your Holy Dragon. Your Holy Dragon Highness. Marcus panted twice, then straightened his glasses with a firm push, twin flames blazing in his gray eyes. I was so thrilled last night, I couldn't sleep a wink. I cleared out the dean's office overnight. It's in the finest spot in the main building of the academy. Get to the point. The point is, Marcus drew a deep breath and declared with a vigor that defied his age, when the students heard your highness would be coming as honorary dean, they nearly blew the roof off the dormitories yesterday. This morning no one in the entire school slept in. They're all gathered in the square waiting to see you. I simply cannot hold them back any longer. I beg your Holy Dragon Highness to grace the academy with your presence, even if it's just for a lecture or two or a brief appearance, to let the students behold the splendor of your Holy Dragon Highness. Austin took a sip of his coffee. The order to march had come down yesterday. The army would need 2 days to prepare for deployment. He had no particular plans for those 2 days. Rather than idle about the Holy Dragon Palace and risk being accidentally caught in one of Wendy's dragon language spells, he might as well go to the academy and rack up some disguise points. Fine. Marcus froze for a second, then practically leapt into the air. You agreed? I'll go make the arrangements at once. Oh, should I prepare a welcoming ceremony? Should I arrange for the students to line up? Should I? No need. Austin set down his coffee cup and rose to his feet. Let's go now. And now, didn't you just say the whole school is waiting? Marcus's beard quivered with excitement. He spun around to dash out only to double back after 2 steps, and nearly collide with Irene, who was just entering through the side door. Dean Marcus. Irene had already changed into her training attire, her golden hair tied up in a high ponytail. She looked at the old man who had nearly barreled into her. What brings you here? Princess Irene. Marcus offered her a hasty bow. I'm here to escort His Holy Dragon Highness to the Academy. Oh, and you're a student at Holy Dragon Academy too. Why don't you come along? The Academy. Irene's eyes lit up, then turned wary as she glanced at Austin. But what about today's training? Move to the Academy. Austin walked past her, his ink-black robe cutting a clean arc through the morning light. Fetch Wendy. We leave now. Wendy's still asleep. Wake her. Irene spun around and dashed toward Wendy's room, calling out as she ran. Wendy, wake up. The teacher's taking us to the Academy. If you don't get up right now, no lollipop today. Before the words even faded, a dull thud echoed from the end of the corridor. The sound of a body hitting a wall, followed by a panicked response from a silver-haired girl. I am up. Where are the lollipops? Austin stood where he was, coffee in hand, and drew a long, deep breath. This Holy Dragon Palace he'd called home for 3 years had indeed never been quite the same since the day he'd taken in Wendy. At the gates of Holy Dragon Academy, the scene was even more spectacular than Marcus had described. Students in uniforms packed both sides of the tree-lined avenue stretching from the main building to the entrance. Those in front craned their necks, those in back stood on tiptoes, and those even further back had simply climbed onto the stone railings bordering the flower beds. A few bold boys had even scrambled up into the trees only to slink back down sheepishly when a passing discipline monitor barked at them. They're here. They're here. Someone shouted, and the entire crowd fell silent in an instant. A black carriage with no markings rolled slowly through the school gates. The carriage door opened and Princess Irene was the first to hop out, her golden ponytail gleaming in the sunlight, a slender sword at her waist. She waved to the crowd as soon as her feet touched the ground, drawing a wave of cheers. Next, a silver-haired girl peeked her head out from the carriage, the pair of silver dragon horns atop her head, casting a soft, gentle glow in the sunlight. She shot a timid glance at the massive crowd pressing in, nearly shrinking back inside, only for Irene to yank her out by the arm. Dragon horns. They really are dragon horns. That's the silver dragon. By the goddess, she's adorable. Wendy was so overwhelmed by the spectacle that she nearly transformed into her dragon form on the spot. Fortunately, Irene kept a firm grip on her arm, preventing her from fleeing on the spot. Finally, a hand parted the carriage curtain. Black hair, an ink-colored robe, and a cold, stern countenance. The moment Austin stepped out of the carriage, every sound in the vicinity died away. He didn't release his saint-rank draconic pressure, yet that innate suffocating aura, a force as tangible as a physical presence, made everyone who met his gaze instinctively hold their breath. He said nothing. He simply swept his gaze across the crowd, then averted his eyes, and gave Marcus a slight nod. Let's go. 2 words spoken lightly. Yet to every student present they landed like a silent thunderclap. He looked at me. His Holy Dragon Highness looked at me. Nonsense, he was clearly looking at me. Did you all feel that presence? The kind that, just standing there, makes you want to kneel. Austin followed Marcus through the crowd, his face fixed in the same perpetually cold expression, but inside, he was rolling his eyes so hard they nearly fell out. Have these students never attended a class or seen a dragon before? Those 2 in the tree, the branch is about to snap, haven't you noticed? And that one climbing the flower bed. Your shoes are caked with mud, and someone's going to have to wipe your footprints off the stone railing later. And as for that girl who shouted, he looked at me. He was actually just checking the distance to the school gate behind you. That's all. Ding. The host has appeared before the entire faculty and student body of Holy Dragon Academy in the form of the sacred dragon, and no one has raised the slightest suspicion. Disguise reward, 500 current disguise value 4,870. Austin's footsteps paused almost imperceptibly. 500 points. He retracted his earlier complaints. Maybe this kind of being watched experience wasn't so bad once in a while. Marcus led the way ahead, narrating the Academy's history in a voice trembling with excitement as they walked. Austin listened half-heartedly until they passed through the square before the main building, and the scene before him suddenly shifted. The main thoroughfare of Holy Dragon Academy cut through the campus like an invisible boundary, splitting the entire grounds into 2 separate worlds. On the left was the noble quarter. Gothic spires were covered in lush green ivy, their walls built from solid blocks of white stone that gleamed with a warm luster in the sunlight. Noble students in silk uniforms strolled past in 2s and 3s, long swords at their hips with scabbards inlaid with gems of every hue, even the metal buckles on their boots polished to a mirror shine. On the right was the commoner quarter. Low, cramped buildings of gray brick, narrow windows, and mottled peeling walls. A few commoner students in coarse cloth uniforms emerged from a dormitory building wearing no decorative equipment whatsoever. The iron swords in their hands were the most basic models, their blades still marked with old worn battle scars. Irene had clearly noticed the contrast as well, but she said nothing. She merely furrowed her brows slightly. She was a princess of the kingdom. The extravagance of the noble quarter was commonplace to her, but she had never truly set foot in the commoner quarter to see it for herself. Wendy meanwhile hadn't noticed any of it. Her attention had been captured by a butterfly fluttering beside a flower bed, and she was already chasing after it. Wendy. Austin reached out, caught her by the scruff of her collar with precise aim, and yanked the wayward silver dragon back. Don't wander off. I saw a butterfly. That's just an ordinary cabbage white. Don't you have those on Dragon Island? We do, but this one's a different color. Austin gave up trying to explain. Marcus led them to the Academy's sword training grounds. It was an open-air arena capable of holding several hundred people, paved with hard blue stone slabs, weapon racks lining all four sides. Swords, spears, halberds, and sabers all present and accounted for. At the front stood a 3-meter-high stone platform upon which was carved the Holy Dragon Academy crest, a dragon with wings spread wide, said to be the likeness of the sacred dragon from 1,000 years ago. The training grounds were already filled with students. Unlike the chaotic jumble at the school gates, the students here were clearly divided into two formations. The noble students in the left formation gleamed in polished silver armor, fully equipped. Even the least among them wielded enchanted, refined iron-grade weapons. The commoner students on the right were far more modest by comparison. Most wore leather armor frayed at the edges, carried the most basic iron swords, and a few had no iron sword at all, only wooden training blades. Between the two formations stretched a blank space 3 to 4 meters wide, as if an invisible wall stood between them. Austin stood at the edge of the stone platform, taking in the entire scene. Marcus cleared his throat, stepped to the center of the stone platform, and spread his arms wide. Students, let us welcome with the warmest applause the Honorary Dean of Holy Dragon Academy, His Holy Dragon Highness Austin. Applause and cheers surged like a tidal wave. Austin nodded slightly in acknowledgement. His expression remained unchanged, yet his gaze swept swiftly through the crowd. He cast a second glance at a few students standing at the forefront of the nobles' formation. Their positions dictated their status, and those at the very front were naturally the most distinguished. One figure, short and stout, caught his attention. It was a young girl clad in resplendent silver light armor, her round face adorned with narrow eyes and lips pursed into a bitter thin line. Her equipment from head to toe was of enchanted grade. Defensive magical runes engraved on her breastplate, acceleration, runes flowing along her vambraces, and a genuine magical gem embedded in the scabbard of the long sword at her waist. The value of this ensemble alone could sustain a commoner student for 100 years. At this moment, she fixed her narrow eyes on Irene, a faint, almost imperceptible sneer curling at the corners of her lips. Austin withdrew his gaze without a second look. He knew her type all too well. In his past life, every workplace had a few colleagues who envied others' promotions and raises. Except in that world, they would at most mutter passive-aggressive remarks in the break room. In this world, such tensions could escalate into far more intense confrontations. As expected, after Marcus announced next His Holiness the Holy Dragon will present a public swordsmanship lesson, that short, stout girl raised her hand. Dean Marcus, her voice was sharp and deliberate, as if she were pinching her throat to speak. I have a request. Marcus frowned. Miss Victoria, please go ahead. Victoria stepped out from the nobles' formation, her boot heels striking the bluestone floor with clear, crisp sounds. She walked to the stone platform, first performing a standard noble salute toward Austin, then began to speak unhurriedly. His Holiness the Holy Dragon's reputation thunders in our ears. Every student present holds profound admiration for your Holiness's swordsmanship. However, she shifted her tone, the arc of her lips widening further. Words alone are insufficient. Though your Holiness is a sacred dragon, swordsmanship is a human art. Whether your Holiness can teach it well, forgive my frankness, we have yet to witness it with our own eyes. Murmurs rippled through the audience. A few noble students exchanged whispers, their gazes darting between Victoria and Irene. Marcus was about to reprimand her when Austin raised a hand to stop him. Continue. Victoria's smile grew even brighter. She turned to face the entire assembly, raising her voice a pitch. As everyone knows, Princess Irene has been training under His Holiness the Holy Dragon for several days. If Her Highness Irene would consent to a fair duel with me, let us witness the fruits of His Holiness's teaching. I believe every student here would be thoroughly convinced. Her gaze fell upon Irene, and her tone suddenly became exceedingly warm. Your Highness, Irene, you wouldn't refuse, would you? After all, you are His Holiness's foremost disciple. If you cannot even defeat someone of the same rank as yourself, then everyone might begin to doubt the quality of His Holiness's instruction. The entire hall fell silent for a moment. All eyes converged on Irene. Irene stood behind Austin, her golden hair stirring gently in the breeze. Her expression shifted from initial surprise to a cold sneer, and from that sneer to a kind of eager, combat-ready zeal. She recognized this woman. Victoria Ashton, the legitimate daughter of Count Ashton, one of the leading figures of the noble faction at the Holy Dragon Academy. 2 years ago, during the friendly match against the Bass Kingdom after Irene was eliminated by the Bass second team, Victoria had laughed the loudest of all. It wasn't just laughter. Later at a noble student gathering, she had publicly remarked the princess only has her face to show for it. By the time those words reached Irene's ears, Irene had already cried. But not anymore. In just a few short days of training, she had run more laps in 3 days than she might have in her entire life, had been crushed to her knees by Dragon's Majesty, yet stood back up, and had been disarmed by Austin time and again only to grip her sword anew. Her wrists ached from correcting her striking form, and her knees were scraped raw from balance drills. Yet she had endured. Her sword, now infinitely steadier than before. Very well. Irene descended the stone platform, drew her rapier from her waist, held it with the tip angled toward the ground, and assumed a standard knight's opening stance. Right hand gripping the sword, left hand resting lightly on her hip. The very dueling posture of a Holy Dragon Knight. Victoria, you have chosen a fine day. Victoria froze for a moment. She hadn't expected Irene to agree so readily, nor had she anticipated that this princess known for her frivolity would look at her with such eyes. A predator's focus when locking onto its prey. But she quickly regained her composure. Both were third-rank knights, yet she had reached this realm a full year before Irene. Moreover, Irene's earlier remark had contained a critical error. Your Highness, Irene, Victoria said, drawing her long sword, the flame runes on its blade glowing a fiery red under the sunlight. A knight. You are not a knight. A knight has a mount. Where is your mount? A few stifled laughs arose from the noble formation. Irene's expression remained unchanged. Victoria did not rush to attack. Her gaze swept past Irene to Austin on the stone platform, her tone laced with mockery. Speaking of which, that silver dragon by your holiness's side, could it be intended as your mount, your highness? Then I must offer my congratulations in advance. From a knight without a mount directly to a dragon knight, that is quite a leap in quality. The laughter grew louder. Austin's expression remained utterly impassive, as if the provocation below had nothing to do with him. But Irene moved. Not a forward thrust, but a flick of the wrist. The sword traced an arc through the air, the tip pointing diagonally at the ground. This was the second variation of the basic swordsmanship opening stance, the side guard. Her right shoulder did not shift, her wrist did not curl inward, and her center of gravity was half an inch lower than the standard posture. This was a stance etched into her muscle memory after being corrected hundreds of times by Austin's iron blade. Victoria, Irene's voice was eerily calm. You talk too much. The next second she struck with a single slash. Victoria raised her sword to parry. The two blades collided in the air, the clash of metal shrill and piercing. Victoria's enchanted longsword held a clear advantage in power. The flame runes on the blade burst into a shower of sparks upon impact, pushing Irene's rapier back a few inches. But Irene's sword did not deviate much. Her wrist did not curl inward. Her shoulder socket did not lock. Her center of gravity did not lean forward. Every detail Austin had corrected she executed in that single strike. Victoria's pupils contracted slightly. The feel of this exchange was off. The last time she had sparred with Irene was 6 months ago during the Academy's final assessment. Back then Irene's guard stance was riddled with flaws. A single blow could send her staggering backward. But this time Irene's blade retreated only 3 inches, then steadied as if clamped by iron pincers. So this is the result of His Holiness's teaching. Victoria gritted her teeth, forcing down the unease rising within her as she launched an attack. It seems Her Highness Irene hasn't improved much. The enchanted longsword lashed out 3 times in quick succession, leaving trails of crimson afterimages as the flame runes scorched through the air. Erin made no attempt to meet the blows head-on. She knew her own weapon was no match for her opponent's, and meeting force with force would only put her at a disadvantage. So she evaded, not with panic dodges, but with steps that fell perfectly into the gaps between Victoria's attacks, each sidestep letting the blade pass merely a hair's breadth from her clothes. This was what Austin had taught her yesterday. Don't meet the attack head-on, find the rhythm, and wait for an opening in the opponent's sword. Only then strike. The first thrust pierced the weak point in the mana of Victoria's blade. The second thrust came as Victoria's mana supply faltered, deflecting her sword off course. And the third, she had found Victoria's opening. Victoria's recovery after her third swing was a beat too slow. The defensive runes on her chest plate had consumed a portion of their mana during the exchange, and at this moment they were caught in a brief gap in mana supply. Erin's rapier struck precisely into that gap, the tip tearing through the weakened point in the runes, and landing squarely on Victoria's heart guard. Victoria took a step back. The spectators fell silent. The noble students who had been laughing moments before now wore frozen smiles, unable to believe what their eyes had just witnessed. Victoria's full set of enchanted equipment was worth at least 1,000 gold coins, while the rapier in Erin's hand was nothing more than a ceremonial blade, without a single enchantment. Most importantly, if Erin had put her full strength behind that last thrust with the precise angle she had found to pierce the rune's weak point, she could have driven the blade straight through Victoria's heart guard. Victoria looked down at the mark on her chest. The runes there had already dimmed noticeably from the strike. The expression on her face shifted from contempt to astonishment to unwillingness, and from unwillingness to a barely suppressed humiliation. Had I put my full strength behind that thrust, Aaron said calmly as she sheathed her sword, you would already be on the ground. Victoria's face flushed crimson. She opened her mouth as if to speak, but in the end nothing came out. She turned and strode back to the nobles' formation. The entire arena was silent for a full 3 seconds. Then thunderous applause erupted. Marcus was so excited his glasses sat askew as he grabbed Austin's sleeve and shook it desperately. Your Holiness, the Holy Dragon. Did you see that? Her Highness Aaron's thrust just now. The angle, the timing. Did you teach her that? You really taught her all that in just 3 days. Austin hummed a flat acknowledgement, his face unreadable. A translucent panel flickered before his eyes. Key event triggered. Aaron establishes her name in the Academy's public lesson, shattering the good-for-nothing princess label. Bond value critical hit 1. 5. Aaron's bond value 150. Current bond value 750. Detected that bond target. Aaron achieved her first public victory while the host served as her mentor. Feedback reward granted disguise value 300. Current disguise value 5170. As Aaron stepped down from the training platform, Victoria happened to pass right beside her. The short, stout girl paused mid-step, her lips moving as if she wanted to throw out a harsh retort to save face. But in the end no words came, because Aaron didn't even look at her. The princess walked straight to the edge of the stone platform, looked up at Austin with sparkling violet eyes, her face written with anticipation that practically screamed, praise me, praise me, praise me now. Teacher, I won. I saw, Austin replied in his usual flat tone. Your first thrust didn't pull back in time, your wrist was still off. If your opponent had been half a beat faster, she could have broken through your guard. Aaron's smile instantly fell by half. There's no way. Your second thrust had good placement right at the weak point of the runes. But your force was too light. Had she kept a reserve of mana, your sword would have snapped. But I won. Winning doesn't mean there are no problems. Austin looked down at her, and finally the corner of his mouth shifted just slightly. That said, the thrust that hit the heart guard, good timing. Keep it up. Aaron's fallen smile bloomed back into full radiance. Wendy poked her head out from behind the stone platform, her silver eyes brimming with admiration. Sister Aaron, that was amazing. My heart is still racing. It was all right. Aaron scratched her hair, her usual smugness returning as she leaned in close to whisper in Wendy's ear. Actually, teacher complimented me just now. Keep it up is the highest praise teacher can ever bring himself to say. I've been studying him for days to figure that out. Austin pretended not to hear. Amid the lively commotion, his gaze drifted almost absent-mindedly to the back row of the commoners' formation. A girl stood at the very edge of the crowd, thin and lean, wearing a faded white basic training uniform. Her black hair was tied in a high ponytail, and her black eyes burned with a fighting spirit that no one else around her possessed. In her right hand, she held an iron sword. The most ordinary iron sword. No enchantments, no runes, with several old notches still marring the blade, and a grip whose leather had worn through to expose the bare wood underneath. What drew Austin's attention was not her shabby equipment, but her stance. Unlike Aaron, whose grip had only become correct after Austin had corrected it over 100 times. This girl's grip was naturally perfect. Her wrist didn't tilt inward, her center of gravity was subtly lowered, and her footwork was neither too wide nor too narrow, just right for launching movement in any direction at a moment's notice. And what struck him further? Throughout the entire duel between Aaron and Victoria, while everyone else had been cheering and applauding, she alone had watched in silence. Not the kind of watching that just enjoyed the spectacle, but a focused, analytical kind of watching. She was dissecting every detail of every movement. Austin's gaze lingered on her, and deep within his pupils golden runes silently surfaced. Sushi, age 19, realm tier 4, bronze, swordsman, talent legendary, class holy swordsman. Possesses the extremely rare sacred attribute, swordsman talent. Unlike ordinary swordsmen, a holy swordsman's battle chi naturally carries sacred purification and scorching effects, dealing double damage to dark-aligned targets, while also being able to use low-tier light magic for supportive combat. However, due to her humble origins, she possesses no weapon with a sacred attribute, severely suppressing her true combat capabilities. Identity has ranked first in the Holy Dragon Academy's written examinations for 3 consecutive years. In practical assessments, she has long been suppressed by nobles due to equipment disparity. The undisputed, uncrowned king of the academy. Her mother is gravely ill, her father is a retired disabled soldier, and the family lives in poverty. She works part-time after classes to support her studies, holding a job at the royal capital's bakery every day after school. Naturally quiet and reserved, she dislikes socializing, but her dedication to swordsmanship far surpasses her peers. System recommendation: this target's legendary talent is being severely suppressed by her financial circumstances. The sacred attribute of a holy swordsman can only be activated with a weapon bearing a sacred attribute. Once she obtains a suitable weapon, her power will grow at a geometric rate. It is recommended that the host establish a bond with her as soon as possible. either by taking her as an apprentice or recruiting her into the academy tournament team. Once a holy swordsman is fully developed, she will become the absolute trump card against dark-aligned enemies on the battlefield. Moreover, her sacred battle chi aligns perfectly with the host's holy dragon persona, further consolidating the host's disguise. Austin stared at the words sacred attribute on the panel, and the hand holding his coffee cup paused for just a moment. A holy swordsman with the sacred attribute. In 100 years of wandering the continent, he had heard mention of this class only a handful of times. Swordsmen blessed with a light attribute were already as rare as phoenix feathers, and those who could truly walk the path of the holy swordsman. 1 in 10,000. The most crucial part, though, her sacred battle chi aligns perfectly with the host's holy dragon persona. He was the world-destroying black dragon, his dragon breath, carrying the essence of destruction itself. But if on the battlefield a holy swordsman fought alongside him, with sacred battle chi blazing, all eyes would be drawn to that pure light. Who would bother to scrutinize whether there was a hint of destruction weaved into his dragon breath? This apprentice. He would take her no matter what. The open class continued amidst a lively atmosphere. Austin did not continue paying attention to Su Shi. The timing was not right. Given her reticent nature, taking the initiative to approach would only make her defensive. He had Marcus randomly select several students to demonstrate their swordsmanship, then gave each one brief, yet precise commentary. Each remark was no more than 3 sentences, but each cut like a scalpel to the heart of the matter. Your slash unconsciously raises your shoulder during the thrust, causing the sword tip to deviate by an inch. Correct this habit, and your power will increase by 30%. Footwork is decent, but your heel drags when moving. A single stone on the battlefield could topple you. Your swordsmanship fundamentals are solid, but you lack your own rhythm. Don't imitate others' sword styles. Find your own opening stance. Each time he commented on a student, a wave of exclamations rose from the audience. But what Austin truly thought was, the fundamentals of these students were far worse than he had imagined. While noble students possessed exquisite equipment, most of their swordsmanship was merely showy, with few possessing genuine skill. Commoner students trained with greater dedication but limited by equipment and training conditions, their actual combat abilities were severely suppressed. Especially that Su Shi. Her swordsmanship fundamentals were more solid than any noble student present. From her grip to the rhythm of her footwork, every detail revealed a precision honed by the hardships of life. Austin noticed a faint white glow emanating from her fingertips as she held the sword. It was the overflow of light attribute battle chi, something she herself was likely unaware of. Yet this talent was suppressed beneath her ordinary iron sword like a pearl covered in dust, unseen by all. With suitable equipment, her strength would be far greater. After class, Rand appeared beside Austin. He had been reluctantly dragged by Marcus to observe the teaching. He had stood by the stone platform throughout the entire open class. When Eileen struck Victoria's chest guard with a single thrust, even this battle-hardened knight commander couldn't help but remark, "Princess Eileen, I heard her previous teachers were all infuriated by her. Now she seems entirely different." Upon hearing this, Marcus was so emotional, he burst into tears. Rand patted his shoulder in an attempt to comfort him, only to have Marcus grab his hand. "Commander Rand, could you please speak to His Majesty the King about having the Saint Dragon Lord conduct more classes at the Academy?" Rand silently withdrew his hand. After the open class ended, the crowd gradually dispersed. Marcus led Austin to tour the office of the Honorary Dean. As he had promised, the windows offered a view of the entire Saint Dragon Academy, with excellent natural lighting. The bookshelves were filled with yellowed classics, and a complete set of coffee utensils had been thoughtfully prepared on the desk. Marcus opened the cabinet like presenting a treasure, saying the dragon dung coffee beans inside were a gift from His Majesty the King, and that Austin could make himself coffee whenever he visited the Academy. Austin glanced at that jar of dragon dung coffee beans, and silently deducted 10 points from Marcus in his heart. Exiting the office, the Academy had been dyed gold by the setting sun. Eileen and Winnie were waiting by the training ground. Winnie was chasing butterflies again, while Eileen was drawing something on the ground with a tree branch. Only upon getting closer did they see it was a breakdown diagram of sword techniques. "Teacher." Eileen looked up, saw him, threw down the branch, and stood up. "Finished. Are we heading back?" The three walked toward the Academy gates. Just as they reached the school entrance, Austin's steps suddenly halted. Beyond the gates was a narrow alley flanked by the Academy's outer walls and a cluster of old residential houses. The setting sun could not reach this alley, and in the shadows a group of figures stood out conspicuously. 6 muscular men in matching black leather armor, carrying standard-issue longswords, had cornered a slender figure against the wall. That figure was Su Shi. Her iron sword was already drawn, the tip pointing at the ground in a standard defensive stance. There was no fear on her face nor anger, only a cold composure that life had forged. Standing before the 6 muscular men was a young man. Rich robes and elegant attire, golden hair and green eyes, a gem-encrusted rapier at his waist that clearly cost a fortune. His face was reasonably handsome, but those narrow eyes were filled with frivolous arrogance. Austin recognized that face, the Marquis's son. He had seen him at a banquet, though Austin had forgotten his name. He only remembered this person boasting in a corner about how much fertile land his family owned. Sushi right. The Marquis' son tapped his sword hilt with his knuckles, his tone like someone teasing a kitten on the street. I've been watching you for a while. With your looks and your talent, why do you insist on working at the bakery every day? Come with me, and you can have a full set of enchanted equipment. I can even pay for treatment for your mother's illness. Sushi did not speak. The tip of her iron sword remained perfectly still. The Marquis' son's smile faded somewhat, clearly not expecting to be ignored by a commoner. He waved his hand behind him, his tone displeased. Did you not hear what I said? You don't wish to answer the young master's question. The 6 muscular men took a step forward simultaneously. Sushi's iron sword lifted slightly, the tip aimed directly at the throat of the nearest man. Her hands were steady as if she had already rehearsed her response in her mind. But 1 against 6 with completely inferior equipment, she could hold out for at most 3 moves. After 3 moves, this most ordinary iron sword would be shattered. She certainly knew this, but she did not retreat because behind her was only the wall. Just then, a hand pressed down on her sword hilt. It was not a forceful press, but a gentle touch from the side, his fingertips resting lightly on the back of her hand. His touch was cool, the force just enough to make her pause, yet not the slightest pressure. Sushi's pupils contracted. She had not sensed this person approaching at all. Footsteps, breathing, the rustle of robes. Nothing. He had appeared out of thin air within her defensive awareness. She looked up sharply. Black long hair, ink black robes, cold and stern features. A face she had seen less than an hour ago on the training ground. The Saint Dragon Lord. Austin did not look at her. His gaze fell on the Marquis' son, his expression unchanged, his tone carrying that flat, unreadable quality. 6 against 1, is that right? The Marquis' son froze for less than a second, then restored his frivolous smile. Saint Dragon Lord. What brings you here? This is just a minor scuffle, no need to trouble your highness. He suddenly realized what Austin had just said, and quickly waved his hand. No, your highness misunderstands. These 6 people are just passing by, purely passing by. Oh, Austin's lips curved slightly upward. Just passing by. He withdrew his hand from Sushi's sword hilt. Then he took a step forward. Just 1 step. No sword drawn, no dragon pressure released, not even a change in expression. All 6 muscular men retreated 1 step simultaneously. Austin said nothing, simply standing there watching them. The setting sun stretched his tall shadow behind him, perfectly shrouding Sushi. Do you need my help? He turned his head slightly, glancing at Sushi behind him with the corner of his eye. Sushi froze for a moment, then shook her head. She tightened her grip on the iron sword, her gaze lingering on Austin's back for a second. No need. But what? Thank you. Her voice was soft yet exceptionally clear. Austin did not turn around. He merely gave a slight nod, then continued to watch the Marquis' son. Still not leaving. His voice was calm. Do I need to escort you? The smile on the Marquis' son's face finally vanished completely. He opened his mouth as if to say something to save face, but ultimately dared not utter a word. He waved at the 6 burly men, and the group slunk away, disappearing at the end of the alley. Austin turned to look at Sushi. She had already sheathed her iron sword. Her black hair covered most of her face, revealing only a pair of deep black eyes. Those eyes were very clear as the purest thing left after being repeatedly polished by life. Your defensive stance just now was good, Austin said. But your position was too close to the wall. You didn't leave yourself enough space. Oh, once surrounded, you'd have no retreat. Sushi blinked, seemingly not expecting him to critique her swordsmanship at such a moment. I know, she paused, but there was no room to retreat by then. So next time, retreat earlier. Sushi was stunned for a second, then a faint arc tugged at the corner of her mouth. That arc was so subtle that if Austin hadn't reached the saint rank, he wouldn't have noticed it. Thank you. Next time I won't. Then she hugged her iron sword, turned, and walked toward the commoner district. After a few steps, she stopped and tilted her head, looking at Austin with those deep black eyes. Holy Dragon, your highness. Will you attend the Academy tournament 3 months from now? You mean leading the team as the honorary dean for the Continental Academy League? Sushi nodded, the gesture as if confirming something. Austin paused slightly. Perhaps. Sushi said no more. She disappeared at the end of the alley, her slender silhouette stretched long by the setting sun. Ding. Critical event detected. Hero saves beauty without imposing any psychological burden on the target. Sushi bond value 300. Current bond value 300. Bond level 1 relationship not officially established, though only initial fondness and curiosity generated. First stage bond ability unlocked. Holy light resonance passive. Sushi's control over light elements permanently increased by 30. Additional feedback to host's defense against light skills 20. However, Sushi has not yet formally taken him as her master. Once the bond is officially established, this bonus will continue to grow. Just then the sound of urgent hoofbeats came from the end of the alley. Land dismounted and knelt on one knee, his armor stained with the yellow sand characteristic of the royal capital. His face bore the exhaustion of days of travel, but his eyes burned with the fiery flame of the upcoming campaign. Holy Dragon, your highness, the army has assembled. Departure at sunrise tomorrow. Austin nodded slightly. He looked back at Eileen and Wendy standing at the academy gate. Eileen was on tiptoe, craning to see in this direction, while Wendy crouched beside her, her silver eyes filled with curiosity. You too. Come with me tomorrow. Eileen's eyes lit up instantly. She grabbed Wendy, who was still daydreaming, and ran over, shouting as she ran. Did you hear that, Wendy? Teacher is taking us to war. The dream of becoming a dragon knight is about to come true. Wendy stumbled as she was dragged along. But I get lost when I fly. Austin turned, his ink-black robe billowing in the evening breeze. The small pale yellow flower he had picked from the holy dragon square swayed gently at his collar. You don't need to fly. He paused. You just need to make those orc soldiers who want to kill you pay the price. Wendy stood frozen in place. Then she asked, Lord Austin, what is price? Then her silver eyes slowly reddened, tears glistening in her eyes, but the corners of her mouth lifted. Lord Austin still remembers that I get lost. Her voice was very soft like a small animal drenched in rain. Austin didn't look back. Obviously. Wendy, bond value 50. Current bond value, 890. Current disguise value, 5,170. The sun sank below the horizon and night slowly descended. On the walls of the Holy Dragon Royal Capital, torches were lit one after another, illuminating the last night before the campaign. Meanwhile, in a corner of the Academy's commoner district, a black-haired girl stood alone under the moonlight, gripping the most ordinary iron sword, repeatedly practicing a thrusting move she had seen in the open class that day. Her sword was steady as if she had held it for a lifetime. She would go to the Academy tournament for the one who had pressed down her sword hilt in the sunset. At the same moment, in the underground archive of the Holy Church branch in the Holy Dragon Royal Capital, Archbishop Lawrence sat amidst piles of old scrolls, his white beard trembling slightly in the dim light of the magic lamp. Before him lay centuries of Holy Dragon sighting records from the church, all marked with the same word in the conclusion column, excluded. In nearly a millennium, not a single confirmed Holy Dragon sighting. He rubbed his brow. The golden radiance over the Beast Mountain range 3 years ago. He had not been there. In 3 years, he had never seen the Holy Dragon, His Highness, unfurl his dragon wings. Not once, he murmured to himself. Then he stood up, leaning on his staff, and walked toward the church. The document, Characteristics and Origins of the Holy Dragon, requested from the Holy City, would arrive in 7 days. By then, perhaps, everything would have an answer. The next day, the army departed the royal capital amid a shower of petals and cheers. The gates of the Holy Dragon Royal Capital were lined with citizens, sending them off, stretching from the main gate all the way to the official road outside the city. Women waved handkerchiefs, children sat on their fathers' shoulders, and the elderly leaned on their canes, muttering prayers to the goddess of light. Petals scattered from the city walls, falling onto the knight's gleaming silver armor and onto Austin's ever-present ink-black robe. Philip X personally escorted them to the city gate. The king did not say much, he merely bowed deeply to Austin. The second time he had bent over before this holy dragon in public. The first time was at the military council, this time before the entire nation. Land rode at the forefront of the Knight Order on his warhorse, his armor reflecting dazzling silver light under the sun. Behind him, the 5,000 knights of the Royal Knight Order were the most elite combat force of the Holy Dragon Royal Capital. Each knight's chest plate bore the engraving of a dragon with spread wings. Hastily made the night before departure, Land said it was the king's wish to let the banner of the Holy Dragon, His Highness, fly over the battlefield. Eileen rode a white horse beside Austin's carriage. Today she wore a light set of knight's attire, her golden hair tied high, and a slender sword hung at her waist. Her face was brimming with barely contained excitement. This was her first real campaign in her 18 years. Though her father had called her to his study last night and lectured her for a full 2 hours, the gist of which was just one sentence. Don't cause trouble for the Holy Dragon, His Highness, on the battlefield. This nagging obviously couldn't dampen the fire in her heart, called Dragon Knight Dream. Teacher, do you think we'll encounter the orcs' dragon blood warhorses? Eileen spurred her horse closer to the carriage, her violet eyes sparkling. I heard those warhorses have dark red manes and flames in their eyes. If we could capture one, can you ride a horse? Austin's voice drifted out from the carriage. Yes. Eileen's tone clearly faltered. You're riding a royal warm-blooded horse, specially trained not to throw you off. Austin lifted the carriage curtain, expressionless. Dragon blood warhorses are magic beasts. Their temper is worse than yours. You can't even soothe Wendy, and you want to coax a warhorse. Who says I can't soothe her? A plaintive voice came from the top of the carriage. Wendy was lying on the roof in her silver dragon form. Her dragon wings were half spread like 2 huge silver umbrellas, and her tail hung down from the back, swaying lazily with the carriage's jolts. On her dragon horns were a pair of oversized bow hair clips which Eileen had forced onto her this morning, saying, You have to stay cute even when going to war. When did you climb up there? Austin looked up at the roof. I've been here all along, Wendy said, poking her dragon head down and hanging upside down from the window to look at Austin, her silver eyes full of innocence. I was afraid of crowding you in the carriage. And the view up here is good. I can see very far. Doesn't this position make you dizzy? A little. Wendy's silver eyes began to spin, but she quickly shook her head and said firmly, But I am the guardian contractor. I need to stand high to protect Lord Austin. 20 bond value 30. Current bond value 920. 3 days later, when the golden dragon emblem banner of the Holy Dragon Kingdom appeared on the horizon, the garrison of Lucy City almost thought it was an illusion. The sentry on the wall rubbed his eyes 3 times to confirm. Then he shouted, "Reinforcements are here," and rolled straight down from the watchtower. After being caught by his comrades, he was laughing and crying at the same time. The Grand Duke of Lucy personally came out of the city to welcome them. The Grand Duke of Lucy personally came out of the city to welcome them. The elderly Duke, well past his 60th year, wore a battle-worn cloak caked with dust, and stood his left arm bound in bandages from which blood still seeped, not yet dried. Spotting the black-haired young man descending from the carriage at the head of the column, he moved to kneel on one knee without a word, but Austin raised a hand staying the gesture. "How fares the city?" Austin asked, stepping before him, his tone measured. "We can still hold." Duke Lucy gritted his teeth. "But those dragon blood warhorses of the orcs are unnerving. Our cavalry charged head-on 3 times, and 3 times they were scattered. Those beasts fear neither pain nor death. They'll charge straight through a wall of fire." He paused, his gaze sweeping over the ranks behind Austin. "Your Holiness the Sacred Dragon, forgive my bluntness. How many men have you brought?" 5,000 royal knights. Duke Lucy fell silent for a moment. He wanted to say only 5,000, but swallowed the words before they could escape. The combat prowess of the Sacred Dragon royal knights far surpassed that of his own Lucy Legion, and that was without factoring in the divine dragon standing before him, who could not be measured by mortal standards. Drawing a deep breath, he stepped aside to clear the path. "Your Highness, please enter the city. I have prepared a welcome feast." "Unnecessary," Austin said, walking past him. "Take me straight to the command post." Commander Rand exchanged a glance with Duke Lucy, who offered a wry smile and hurried to catch up. Within the orc camp inside the central command tent. Unlike the grim, tense atmosphere within Lucy City, the orc camp blazed with great bonfires, the aroma of roasting meat mingling with the scent of strong liquor drifting through the night wind. Having seized another outpost during the day, the soldiers' morale was riding high. Inside the tent, the bloodthirsty General Thomas Toney lounged in a chair draped with animal furs, idly swirling a glass of blood-red wine. He was a burly, middle-aged man with a shaved head, a vicious scar running from his left brow down to his jaw, a scar that twisted grotesquely when he smiled, like a living centipede crawling across his face. The tent flap parted as his deputy commander strode in and dropped to one knee. "General, urgent word from the forward scouts. The Sacred Dragon Kingdom's reinforcements have arrived at Lucy City. The commanding lord is none other than Austin, the Sacred Dragon himself." Thomas's hand mid-swirl came to a stop. He sat in silence for a time, then threw his head back and roared with laughter. Harsh and grating, the sound so fierce it made the flames in the brazier dance and leap. "Good, good, good." He spat out 3 consecutive approvals, downing his wine in one gulp, the liquid trailing from the corner of his mouth over that centipede-like scar. Finally flushed out, "This Sacred Dragon Prince. Wasn't a waste of half a month squatting here." His deputy hesitated, then ventured carefully, "General, should we adjust our deployment?" "That divine dragon. Scared, are you?" Thomas cast him a sidelong glance, undisguised contempt curling at his lips. The deputy lowered his head and dared not respond. "Then fear is the right instinct." Thomas tossed his empty cup carelessly onto the table, a dull thud echoing. "Dragon or not, the more you fear it, the more entertaining the hunt becomes. Get out. Proceed with the original plan. That dragon, it's not your concern." The deputy saluted and withdrew from the tent. The moment the flap fell, the firelight within the tent dimmed without warning. Not as if dying out, but as though something had drained the very light away. The air grew thick and bitingly cold, and even the wine lingering in the bottom of Thomas's cup began to film over with a thin layer of frost. A wisp of black mist seeped silently from the shadows in the tent's corner, churning, coalescing until it took the form of a slender, delicate figure. A black cloak shrouded them from head to toe, the hood pulled low, revealing only a sliver of a sharp jawline and 2 pale, bloodless lips. Dark silver runes were embroidered along the cloak's edge, catching the faint light in intermittent flashes, like the breathing of some living thing. Every trace of arrogance and drunkenness vanished from Thomas's face in that instant. He rose to his feet, placed one hand flat against his chest, and bowed deeply toward the figure emerging from the black mist. The most solemn form of military salute, one he reserved solely for his king. "My Lady Witch." The one addressed as My Lady Witch tilted her chin up slightly, and a voice drifted from beneath the hood, soft and gentle like night wind threading through withered branches, unhurried. "The general is too kind." She reached out and drew back a crude wooden chair from the tent's edge. The sleeve of her black cloak slipped, revealing a wrist pale to the point of near translucence, adorned with a pair of barely there black lace gloves. She sat, hands folded neatly upon her knees, composed and dignified, as if the chair beneath her were not a soldier's crude camp stool, but an obsidian throne within some ancient temple. Thomas waited until she was seated before straightening himself. This man, a saint-rank powerhouse whose very name made countless enemies tremble on the battlefield, now stood before the witch in much the same posture his deputy had assumed before him moments ago. He knew the tent was sealed by the witch's barrier that no sound could escape to the outside, yet he still instinctively lowered his voice. "My Lady Austen has arrived. May the dragon hunt begin." The witch did not answer at once. She extended a hand, tracing a delicate arc through the air with her fingertip. A wisp of black mist spilled from her fingertip, coalescing midair into a palm-sized mirror. Within its surface churned gray fog, and through it the hazy outline of a city emerged. Lucy City seen from a distant bird's-eye view. The mirror dissolved after barely 3 seconds. "Austen, are you certain he's only at early saint rank?" The witch's voice remained soft and gentle, yet a chill crept down Thomas's spine. He lowered his head, speaking a third faster than usual. "When Philip found him 3 years ago, he was early saint rank. The advancement of dragonkind is nowhere near as swift as humanity's. 3 years at most he's consolidated his cultivation. Another breakthrough is impossible." The witch was silent for a long moment. Beneath the cloak's hood, those eyes hidden in shadow seemed to gaze at some distant horizon. Then she spoke 4 words. "Begin the dragon hunt." The words were soft as a snowflake alighting upon a blade's edge. When Thomas heard those 4 words, the centipede-like scar on his face twisted violently with a grin. He had been waiting for this moment for a long, long time. When the Orc Kingdom had hunted down a saint-ranked dragon king 2 centuries ago, it was never by their own strength. That hunt had seen the Black Witch Church dispatch a single witch and an entire order of dragon-hunting priests. The Orcs' dragon blood warhorses had been bred from the blood of that very dragon, while the Dragon King itself had been taken away by the Black Witch Church. To this day, no one knows whether that Dragon King lives or died where it is held, or what it was used for. Thomas cared not a whit for the Dragon King's fate. He cared about only one thing: if he could slay the legendary sacred dragon, this hunt's blood would surely yield even mightier dragon blood warhorses. If this hunt succeeded, his name, Thomas Tony, would be carved into Orcish epic alongside that ancient Orc king who slew the Dragon King 200 years past. The witch rose to her feet, her black cloak falling silently, swallowing the last lingering wisps of black mist at her feet. "General," she inclined her head, revealing a stunning profile beneath the hood, the corner of her lips lifting ever so slightly. "Do not keep our sacred dragon waiting too long." Before the words had fully faded, her form dissolved once more into black mist, melting back into the shadows of the tent's corner. The firelight returned to its normal warmth, the air regained its accustomed heat, as if nothing had ever happened. But Thomas knew everything had already begun. He strode to the tent's edge, pushed the flap aside, and looked out at the distant lights of Lucy City shimmering along the horizon. "Austen, the sacred dragon." He rolled the name across his tongue, the smile on his lips deepening. "Your dragon's blood. I've already claimed it." In Lucy City, the military council and the command post had lasted for half an hour. Commander Land unrolled the intelligence scroll and marked the deployment of the Orc army one by one. The Grand Duke of Lucy added the casualties and defense gaps of the past days, and when he spoke of the 3rd Cavalry charge being repelled, the old general's voice still trembled. Halfway through the meeting, Austen suddenly raised his hand. Everyone fell silent at once. "Continue without me." He stood up, his ink-black robe slipping off the back of the chair. "I'll go out for a look." Land and the Grand Duke of Lucy exchanged a glance, but didn't ask further. His Holiness the Holy Dragon had his reasons they had no right to question. Austen walked out of the command post alone, without attendants or informing anyone. The night was as dark as ink. He stood atop an abandoned watchtower on the west side of Lucy City. In the distance, the campfires of the Orc army stretched in a line like a colossal beast crouching on the wasteland, breathing flames. He closed his eyes. His spiritual energy spread out like a tide, crossing the city walls, the wasteland, the campfires and tents of the Orc camp, and extending all the way to the undulating black silhouette in the west, the Blackstone Canyon. Land had mentioned earlier in the meeting that scouts had discovered the Orcs frequently shifting troops near Blackstone Canyon, likely setting up an ambush. Land suggested taking a detour, but Austen didn't respond to that suggestion, because when his spiritual energy touched the edge of Blackstone Canyon, he sensed a fluctuation of magic that shouldn't be there. Dark magic. Not the ordinary residual dark elemental energy, nor the common death aura on battlefields. It was dark magic precisely woven into a formation. Extremely high concentration and complex structure. Each stream of magic flowed along a specific trajectory, interweaving into a massive ring, like a spider web lurking in the darkness, quietly waiting for prey to fall into its trap. A dark attribute magic formation. As the world-destroying Black Dragon, he inherently possessed both destruction and dark attributes, so he was all too familiar with dark magic fluctuations. Austen opened his eyes, a faint curve forming at the corner of his mouth. That smile carried mockery and amusement. The enemy, because of his holy dragon identity, had deliberately prepared a dark attribute dragon hunting formation to counter him. Light is indeed restrained by darkness. That logic was flawless. But who could have thought? He was the world-destroying Black Dragon. Using dark force to restrain him was like a fool trying to burn a fire elemental to death with fire. The dark magic formation they painstakingly arranged was to him likely a delicacy delivered to his doorstep. Early the next morning the army marched out of the city. The Orc Legion had already assembled in battle formation. Over 1,000 dragon blood war horses formed an arrowhead formation, their dark red manes surging like waves of blood in the morning breeze. As they pawed the ground, their nostrils snorted hot breath reeking of sulfur, and their scarlet eyes blazed in the sunlight like 3,000 demon beasts charging out of hell. Commander Land's expression was grim. He had said at yesterday's military council that in the last war with the orcs, the Holy Dragon Kingdom's cavalry had been scattered because these beasts were unafraid of death. Austin stood in midair at the very front of the formation, his expression unchanged. He took a step forward. Just one step. The dragon might of the saint rank was released without warning. An absolute suppression of lower bloodlines by dragonkind, a fear etched deep into the souls of all dragon-blooded creatures. This dragon might centered on Austin swept forward like an invisible tsunami. Over 1,000 dragon blood war horses let out piercing screams simultaneously. The front row horses' forelegs buckled, flinging their riders off. The rear horses fared worse. Losing consciousness abruptly during high-speed charge, their massive bodies tumbled and crushed under inertia, turning the entire charge line into a meat grinder of self-trampling. Over 1,000 dragon blood cavalry were routed before even reaching the front line. Land's mouth fell open, his sword nearly dropping from his hand. The defenders on Lucy's city walls were first dead silent, then erupted into thunderous cheers. Austin withdrew his dragon, might his expression still that eternally cold face. Ding. Disguised behavior detection released Saint Rank Dragon Might in the guise of the Holy Dragon, instantly paralyzing the Orc Dragon Blood Warhorse Legion. The soldiers of both Holy Dragon and Lucy now firmly believe in the host's Holy Dragon, identity 300. Current disguise value 5,470. Not far behind him, Eileen rode on a white steed, her violet eyes reflecting the ink-robed figure ahead. Over 1,000 dragon blood war horses. Just one step. This was the power of the Holy Dragon, high-tier dragonkind. She lowered her head to look at her hand gripping the sword, then tightened her hold on the hilt. She would become a dragon knight worthy of her master, this thought rooted even deeper in her heart. Eileen bond value 50. Current bond value 800. On the other side of the formation, Wendy in her silver dragon form crouched beside the logistics convoy. She tilted her massive dragon head, watching the back of the black-haired young man in the distance, a light gleaming in her silver eyes that even she didn't realize. Lord Austin is amazing, she muttered softly, drawing circles on the ground with her dragon claw. Even more than my father. No, my father is also amazing. But Lord Austin is a bit more amazing. Because Lord Austin has lollipops. After the dragon blood warhorses were cleared from the field, the morale of the orc army had already crumbled by half. Austin gave his enemies no chance to catch their breath. His form transformed into a streak of golden light, driving straight toward the orc central command tent. The bloodthirsty General Thomas had already mounted his steed. That dragon blood warhorse king stood a full 2 hands taller than ordinary warhorses. Its mane was deep black and its eyes burned with dark crimson flames. A mutation born from consuming copious amounts of dragon blood, making it more than 10 times mightier than the ordinary horses that merely carried a trace of draconic lineage. Yet when Austin released his Saint-tier draconic might, this warhorse king, which had never known fear on the battlefield, suddenly let out a low, mournful whinny. Its front hooves scraped the ground uneasily, and a flicker of primal terror passed through its dark crimson eyes. It was a memory etched into the deepest blood of all dragonkin descendants. When facing a true dragon, every half-breed offspring feels a tremor that reaches into the very soul. The trace of dragon blood within its veins was now screaming a frantic warning: the enemy before you is not one you can oppose. The dragon blood warhorse king retreated half a step. Thomas's face turned ashen in an instant. He viciously dug his spurs into the warhorse's flanks, the barbs biting deep into hide and flesh. But the warhorse king would rather suffer injury than face Austin. Beast, what are you afraid of? He roared, the centipede-shaped scar on his face twisting even more hideously with rage. Then he lifted his head, his bloodshot eyes locking onto Austin, and his voice ground out through clenched teeth. Divine Dragon Austin, your draconic might has routed my entire dragon blood warhorse legion. And now even my own mount trembles in fear before you. He raised the enormous dark crimson battle axe, its blade reflecting an ominous blood-red gleam in the sunlight, Saint-tier combat aura blazing along the axe's edge like searing flames. Then your blood shall be the compensation. Austin raised his sword to parry. Then he sensed something wrong. The axe crashing against his sword felt like an entire mountain slamming into him. The opponent's Saint-tier combat aura was far more powerful than he'd anticipated. Thomas was no ordinary early-stage saint. His defense was at least at the mid-stage saint level. That heavy suit of dark crimson armor was no ordinary make either. Every time Austin struck it, the runes etched across its surface would glow with a dim light, absorbing and dispersing the greater part of his sword energy. Because Austin could only fight in ways that wouldn't expose him, human form swordsmanship and draconic might. He couldn't use his annihilation breath, couldn't cast the dark draconic magic of the world-destroying black dragon, and couldn't even shift into his dragon form. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. After 3 consecutive head-on collisions, Austin's tiger's mouth tingled with numbness. It wasn't that he couldn't defeat Thomas. If he could use his full power, this bald-headed brute would already be a corpse. But he was now the Divine Dragon, and the Divine Dragon doesn't use annihilation breath, doesn't use shadow step, and doesn't suddenly appear behind an enemy to tear out their heart with a dragon's claw. He could only attack with his human body. Thomas grew bolder with each exchange, his great axe whirling with fierce momentum. Ha ha ha. Divine Dragon, is this all the skill you possess? His taunting voice made the very air tremble, every sweeping strike carrying the arrogance of one who intended to cleave his opponent in two. I thought the Divine Dragon was something special. Turns out you're just an early-stage saint. Looks like today I get to slay a dragon. The blood of the Divine Dragon will surely be far more potent than that fool dragon's blood from 200 years ago. Austin's expression remained impassive as he deflected the axe blade with a single sword stroke. Inwardly, he had already cursed Thomas 800 times over. The moment I can use my own power again, you'll be the first to die. In the distance, Commander Lander's brow furrowed deeper and deeper. He noticed that although the Divine Dragon's attacks were fierce, they never delivered a fatal blow to Thomas. That bald man was like a massive, imposing city wall, absorbing every assault without budging an inch. Lander had no idea that his Divine Dragon currently felt like a max-level player forcibly downgraded by the system before entering a dungeon boss fight, possessing countless ways to instantly kill the enemy, yet restricted to using only the most basic skills while watching the boss prance around untouched. Austin looked at Thomas, his gaze as calm as if he were regarding a dead man. Let you live a few more minutes. He deliberately exposed a flaw. His left shoulder dipped slightly, and his sword's rhythm slowed by half a beat. Thomas took the bait exactly as expected, laughing wildly as he drove his Warhorse King toward Blackrock Canyon. Austin fought while retreating, his ink-black robe caught by the wind at the canyon's entrance before his entire form vanished into the shadows cast by the towering cliffs on either side. And then, at that very moment, dense clusters of dark purple runes surfaced across the ground of Blackrock Canyon, like countless ink lines burrowing up from beneath the earth, coiling across every inch of rock. From 8 directions, black stone pillars inscribed with runes rose simultaneously, their carvings igniting in sequence with a dim, eerie purple glow. A torrent of dense dark force erupted from beneath the ground, weaving together in midair like a living thing into a colossal net, locking Austin firmly at the center of the formation. 8 black-robed priests sat cross-legged atop the pillars, chanting ancient incantations. Their voices were hoarse and eerily synchronized, like some profane chorus echoing endlessly through the canyon. Dark force poured continuously from their bodies into the formation, growing denser and more violent with each passing moment. When the dragon-hunting demon array activated, Austin actually breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, he stood within the formation, feeling that thick, almost tangible dark force. And then he felt comfortable. Extremely comfortable. The dark force within this demon array was astonishingly pure, further refined by the formation's design. The 8 priests used their own bodies as filters, channeling the purest essence of dark origin into the array's core. This quality of dark force made his world-destroying black dragon bloodline begin to stir with excitement. Every scale on his body trembled with longing. That itch, he knew it all too well. It was the urge of dragon wings yearning to spread. The wings of the world-destroying black dragon, black as the abyss, nearly 100 meters of wingspan, wings of destruction. His true black dragon form was being awakened by this surging dark force, desperately straining to break free from its human vessel and soar freely through this ocean of darkness. Hold it in, Austin told himself. He gritted his teeth, suppressing the surging black dragon power within him like one might restrain a frantic beast. His hands clenched into fists, nails digging into his palms, using pain to maintain the last shred of clarity. To outside observers, he appeared to tremble violently, his face twisted in agony, as if enduring unimaginable torment. In reality, he was holding back his transformation. Atop the stone pillar, the lead priest opened his eyes. They were ancient eyes sunk deep within their sockets, pupils burning with fanatical fervor. He gazed down at Austin, struggling in agony, at the formation's center, and a satisfied smile spread across his cracked, parched lips. The sacred dragon is struggling in the formation. The dark power is disintegrating its holy attributes. Put in more effort. Drive the formation to the extreme. The 8 priests simultaneously bit their tongues and injected their lifeblood into the formation. The concentration of dark power instantly surged, the black mist thickening like ink, completely engulfing Aesiding at the center of the formation's eye. Thomas reined in his warhorse, stopping outside the formation. He watched the churning black mist and laughed uproariously, his harsh, grating voice echoing ceaselessly through the canyon. Huh, what kind of blasted sacred dragon would step right into the witch's dragon-hunting magic array? He hefted his great axe onto his shoulder, the centipede-like scar on his face twisting even more grotesquely with his laughter. The witch's dragon hunting formation. You, a mere early saint rank, can't last a quarter of an hour inside. When you're dead, I'll make a drinking cup from your dragon horns, armor from your scales, and offer your dragon crystal to his majesty the king. And oh, your dragon treasure, I hear the old nobles in the capital can't wait. On a distant cliff the witch stood silently. Her black cloak flapped noisily in the canyon wind, and beneath the shadow of her hood the corners of her lips curled upward slightly. She gazed at the churning black mist in the formation's eye and murmured to herself, "The sacred dragon. Nothing more than this. From the direction of Lucy City, not good. His Holiness the sacred dragon is trapped in the magic array. Despicable orcs to treat his holiness like this. Land, everyone charge with me. We must rescue his holiness the sacred dragon." Inside the formation the black mist churned. Aesiding opened his eyes. Deep within those black pupils something was awakening. He no longer suppressed the surging dark power within him. The black dragon bloodline was fully activated. Every inch of his sinew and bone greedily devoured the dark energy in the formation. The dark power in the formation's eye was not a poison eroding him, but a nutrient nourishing him. The bottleneck at mid-saint rank began to loosen under the impact of this vast energy, like a dam repeatedly battered by floodwaters, cracks growing more and more numerous and dense. Then came the 8 priests. They sensed that the dark energy in the formation was draining at an unprecedented rate. The lead priest's eyes flashed with ecstasy. He thought it was Aesiding's death throes, that the dark power was accelerating the dissolution of his holy attributes. It's struggling. It has reached its limit. His voice trembled with excitement, his graying beard stained with sweat and blood. Everyone, pour all your dark power into the formation. Hold nothing back. After today your names will be engraved on the church's witch god steel. The 8 priests went mad. At the cost of their lives they transformed their lifelong cultivation into dark power and poured it all into the dragon-hunting demon formation. Their aged faces rapidly shriveled, skin cracking like dried bark, eyes sinking deep, cheekbones protruding, yet they still wore fanatical and devout smiles. They waited for the moment Aesiding would be refined by the dark power. But from the stone pillars no agonized scream came. At the center of the formation's eye a corner of the black mist dissipated. Aesiding stood there completely unharmed. His ink-black robe was spotless, not even a single strand of hair out of place. The dense dark power was flowing into his body at a visible rate, like rivers returning to the sea, like a wanderer coming home. The most terrifying thing, he actually yawned. The lead priest's pupils constricted sharply. That yawn was not feign, not mockery, but a natural physiological response of a person in a state of extreme comfort. Like a person soaking in a hot spring, when the perfect temperature envelopes the whole body, one cannot help but let out a satisfied sigh. "You. How can you? You've worked hard." Aesiding's voice was as calm as if he were thanking them. Any more? This was not mockery. He was genuinely asking. The wave of dark power he had just absorbed was indeed of high quality, perfect for breaking through to late saint rank. If he wanted to reach peak saint rank, he would probably need a few more waves. The priest's expression shifted from fanaticism to astonishment, from astonishment to fear, from fear to utter despair. He finally realized. This formation for the being before him was not a suppression, but a nourishment, a watering, a delivery of warmth right to his doorstep. No, it was too late. The mid-saint rank bottleneck inside Aesiding shattered with a boom. The dragon's might of late saint rank erupted like a mountain collapse and tsunami. Countless cracks split the rock walls of Blackstone Canyon, and rubble cascaded down. The 8 stone pillars simultaneously emitted cracking sounds of strain, the runes on their surfaces shattering inch by inch, purple light dissipating like smoke. Aesiding slowly exhaled a turbid breath, feeling the new power brought by late saint rank. The dragon heart that had not truly boiled for a century now beat slowly and powerfully, each beat surging with fresh power through his veins. This feeling of being helped to break through by his enemies was honestly a bit addictive. As for how to explain this breakthrough to Land and Philippus Sure afterward, he would just say that he forcefully broke through in a desperate situation with the help of the goddess of light. After all, over the years, no matter what inexplicable things happened, as long as he blamed it on the goddess of light, no one dared to question too much. Ding. Detected that the host in the identity of the sacred dragon has destroyed the dragon-hunting magic array that was meant to suppress the sacred dragon, shocking everyone. Disguise value 1,000. Current disguise value 6,970. At the moment of Aesiding's breakthrough, the witch's pupils contracted sharply. That was not the power a sacred dragon should possess. She saw with her own eyes that what burst from Aesiding was not golden holy light, but a pure extreme black radiance. A jet black light, deeper, older, and closer to the origin of darkness than the dark power of the dragon-hunting demon formation. Those black rays intertwined with the dark power within him, not repelling, not opposing, but merging. The dark power that should have corroded his sacred bloodline was as docile before him as subjects kneeling before a king. Impossible. Her lips trembled slightly, and for the first time the face beneath the hood's shadow lost its composure. The sacred dragon. How could it possibly control dark power? Yet the truth was right before her eyes. A terrifying conjecture arose in her mind like a cold serpent slithering into her spine. She recalled the records in the church about the world-destroying black dragon. Its body is black as the abyss, its scales capable of devouring all light in the world. Its breath was not fire, not frost, but pure destruction and darkness. If Aesighting truly was the world-destroying black dragon, then he was now disguised as the sacred dragon sitting on the throne of the Holy Dragon Kingdom's guardian sacred dragon, receiving the worship of the sacred dragon's subjects. This, how can it be? But she had no time to ponder the impossible. Breaking the formation. The runes on the 8 stone pillars shattered simultaneously, cracks spreading like spiderwebs from the pillar tops to their bases. The 8 priests couldn't even let out a scream. The dark magic within them was being drawn out by an irresistible force. It wasn't the formation draining their power, it was Austin devouring it in reverse. Their bodies turned to withered bones within a few breaths, the black robes collapsing, then blown away by the canyon wind into a pile of ashes. Slaying the general. Thomas's wild grin hadn't even faded when Austin appeared behind him. A teleportation, so swift that even the bloodthirsty general's perception couldn't keep up. One sword stroke. This was no flashy technique, only the pure power of a late saint realm. The blade entered through the back of Thomas's neck and emerged from the front, carrying a gush of steaming blood. Before his head hit the ground, Thomas's last thought was neither fear nor pain, but a question that plagued him even at death's door. Didn't the witch lady say the holy dragon would be suppressed by the dark magic formation? Austin sheathed his sword. Thomas's headless corpse slid off the back of the Dragonblood Warhorse King, crashing to the ground with a thud, raising a cloud of dust. The frenzied Dragonblood Warhorse King let out a piercing whinny the moment its master died, its dark red eyes quickly dimming. The massive beast toppled onto its side, limbs twitching a few times before going still. Pursuit. Austin's gaze locked onto the witch on the cliff. Across hundreds of meters, the witch felt the icy, killing intent in that stare. The pressure of a late saint realm coiled around her like tangible chains, causing her breath to catch instantly. She didn't hesitate. She bit her fingertip and activated a secret art at the cost of 1 year of her life. Her body beneath the black cloak dissolved into black mist, vanishing into the air at the final moment. Before leaving, she gave Austin a long, deep look. That was not the aura of a holy dragon. The terror of near death and the thrill of extreme discovery churned within her simultaneously. Fear. She had brushed against the gates of death. Excitement. She might have uncovered a secret capable of reshaping the entire continent. She closed her eyes, and as the secret art carried her away from the battlefield, a smile crept across her lips unbeknownst to herself. Austin stood in the center of the canyon, surrounded by shattered stone pillars. He paid no attention to Thomas's severed corpse, but instead looked at the skeletal remains of the priests. 8 priests plus that cloaked woman. Every one of them emanated pure, dark magic fluctuations. And the only force on the continent capable of assembling such a lineup was the Black Witch Church. Beyond the canyon, earth-shaking cheers had already risen to the skies. Hundreds of miles away, black mist recondensed in a hidden cave. The witch's form stumbled out of the mist, her black cloak covered in dust. Her hood slipped back, revealing a face of stunning beauty that had nothing to do with the image of an evil witch. A trace of blood lingered at the corner of her lips. The price of the secret art, a year of life for a single chance to survive. But she didn't wipe it away. She leaned against the cold rock wall, one hand pressed to her chest, not to tend a wound, but to calm the wildly pounding heart beneath. She recalled the ancient records inscribed on the churches which God Stelia prophecies studied by generations of witch masters, yet never fully understood. The black dragon appears the twilight of the gods. Light and dark alternate, beginning with the return. Beginning with the return. Austin, are you indeed His Holiness the Holy Dragon, or my destined black dragon of doom? She murmured to herself, her voice carrying no fear, no anger, but a faint, barely perceptible tremor she herself didn't notice. It wasn't fear. It was anticipation. The Black Witch Church had been searching for the Black Dragon of Doom for centuries. The Church's ancient prophecy said the Black Dragon of Doom was the incarnation of the Dark God, the only hope to overthrow the rule of the Light Church. Generations of witch masters had spent their entire lives seeking the Black Dragon's trail, yet always found nothing. If Austin truly was the Black Dragon of Doom, then he spent every day under the very nose of the Light Church, playing a role of supreme holiness, sitting on the most honored throne in the Holy Dragon Kingdom, fooling the entire world. The image made the witch burst into laughter, shoulders shaking, tears almost spilling. Austin, you are far more interesting than I imagined. She stood up, brushed the dust off her cloak, and pulled the hood back on. She decided not to report this intelligence to the Witchmaster. This secret was too precious to share with anyone. The Black Dragon could only be hers. It seems I'll have to pay a personal visit to the Holy Dragon capital. A meaningful smile curled at the corner of her lips. His Holiness the Holy Dragon. No, Lord Austin. We will meet again soon. Outside the canyon, the cheers still echoed. Commander Rand had already sent people to clean up the battlefield, tallying prisoners and spoils. The Oak First Legion, having lost its commander, and the Dragonblood Warhorse Corps was in disarray. The remaining soldiers were besieged and routed by the Holy Dragon Knights, and the Lucy garrison, with thousands captured. The Grand Duke of Lucy, nursing a wounded arm, arrived personally at the canyon entrance. Upon seeing the shattered stone pillars and Thomas's headless corpse, the veteran general, over 60 years old, broke down in tears, kneeling on one knee before Austin, unable to speak a word. Austin stood in the middle of the canyon, looking down at his own hands. Late Saint Realm. Since hatching it had taken him nearly 100 years to crawl to the early Saint Realm. But unexpectedly, after joining the Holy Dragon Kingdom for only 3 years, he had directly broken through to the late Saint Realm, and he had a group of enemies to thank for the boost. Indeed, disguising himself and entering the human world turned out to be the right move. The human world was full of opportunities, full of beauty. He withdrew his thoughts and stepped forward, walking toward the cheers outside the canyon. Just as he reached the canyon exit, 2 familiar figures rushed toward him. Eileen ran in front, her golden ponytail swinging in an arc against the setting sun. Her silver armor was stained with blood, her training uniform torn in several places, and a shallow scratch marred her cheek. But her violet eyes shone with remarkable brightness. Not far behind her, Wendy had already shifted from her silver dragon form back to human, landing among the crowd. Her silver hair was covered in dust and grass blades, and the bow on her head was tilted all the way to the back of her skull. Teacher. Eileen came to an abrupt halt 3 feet away from him. She instinctively reached out to touch him, then pulled back, her eyes scanning him from head to toe. Confirming he hadn't lost any limbs, that there was no bloody hole in his chest, that he could still stand, walk, and look at her with that cold face. Then she forced herself to act nonchalant, crossing her arms and snorting. I knew teacher wouldn't be in trouble. A mere early Saint Realm bald man and 8 shady priests. How could they possibly be a match for teacher? Her voice was steady, but her eyes were already red-rimmed. Aesiding looked at her, the corner of his mouth easing slightly. Your performance on the battlefield was commendable. Captain Rand mentioned it to me. First real battle, and you neither fled nor trembled. You even assisted the soldiers in completing the encirclement. Keep it up. Eileen froze for a moment. Then she spun around abruptly, her back to Aesiding, her voice carrying a barely perceptible tremor. What are you saying at a time like this? That's just unfair. Critical event triggered, received positive evaluation from a mentor after first wartime experience. Bond affection critical hit 1. 5. Current bond value 950. Aesiding gazed at her back without exposing the truth. Then his gaze shifted to Wendy standing nearby. The silver-haired maiden stood there with her head bowed, her 2 hands wringing together, her shoulders trembling. Unlike Eileen, she couldn't pretend to be calm, nor did she know how to mask her worry with a casual, I knew it all along. She could only stand there, tears rolling down in large drops, falling onto the dusty stone slabs and splashing into tiny mud flowers. Wendy. At the sound of his voice, Wendy lifted her head sharply. Then she did something completely unexpected by Aesiding. She lunged forward, her 2 arms wrapping tightly around his waist, her face buried in his chest, wailing loudly. Wah, I thought Lord Aesiding was going to die. Wah, that dark magic formation looked so scary. I wanted so badly to fly over and help Lord Aesiding. But there were so many bad people blocking my way. I crashed into so many of them, but still couldn't get through. My horns hurt from all the bumping. She was sobbing so hard she could barely breathe, her words fragmentary, her tears soaking a large patch of his lapel. Aesiding looked down at this silver dragon maiden who had smeared all her snot and tears onto his clothes. He fell silent for a moment. His right hand rose and gently patted her back. The force was so light, as if he was afraid to break something fragile. It's fine. I'm back. Wendy cried even harder. Bond event triggered, witnessed the host returning from a desperate situation, emotional shock, caused a bond critical hit. Current bond value 1120. He looked at Wendy, still crying in his embrace, wanting to say something, but in the end, he chose different words. Stop crying. Your face is a mess. The bow is crooked too. Go ask Eileen to repin it for you. In the distance, Captain Rand rode his horse over at full speed, dismounting with practiced ease, his armor still splattered with the enemy's blood. He strode up to Aesiding, his eyes blazing with barely contained excitement. Your Highness, the Holy Dragon. Your mount, the Silver Dragon, is simply a genius. How did she predict that the enemy's reserve force would pass through the northern valley? 1 dragon magic spell from her, and she completely scattered the orc reserve. We were able to complete the encirclement so quickly because of that. Aesiding fell silent for a moment. He glanced down at Wendy. Wendy raised her head from his embrace, her tear-streaked face filled with confusion, her silver eyes blinking innocently. I just saw a very pretty blue butterfly over there. Rand's smile froze on his face. Butterfly. A blue one with silver stripes on its wings. I'd never seen a butterfly like that before, so I chased after it to get a better look. Then I saw all those cavalry soldiers in the valley and got scared, so I accidentally sneezed. The entire area fell silent for a moment. Rand slowly turned to look at Aya Siding, his expression written with the complex sentiment of, "Your Highness, are all dragonkin like this?" Aya Siding regarded him with an impassive face. "Yes, I'd very much like to know how she predicted it too." After a long silence, Rand decided to stop contemplating this question. He solemnly saluted Aya Siding with a military salute, then turned to direct his troops in clearing the battlefield. Aya Siding stood where he was watching Rand's retreating figure, while around him resounded the cheers spreading across the mountains and plains. The defenders of Lucy City waved the golden dragon-patterned banner of the Holy Dragon Kingdom atop the city walls. The captured orc soldiers walked dejectedly between the cliffs of the canyon, and every passing Holy Dragon Knight saluted him. Ding. Disguise behavior calculation. Dragon hunting magic formation incident. Full disguise record. 1. Actively stepped into the dragon hunting magic formation, endured dark energy erosion in the identity of the Holy Dragon without arousing suspicion. 300. 2. Broke the formation and slew the general, decimated the orcs' strongest combat forces in the posture of the Holy Dragon, convincing all allies completely. 400. 3. The 8 prelates perished from the backlash of dark energy. No one suspected the host's true nature. 300. Cumulative disguise value this event 1,000. Current total disguise value 7,970. Aya Siding glanced at the panel and closed it. 1,000 points. Added to the contribution from the other side, it was acceptable enough. Then he turned to look at Eileen and Wendy, who were still standing there. "Let's go back." Wendy looked up at Aya Siding, her eyes still red, but the corners of her mouth lifted. "Lord Aya Siding, actually it wasn't just chasing butterflies. Moi. I was also trying to think of a way into the magic formation." She said this, then buried her face back in his chest, her voice muffled. "I don't want to lose Lord Aya Siding." Aya Siding fell silent for a moment. He raised his hand and gently pressed it between the crooked dragon horns on Wendy's head. "You're not lost." The setting sun stretched the three figures' shadows long and long, extending all the way to the shattered stone pillars at the canyon's end. Aya Siding withdrew his hand and turned to walk toward the edge of the battlefield. Eileen and Wendy walked side by side behind him, one pretending to fix her hair while actually wiping the corner of her eye, the other repinning her butterfly hair clip. After taking a few steps, Aya Siding suddenly stopped. He didn't turn around, only tilting his face, slightly glancing at the two of them with his peripheral vision. "Both of you, your performance today was excellent." Then he continued, walking his pace a little slower than usual, his ink-black robe catching the evening breeze, the hem lifted slightly. Behind him came Eileen's muffled cheer and the sound of Wendy starting to sniffle again. Aya Siding didn't turn around, but the curve of his lips was slightly wider than usual. Current total bond targets: Eileen 10001-500, a level 2, Wendy 11701-500, a level 2. Current disguise value E9170. Disguise mall has been updated. Check the panel for available exchange items. In the distance, the setting sun sank below the horizon. Above Lucy City's walls, the banners of the Holy Dragon Kingdom and the Duchy of Lucy flew side by side. The defenders on the walls were still calling out the name of His Highness the Holy Dragon, one voice after another, like a tide flowing toward the distant horizon. And in a cave hundreds of miles away, the black mist dissipated. The witch sat alone against the rock wall. She closed her eyes, replaying that scene repeatedly in her mind. The black light shooting to the heavens, the dark energy rushing toward that young man in the ink-black robe like a homing tide. The world-destroying Black Dragon. After searching for so many years, it turned out to be here, seated on the throne of the Holy Dragon, guardian of the Holy Dragon Kingdom, right under the nose of the Church of Light. She slowly opened her eyes, her lips curving upward. "Aya Siding, wait for me. I'm coming to find you." After the battle, Aya Siding did not linger in Lucy City. The Aoc First Legion lost its commander Thomas, and the Dragonblood Warhorse Legion. The remaining broken troops were routed, driven across the Lucy border by Captain Land's forces, and thousands were captured. According to scout reports, upon receiving news of the defeat, the Aoc Royal Court recalled all border troops overnight, showing no intention of invading again in the short term. The Grand Duke of Lucy repeatedly urged Aya Siding to stay for a grand victory celebration, but Aya Siding declined. "There are matters in the capital." He said only those 4 words. The Grand Duke of Lucy stopped insisting, but before Aya Siding departed, he bowed deeply to his back and did not straighten until the carriage disappeared at the end of the official road. Land led the main force of the Royal Knights to stay in Lucy City for cleanup, while Aya Siding, along with Eileen, Wendy, and an elite guard unit, set off first to return to the capital. Land was initially uneasy and wanted to escort them personally, but Aya Siding shut him down with a single remark: "If an enemy is stronger than me, what use is your escort?" The journey back was far quieter than the journey there. When they had come, the army was vast. Banners covered the sun, soldiers sang the Holy Dragon War song, and the hoofbeats rattled the leaves on both sides of the road. Now returning with only light baggage, the horses trod along the official road, bathed in sunset, and the surrounding silence was so deep that one could hear the distant shouts of farmers returning home from the fields. Aya Siding sat in the carriage with his eyes closed, resting. But in truth, he was not resting. He finally had time to properly review the gains from this battle. Ever since breaking the dragon hunting magic array, the numbers on the system panel had been jumping, but he had never had the chance to sort through them. First came the aftermath of military affairs, then Land's report, then the Grand Duke's farewell, then the departure. Now at last it was quiet. With a thought, he opened the disguise value shop. A translucent light screen unfolded before his eyes. His disguise value had accumulated to 9170 points, a modest savings. Aesiding's gaze swept across the shop list, focusing on the items he had not examined carefully a few days ago due to insufficient points. Holy Dragon Covenant. Effect: after use, the host can transform into a sacred dragon form for 1 hour. During the transformation, all abilities are converted to light. Attribute: the dragon's might carries a sacred suppression effect, and damage against dark creatures is doubled. Side effect: after deactivation, the host cannot assume human form for 24 hours. Price: 5000 disguise points. He continued scrolling. Dragon Replication. Effect: after touching any dragon-type target, replicate all abilities of that dragon except power level for 24 hours, including Dragon Breath. Attribute: Draconic Language, Magic, and Racial Talents. Side effect: can only be used once per day and must directly touch the target dragon to take effect. Price: 8000 disguise points. Holy Dragon's Word. Effect: designate a single target, making them unconditionally believe that the host is a true sacred dragon for 30 days. Against targets stronger than the host, the duration is halved. Ineffective against targets with mental immunity. Side effect: after 30 days, the target may either firmly believe the host is a sacred dragon or develop severe suspicion toward the host. Price: 1000 disguise points. Dragon God's Descent. Effect: summon an ancient dragon god phantom subgod realm to the battlefield, assisting the host in combat for 1 hour. The phantom possesses part of the ancient dragon god's combat instincts and can unleash subgod level dragon breath and dragon might. Side effect: this item can only be purchased 3 times. Price: 1000 disguise points. 100,000. Forget it. Aesiding closed the shop and glanced at the bond panel. Eileen 10001500 level 2 bond. Wendy 11703000 level 2 bond. Including Sushi, who has not yet formally established a bond his side, Quest established bonds with 5 legendary grade individuals was 2.5 complete. But what mattered most at the moment was not bond value, but whether he could continue to be the sacred dragon. Lawrence, the Witch of the Black Witch Church. Holy Church Headquarters. 3 Empires. Dragon Island. The forces he had to deal with were growing, each slowly closing in on him, and he had to stay ahead of them all. Aesiding opened his eyes. The sunset poured through the carriage curtains, casting a golden stripe across his lap. He lifted the curtain and looked outside. The wheat fields on both sides of the road had been harvested, the stubble shimmered gold under the setting sun, and smoke rose from distant farmhouses. A scene of peace and prosperity. But he knew better than anyone that this peace would not last long. Meanwhile, at the other end of the convoy, Eileen rode alone at the very rear. She usually joked with Wendy or chattered endlessly beside Aesiding's carriage. But today, from the time they left Lucy City until now, half a day had passed, and she had not come near Aesiding's carriage even once. She rode a white steed, the reins loosely held in her hand, the horse's hooves producing a monotonous sound on the official road. She had removed her silver armor and changed into light riding attire, her golden hair casually tied back. The shallow scratch on her face had scabbed over, barely visible in the sunset. She looked down at her hands. These hands had gripped a sword all day today. Not a practice sword, but a real sword that had cut into an enemy's body. The sensation was completely different from chopping a training dummy. The dummy was hard and dull, while real flesh was soft and elastic. The moment the blade sliced and the vibration traveled from the sword to her wrist, then to her mind, and only then did she realize what she had done. That AO cavalryman was young, probably about her age. The face under the helmet was thin with high cheekbones and only a few sparse whiskers on his chin. He charged at her on a black warhorse, his scimitar raised high, shouting something in an Aoc dialect she could not understand. She swung her sword instinctively. It was the basic slash that Aesiding had corrected her on hundreds of times. Wrist not turned inward, center of gravity, half an inch lower than the standard stance, the blade cutting a clean sharp arc through the air. Then that young cavalryman rolled off his horse and never got up again. Her sword had been steady. Every detail Aesiding had taught her, she executed perfectly in that instant. Precise, like an instinct etched into her bones. But now thinking about it, her fingers still trembled slightly, not out of regret. On the battlefield it was kill or be killed. She understood that clearly. Nor was it fear. She had not been afraid at the time. Her hands did not shake, her heart did not race. Everything had been wrapped in something cold and sharp. It was just that these hands that had been practicing basic moves on the Holy Dragon Square yesterday, had already killed someone today. Her father the king had told her that a true knight is not defined by realm or equipment, but by whether she can still grip her sword after her first kill. She had thought she understood at the time, but now she realized there was a chasm between understanding and doing, a gap that could only be crossed by personally experiencing it. She wanted to go to her teacher. to knock on the carriage door, sit inside, and tell him everything she had been through today. Not because she needed comfort. She certainly did not need comfort. But just because speaking it out would make her feel better. But she held back, because her teacher was resting with his eyes closed. And Captain Land had told her that the teacher had been eroded by dark force for a long time in the dragon hunting magic array. Although he seemed fine when breaking the array, who knew if there were after effects. Land had spoken very seriously, lowering his voice as if afraid someone might hear, afraid the enemy would learn that the holy dragon might be wounded. So she did not disturb him. She was no longer the vase princess. The sun sank a little lower. She tightened her grip on the reins, squeezed gently with her legs, and the white horse trotted to catch up with the column. That thought was still echoing in her mind. Her first kill. Her first taste of real combat. The master had praised her. Keep it up. She had turned her head away at the time only because she did not want the master to see the red rims of her eyes, but now recalling it, she could not help the corners of her mouth curling upward. When she returned, she would have to train even harder. She would never say it to the master, but she would do it. When he was not riding a horse. She was not riding in a carriage either. She kept her silver dragon form flying above the caravan. Her silvery white scales cast a soft, lustrous sheen in the setting sun. Her long dragon wings, spanning more than 30 meters when fully spread, stirred a gentle breeze with each beat, bending the wild grass along the road low before letting it rise again. The escort knights occasionally looked up at her, their faces carrying respect and gratitude. They all knew that on the battlefield, it was this seemingly clumsy silver dragon who had blasted the enemy's reserve force apart with a single sneeze. Of course, they were not too clear on the details. Commander Rand had told them that Her Highness the Silver Dragon predicted the enemy's movements with high-tier draconic magic and launched a devastating strike. As for the blue butterfly, Rand did not mention a single word. Wendy flew very low, keeping herself directly above Austin's carriage at all times. With her flying speed, she could easily have flown ahead. But she did not want to fly ahead. She liked this angle. Looking down, she could see the top of the carriage, and the black silhouette stretched long and long by the setting sun, casting a sharp, clean shadow on the road. When the wind blew, the curtain would sometimes be lifted at one corner, and she could see Austin leaning against the seat, resting with his eyes closed. She was afraid that if she flew too fast, she would no longer be able to see Lord Austin. This was the farthest Wendy had ever traveled from Dragon Island in her life, and the first time she had truly taken part in a human war. Back on Dragon Island, the Queen Mother always said she was too timid, too prone to getting lost, and unfit for the outside world. Her father, the king, never said it aloud, but whenever he mentioned, when you grow up and venture out into the human world, his tone carried a helpless resignation, as if he held little hope. She too had felt that she was probably not a very qualified silver dragon. But now things were different. She had chased a butterfly into the enemy's reserve assembly point. That part might be a little embarrassing to mention, but she had scattered the enemy with her draconic magic. Commander Rand said she had performed a great service. Lord Austin said her draconic magic had been of great help. Even though Lord Austin's expression was still that cold face when he said it, and his voice carried no rise or fall, he had said it. That was enough. And she had advanced a rank, from the peak of the 8th rank to the early 9th rank. She could protect Lord Austin now. At the thought, Wendy could not help turning a somersault in the air. The escort knights looked up in alarm, thinking something had happened to her. She flipped once more, then obediently flew back to the position directly above the carriage, and continued circling low. The sun sank below the horizon, and the dusk deepened. The caravan moved at a leisurely pace along the road, the sounds of hoofbeats and wheels carrying far into the quiet twilight. In the distant village, dots of lamplight flickered to life, and cooking smoke curled through the evening mist. Everything was quiet and peaceful. Wendy lowered her head and glanced at the carriage curtain. Lord Austin was still resting with his eyes closed. She silently opened her mouth into a grin, a smile that only a dragon could make. Then she folded her dragon wings, transformed into a soft beam of silver light, landed beside the carriage, and walked alongside it. From the Lucy border to the royal capital, a fast horse could cover the distance in about 4 days. But their procession could not move fast. It was not a problem with the horses nor the road. It was the people. More precisely, it was the people of the entire Holy Dragon Kingdom. News of the army's triumphant return traveled faster than their procession. Immediately after the war, the royal messenger had set out with the tidings of victory. At every town along the way, he stopped and proclaimed great victory at Lucy. His Highness the Holy Dragon has slain the orc bloodthirsty general. The entire First Legion of Orc has been wiped out, and then the whole town would boil over with excitement. On the first day in the villages, the procession passed. Farmers ran out of the fields, still holding their sickles, and hoes standing by the roadside to wave at them. They did not quite know what to shout, so they just yelled "Long live the Holy Dragon" over and over with all their might, their voices ragged and out of sync. But every face wore the same expression, not the worship of a distant deity, but the gratitude of people who had truly had their homes saved. On the second day in the town, the procession passed. The mayor personally led the people in building a simple triumphal arch at the town entrance. The wood still carried the scent of fresh sawdust, and the ribbons were hastily pieced together from scraps of cloth collected from every household. a riot of colors crooked and uneven. The town's children followed the procession for a full 2 li running and shouting long live His Highness the Holy Dragon until they could run no more. Then they stopped, hands on their knees, gasping for breath, still waving with all their might at the carriage's receding silhouette. On the third day in the city, the procession passed the streets were completely empty. People stood from the city gate all the way down both sides of the road, and even the rooftops were packed with onlookers. Women leaned out of windows and scattered flower petals over the procession. Elders leaned on their canes at the roadside, tears glistening in their clouded eyes. Some held out loaves of bread they had baked themselves, hoping to offer them to the knights. Some carried out whole jars of homemade apple wine and set them by the roadside. Some simply stood there shouting over and over the slogan that had already been shouted countless times. His Highness the Holy Dragon. His Highness the Holy Dragon. His Highness the Holy Dragon. That title had felt merely troublesome on the first day, had become familiar by the second, and by the third day. He could not say. It was not being moved. It was not the gratification of vanity. Rather, it was the sudden realization after being called that name for 3 years that these people were not cheering for a lie, not for a suit of golden dragon scales, not for an intricately designed deception. They were cheering for the figure who had stood before everyone on the battlefield. Even though that figure itself was also a lie. But they did not know. They only needed to know that wherever that person stood they were safe. That was enough. Austin let the curtain fall and continued resting with his eyes closed. On the 4th day the royal capital came into view. Philip X personally came out of the city to welcome them, an honor even greater than the send-off. The king traveling 3 li out of the city to greet someone was a right reserved only for special figures, such as the empire's emperor or the pope. The entire capital seemed wrapped in a vast golden mantle. The dragon banners on the city walls had all been replaced with new ones. Golden ribbons were tied to every lamppost along the streets. Tens of thousands had gathered in the Holy Dragon Square, and even the steps leading to the Holy Dragon Hall were packed with people. The cheers stretched from the city gate all the way to the royal palace. As Austin's carriage passed through the crowd, everyone was kneeling. Not the aristocratic one-knee kneel, but the humblest kneel of commoners. Both knees on the ground, foreheads pressed to the earth, hands clasped together and raised high above the heads. This was the most revered rite in the Holy Dragon Kingdom, reserved only for facing the divine. Austin sat in the carriage watching it all through the gap in the curtain. His expression remained that same eternal cold face, but there was only one thing on his mind. If one day they learned the truth, that the sacred dragon they knelt before was the doom herald Black Dragon destined to destroy the continent in the prophecy, what would their reaction be? He could not fathom it. Or rather, he dared not think too deeply. Yet amidst the jubilation, 2 individuals were absent from the Holy Dragon Square and had not joined any of the celebrating crowds. The first was Lawrence, the Archbishop of the Holy Church stationed in the Holy Dragon Kingdom. He did not go to the city gates to welcome the returning army, did not appear at the victory banquet, and did not even send a congratulatory letter. To the nobility of the Holy Dragon Kingdom, this was almost inconceivable. Archbishop Lawrence had never missed a major occasion attended by His Majesty the Holy Dragon. His absence was itself a statement. At this moment, he sat alone in the underground archive of the Holy Church's branch. Surrounded by mountains of old scrolls, the azure glow of the magic lamp stretched his shadow long across the floor. The stone walls seeped with dampness from years without sunlight, and the air was thick with the musty scent of aged parchment. He had been sitting here for an entire day. On the table lay a heavy scroll, its seal stamped with the emblem of the Goddess of Light. An official reply from the central archives of the Holy City bearing the highest level of confidential seal, delivered by a dedicated paladin traveling day and night, arriving yesterday evening, the day before the army's return to the capital. He had read the contents of the scroll no fewer than 10 times. Characteristics and origins of the sacred dragon. This archive meticulously recorded 3 core characteristics of the sacred dragon, each verified and refined by successive generations of high-ranking church officials. Sacred dragon body. The body of a sacred dragon must bear golden dragon patterns and a sacred aura, sacred breath. The dragon's breath is pure golden holy flame, absolutely lethal to dark beings, resonance of light. The sacred dragon is naturally drawn to the child of light. But none of these were the reason for Lawrence's silence. What truly silenced him was another document appended at the end of the archive, a secret directive personally signed by the Inquisitor General of the Church. The directive was concise and cold in tone. Its gist: the Inquisition of the Holy Church's headquarters was closely monitoring the matter of the sacred dragon in the Holy Dragon Kingdom. The Inquisition stated that for nearly 1,000 years the sacred dragon assessment had been conducted in the dragon god's secret realm on Dragon Island, and the next round of assessment was not due to begin for another year. Unless Austin was a naturally born sacred dragon, his identity was suspect, and a naturally born sacred dragon had not appeared for 10,000 years. The Inquisitor General wrote plainly in the directive it was not impossible that the Holy Dragon Kingdom had found an impostor to boost national prestige. Whether true or false, it must be verified. If it was a fraud, kill without mercy. A heavy underline was drawn beneath the last 4 words. The Holy Church does not permit anyone to impersonate the sacred dragon who represents the divine. Lawrence's fingers traced back and forth over that underlined phrase, feeling the slight raised texture of the ink against his skin. He had served as Archbishop in the Holy Dragon Kingdom for over a decade, witnessing the kingdom's weakest trough and the revival of the past 3 years since Austin's arrival. King Philip X was not a man who would fabricate such a thing. Of that Lawrence was more certain than anyone. But the Inquisitor General's directive was explicit: do not consider motives, only verify the facts. If it was false, kill without mercy. And from a certain perspective, the Inquisitor General's suspicion was not baseless. A sacred dragon appearing outside the Dragon Island assessment, a sacred dragon who had never revealed its true form before outsiders, a sacred dragon who had only appeared in human form for 3 years. Lawrence himself had entertained these doubts. But before, he had chosen to believe. Now he could no longer rely on faith alone. He needed verification. The 3 core characteristics recorded in the archive: sacred dragon body, sacred breath, and resonance of light. Among them, the sacred dragon body was the most direct evidence, but also the hardest to verify. He would need Austin to willingly transform into dragon form, which required the right moment and pretext. Lawrence had read the battle reports from the Oak battlefield. Church spies said that even when His Majesty the Sacred Dragon faced Thomas directly, he fought in human form, never once transforming into a sacred dragon. That itself was a suspicious point. Lawrence raised his head, rubbing his brow, his graying eyebrows looking especially weary in the lamplight. He rolled up the scroll, placed it into a copper chest with a sealing lock to which only he held the key. Then he stood, picked up his staff, and walked toward the stairs. After 2 steps he paused. He turned back to look at the solitary magic lamp on the table, its azure light flickering faintly in the damp air. Lawrence turned around and headed for the stairs. His footsteps echoed in the narrow stone passage, growing fainter. Tomorrow, during the national celebration, would be a perfect opportunity to make His Majesty the Sacred Dragon reveal his sacred dragon body. Meanwhile, in a narrow alley at the edge of the Holy Dragon Square, a second figure stood in the shadows. The alley was so tight that 2 people would have to turn sideways to pass each other. Vines crawled over the bluestone walls, their shadows slicing the moonlight into countless fragments that spilled onto the uneven stone slabs. From this angle, one could just see the massive fountain in the Holy Dragon Square, and behind it the Holy Dragon Palace, built entirely of white marble. The palace gates were shut tight, but on the steps in front, petals scattered during the day's celebration still remained glowing a faint pink under the moonlight. A slender figure leaned against the wall of the alley, wrapped in a black cloak from head to toe, the hood pulled low, revealing only a small sharp chin and lips painted with delicate pink rouge. The witch. She had arrived in the capital a day ahead of the army, only a few hours after Lawrence had received the archive. The underground network that the Black Witch Church had cultivated in the Holy Dragon Kingdom for decades allowed her to easily obtain a legitimate identity. A young wealthy widow from a southern commercial city-state come to the capital to seek business opportunities with her inheritance. This identity was low-key enough not to arouse suspicion. As for the officials who needed to be greased, the Black Witch Church had plenty of means. She had stood in this spot for a long time, so long that the dew on her shoulders had soaked a dark patch into the cloak. She gazed at the white palace, a faint, elusive smile on her lips. His Majesty the Sacred Dragon. No, Lord Austin. Her voice was as soft as the night wind threading through the vines, carrying an indescribable delight. You are far more interesting than I imagined. She extended one hand, her fingertips tracing a gentle arc in the air. A wisp of black mist seeped from her fingers, drifting silently toward the Holy Dragon Palace. It was not an aggressive magical force, merely an extremely faint aura, so faint that only those exquisitely sensitive to dark energy could perceive it. If Austin was the world-destroying Black Dragon, he would surely sense it. And if he sensed it, what would he do? This was her first gift. The black mist drifted to the outer wall of the Holy Dragon Palace, where it was briefly blocked by an invisible barrier, then dissipated into the night breeze. The witch withdrew her hand and pulled the hood lower. Her gaze lingered for a final second on the white marble facade of the Holy Dragon Palace, then she turned and vanished into the depths of the alley. Only a few vine leaves blown off by the night wind remained gently spinning on the moonlit stone slabs. At the other end of the capital, on the bell tower of the Holy Church branch, Archbishop Lawrence stood by the window, gazing at the brightly lit Holy Dragon Square in the distance. In his hand, he held a cup of already cooled black tea, its surface reflecting the scattered lights of the city. Between them lay the entire capital, a grand victory banquet, all the cheering crowds and fluttering banners. They were searching for the same answer, but their positions, objectives, and methods were diametrically opposed. One sought to confirm the authenticity of the sacred dragon. If it was a fraud, he would personally execute the kill order. The other sought to confirm the identity of the world-destroying Black Dragon. If it was true, she would personally welcome the advent of darkness. And the man they were both watching stood on the steps of the Holy Dragon Palace, facing the cheering crowd, his face wearing its usual cold, stern expression. Moonlight spilled over his ink-black robe, stretching his shadow long and far, all the way to the edge of the fountain in the Holy Dragon Square. The water in the fountain shimmered with silver ripples under the moonlight, reflecting the sparse stars in the sky. The real celebration would begin tomorrow. The next day, the royal capital was even more festive than the new year. Before dawn, the city gates were already thronged with people. People pouring in from neighboring cities crammed the main roads, each holding a hastily crafted, sacred dragon statue overnight. Though no one had ever seen the true form of the sacred dragon, this did not hinder the artisan's imagination at all. Some statues were entirely golden with wings spread like city gates. Some had raised dragon heads spitting flames made of cotton. Even more, someone had heard that His Majesty the Holy Dragon has black hair, and dyed the statue's mane black, making it look from afar like a large lion draped in dragon skin. Austin stood on the high platform, expressionless, watching the grotesque statues below. Beside him, Eileen stood on tiptoe, pointing at a crooked-eyed dragon statue in the crowd, laughing uncontrollably. "Master, look at that. How did that one's horns grow on its chin?" Wendy also poked her head out, studying it seriously, and whispered, "I think it looks like Father, not Lord Austin." "Does your father know you say that about him?" "No." "Well, if he did, he would give you a beating." "Why?" "I really think it looks like Father." Austin glanced at the statue with the horn on its chin and gave up questioning. Philip X stood on his other side, wearing the most magnificent golden dragon-patterned royal robe, looking at the hundreds of thousands of subjects below, a satisfied smile on his face. Archbishop Lawrence stood by a stone pillar not far away, still appearing as a kind old man, but deep in his aged eyes hid a hint of imperceptible scrutiny. The celebration reached its climax amid cheers. Brass horns resounded, cannon fire deafening, and the phalanx, composed of Holy Dragon Academy students, had just finished a collective sword performance. At that moment, Lawrence suddenly stepped forward. He raised his staff, and his aged voice, amplified by holy light magic, spread across the entire square. "People of the kingdom." The entire crowd fell silent. "Today's celebration is for His Majesty the Holy Dragon." Lawrence turned around, his wrinkled face beaming with a kindly smile. "His Majesty the Holy Dragon has graced the Holy Dragon Kingdom for over 3 years, yet has always appeared in human form. Not because His Majesty is unwilling to reveal his true form, but out of compassion for us mortals, fearing that the sacred radiance of the Holy Dragon's body might be too dazzling and harm the innocent." He paused, his sidelong glance flickering faintly toward Austin. "But today is the day of celebration for His Majesty the Holy Dragon's great victory over the Orc Legion. On such a day," he suddenly raised his voice, facing the dense crowd, arms outstretched, "do you all want to see our great Holy Dragon Lord reveal his most noble and sacred form?" This shout was like a spark thrown into a powder keg. The entire Holy Dragon Square ignited instantly. The voices of hundreds of thousands merged into a storm of frenzy, making the surface of the fountain in the center of the square tremble. "Sacred form! Sacred form! Sacred form! By the goddess, I have never seen a true sacred dragon in my entire life. Lord Holy Dragon, please let us see even just a glance." Ding! Multiple people have strong expectations for the host's sacred dragon identity, and no one suspects the host's true identity. Disguised behavior reward 300. Ding! Archbishop Lawrence publicly called on the citizens to request the host to reveal his true form, which objectively strengthened the entire nation's trust in the host's sacred dragon identity. Disguise behavior bonus 500. Current disguise value 13800. On the high platform, Philip X looked at Austin with a hopeful smile. As a king, he knew well how much this sacred dragon revealing its true form in public would boost the morale of the entire kingdom. The feeling of being awed by the Holy Dragon's might when he first met Austin in the Demon Beast Mountains 3 years ago was still unforgettable. Now, allowing all citizens to witness this scene would increase the confidence of the Holy Dragon Kingdom to advance to an empire by at least 3/10. Eileen had excitement written all over her face. She gripped Wendy's hand, her violet eyes almost sparkling with stars as her mind automatically played countless scenes of herself riding a sacred dragon soaring through the sky. The only one not smiling was Wendy. The silver-haired girl's face turned pale in an instant. She instinctively looked at Austin's back. That always stern side profile showed no change in expression, but she knew that Lord Austin was the Doomsday Black Dragon, not a sacred dragon. How could the Doomsday Black Dragon possibly reveal a sacred form in public? If he revealed his true form, those sky-obscuring black dragon wings, those abyss-like black scales that devour light, the hundreds of thousands present would know instantly that the Holy Dragon Lord they had worshipped for 3 years was none other than the Doomsday Black Dragon hunted by the entire world. Wendy's dragon horns began to tremble, and among the crowd below, another person's fingertips were also trembling slightly. The witch stood among a group of foreign merchants, her black cloaks hid covering most of her face, exposing only a pair of eyes fixed on the high platform. Her heart was racing. The scene from the dragon hunting magic array was still vivid. Black light shooting into the sky, dark power flowing into Austin's body, like rivers returning to the sea. That was the power of darkness itself, the ultimate darkness that no light-aligned creature could ever bear. If he dared to reveal his dragon form publicly, the truth would be exposed to everyone. If he made an excuse to refuse Lawrence, the old fox's suspicion would multiply. Either way, it was a dead end. She clenched her fists, her nails digging into her palms. Lord Austin, what will you do? On the high platform, Austin felt the gazes from all directions. The king's hopeful Lawrence's scrutinizing, Eileen's excited, Wendy's tense, and the hundreds of thousands in the square fervent. His expression remained unchanged. But in his heart, he had already cursed Lawrence 800 times. This white-bearded old man indeed had ulterior motives. What compassion for mortals, what sacred radiance harms the innocent. On the surface it was flattery, but in reality, it was cutting off his retreat. With words spoken to this extent, if he refused, it would be equivalent to publicly admitting that he was troubled. This move was a cunning stroke, extremely shrewd. But he had no option to refuse. Nor did he want to refuse. Austin's mind stirred. He opened the disguise value shop, his gaze locking onto the first row item that shimmered with pale golden light. Sacred Dragon Covenant effect. After use, the host can transform into Sacred Dragon form for 1 hour. During the transformation, all abilities are automatically converted to light. Attribute: the dragon's aura includes a sacred suppression effect, dealing double damage to dark creatures. Side effect: after the form is dismissed, the host cannot transform into human form for 24 hours. Price: 5,000. Disguise value: 5,000 points. His current disguise value was over 13,000, so spending this huge sum would certainly hurt. But if he could deceive the king, the archbishop, all the citizens, and the spies of other forces hidden in the crowd all at once, this deal would not be a loss. He did not hesitate. Under the gaze of hundreds of thousands of eyes, Austin took a step forward. Then he leaped off the platform. His ink-black robe fluttered in the wind, his figure streaking across the sky above Holy Dragon Square like a black bolt of lightning. The entire audience held their breath. Then light descended. Not the black radiance he had been accustomed to since hatching, but a strange, scorching, golden, holy light that seemed to burn even his own soul. A pure golden light surged from Austin's body like a tide, completely engulfing his form. The human silhouette twisted, elongated, and deformed in the light. A pair of sky-obscuring golden dragon wings suddenly unfurled within the radiance, each scale on the wings like a mirror forged of pure gold, refracting the sunlight into countless dazzling golden beams. The dragon head held high, the dragon body coiled, a long, elegant tail sweeping an arc through the air. A pure golden sacred dragon appeared directly above Holy Dragon Square. Light and holiness cascaded downward like a warm current, enveloping the entire plaza. It was a power utterly unrelated to destruction, darkness, or death. Tender, solemn, merciful, making one involuntarily want to weep, to kneel, to offer all the piety in their heart to this golden deity. The Sacred Dragon Plaza fell silent for a full 3 seconds. Then an earth-shattering roar of cheers erupted. A sacred dragon. It really is a sacred dragon. By the goddess above, I've seen it. My life is complete. Row after row of commoners fell to their knees, foreheads pressed against the cold stone slabs, chanting prayers, praising the goddess of light and the sacred dragon. Some wept, some laughed, and some were so overwhelmed they fainted on the spot, carried to the roadside by their companions. The craftsman holding the crooked-mouthed, squint-eyed dragon statue stared blankly at the true sacred dragon in the sky, then looked down at the sculpture in his hands and silently hid it behind his back. Upon the high platform, Philip X gazed up at the sky-obscuring golden dragon, a faint glimmer of doubt flickering in his pupils. He had seen the true form of His Excellency, the sacred dragon, before. 3 years ago in the Beast Mountain range, the dragon coiled upon the boulder had scales of black gold, not pure gold. Moreover, back then he had not felt this overwhelming sacred aura. At that time, Austin had given him the feeling of powerful, not divine. But today this sacred aura shrouded his entire body like a tangible force, stirring even him, a saint-level powerhouse, with an impulse to kneel. Could it be that His Excellency, the sacred dragon, had broken through, and thus his form had changed? Philip X frowned slightly, but soon relaxed his brow. Above the saint level lay the demigod, and above the demigod lay the divine. How could the evolutionary path of a sacred dragon be fully understood by a mortal king? Perhaps the battle on the oak battlefield had allowed him to break through his bottleneck, making his form even more sacred. He nodded, set the thought aside, and continued to gaze with a smile at the radiant golden dragon in the sky. And not far from him, Archbishop Lawrence's reaction was far more intense. His Excellency, the sacred dragon. Truly a sacred dragon. Lawrence looked up at the pure golden dragon in the heavens, a storm of shock surging in his aged eyes. His fingers gripping the staff trembled slightly, the knuckles turning white, but after only a brief moment, he lowered his eyelids and suppressed all the surging emotions back beneath a calm surface. It was not a feigned calm. It was truly speechless. Having lived over 70 years, experienced 2 papal successions, and personally signed 3 archbishop decrees that could affect the rise and fall of a kingdom, he believed his heart would no longer stir. Yet today he had nearly committed an unforgivable error. He had doubted a true sacred dragon. If Austin had not revealed his true form today, what would he have done? Continue the investigation. Carry out the Grand Inquisitor's secret decree to the end. And then, personally persecute a sacred being, causing the sacred dragon kingdom to lose its guardian sacred dragon and saddling the Holy Church with eternal infamy. The thought of that, and then sent cold sweat drenching Lawrence's back. He slowly exhaled a turbid breath, then planted his staff firmly on the ground with a dull thud. Then he turned to Philip X, his voice regaining its usual dignified composure, though with a touch more hoarseness than usual. "Your Majesty." Philip X, who had been looking up at the golden dragon in the sky, withdrew his gaze upon hearing Lawrence's voice. "What is it, Archbishop?" "On behalf of the Holy Church, I extend the highest respect to the sacred dragon kingdom." Lawrence's tone was solemn and restrained, every word seemingly carefully weighed. "His Excellency, the sacred dragon, not only possesses flawless and pure sacred bloodline, but also single-handedly broke through enemy formations, slew generals, and protected the people on the oak battlefield. Such feats shall not pass unnoticed by the Holy Church." He paused, his aged fingers gently stroking the light gem atop his staff. "I shall write to the Holy City today, reporting everything to His Holiness the Pope. All that His Excellency the Sacred Dragon has done for the kingdom and the Church deserves the highest honor from the Church. If any sacred relic aligns with His Excellency's constitution, I will strive my utmost to secure it." Philip X listened and nodded solemnly. "The Archbishop has been most thoughtful. I will certainly convey the goodwill of the Archbishop and the Holy Church to His Excellency the Sacred Dragon." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Lawrence bowed, took a half-step back, and once again turned his gaze toward the golden dragon circling in the sky. His face still bore the composed dignity befitting a powerful archbishop, but the fingers gripping his staff remained pale at the knuckles. He owed Austin an apology, and though he would not offer it in person, he could make amends with all his efforts in the time to come. As for Irene, her hands were clenched so tightly around the railing of the high platform that her knuckles turned white. Her violet eyes were wide as saucers reflecting the pure golden sacred dragon in the sky. Her lips parted and closed again, yet not a single word escaped. There was only one image left in her mind. Herself riding on the back of that golden dragon, white clouds racing past her, wind whipping her golden hair, and below an endless continent with people as tiny as ants. And then she shouted down below, "See this. This is my mount. His Excellency the Sacred Dragon is my mount." She accidentally let out a laugh, then quickly covered her mouth, glancing left and right to make sure no one had noticed. Winnie, on the other hand, presented a very different scene. The silver-haired girl stared blankly at the golden dragon in the sky, her silver eyes filled with profound confusion. Her mouth formed a smile, her dragon horns involuntarily tilted to one side, and she stood like a frozen statue. Lord Austin. Wasn't he a world-destroying black dragon? She had seen it with her own eyes. Above the misty swamp, the dragon Lord Austin was entirely black. Black scales, black wings, even his breath was black flame, carrying the aura of destruction. But now the dragon in the sky was pure gold, emanating sacred radiance. How could a world-destroying black dragon turn into a sacred dragon? Could Lord Austin perform magic? Perhaps I was too nervous earlier and saw wrong. Wendy muttered softly, rubbing her eyes vigorously, then rubbing them again. The pure golden dragon in the sky continued to circle, showering the sky with sacred light. "I'll rub them again." In the crowd below, the witch's body stood rigid as a statue. From beneath the shadow of her hood, her eyes locked onto the colossal golden dragon soaring in the sky above her, lips pressed into a pale, thin line. No, this was wrong. What she had witnessed within the dragon-slaying magic array, those dense, overwhelming waves of dark power surging into Austin's body, like rivers returning to the sea, like a wanderer coming home. It could not be mistaken. That was not a force any being of light could endure, let alone a sacred dragon, a vessel of pure radiant essence. She had felt that presence. The very essence of primordial darkness, more pure, more ancient, more profound than the dark power of any priest of the Black Witch Church. Yet the creature that now soared above was bathed in resplendent gold, its holy radiance illuminating the earth, its draconic might saturated with solemn, majestic light. It was night and day compared to what she had seen within the dragon-slaying magic array. Impossible. She murmured, her voice barely a whisper, only she could hear. Could it be that my perception was wrong? No, that's impossible. The aura of primordial darkness. I could never mistake it. She bit her lower lip, her mind racing through every possible explanation. Austin soared slowly across St. Dragon Square. Each beat of his pure golden wings stirred a warm breeze tinged with faint golden particles of light. His draconic might spread outward like a relentless tide, enveloping the entire royal capital. Even the guards standing watch upon the city walls involuntarily dropped to one knee, bowing their heads in reverence. His dragon form was vastly larger than his human shape, his wingspan easily surpassing 100 meters. Golden dragon scales shimmered brilliantly under the sunlight, and every lash of his tail trailed a resplendent arc of golden light in his wake. The Holy Dragon's Covenant. The effect was indeed remarkable. The disguise value on his panel was frantically climbing. Ding! Successfully paraded over the royal capital in sacred dragon form, hundreds of thousands witnessed it, none suspicious. Disguise value 10 ding. The baker from the northern district witnessed the true form of the sacred dragon, wept tears of joy, and now believes utterly in the host's identity. Disguise value 10. Ding. The blacksmith's apprentice in the southern district saw the sacred dragon fly overhead, cast aside his hammer, and knelt in worship. Disguise value 10. Ding. A noble lady from the eastern district claims her years-long headache was cured by the holy radiance of the sacred dragon lord, and is spreading the word everywhere. Disguise value 20. Ding. 3 children in the western district got into a fight over how many teeth the sacred dragon lord has. After being separated by their parents, each drew a picture of the sacred dragon. Not one of them drew it black. Disguise value 30. Disguise value settlement in progress. After deducting 5,000 points for the purchase of Holy Dragon's Covenant, current disguise value 19,800, Austin silently tallied the numbers in his mind. A net profit of over 7,000. Not bad. If the Holy Dragon's Covenant didn't only last an hour, he would have happily flown another lap or two. But time was almost up. If he delayed any longer and switched from gold back to black mid-air, the consequences would be disastrous. Hundreds of thousands below would witness the sacred dragon transform into a world-ending black dragon. His disguise value would likely be wiped to zero, and a continent-wide bounty would be a bonus. He banked and flew toward the elevated platform of the square. In the final second before landing, the colossal golden dragon dissolved into a stream of light and recondensed into human form. His ink-black robe wrapped around him, immaculately black hair, black pupils, his face still that eternally impassive cold expression. As if the sky-obscuring golden dragon from moments ago had been nothing but a collective hallucination. The cheers from the square continued unabated. No one noticed. Austin, with his back to everyone, withdrew a white handkerchief from his sleeve, covered his mouth and nose, and made a coughing motion. When he lowered the handkerchief, a smear of golden blood stained the white cloth. Master! Eileen was the first to notice the blood. Her pupils contracted in an instant, her smile freezing on her face. She rushed forward in 3 quick strides to support Austin's arm, her voice cracking with alarm. You're injured. Why didn't you say so earlier? Austin tucked the handkerchief back into his sleeve, his tone calm. It's nothing. A few days of rest, and I'll be fine. Nothing. Eileen's eyes were already rimmed with red. You were trapped in that dark magic array on the oak battlefield for so long, and then you just revealed your true form for so long, and you call that nothing. Philip X's expression shifted as well. He strode forward and asked in a low voice, Sacred Dragon, Lord, your wound. It's nothing. Austin's tone remained that same airy, carefree cadence, but he paused at just the right moment before adding, the dark power of the dragon-slaying magic array isn't so easily purged. When I revealed my true form and called upon the sacred dragon's power, just now the dark force within me surged once more. For the sake of the sacred dragon kingdom's people, this bit of suffering is nothing. This bit of suffering is nothing. 7 words, yet they filled Philip X and Lawrence with shame. Indeed, Philip X's guilt was practically written across his face. He opened his mouth as if to speak, but in the end he simply bowed deeply to Austin. Everything the sacred dragon lord has done for the sacred dragon kingdom shall never be forgotten. The sacred dragon kingdom will remember it for eternity. As for Archbishop Lawrence, at this moment, he wished he could swallow his own scepter. The instant he saw that smear of golden blood, his entire aged face crumpled into a knot. Endless regret surged within him like a flood, drowning him. It was all his fault. The sacred dragon lord had just endured a fierce battle, been corroded by dark power within the dragon-slaying magic array. He should have been resting and recovering. Yet it was he, Lawrence, who, driven by his own suspicions, had publicly demanded that the sacred dragon lord reveal his true form. And so the sacred dragon lord, dragging his wounded body, had fulfilled the people's wish only to aggravate his injuries and cough blood on the spot. And he had even dared to doubt the sacred dragon lord's identity before this. He was unforgivably guilty. Sacred dragon lord, Lawrence tottered forward, his voice hoarse, his aged eyes filled with nothing but remorse. This old servant is truly, please rest assured, this old servant will immediately write to the church headquarters requesting the finest healing sacred medicines to compensate the sacred dragon lord. No, this old servant will personally journey to the holy city. The church headquarters has collected many sacred elixirs from ancient times over the years. Even if this old servant must cast aside all dignity, he will secure them for the sacred dragon lord. Austin glanced at him and gave a slight nod. His expression remained as cold as ever, yet in his heart, he had already awarded the sacred dragon pact a 5-star rating. 5,000 points of camouflage value had yielded not only a net gain of over 7,000, the king's gratitude and Lawrence's devout reverence, but had also pried loose the old man's resources within the church's headquarters. This transaction had proven even more advantageous than anticipated. Your Majesty, Austin turned to Philip X, his tone concise. I must return to the Holy Dragon Hall to recover. The Holy Dragon Hall shall be fully sealed. No one may enter. Philip X immediately straightened his posture. Your Holiness, the Holy Dragon rest and heal in peace. As long as I draw breath, not even a mosquito shall fly into the Holy Dragon Hall. Austin gave a slight nod, his gaze sweeping over Aaron and Wendy. I'm granting you both 3 days of leave. Then he turned and walked toward the Holy Dragon Hall, until Austin's figure disappeared into the far end of the corridor beyond the platform. In the plaza below, the crowd remained immersed in the awe of having witnessed the sacred dragon with their own eyes, their cheers echoing without end. No one noticed that at the edge of the crowd a figure in a black cloak was quietly slipping away. The witch pressed her hood lower, concealing the deeply conflicted expression on that exquisite face. Confusion, doubt, and a trace of disappointment she was unwilling to admit. If Austin truly was the sacred dragon, then how was she to explain the dark primordial power she had seen within the dragon-slaying magic array? And if he were the world-destroying black dragon, then what was that pure golden sacred dragon in the sky just moments ago? Her footsteps halted at the mouth of the alley. She cast one glance back toward the Holy Dragon Hall. That white marble edifice gleamed with a soft luster under the setting sun, its doors tightly sealed with hundreds of royal guards already standing in formation across the plaza. Haha, Lord Austin, I find myself growing more and more intrigued by you. The day after the Holy Dragon Hall was unsealed, an invitation arrived from the royal palace. It was not a state banquet hosted by the king, but an aristocratic soiree held by the royal family. Officially, it was to celebrate the lingering triumph of the Lucian victory, but in truth Philip X had appended a line in his private seal at the end of the invitation. In recent days, envoys from every nation have converged upon the capital, all of them here for you. Make an appearance, let them know the Holy Dragon is safe and sound, and save me a great deal of explanation. After reading the invitation, Austin initially intended to decline, as usual. Such gatherings of nobles were nothing more than a parade of people repeating, "All hail the Holy Dragon." In his ear a few dishes that failed to suit his palate, and several hours of being scrutinized by noble ladies peering from behind their fans. But Aaron had already blocked his path of retreat. Master, you've already declined the victory celebration, the state banquet, and the military's commendation feast. If you don't show up at this soiree by tomorrow, the capital will be rife with rumors of the Holy Dragon's wounds are too severe, he may never recover. She stood with hands on her hips in the very center of the Holy Dragon Hall's front chamber, her violet eyes wide and round. And Archbishop Lawrence has already announced in advance that the Holy Dragon is the goddess's chosen vessel, and that such trifling wounds have long since healed. If you don't go, he'll lose face as well. Austin fell silent for a moment. The goddess of light's chosen vessel. What would she think knowing that the world-destroying black dragon she had decreed annihilation upon had become her very own prophet? Since when did you become Lawrence's advocate? I'm not his advocate. I'm just... Aaron bit her lip, her voice dropping slightly. I just don't want others saying your wounds are severe. That day at the ceremony, so many people saw you cough up blood. Austin looked at her eyes, which had suddenly lost their self-righteous gleam, and after a moment, he rose to his feet. Prepare the carriage. Huh. Aaron froze for a moment, then a brilliant smile bloomed across her face. Master, you're actually going. Before I change my mind. I'm on it. Aaron spun around and dashed off, only to double back 2 steps and poke half her head around the doorframe. Oh, Master, wear that new dark robe tonight. I had the tailor add gold thread embroidery to your cuffs. It's absolutely stunning. She vanished into the corridor before he could even respond. Wendy poked her head out from behind the sofa, still holding half a cream puff in her mouth. Lord Austin, must I go as well? You don't want to. I don't much care for banquets. Last time someone insisted that I become their mount, and so many people kept staring at my horns. It made me very uncomfortable. Wendy's voice grew softer and softer, her fingers unconsciously fidgeting with her butterfly hairpin. And I'm afraid I might accidentally ruin the whole event. Then stay in the Holy Dragon Hall. But, Wendy bit her lip again. I also want to protect Lord Austin. Austin looked at her. The Silver Dragon girl's expression was clearly torn. She didn't want to attend a gathering that made her uncomfortable, yet she didn't feel right letting Austin go out alone, especially since in her heart Lord Austin had just suffered such severe wounds. No protection needed tonight. Go complete your training. Wendy's dragon horns twitched slightly as she seemed to weigh the 2 options seriously, then nodded firmly. Then I shall wait in the hall for your return, my lord. Austin turned and walked out of the hall. Lord Austin, Wendy's voice called from behind him. If anyone bullies you at the banquet, just call me with your mind. I can fly there in mere seconds. No one here can bully me. All right. Wendy scratched her head sheepishly. Then come home, early, my lord. In the grand ballroom of the Sacred Dragon Royal Palace, tonight's lights burned even brighter than before. Tens of thousands of magical candles hovered beneath the dome, bathing the entire hall in brilliance as bright as day. The long tables were draped in gold-embroidered linens, and silver cutlery cast soft halos of light in the candles' glow. Envoys from 5 or 6 nations moved through the aristocratic circles of the kingdom, wine glasses in hand, exchanging pleasantries. Laughter and dance melodies interwove into a lively, bustling symphony. The moment Austin stepped into the ballroom, every gaze converged upon him. The Holy Dragon has arrived, someone whispered, and instantly the entire crowd stirred with restless energy. Several noble couples in the middle of a dance paused their steps in unison, turning to offer him their salute. Foreign envoys lowered their glasses, their expressions cautious, yet curious, and a few bold noble ladies had already begun adjusting their hair ornaments, seemingly weighing whether to approach him. This was Austin's first public appearance since coughing up blood at the ceremony. Everyone wanted to confirm one thing. How well had the Holy Dragon truly recovered? Austin wore the new dark robe Aaron had specified, the gold thread embroidery at his cuffs glimmering faintly in the candlelight. His stride remained composed, his face that same eternally impassive mask, his breathing rhythm utterly unchanged. Your Holiness, the Holy Dragon. Philip X descended from the throne himself to welcome him, his smile more genuine than when greeting any foreign dignitary. Seeing your Holiness in such fine spirits puts my mind at ease. I am grateful for your Majesty's concern. Austin gave a slight nod. Archbishop Lawrence, also present in the crowd, strode forward upon seeing Austin and offered a formal ecclesiastical salute. Your Holiness, the Holy Dragon. His tone carried that same measured, seasoned cadence, yet compared to the scrutinizing formality of before there now lingered a deeper strain of genuine respect, along with a sliver of guilt so faint only Austin could perceive it. Archbishop. Austin returned the gesture, his expression as placid as ever. After the three exchanged brief pleasantries, Philip X was quickly surrounded by several nobles and Lawrence retreated to the church's designated seating. Austin took a cup of coffee. Dragon dung coffee as always to this day. He could not comprehend why the kingdom's highest spec banquets insisted on serving only this one beverage, and found a relatively quiet corner leaning against a pillar as his gaze swept lazily across the hall. Foreign envoys, capital nobles, high-ranking officers of the knighthood, and a noticeably larger than usual crowd of noble ladies and young misses. Austin recognized several familiar faces. Andre of the Hall family wasn't present, likely still chewing sand at the northern border outpost, though the men who had trailed behind him last time were still there, hastily lowering their heads the moment his gaze passed over them. Lady Campbell had also arrived, wearing a deep crimson gown even more striking than before, but this time she merely cast a distant glance his way before looking off elsewhere, clearly still digesting the sting of her previous rejection. Just then the grand doors of the ballroom were pushed open by a steward. Night wind rushed in from beyond the entrance, stirring the velvet drapes suspended beneath the dome. The lively dance music seemed to skip a beat in that moment, then resumed, but no one seemed to be truly listening anymore, because standing in the doorway was a woman. The candlelight in the hall flickered without warning, as though even the light itself leaned toward her. She wore a pale blue evening gown tailored to perfection, its fabric shimmering beneath the candlelight with a silvery wave-like luster, as if moonlight spilled across the surface of an early spring lake. It was an extraordinarily faint blue, so pale it bordered on translucent, yet every fold and curve caught a layered radiance, from silver white at the waist to pale blue at the hem, as though an entire clear sky had been shattered and woven into silk. The high slit of the skirt revealed her long straight legs, her skin rendered almost luminously pale against the light blue like the finest mutton fat jade. A delicate silver chain cinched her waist, from which hung a modest dark gemstone, resting precisely at the narrowest point of her silhouette, swaying gently with each step. She entered the hall from the doorway, each step falling at a leisurely, unhurried rhythm. It was neither the timid, careful patter of a noble lady nor the deliberately alluring sway of a seasoned matron. It was a pace somewhere between the two, graceful and effortless, the pale blue hem trailing behind her like a cloud shadow drifting across a clear sky. And what drew every eye most was her veil. A layer of extremely fine white lace covered the lower half of her face, yet could not conceal those profound eyes, deep as the night sky. They were not the common green or blue, but a color somewhere between deep brown and ink black, shimmering faintly in the candlelight like two pieces of obsidian polished to perfection. The white veil and pale blue gown created the softest color transition, making her appear as though painted in delicate washes, pure, luminous, untouched by dust. Even behind the veil her features were astonishingly exquisite. A high straight nose, perfectly arched brows, her black hair gathered into a low chignon secured with a silver hairpin, its head set with a dark gemstone identical to the one at her waist. A few stray strands of hair fell beside her ears, gently brushing her bare collarbone with each breath. The pale blue gown made her skin appear even fairer, the patch of flesh half covered by the fabric below her collarbone glowing with the faintest pearlescent sheen in the candlelight. Her figure was not the slender, delicate frame of a young noble lady, but the full, graceful curves of a mature woman. The front of the gown was not revealing, yet the curvature of its tailoring traced the generous silhouette of her chest with impeccable precision. Her shoulder and neck lines were elegant and well-proportioned, her arms free of any excess flesh, yet not fragile. Her posture was upright and expansive, carrying the sense of strength that comes only from years of disciplined training. The pale blue silk flowed down her body like a river, cinching to the thinnest curve at her waist before draping naturally over her hips and thighs, each step stirring the hem into ripples the color of a clear sky. As she passed through the crowd, everyone forgot to speak. A young viscount holding a wine glass stared blankly as she walked past, the glass slipping from his fingers and shattering on the floor with a sharp crack. He did not notice. The oboist missed a note, earning a furious glare from the conductor, yet the conductor's own baton faltered by half a beat. An elderly count with silver hair removed his monocle and polished the lens repeatedly with his sleeve, muttering something about the Virgin Mary, whether in admiration or prayer no one could tell. His wife beside him let out a cold snort and pinched his arm hard. The old count hissed in pain, yet his gaze still could not tear itself away from that pale blue figure. Madame Campbell glanced down at her own deep red evening gown, the one she had once been so proud of, then at the woman in pale blue, and quietly closed her fan. She had worn the most expensive dress, the brightest jewels, the priciest perfume tonight. Yet that woman needed only a gown of the most understated hue adorned with nothing but a slender chain at her waist and a silver pin in her hair, and outshone every woman in the ballroom. Not by jewels, not by perfume, not by any external ornament, but by herself alone. Irene stood at the opposite end of the ballroom, her dessert fork suspended in midair. Her violet eyes widened, her lips moved, and she muttered under her breath, barely audible, "That's simply absurd." She glanced down at her own pale gold evening gown, chosen within an entire hour that morning, the lace trim on the hem deliberately lengthened by half an inch at her maid's hand. Gold and blue. Gold should by all rights be the more dazzling hue. Yet suddenly she felt that no amount of lace on this gown could ever matter. That woman had become the very center of the ballroom, and she seemed entirely unaware of the eyes upon her. Or perhaps she was aware, and simply did not care. She stood at the doorway, her gaze sweeping past everyone, past the frozen noblemen and the women with complicated expressions, as though searching for a specific figure. When her gaze swept across the pillar in the corner of the hall, it lingered. The lace edge of her veil trembled slightly, the faintest upward curve at the corner of her mouth. She began walking unhurried, yet purposeful, straight toward that direction. The crowd parted before her, as if the sea before Moses, every eye following her retreating figure. The pale blue hem trailed behind her in an arc of clear sky color, each step as light as if she were walking upon water, sending out silent rippling rings. When she stopped, every gaze in the ballroom converged on the same spot, the young man in dark robes standing by the pillar, a cup of coffee in hand. "Elena Fortis pays her respects to your grace, the Holy Dragon." She folded her hands at her waist and performed a flawless aristocratic curtsy, her voice warm and soft, carrying the same clear, luminous quality as her pale blue gown. A striking contrast to the commanding presence she had radiated moments before. She lifted her head, those fathomless dark eyes meeting Austin's, the corner of her mouth curving imperceptibly beneath the veil. "I congratulate your grace on your full recovery. It is the greatest honor of my life to stand before you today." Austin studied her. From the moment she entered the ballroom, he had sensed an extremely faint trace, nearly masked by perfume, of something emanating from within her. Not from her body, but seeping from within, dark elemental energy. Without revealing his reaction, golden runes quietly surfaced in the depths of his pupils. Veronica Starr, age 27, realm early saint stage aptitude, legendary identity, high priestess of the Black Witch Church, the youngest in nearly a millennium, ranking only below the Witch Lord and the 2 deputy Witch Lords. Dark element affinity approaches the origin level, proficient in dark magic and witchcraft. Known within the church for her motto, never doing anything without purpose. Current status, disguised as Elena Fortis, a wealthy widow from the southern city-states, attending the royal banquet under the pretense of admiring the Holy Dragon Prince's renown. Elena Fortis. No, Veronica Starr, the high priestess of the Black Witch Church. Austin's fingers holding the coffee cup paused almost imperceptibly before returning to normal. "Madame Fortis." He nodded slightly, his tone as calm and ordinary as ever. "A pleasure to meet you." Veronica straightened up, her gaze sweeping over Austin. Not the kind of look a noblewoman gives a potential prey, but a more subtle scrutiny, checking his complexion, breathing, body posture, and most importantly, whether any residual dark aura lingered on him. But Austin bore no aura at all. His disguise was airtight, not even a wisp of dark power leaking out. A flicker of disappointment flashed in Veronica's eyes, but she quickly masked it behind a polite smile. "Elena has only recently arrived in the capital. Tonight is her first time attending a royal banquet. If there is any impropriety, I hope your highness will forgive her." As she spoke, her eyes fell on the coffee cup in Austin's hand, and the corners of her lips curved slightly. "Your highness enjoys dragon dung coffee, eh? I used to drink it often in the southern city-states. The roasting method there is slightly different from the capitals. If I have the honor, I would like to invite your highness to sample the southern flavor another day." Austin was speechless. She was still performing, and flawlessly at that. A wealthy widow from the southern city-states, able to precisely distinguish the regional differences in dragon dung coffee. She had done her homework more diligently than a student at the Holy Dragon Academy. If he hadn't possessed the true sight, he would probably have taken her for a noblewoman of considerable taste and social grace. But knowing that she was the black-cloaked woman who had coldly commanded the dragon-hunting magic array, this elegant and proper mask of a lady became all the more intriguing. "You are thoughtful, madam." Austin took a sip of coffee. May I ask how long you plan to stay in the capital? Originally, I only intended to stay for a month or two. Veronica's eyes curved into two shallow crescents, a hint of subtle implication in her voice. But the customs and people of the capital are more interesting than I imagined. Perhaps I will stay a while longer. Oh, what part of the capital interests you, madam? Why, of course. She tilted her head slightly, her deep eyes fixed directly on Austin. The people. She drew out the last word perfectly, not too heavy, not too light, just enough for Austin to catch the subtext, yet not enough to give any bystander extra associations. Austin's hand holding the coffee cup did not tremble. The surface of the coffee remained as still as a mirror. Madame Fortis is indeed adept at socializing. His tone did not change. How is your business investigation progressing? Quite smoothly. However, I have encountered some confusion in choosing a location recently. I would like to ask your highness. I hear that the rent for shops in the eastern and northern districts of the capital differs greatly. Which district does your highness think is more suitable for the tea trade? She paused, her lashes lowering slightly. If your highness is available, Elena would like to find a quiet place after the ball to discuss it in detail. Austin almost lost his composure. Location selection. Renting shops. She had tried to kill him in the dragon-hunting magic array, and now with the same mouth, she was discussing the tea business with him. And she wanted to find a quiet place to talk. Just as he was about to speak, the band struck up a new tune. It was a waltz, a staple of the Holy Dragon Kingdom's royal balls, with a light, graceful rhythm perfect for couples to dance. Veronica withdrew her gaze from the band and fixed it back on Austin. Then she extended a hand. Long, slender, fair fingers with a faint pearlescent polish on the nails that glowed softly in the candlelight. Her wrist was slightly raised, her posture elegant, as if inviting, as if waiting. The light blue sleeve slipped down a little, revealing a slender wrist, the bones delicate and exquisite. Your highness, her voice was gentle and composed, might Elena have the honor of a dance with your highness? The sound in the hall seemed to drop a few decibels at that moment. The nobles around were still chatting among themselves, but their gazes had converged from all directions, waiting to see the Holy Dragon's response. Austin looked at the hand extended before him. His brain completed the following calculations in 0.3 seconds. She was a witch of the Black Witch Church. She was testing him. Dancing meant close contact for several minutes, during which she would observe his dark aura, heartbeat, body temperature, and muscle reactions. Every subtle physiological trait could be a basis for her judgment. Refusing meant he was avoiding, which would be tantamount to admitting he had a secret. Moreover, dozens of eyes were watching from all around. More importantly, if he refused such a beautiful woman, who knew if these jealous nobles would spread rumors tomorrow that the Holy Dragon didn't like women? Sure, he took her hand. The moment Austin held Veronica's fingers, the air in the banquet hall seemed to be squeezed by an invisible hand. After a brief silence, whispers surged like a tide from all directions. By the goddess, the Holy Dragon actually agreed. A middle-aged viscount stopped his wine glass mid-air, almost spilling the drink. The Holy Dragon never dances. Last time Lady Campbell asked him, he didn't even glance her way and walked off. That's because Lady Campbell wasn't pretty enough. A tall, thin baron beside him lowered his voice, his eyes fixed on the light blue figure on the dance floor. Look at this, Madame Fortis. I've lived over 40 years and never seen a beauty of this caliber. That dress, that waist, those eyes. Even through the veil they could steal a man's soul. The Holy Dragon is a man too. How could he refuse? Keep your voice down. Your wife is over there watching. My wife isn't here. She didn't come tonight. Thank the goddess. On the other side of the dance floor, several noble ladies huddled together, their expressions shifting from shock to a united sourness. Who is she anyway? A blonde girl in a pink fluffy dress bit her lip, her fan creaking in her hand. I've never seen her before. What makes her worthy of dancing with the Holy Dragon? I heard she's from the southern city-states, a merchant's widow. The brunette beside her sounded sour enough to squeeze lemon juice. Tisk, a merchant's widow. Dressed simply, but that dress is clearly the work of a top tailor. And did you notice? When she walked over, her breathing didn't even falter. That kind of composure is not something an ordinary merchant's widow can have. What composure, the pink dress girl snorted. I call it playing hard to get. First pretend not to care, then accidentally catch eyes. I've seen that trick 1,000 times. Then why haven't you used it on the Holy Dragon? The pink dress girl's face flushed red. I'm not as shameless as her. Lady Campbell stood at the edge of the crowd, holding a glass of red wine. She wore a deep red evening gown worth 1,000 gold pieces embroidered with large golden roses and 3 sets of jewelry from head to toe. But at this moment, watching the light blue figure on the dance floor, adorned only with a thin chain and a silver hairpin, she suddenly felt like a nouveau riche who had put on all her possessions. Humph. She took a sip of wine, hiding half her face behind her fan, and said to her companion, that veil covers her face. Who knows if she's a flower from afar, but a scar up close. And look at that dress. It's washed almost white, like she just dug it out from the bottom of her wardrobe. Her companion smiled awkwardly and said nothing. Everyone present could see that the color of that dress was called moon white, the trendiest shade in the southern city-states this year. But her companion chose to keep silent. After all, Lady Campbell was her cousin. Veronica's fingers moved slightly in his palm, not from nervousness, but a moment of surprise. She probably hadn't expected him to agree so readily. But she quickly regained her composure, letting Austin lead her toward the dance floor. The surrounding guests automatically made way for them, forming a circular space. When the band conductor saw the Holy Dragon step onto the dance floor, he was so excited, he almost fell off the podium and quickly signaled the musicians to slow the tempo a little more. Then Austin discovered a problem he had never considered before. He didn't know how to dance. 100 years ago, he was a corporate drone on Earth. Drones only know overtime and video games. After transmigrating, he spent over 90 years as a world-destroying dark dragon on the run. World-destroying dark dragons most certainly don't know how to waltz. In the 3 years in the Holy Dragon Kingdom, he had never attended occasions requiring dancing. The only exception was the last celebration banquet. He had just stood on the second floor holding a cup of coffee. But now he stood right in the center of the dance floor holding the witch's hand with hundreds of eyes watching, and the band had already begun to play. His left foot stepped out and landed on the wrong spot. Veronica looked down at the suddenly shortened distance between them, then raised her head to look at Austin's still expressionless face and let out a soft laugh. "Your Highness doesn't know how to dance." Austin did not answer. "It's all right." She stepped forward half a step, actively shortening the distance between them. One hand lightly rested on his shoulder, while the other guided his right hand to her waist. Not the position prescribed by noble etiquette, but slightly further back, closer to the curve of her waist. Through the light blue silk fabric, he could feel the subtle indent of the waistline beneath. The silk was so thin it was almost non-existent. The warmth transmitted through his palm was as clear as if it were directly on her skin. "I can teach you." Her voice was low, so low that only the two of them could hear it. A faint, elusive smile lingered in her tone, along with an indescribable pleasure. Not the smugness of a socialite landing a wealthy catch, but the thrill of a hunter watching prey step into the trap. Austin accepted her guidance with an expressionless face. The two began to move with the music. The first few steps were clumsy and stumbling. Austin's movements were as stiff as a knight apprentice donning armor for the first time, stepping on Veronica's toes at least twice. But Veronica maintained her smile throughout. Every time he misstepped, she adjusted her position in an instant, making it almost imperceptible to the observing guests. "Your Highness need not be nervous," she said, pressing lightly on his lower back with her fingertips to guide his center of gravity half an inch forward. "A waltz is merely a matter of rhythm control. Did you know? It is actually akin to swordsmanship. Both seek balance between rhythm, force, and direction." Her fingers tightened slightly around his waist like a patient dance instructor correcting a student's posture. Yet when the warmth of her fingertips reached Austin's skin through the dark robe's fabric, it carried an ambiguity that transcended the realm of instruction. "Your Highness, for this step, you need to lower your center of gravity a bit more." As she spoke, she leaned slightly toward him with a twirling motion, her light blue skirt blooming like a sky-colored flower under the candlelight. The high slit revealed the graceful, flowing lines of her calf. Her hand slid smoothly across Austin's lower back, pausing to press gently on his lumbar dimple. Not a push, not a press, but an exceedingly light and swift touch, like a feather brushing across the water's surface. Austin sensed the precision of her fingertips landing. It was the location of the kidney, one of the most vulnerable, vital points on the human back. She was not flirting, she was measuring. Measuring his muscle reaction, his level of vigilance, his instinctive reflex to contact from behind. "Madam, are you also versed in swordsmanship?" Austin's voice was as calm as ever, as if he had not noticed her probing at all. "A little. I confess. My late husband was the knight commander of the city-state and taught me the basics." "Then your husband must have been an exceptional swordsman. A pity he died young." Veronica lowered her lashes, her tone perfectly tinged with a touch of sorrow, then raised her head again, a smile returning to her lips. "Let us not speak of that. Your Highness, next comes a spin. Please follow my steps." The music reached its climax, and the waltz tempo suddenly accelerated. Veronica abruptly increased the pace of her guidance. She began deliberately adding more spins, compressing the distance between their bodies until they were almost pressed together. Her waist twisted slightly with each turn, and the outline of her chest, hidden beneath the thin light blue silk, brushed against Austin's chest with an almost imperceptible intimacy. Yet her expression remained that of a gentle, harmless noblewoman's smile. With every rotation, her light blue skirt opened like a colossal flower, resembling a rolling sea of clouds beneath a clear sky. "Your Highness learns very quickly," she said, tilting her head up in the brief pause between spins, her fathomless dark eyes staring straight into the depths of Austin's pupils. Her voice was soft as honey. "That arc in the spin just now, your Highness has already mastered it better than many nobles." She spoke of the arc, but her fingertips traced down Austin's back along the spine, stopping at the dimples of his waist, where she drew a tiny circle with a feather-light touch. That was not a waltz step, nor a gesture befitting a noble lady. It was a transgressive, intimate probe perceptible only to the two of them. "Madame Fortis teaches an excellent rhythm." Austin's voice remained steady, but he was observing as well. Her breathing showed no disorder during the spins. Her fingers roamed his body without hesitation, and her body in his arms felt like a blade wrapped in light blue silk, soft yet lethal. Your Highness has the talent. Veronica looked up at him, their noses less than a fist's distance apart. Her breath, carrying the faint scent of night jasmine, brushed his jaw. But Your Highness, your waist is stiffer than I imagined. You rarely dance, do you? Then after tonight Your Highness may practice more. If you need a partner. She tilted her head slightly, her eyes curving into crescent moons. I am available anytime. The music faded toward its end. For the final closing move, Veronica leaned back with the momentum of a spin, her waist arching into an exquisitely graceful curve. Her light blue skirt spread across the floor like a pool of lake water illuminated by moonlight. Austin reached out to support her lower back. His palm rested on the dimples of her waist. Through the light blue silk fabric, the touch was soft and warm, yet he could also feel the slight tension of muscles, of firmness that no pampered noblewoman could cultivate. They held this pose for a single breath. The dance floor erupted in enthusiastic applause, but the volume was noticeably higher than at the end of any previous dance. Some cheered, some whispered, and some merely clapped mechanically, their gazes still lingering on that light blue figure, unable to look away for a long time. By the goddess, the middle-aged Viscount said, setting down his wineglass and clapping vigorously, his eyes even a little red. That was the most beautiful dance I have ever seen. No, the most beautiful scene in my entire life. That final lean. Good heavens, if I were 20 years younger. If you were 20 years younger, she still wouldn't dance with you. The thin baron beside him added coldly, she only looked at His Highness the Holy Dragon the entire time. You men are all alike, a middle-aged noblewoman snorted, tightening her grip on her husband's arm. Just now you said His Highness the Holy Dragon couldn't dance, and now you say it was the most beautiful. Fickle indeed. Go home and mop the living room floor, and see if your own waist can still dance. At the edge of the dance floor, several noble ladies' expressions had shifted from sourness to utter despair. It's over, the girl in the pink dress said, her voice hollow. They finished. She smiled. His Highness the Holy Dragon is holding her waist. It's over. Are you all right? I'm not. She turned around, her eyes red-rimmed. I practiced dancing for so long, made 3 new dresses, and tonight I had mustered the courage to ask His Highness to dance. If only she had been rejected. But no. She succeeded. And she taught him how to dance. That's His Highness the Holy Dragon. The brown-haired girl sighed and patted her shoulder. Don't be sad. Look on the bright side. At least you saw His Highness's dancing tonight. But he danced with another woman. You're right. That does make it worse. Lady Campbell stood at the edge of the crowd and drained the red wine in her glass. Her companion glanced at her cautiously. My lady, you forget it. No chance tonight. Lady Campbell set the empty glass on a servant's tray and turned to walk toward the banquet hall doors. Her deep red skirt trailed an arc of reluctance on the floor. Irene stood at the edge of the dance floor holding a glass of juice. A thin layer of condensation had formed on the glass, but she had not taken a single sip. Her violet eyes were fixed on the 2 figures still frozen in the center of the dance floor. What was that woman doing? Why lean back at such an angle? Why was her hand still on her teacher's lower back? And that light blue dress? Why of all colors light blue? The color was so clean it looked angelic, making her glow. But Irene felt that this cleanliness was off. Too clean, unreal. And her teacher, though still wearing that cold face, she sensed it was different from the usual coldness. She could not pinpoint exactly what was different. Teaching dance, Irene snorted, muttering under her breath. Does teaching dance require being that close? I saw that spin. She could have left a fist's distance, but she deliberately turned into his arms. And that final lean, that angle required core strength. Where did a merchant's widow get that kind of core strength? And that light blue dress. Her voice was sour, as if she had overturned a jar of vinegar, though she herself did not realize it. Philip X also stood nearby, but his expression was completely different from Irene's. He held his wineglass, his gaze resting on Mrs. Fortis for a moment, then a thoughtful smile appeared on his face. He beckoned a nearby attendant, leaned in, and said in a low voice, go investigate the background of this Mrs. Fortis. Southern city-state, the Fortis family, a wealthy merchant's widow. Yes, Your Majesty. Philip X looked once more at the 2 on the dance floor. In the 3 years since His Highness the Holy Dragon had been in the Holy Dragon Kingdom, he had never attended any banquet that required dancing, let alone taken the initiative to hold a lady's hand. Tonight he not only held one, but danced an entire piece. Whatever this woman's background, she had at least accomplished what every noble lady in the capital had dreamed of but failed to do. And judging by His Highness's demeanor, he did not seem to mind. If she could give His Highness a little holy dragon. Philip X revealed a knowing, delighted smile. In the center of the dance floor, Austin pulled Veronica to her feet. They stood face to face, Veronica breathing slightly, her chest rising and falling gently with each breath. Her veil had shifted slightly during the spin, revealing a sliver of her sharp jawline and lips painted with pearl-tinted lipstick. Her pale blue gown was slightly disheveled, the silver patterns on the skirt flickering faintly in the candlelight. That faint smile still lingered at the corner of her lips, but her gaze had changed. No longer the elegant composure of a noble lady, but something deeper, the focused intensity of a hunter locking onto its prey. Your Highness. She raised a hand to fix her veil, then looked up at Austin, her voice soft, as if sharing a secret only the 2 could hear. I hope tonight's dance lesson has been my first lesson to you. She curtsied, then turned and disappeared into the crowd. The pale blue hem of her dress trailed across the polished floor, leaving a faint trace of sky blue in its wake. Austin stood still, his gaze following her receding figure. Then he looked down at his right hand, the hand that had held her lower back just moments ago. The warmth of her waist still lingered in his palm, warm, firm, carrying a muscular strength that no ordinary noblewoman should possess. Her probing had never relaxed for a single moment, from the tension in her back muscles to the rhythm of his breathing to the instinctive reflexes around his vital points. Under the guise of teaching him to dance, she had conducted a complete close-range reconnaissance from head to toe. Those seemingly casual touches, meeting gazes, and soft words, all part of her assessment. She was not flirting. She was hunting. But she was truly beautiful tonight. Not the kind of beauty built from jewels and ornaments, but one achieved through the simplest colors and most precise cuts, combined with her natural aura and physical grace. A nearly perfect visual presentation. Austin withdrew his thoughts and picked up his coffee cup. Ding. Detected host has completed a high-difficulty deception through nearly a quarter-hour of sustained close contact without exposing any dark attribute traits, while maintaining all expected physiological response patterns. Deception behavior settlement. 500 additional detections successfully caused the Black Witch churches to fail in reaching any definitive conclusion despite multiple probes. Her confusion level has increased. Additional deception value 300. Current deception value 20,000. Note: Veronica Stardust's current psychological state. She measured that your heart rate remains steady, your body temperature falls within the normal dragon range, and your muscle reflexes match standard dragon reactions. All data points to Holy Dragon. But she doesn't believe it, because she witnessed with her own eyes the scene of you absorbing dark power within the dragon hunting magic array. So she's trapped in a logical loop. The data says you're fine, but she senses you're not, so she suspects she might have missed something and decides to keep testing you next time. This psychological state is commonly known as painting oneself into a corner. Host is advised to prepare for a long-term confrontation. Aileen finally managed to squeeze through the edge of the dance floor. Master, her voice carried a deliberately suppressed calm. You danced an entire dance with that woman. It was a lesson. Austin picked up the coffee that had already gone cold and took a sip. She was teaching me to dance. She taught you very thoroughly. Aileen emphasized the word thoroughly with unusual force, her gaze following the pale blue figure in the crowd before turning back to Austin. Master, do you know who she really is? Austin held his cup, glanced at Eileen's violet eyes that were filled with unconcealed defiance, then looked away and said flatly, a wealthy widow from the southern city-states. She invests in tea and fabrics. Why? Aileen opened her mouth, wanting to say, I think there's something off about her, but found no evidence. She couldn't very well say, she was clinging too close to you, so I think something's wrong. Could she? Nothing. She bit her lip. It's just that she's too good at acting. Austin nearly choked on his coffee. As soon as Austin returned to the Holy Dragon Hall, he heard a familiar set of footsteps trotting from the end of the corridor. Lord Austin, you're back. Wendy was wearing an oversized robe, probably borrowed from Aileen, with the sleeves rolled up multiple times and the hem dragging along the floor, making her look like a silver-furred rabbit wrapped in white fabric. She ran up to Austin, tilted her head back, and her silver eyes shimmered with the expectation of, I have been waiting for you to return. Then she leaned in and sniffed. Not a subtle Leda-like sniff, but like a puppy verifying whether its owner carries the scent of another pet. She worked her way from his sleeve up to his collar, her nose nearly pressing against his collarbone. Lord Austin. Her voice suddenly carried a hint of confusion. Why do you smell nice? That's not Sister Eileen's scent. Austin looked down at the silver-haired girl sniffing around him, one eyebrow raised slightly. How do you know it's not Eileen's scent? Because Sister Aileen smells like milk and cream. Wendy said matter-of-factly, then leaned in again to sniff at his chest, wrinkling her nose with utmost seriousness. And this scent on you is... Whom is it? Flowers? No. Is it grass? No, that's not it either. A hint of frustration flickered in her silver eyes, as if she'd encountered a puzzle that touched the limits of her knowledge. I don't know what this scent is, but it smells wonderful. Austin. It was Veronica's scent. After an entire dance that which had pressed against him in at least 3 different positions. It would have been stranger if he hadn't picked up some of her fragrance. But he had no intention of explaining this to Wendy. Given her current level of understanding, she'd ask 100,000 follow-up questions. It's the spices from the banquet. He ended the topic with a deadpan expression. Why aren't you asleep yet? I was waiting for you to come back. I finished all my training today, and I even learned how to tie a bow. Her words came to an abrupt halt, because every magical lamp in the Holy Dragon Hall went out at the same instant. Not one by one, but all light sources extinguished by the same force simultaneously. The hall, the corridors, the magical crystals floating beneath the dome, and even the moonlight outside all became obscured by a layer of black fog that seemed to come from nowhere. The entire Holy Dragon Hall was plunged into absolute darkness, so deep that one couldn't see their own hand, in less time than a single heartbeat. Then Austin heard Wendy gasp. The next second a soft body wrapped around him like an octopus, arms and legs clinging to him with all their might. Her left arm locked around his neck, her right arm clutched his back, both legs clamped tightly around his waist, her face buried in his chest. She hung from him like a frightened koala. The tips of the dragon horns on her head pressed sharply against his jaw at an awkward angle with enough force to make Austin's chin ache. I'm afraid of the dark. Austin looked down at the silver dragon girl clinging to him with a grip entirely disproportionate to her size and paused for a moment. A 9th-tier silver dragon. Afraid of the dark. Wendy, don't be afraid. He lowered his voice, speaking with steady calm, but his right hand had already quietly moved to the sword hilt at his waist. It's just a few mice. Mice. Wendy's body stiffened for a moment, then she clutched him even tighter, her voice rising another pitch with a sob. Woo. Now I'm even more scared. Austin. This silver dragon was not only afraid of the dark, but also terrified of mice. If the other dragons ever learned that a dragon was afraid of rodents, who knew whether they would expel Wendy from the dragon clan? Austin abandoned any attempt at persuasion. He let Wendy cling to him as his spiritual perception expanded outward in an instant like liquid mercury flooding across the ground. 12 extremely faint auras distributed throughout every corner of the Holy Dragon Hall's first floor, moving in perfect silence like shadows merged into the darkness. Their breathing had been slowed to a fifth of a normal human's rate, their heartbeats maintained below 30 beats per minute, and their footsteps made no sound upon the stone slabs. Had it not been for his spiritual scan, they would have been virtually undetectable by hearing alone. Top-tier assassins, and the kind specialized in nocturnal killing. Austin's gaze turned cold. With a flicker of movement, he appeared behind the nearest figure, cloaked in black. That man's perception was not weak. The instant Austin struck, he actually shifted his shoulder in an attempt to dodge, but the speed of a Saint-tier being was beyond anything he could imagine. Austin delivered a precise knife-hand strike to the carotid sinus on his neck, the force carefully controlled to render him unconscious without killing him. The dark-clad figure let out a muffled grunt and crumpled to the floor. The Holy Dragon Austin is there. Rush him together. Kill him. A hoarse, furious shout erupted from the darkness. 3 figures lunged simultaneously from different directions, daggers carving 3 silent arcs through the dark, aimed at the back of his neck, his left ribs, and his right knee. A perfectly coordinated assault that sealed off every angle of evasion. This kind of coordinated attack required at least a decade of synchronized training to master. They were professionals, but even professionals could not defeat a Saint-tier existence. Austin did not draw his sword. He sidestepped the strike, aimed at his neck, caught the left assassin's wrist with his left hand, and twisted it in the opposite direction. A crisp crack rang out, and the dagger clattered to the floor. Simultaneously, his right elbow slammed into the chest of the frontal attacker, sending the man flying backward, as if struck head-on by a runaway carriage, crashing into a rack of weapons, and sending iron swords and shields clattering to the ground in a chaotic heap. The third assassin sensed the tide turning and tried to retreat, but Austin swept a kick into his knee, sending him flying sideways. His head smashed into a stone pillar, and he lost consciousness on the spot. Within a few breaths, 4 assassins lay on the ground. A short, urgent whistle pierced the darkness, the retreat signal. The intelligence was wrong. Didn't they say the Holy Dragon was injured? How does he still have such prowess? Retreat. Fall back now. The remaining assassins abandoned their attack without hesitation and bolted in different directions simultaneously. Their escape routes had clearly been meticulously planned. No 2 paths were the same. One sprinted toward the window, another darted for the side door, and still another vaulted up to the beams of the vaulted ceiling. Austin remained rooted in place and raised his right hand. A pitch-black draconic phantom flew from his palm, passing silently through the air to catch up with each and every fleeing assassin. There were no screams, no struggles. Only a faint muffled thud, after which the remaining 8 auras vanished from his spiritual perception within seconds. Then a wisp of annihilation force flew from his fingertips, splitting into 12 streams that entered the 12 assassins' bodies instantly, dissolving their flesh, blood, and bones into nothingness. Nothing remained on the stone floor except some scattered footprints and a few fallen daggers. The Holy Dragon Hall fell silent once more. From the moment the lights went out to the end of the battle, less than 20 breaths had passed. Wendy had clung to him, throughout, her face buried against his chest, her 2 dragon horns leaving shallow indentations on his jawbone. Her body was still trembling slightly, and she kept muttering something under her breath. Upon closer listening, it was roughly an endless loop of "Goddess, protect me, Goddess, protect me, Goddess, protect me." A silver dragon praying to the Goddess of Light. If the denizens of Dragon Island ever witnessed this scene, it might drive the Silver Dragon King and even the Dragon Emperor into an on-the-spot stroke. "It's all right now." Austin patted her on the back, his touch remarkably gentle, his tone softer than he himself even realized. "Just a few mice. Already dealt with." "Wah. Mice. I don't like mice." Wendy's response was to tighten her grip around his neck even further. Austin abandoned the idea of setting her down, deciding instead to carry this silver-white accessory over to inspect the magic lamp's power supply circuit. Just then, Holy Dragon. A female voice tinged with panic and urgency came from beyond the hall's entrance. The voice was familiar, so familiar that Austin's brow furrowed the moment he heard the first syllable. Carrying Wendy, he stepped out of the hall. Under the moonlight, a pale blue figure was stumbling toward him. Veronica, or rather Lady Fortis. One hand pressed to her forehead, the other lifting her skirt hem, she staggered, as if she had just crawled out of a wine cellar. Her light blue evening gown shimmered softly in the moonlight, the hem stained with specks of dust, and a thin, barely visible scratch on her calf, revealed through the high slit, beaded with faint traces of blood. Her veil had fallen off at some point, revealing a face that had made every woman in the banquet hall pale in comparison. Her cheeks were flushed with an unnatural crimson, her lips slightly parted, her breathing rapid, and her gaze dreamy, as if veiled by a layer of mist. Lady Fortis. Austin's voice carried a perfectly measured note of surprise. What are you doing here? Holy Dragon. Veronica walked up to him, one hand bracing against the stone pillar beside the entrance, the other pressing against her heaving chest, the scent of wine heavy on her breath. Elena was passing by and heard sounds of a struggle inside the hall. She was worried about you, so she. The moment she said, her body softened forward at just the right angle, and she tumbled toward Austin's embrace. Then her forehead bumped into something. It was not Austin's chest, it was the back of Wendy's head. Eek! Wendy jerked her head up from Austin's embrace, the impact on the back of her skull, snapping her from afraid of the dark mode into territorial instinct mode. Who bumped into me? Austin set Wendy down. And so the scene became. Under the moonlight at the entrance of the Holy Dragon Hall, a silver-haired girl wrapped in an oversized nightgown stood face to face with a tipsy beauty in a light blue evening gown. Their eyes met. Wendy tilted her head, her silver pupils filled with confusion and wariness, the crooked bow-shaped hairpin on her dragon horn trembling gently in the night breeze. Veronica, meanwhile, narrowed her eyes slightly. Her drunken state was apparently still in effect, yet those obsidian-like eyes lingered on Wendy's dragon horns for a full second, revealing a sharpness she had never displayed in the banquet hall. A second later, the sharpness vanished, replaced once more by dreamy languor. So it's Lady Wendy. Veronica smiled faintly, her voice still in that drunken, lazy drawl. Then she sidestepped, slipping past Wendy with a deceptively natural motion to press close against Austin. Her fingers traced across Austin's chest. Not a casual touch, but starting from his collarbone, moving along the midline of his sternum, sliding downwards several inches with extreme slowness and delicacy, before finally stopping at the left side of his chest. It was directly above his heart. The same core location where dark energy had flooded into his body during the dragon hunting magic array. Holy Dragon, are you all right? She tilted her head back, her deep eyes glistening with moisture under the moonlight, her voice brimming with concern, yet a barely perceptible curve tugged at the corner of her lips. When I heard the sounds of fighting earlier, Elena was truly so worried. Austin looked down at her. A Saint Tier witch who just happened to be passing by the Holy Dragon Hall from the banquet hall, her perfume still lingering, the blush on her cheeks, impossible to tell whether it was genuine or carefully applied, but the scratch on her calf was certainly self-inflicted by her own fingernails. Even the amount of blood seeping was controlled with precision, just enough to make her concern seem authentic. Her fingers were still pressed against his chest. Austin did not expose her. He simply maintained his perpetually stoic expression and spoke in a calm, even tone. Lady Fortis is most thoughtful. A few petty thieves breaking in, already dealt with. Petty thieves? Veronica blinked, her gaze sweeping past his shoulder into the hall. Moonlight illuminated a corner of the great chamber, where a few daggers could be faintly seen lying on the stone floor, yet not a single corpse was visible. Her smile faltered for just a moment. No bodies. No blood. The way Austin had dealt with the assassins was so clean it was as if they had never existed at all. The image from the dragon hunting magic array resurfaced in her mind. A pillar of black light piercing the sky, dark energy surging into him, like homing birds, 8 priests reduced to withered bones. Lady Fortis. Austin's voice pulled her back to reality. Veronica re-hung that drunken smile, her body going limp as she leaned forward, her forehead pressing against Austin's chest, her voice low, as if murmuring in her sleep. Elena couldn't stop worrying about the Holy Dragon, so after leaving the banquet, she didn't return to her quarters. She wanted to come check on the Holy Dragon Hall to see you. Her body barely leaned against him, yet the sensation was unmistakably clear. During the dance earlier, their contact had been in plain view of everyone, and at least she had maintained some restraint. But now in the dead of night at the entrance to the Holy Dragon Hall, her restraint had clearly been dissolved by alcohol. The silk fabric of the light blue evening gown was as thin as a cicada's wing. When she pressed close, the soft, warm sensation transmitted through the material into Austin's perception. Her breath washed over his neck, carrying a faint scent of night-blooming incense and deliberately exaggerated wine fumes. A hand had found its way to his shoulder at some point, her fingertips lightly gripping his scapula, another vital point on his back. Austin stood expressionless, his only thought, this woman's acting is better than mine. Humph. A weak, clearly displeased sound came from beside him. Wendy stood there, head tilted, her silver eyes fixed unblinkingly on Veronica, who was pressed against Austin's chest. Her brows furrowed, her lips pressed into a thin line, both hands clutching the hem of her nightgown, radiating a primal draconic aura she herself was unaware of. It was not killing intent, not anger, but something more primitive. The reaction of invaded territory. Lord Austin. Yes. This. She seemed unable to find the right word to describe Veronica's current behavior, her small hands gesturing vaguely in the air before she finally blurted out, "Why is this woman sticking to you, eh?" Veronica's body stiffened slightly in Austin's embrace. That moment of stiffness was so fleeting, so brief that only Austin, whose skin was pressed against hers, could perceive it. Then she slowly withdrew from his arms. Her movements still bore that drunken languor, but as she withdrew, her fingertips traced a final arc across his chest, from directly above his heart all the way down, like drawing an unfinished pause mark on a musical staff. She turned around and flashed a flawlessly gentle smile at Wendy. "Miss Wendy, please don't misunderstand." Her voice remained soft and sweet, the drunken trailing tone like a feather tickling the eardrum, yet every word was pronounced with crystal clarity. "I was merely worried that His Highness the Holy Dragon, having drunk too much, might have slipped on his feet." She paused, her gaze slowly moving from Wendy's dragon horns to her furrowed brows, then gliding over her fingers, clenching the hem of her nightgown. "His Highness has so many people who care about him." She tilted her head slightly, her unfathomable eyes glinting with an indescribable luster under the moonlight. How enviable. The trailing note of this sentence stretched a little longer, like a sigh, like a probe. Before Austin could speak, Wendy suddenly moved. She leaned in close to Veronica, her nose nearly touching her chest. A straightforward, naive way of confirmation that was uniquely hers. From the chest to the collarbone, from the collarbone to the hair, her silver eyes brightened more and more, as if she had finally found the answer to a puzzle that had troubled her for a long time. Then she suddenly raised her head, turned to Austin, her silver eyes wide as saucers. "This is the scent." Her voice carried the sudden realization of a solved mystery. "Lord Austin, you just said it was the smell of banquet spices." Austin's body involuntarily stumbled. Lord Austin is a liar." Veronica was taken aback. It was not a feigned pause, but genuine surprise. She had probably imagined all of Wendy's possible reactions: hostility, crying, claiming sovereignty, even direct confrontation. But she had never expected this. A silver dragon using its nose to expose her perfume. She let out a soft laugh, the sound particularly crisp in the quiet Holy Dragon Square, like silver bells shaken by the night breeze. "So His Highness the Holy Dragon can lie too." She raised her hand to cover the corner of her mouth, her deep eyes lingering on Austin for a second, her smile deepening. She said it as if she had discovered a remarkable secret. Just as Austin was about to speak, a dull rumbling sound came from afar. It was not the footsteps of a single person, but the synchronized trot of hundreds. Iron boots stomping on the stone pavement, shaking the ripples of the fountain in the Holy Dragon Square. "Teacher, Wendy, are you all right?" Irene's voice came from not far away, arriving a step before her. Then came she herself, golden hair lazily draped over her shoulders, clad in a nightgown. A thin sword hung at her waist, its blade glinting coldly in the moonlight. Behind her stood a dense crowd of hundreds of royal knights. Leading them was the vice-captain of the Knight Order, but every knight had already drawn their swords, the Holy Dragon emblems on their breastplates gleaming in the torchlight. They stopped at the edge of the Holy Dragon Square, uniform and orderly like a silver wall. Irene bounded up the steps in 3 strides, panting, her gaze darting rapidly between Austin and Wendy. After confirming that neither was injured, she let out a heavy sigh. Then she saw the woman standing beside Austin. Mrs. Fortis, the light blue woman who had danced an entire set with her teacher at the banquet. The wealthy widow from the southern city-state whose waist was impossibly slender and who had used the pretext of teaching dancing to touch her teacher countless times. Now this woman stood at the entrance of the Holy Dragon Hall, late at night, beside her teacher. Irene's actions were faster than her mind. In one stride, she stepped in front of Austin, body turned sideways, right hand on her sword hilt, shielding him behind her. A standard knightly guard posture, but she executed it with the air of a mother hen protecting her chick. "You woman." Her voice was low, her violet eyes glinting coldly in the moonlight. "Was dancing with my teacher at the ball not enough? How dare you follow him to the Holy Dragon Hall? What is your intention?" Veronica curtsied slightly, her light blue skirt swaying gently in the night breeze. "Princess Irene, I was merely passing by." Her tone remained that harmless, gentle grace with just the right amount of drunkenness hanging on her trailing voice. "Hearing the sounds of a scuffle inside the hall, I was worried for His Highness the Holy Dragon's safety, so I came to check." She straightened up, the moonlight outlining the contour of her profile. She looked at Irene's small face, full of vigilance, at Irene's posture of shielding Austin like a bristling kitten, and the corners of her mouth imperceptibly deepened. "Since His Highness the Holy Dragon is safe and sound." Her gaze passed over Irene and landed on Austin as she performed a standard noble curtsy. "I am relieved. Your Highness, I shall take my leave." She turned and walked down the steps. Her light blue skirt dragged across the stone floor, her steps slower than when she arrived, with a hint of just right stumble, as if the alcohol hadn't fully worn off, or as if she were slightly lost in some emotion. The moonlight stretched her slender silhouette very long all the way to the end of the steps. Just as her figure was about to disappear at the edge of the Holy Dragon Square, Wendy suddenly snapped back, as if struck by lightning. "Sister Irene." She grabbed Irene's sleeve, her voice loud enough to make Veronica, who hadn't gone far, pause. "That woman just hugged Lord Austin." She hugged him for a long time, and pressed her face against Lord Austin's chest. "I saw it with my own eyes." Irene slowly turned her head. Those violet eyes moved from Wendy's face to Austin's, then from Austin's face to the light blue back that was about to disappear at the square's edge. Her lips moved and her cheeks puffed up at a visibly rapid speed. That wretched Fortis. Then she looked down at herself, wearing a loose nightgown, golden hair scattered on her shoulders. She deliberately puffed out her chest and gave a loud snort. "So what if she's a bit bigger than me? I'm not even 19 yet. Wait a few more years, and I'll definitely surpass her." Wendy looked down at herself, then at Irene, then tilted her head, a hint of confusion appearing in her silver eyes. Sister Irene." She raised her hand cautiously, like a student asking a question in class. "I am 52 years old this year. Should I also?" "You are different." Irene interrupted her, blushing. "You are a dragon. Dragon development is different from humans." "Oh." Wendy nodded, half understanding, then asked, "Then can I still continue to develop?" Austin silently turned around and walked toward the Holy Dragon Hall. His ink-black robe trailed a sharp arc in the moonlight. Behind him came Irene's voice, chasing after him. "Teacher, don't go. You haven't explained why she hugged you, teacher." Then came the sound of Wendy's trotting footsteps, along with a slightly puzzled mutter. "I think Mrs. Fortis's scent is actually quite pleasant, but not as good as Sister Irene's milky scent." Wendy, shut up. The doors of the Holy Dragon Hall slowly closed behind the three. At the edge of the square, the light blue figure finally disappeared into the depths of the night. But just before the figure completely vanished into the darkness, her footsteps paused for a moment. The moonlight illuminated half of her profile. On that face that had outshone all the women in the banquet hall, the corners of her lips lifted slightly. It was not the gentle, proper social smile from before, but a more genuine smile, tinged with amusement and pleasure. "Interesting." Her voice was as light as the night breeze passing through the gaps in the vines, then vanished into the shadows of the alley. The next day, just as dawn was breaking, a vigorous, elderly voice rang out from beyond the Holy Dragon Hall. "Your Eminence! Your Eminence!" Marcus Pound stood at the entrance of the Holy Dragon Hall, his graying hair even more disheveled than when they last met, his thick, bottle-bottom-like crystal spectacles askew on the tip of his nose. He took a deep breath, preparing to shout a third time. Suddenly the door of the Holy Dragon Hall cracked open. A sleepy little face peered out through the cracks, silver hair tangled like a bird's nest, a crooked butterfly-shaped hairpin dangling from the horn atop her head, probably knocked askew during sleep. Those silver eyes were half open, clearly not yet fully awake. "Old man." Wendy rubbed her eyes, her voice soft and drowsy as if soaked in sleepiness. "You're so loud." "I was sleeping." Marcus's body stiffened slightly. "Old man." He was only 94, still in his prime, among the continent's top scholars. At least that was his own opinion. But being called old man by a silver dragon, he couldn't argue. After all, she was the mount of his eminence, and also the daughter of the Silver Dragon King. His aged face twitched, then he forced a kindly smile, his voice dropping an octave. "Miss Wendy, has his eminence risen?" Wendy was about to answer when a hand reached from behind her, pushing the door wider. Austin stood behind the door, already dressed in the ink-black robe that Irene had specified, the golden thread patterns on the cuffs glinting faintly in the morning light. His expression remained the same, perpetually cold face, but if one looked closely, a trace of subtle resignation flickered in the corner of his eyes, a look that foresaw what was about to happen. The moment Marcus saw Austin, the expression on his aged face shifted from anxiety to ecstasy. He rushed forward with tears and snot streaming. "Your Eminence, you're finally up. I didn't sleep a wink last night. Ever since you revealed your true form at the celebration, those little brats at the academy have gone mad, chasing me every day, asking, when will the Holy Dragon come? When will the swordsmanship class start? Can we see His Eminence transform again? The threshold of my office has been worn down 3 inches by their footsteps." He caught his breath and continued his complaint. "The day before yesterday, a student showed up at the training ground at 2 in the morning just to get a front row seat, and was caught by the night patrol teacher as a thief. Yesterday it got even worse. Several noble students and commoner students got into a fight on the training ground over who would be the first to receive guidance from His Eminence. I had to break it up, and even lost a tuft of my beard in the process. After I settled the dispute and returned to my office, I found a row of students squatting on the rooftop, refusing to leave, saying they wanted to wait for His Eminence, and that was the 15th floor. My heart, Your Eminence. If you don't go to the academy today, those little rascals will really tear the place apart. These old bones can't take it anymore." By the end, his white eyebrows were twisted together, and his gray eyes shimmered with crystal tears. Whether genuine emotion or a dramatic performance, it was hard to tell. Austin looked at him, silent for a breath. Let's go. Marcus froze for a second, then leaped up the parchment, finally slipping from his chest and scattering all over the ground. You agreed. I'll clear the way right away. Those little brats at the school gate must be lined up 3 streets away by now. With that he turned and ran, disappearing at the end of the Holy Dragon Square at a speed completely inconsistent with his age. Wendy, leaning against the doorframe, watched his retreating figure and tilted her head. That old man runs fast. Austin did not answer. He glanced down at Wendy. The silver-haired girl was still leaning on the doorframe, her nightgown wrinkled, a tiny sleep crust still clinging to the corner of her eye. Today you will train in the hall, no dragon language magic. I won't use dragon language magic. That's what you said last time. Last time it was because of a butterfly. Wendy's voice trailed off and she retreated behind the door, leaving only her trembling horns visible. An hour later, Austin's carriage entered the gates of the Holy Dragon Academy. The news arrived faster than he did. From the school gate to the tree-lined path leading to the main building's training ground, students were packed densely. People were hanging from trees, crouching on flower beds, and even 7 or 8 heads were squeezed together at the second-floor library window. The frame looked like it might collapse at any moment. He's coming. Someone shouted, and the crowd's roar exploded in less than a third of a second. Your Eminence. Your Eminence, look at me. Will His Eminence transform again today? Austin stepped down from the carriage with an expressionless face. Disguise value 50. Disguise value 80. Disguise value 100. The old lady selling bread in the Northern District has also infiltrated the academy, pretending to be an auditor. Disguise value 30. Current disguise value 23260. Austin glanced at the panel and silently dismissed it. Even the baker's wife had infiltrated. So much for Marcus's so-called top-level security, which apparently meant allowing anyone who claimed to be a student through the gate. He moved through the crowd, his ink-black robe trailing a sharp line in the morning light. Every student he passed bowed. Some performed a knight's salute, some a student's bow, and others had learned an ancient divine greeting from somewhere, clasping their hands above their heads and bowing deeply, nearly toppling into the flower beds. Among the crowd, a pair of eyes watched him, not with the fervent "long live the Holy Dragon" look, but with a quiet, concentrated gaze. As if afraid of being discovered, yet unable to resist looking. Sushi stood at the edge of the commoner formation, clutching the most ordinary iron sword. Today the bakery didn't need her for the morning shift, so she arrived very early. In fact, she was the first person at the training ground. Before dawn, she was already standing there practicing the defensive stance that Austin had taught her in the alley over and over with her iron sword. Step back earlier next time, he had said. She had etched those words into her mind. But now her hand holding the sword trembled slightly. Not from nervousness. On the day of the celebration, she had been in the crowd too. She had seen the pure golden sacred dragon in the sky, its wings blotting out the sun, the sacred radiance cascading down like a warm current. At that moment, something inside her that had never been touched awakened. Like a forgotten string in a corner, silent for 19 years, suddenly plucked gently. It was a gentle, enveloping pull that made her want to draw near. Like a lost child seeing a distant light, like a parched riverbed awaiting the first spring rain. She didn't know why she felt this way. She had searched all the Academy library's texts on swordsman talent, and not a single book mentioned a symptom like wanting to get close upon seeing a sacred dragon. She even wondered if she had contracted some strange illness. But today, when she saw that ink-black-robed figure again, the feeling returned stronger than before. Her palms were sweating, her heart beating faster than usual. Ridiculous, she whispered to herself. He was the nation's guardian sacred dragon, the holy dragon, the being that the entire continent looked up to. And she was just a commoner student holding the humblest iron sword, unable to afford even a decent set of armor. Yet her hand on the sword could not stop the impulse to draw closer. She was unaware that she was a legendary holy swordswoman, a rare light attribute sword wielder across this continent. She did not know that her battle chi naturally carried the effects of purification and searing, making her the natural enemy of dark creatures and the sharpest blade of the light faction. Yet none of these were the true reason for the impulse stirring within her. The real cause was the innate resonance between the sacred dragon and the holy swordswoman. It was not a skill nor a talent, but a deeper force engraved in blood and soul. The sacred dragon was the supreme vessel of light, while the holy swordswoman was the purest expression of light in human form. Their relationship was like the sun and a prism, one radiating light, the other refracting it. A prism instinctively seeks the sun, for only under its illumination can it display its most brilliant radiance. What Sushi felt was this instinct to seek the sun. She did not trust intuition, as she only believed in her sword and sweat. But at this moment the instinctual pull was shouting a single name within her body again and again in a language she could not comprehend. Her lips pressed into a thin line. Aesiding could clearly perceive the gaze from the corner of the commoner district, Sushi's gaze. Unlike the other's fervor, she instantly lowered her head like a startled fawn the moment their eyes met, her fingers whitening as she gripped her sword hilt. Aesiding paused for only a fraction of a second, then walked calmly to the platform in the center of the training ground. Dean McKesey was already waiting there. Seeing sighting, the old man, flushed with excitement, tapped the amplification magic array with his staff, and his voice rang out loud and clear. Students, let us welcome His Highness the Sacred Dragon with the warmest applause. His Highness the Sacred Dragon. His Highness the Sacred Dragon is mighty. The cheers thundered like a mountain avalanche, drowning out even the summer cicadas. Sighting raised his hand and gently pressed it downward. As if an invisible hand swept across, the boiling noise subsided within seconds. He looked at the young, eager faces below and spoke slowly, his voice not loud, yet clear to every ear. In less than 3 months, it will be the Academy tournament. You know the Academy's situation better than I do. The entire field fell silent. Many students lowered their heads in shame. The humiliation of being swept by the second team of the Bassin Kingdom last year was still a thorn in every heart of St. Dragon Academy. Today I will conduct a practical assessment. Sighting paused, his gaze sweeping across like cold lightning. The top 5 may come to the Sacred Dragon Hall starting tomorrow to receive my guidance. At these words, the field was dead silent, then erupted into an even more intense commotion than before. To receive personal guidance from the Sacred Dragon. This was an opportunity they had never dreamed of. However, Sighting's next words were like a bucket of ice water poured over certain heads. But a crooked smile tugged at the corner of his mouth as his eyes swept across the clearly divided noble and commoner formations. This assessment will only use weapons and armor uniformly provided by the Academy. The air over the training ground seemed to freeze for a moment. In the noble camp, many frowned, staring at their own priceless enchanted swords with expressions of shock and dissatisfaction. Meanwhile, after a brief silence, the commoner camp burst into uncontrollable cheers. For the first time, they stood on an equal footing with the nobles in the arena. Your Highness the Sacred Dragon. A sharp voice broke the silence. A noble boy in a flashy silver armor, his face flushed red, raised his hand and shouted, "Why? Our weapons and armor are also part of our strength." Sighting's gaze fell on him, as if looking at a noisy ant. Without anger, he merely asked calmly, "Without that enchanted weapon, you are no longer capable." Stared at by Sighting's deep black eyes, the boy felt as if his blood would freeze. He opened his mouth, but could not utter a single word. "Ha! Laziafu, are you a man really that incapable?" "Ha ha ha!" The training ground instantly erupted with roaring laughter. Even some noble students could not help but laugh, their shoulders shaking. The noble boy named Laziafu turned from red to purple, wishing he could find a hole to crawl into, and dared not speak another word. Dean Makisi took the opportunity to announce the start of the draw. The practical assessment officially began. 5 temporary arenas simultaneously held elimination matches. The clashing of standard longswords, the roar of exploding magic, the shouts and gasps of the students, all wove into a chaotic battle hymn. Sighting stood with his hands behind his back on the high platform, his gaze hawk-like across the field. Sushi had already won 3 consecutive matches. Her first 3 fights totaled no more than 20 moves. In the first match, her opponent was a 3rd-rank noble swordsman. His swordsmanship was flashy, and the blade should have shimmered with flame enchantment. But with enchantments banned, his sword art seemed to have lost its soul, his opening stance riddled with flaws. Sushi needed only 1 strike, precisely piercing his wrist, and his sword clattered to the ground. In the second match, the opponent learned his lesson, keeping distance to fight a war of attrition. Sushi gave him no chance, pressing forward relentlessly. On the 3rd exchange, she executed a clean block and counter, stopping her sword tip 3 inches from his throat. In the 3rd match, her opponent was a commoner swordsman at the same 4th rank, but several years older, not weak, and he held out for 7 moves. On the 8th move, she seized the flaw in his shifting center of gravity with a shoulder charge that knocked him back 2 steps, then followed up with her sword tip and stopped at the point of contact. All 3 fights were executed with crisp, clean sword techniques. The commoner students below began to whisper, "Is Sushi on something today? She was strong before, but not this fierce, right? Did you see that block and counter just now? It was exactly like the one His Highness demonstrated in the open class." Sighting's gaze lingered on Sushi for a moment. Her swordsmanship fundamentals were already solid, and after the guidance on stance in the alley last time, her progress was visible. More importantly, her focus. The entire field was cheering, gossiping, and distracted, but she maintained the same expression from start to finish, calm, concentrated, like a blade repeatedly tempered, yet always keeping its edge. However, the true test had not yet come. In the 4th round, she drew an opponent that made everyone hold their breath. 4th round, Commoner Sushi versus Noble Alan Winchester. When the supervising instructor called out this name, the entire training ground's volume dropped a notch. The commoner camp's cheers abruptly stopped. The noble camp erupted into a suppressed stir, and a few noble girls even clutched each other's hands excitedly. "Senior Alan. It's Senior Alan. By the goddess, Senior Alan actually drew that commoner. This is going to be interesting. That Sushi has won 3 in a row, but it's time for Senior Alan to teach her what real swordsmanship is." Alan Winchester. Austin's gaze fell upon the young man who was slowly stepping out from the noble's formation. His golden hair was neatly trimmed, his features handsome, and a perfectly measured smile lingered at the corners of his mouth. Unlike the other nobles, he wore no ornate enchanted armor. Only a simple white training uniform with a standard academy sword belted at his waist. His footsteps were steady, each stride maintaining an identical rhythm, clearly the mark of professional training or battlefield experience. His right hand rested naturally beside the sword hilt, not deliberately gripping it, yet the curve of his fingers was perfectly positioned to draw at a moment's notice. More importantly, his eyes. They held a calm honed through countless real battles, a composed ease in sizing up his opponent devoid of arrogance or tension. Deep within Austin's pupils, golden runes silently flickered into existence. Alan Winchester, age 20, realm 4th tier, bronze swordsman. Talent epic grade. Identity legitimate son of Marquis Winchester, ranked 1st in swordsmanship at Sacred Dragon Academy, 2-time consecutive qualifier for the Academy Grand Tournament's individual competition. Heir to the Marquisate, inheritor of the family sword art, Silver Moon sword style. Traits elegant, yet fierce swordplay. I possesses combat experience remarkably rare among nobles of his age. Does not rely on enchanted equipment. His foundational swordsmanship is exceptionally solid. Has participated in the Northern Front. Note he is an anomaly among nobility. He respects all worthy opponents regardless of their origin. Yet precisely because of this he never shows mercy. Epic grade talent. 4th tier realm. And above all, combat experience. Sushi was at the 4th tier, and so was Alan. But the latter was a battle-hardened practitioner who had truly tasted war. This would be the strongest opponent Sushi had faced today. Sushi stood upon the dueling platform, gripping the standard academy iron sword in her right hand. Her expression remained as cold and impassive as ever, unshaken by her opponent's reputation. But if one looked closely, they would notice her knuckles tightening around the hilt, just slightly. Not from nervousness, from focus. That particular focus she only revealed when facing an opponent truly worthy of her steel. Alan stepped onto the platform and halted 10 paces from Sushi. He executed a standard knight's dual salute, clean and precise, without a single superfluous motion. Miss Sushi. His voice was calm and courteous, carrying no trace of condescension. I've heard much about you. Though it may seem presumptuous, I have been following your progress. Sushi's dark pupils flickered slightly. At last year's Academy final assessment, you were eliminated in the top 8 because you lacked proper equipment. I found it a pity back then. Alan drew the sword at his waist, the blade refracting cold light in the sunlight. Today I finally have the opportunity to cross swords with you under equal conditions. Please let me witness your true strength. Whispers rippled through the audience below. Nobles exchanged murmurs, clearly puzzled by Alan's courteous treatment of a commoner. The commoners watched in silence, their eyes filled with both anticipation and concern. Sushi did not reply. She merely adjusted her grip on the sword, the tip angled toward the ground, her center of gravity sinking half an inch. Then with her deep black eyes fixed directly on Alan, she spoke. Please enlighten me. Only 3 words, yet her voice betrayed not a trace of fear. Alan offered a faint smile. Then he moved. It was not a probing feint. He took a single step forward, his long sword carving a clean arc through the air, aimed straight at Sushi's right shoulder. Fast, precise, ruthless. This strike was swifter than anything Sushi had faced before. So fast that several commoner trainees below had yet to blink before the blade was already closing in on her shoulder. And his sword path held no ornamental flourish. It was a straight line, the shortest distance between 2 points. Sushi's pupils contracted slightly. She did not meet the strike head-on, because her standard iron sword could not gain an advantage in a contest of raw strength. Her right shoulder dipped back narrowly, letting the blade pass, while her feet slid half a step to the left, forward, her entire body tracing a tight arc along the sword's edge, circling to Alan's flank. This dodge was not a pre-planned maneuver. It was an instinctive judgment made in an instant based on the opponent's sword speed and angle. Then she thrust her sword forward, not aimed at Alan's vital points, but at the wrist of his sword hand. One of the most vulnerable leverage points of the human body and the most difficult position for any swordsman to defend when an opponent closes in. A glint of admiration flashed in Alan's eyes. But he was not one of the previous opponents Sushi had defeated in a single move. He twisted his wrist, flipping the grip from overhand to reverse the blade, crossing horizontally before his wrist, just in time to catch Sushi's sword tip. Clang! The 2 iron swords collided, producing a crisp metallic ring. Both retreated a step simultaneously. The probing was over. Suppressed gasps erupted from the crowd below. The commoner's eyes widened while the nobles breathed sighs of relief. Alan had blocked Sushi's counterattack and appeared to do so with ease. But Alan's expression had grown more serious than before, because he could feel that the force behind Sushi's thrust against his blade was far greater than he had anticipated. And the angle of that strike was extremely treacherous. If not for the reflexes honed through years of real combat, his wrist would have been pierced just now. Good, Alan muttered under his breath, then readjusted his opening stance. This time he held nothing back. Silver Moon sword style, first form, crescent slash. Alan's figure closed in like a phantom, his long sword carving a crescent arc of light through the air, slashing toward Sushi's left flank with a cutting whistle. The arc of this strike was enormous, its attack range covering Sushi's entire left side, denying her the option of sidestepping as she had just done. Sushi did not retreat. She stepped forward, deliberately charging into the range of Alan's sword. This was an extremely risky tactic. If her timing were off by even a fraction, she would run straight onto his blade. But her timing had never failed her. The step she took landed precisely at the transition point of Alan's sword, arc disrupting his rhythm of power before his strike could reach full speed. Then she raised her sword to block. Clang! Iron clashed against iron, sparks scattering. A dull ache shot through Sushi's arm. Alan's strength surpassed that of any opponent she had faced before. But she did not release her grip. Because she knew, if she retreated now, Alan's follow-up combination would engulf her like a tidal wave. The essence of Silver Moon sword style lay in speed and continuous assault. After the first strike, the second would follow immediately, then the third, the fourth, until the opponent was completely overwhelmed. Sushi could not allow him to build his combo. So the very instant after blocking, she did not retreat or gasp for breath. She counterattacked. Following the side of Alan's blade, she slid her sword tip forward, thrusting at his right shoulder. This was an extremely unconventional response, instantly transitioning from defense to offense with no transition, no pause. Ordinary people could not accomplish this because shifting power requires a process. But Sushi did it because she had never intended to match Alan in raw strength. What she competed in was precision. Alan's pupils contracted. He had not anticipated Sushi counterattacking at such a moment, but his extensive combat experience allowed him to respond immediately. His left shoulder dipped back, letting Sushi's blade tip slice harmlessly past his shoulder, while his right-hand sword swept upward in a rising arc toward the wrist of Sushi's sword hand. This counter was nearly flawless. It both evaded the attack and completed a reversal. But Sushi seemed to have anticipated his move. Her wrist withdrew just as Alan's blade swept upward, allowing his sword tip to pass mere inches in front of her fingers. Then with a tight arc around his blade, she thrust again toward his chest. This thrust was the very technique Austin had taught in his public lecture. Do not move the shoulder before thrusting. Do not curl the wrist inward. Attack the opponent's vital point with the most direct straight line. Sushi had executed that thrust to perfection. Alan took half a step back. The first time he had voluntarily retreated in this duel. He blocked Sushi's sword tip with his blade, but he could feel the force transmitted through that ordinary iron sword was even stronger than before. It seemed she was still adapting to his rhythm, finding a better state amid combat. Alan's expression grew more solemn. He realized that if he continued probing, he might lose. So he held nothing back. The third form of the Silver Moon sword art, Shattered Moon Continuous Slash. Alan's longsword drew 3 consecutive arcs in the air, each strike faster and more ruthless than the last. The first slash aimed at Sushi's right shoulder, which she blocked with a horizontal sword. The second turned toward her left ribs, which she dodged by sidestepping. For the third slash, instead of following the standard sword path to the center, he suddenly changed his technique. The blade angled upward in an extremely tricky trajectory, slicing towards Sushi's throat. This was a killing move within the Silver Moon sword art, designed specifically to counter opponents with quick reflexes. When they thought the sword's path was exhausted, he would suddenly change direction, catching them off guard. A cry of alarm rose from the commoners below. Several trainees instinctively covered their mouths, as if expecting to see Sushi's throat slit by the blade in the next moment. For the first time, a fierce light flashed in Sushi's dark eyes. It was not fear, but a battle spirit ignited under extreme pressure. She had no time to block, no time to dodge, because the angle was too tricky and the speed too fast. There was only one action she could take. She leaned backward, executing a perfect iron bridge. Knees slightly bent, waist arched backward, her entire upper body almost parallel to the ground. Alan's sword tip passed less than an inch above her nose, the blade's wind cutting a lock of black hair from her forehead, which drifted in the air. Then she braced her left hand on the ground, using it as leverage. With a powerful push, she snapped back from the iron bridge position, using her waist as the pivot. At the same time, the iron sword in her right hand, riding the rotational force of her body's rebound, carved a powerful arc horizontally toward Alan's waist. The entire transition from iron bridge to counterattack took less than a breath. The spectators below only saw her forced backward, then the next moment her sword was already slashing at Alan. As if her bent body was a spring, the harder it was pressed, the fiercer the rebound. Alan's expression changed. He retreated frantically, his left hand darting to his waist to draw a backup short sword, holding it horizontally at his side. Clang! The iron sword and short sword collided with a deafening roar. Alan felt only a numbing shock in his left hand's tiger's mouth, the short sword nearly flying from his grip. This strike was the power Sushi unleashed after a desperate reversal far greater than he had anticipated. Alan retreated 3 steps before stabilizing himself. A shallow white mark remained on the blade of his left-hand short sword. The entire arena fell silent. Then came thunderous applause. Not only the commoners, but even some among the nobles couldn't help clapping. Several noble girls covered their mouths, staring at the black-haired girl on the stage with incredulous eyes. That move was too beautiful, so beautiful that they forgot she was a commoner. Sushi stood in the center of the arena panting slightly. Her black hair was messily scattered over her shoulders, the severed lock still floating in the air. Her physical strength was greatly depleted, but the hand holding the sword remained as steady as a rock. Alan looked at the black-haired girl before him, the admiration in his eyes growing deeper. He glanced down at the short sword in his left hand. A white mark had appeared on it. If he hadn't drawn the backup short sword, that white mark would have been on his own waist. "You are very strong," he said, his voice carrying no resentment, only sincere recognition. "Stronger than many noble opponents I've faced." Sushi didn't answer. Her chest was still heaving violently, but her sword tip had already realigned with Alan's throat. Alan smiled slightly, then raised his hand. "I surrender." 3 words lightly spoken, yet like a massive stone thrown into a calm lake. The entire arena erupted. "Surrender?" Someone from the noble camp shouted in disbelief. "Senior Alan, why surrender? He clearly still has fight left." "What do you know?" an older noble student beside him said in a low voice. Senior Alan's left hand has been numbed. His dual sword style is the complete form of the Silver Moon sword art. With his left hand disabled, continuing would only lead to an uglier defeat. And if he hadn't drawn that backup sword, he would have fallen already. The commoner camp erupted in deafening cheers. Some excitedly threw their hats into the sky, others hugged their friends tightly, vigorously slapping each other's backs. Sushi won. She really won. I knew it. I knew she could do it. But Sushi's expression remained unchanged. She merely lowered her sword slowly and performed a standard knight's salute to Alan. Alan returned the salute, then sheathed his sword and walked up to her, extending a hand. "I hope to have the chance to cross swords with you again," he said. Sushi looked down at the hand, paused for a breath, then took it. "Always at your service." Their hands clasped together in the sunlight. The cheers below rose another pitch. This scene was later recorded by Dean Marcus in the annals of St. Dragon Academy. A noble and a commoner swordsman fighting fairly under equal conditions, ultimately earning each other's respect through swordsmanship. On the high platform, Austin raised his coffee cup, a nearly imperceptible curve at the corner of his mouth. "Not bad." Ding. Detected that potential bond target, Sushi achieved victory under disadvantage and used the thrust and block techniques taught by the host at a critical moment. Her trust in the host has significantly increased. Sushi bond value 199. Bond level 1, 499,500. Since the host has not formally established a relationship with her, the bond value upper limit is only level 1. Apart from Sushi, several others caught Austin's attention. One was the female mage Isra from the Noble District. Her magical talent was epic grade, her incantation speed extremely fast, and her ice-type spells were manipulated with exquisite precision. In the round of 10 advancing to 5 facing a 4th-tier noble knight, she precisely froze the ground beneath his feet as he charged halfway, causing him to slide directly off the arena. One was the assassin Kajia, moving like a ghost, his stealth technique nearly unmatched among his peers. His final match was particularly brilliant. Against a mage adept at area attacks, he stealthily approached behind the mage during the incantation's gap, holding a dagger to the mage's throat before anyone in the audience even saw him appear. One was the archer Awayer, hitting the mark every time with astonishing predictive ability. Her final arrow, after the opponent thought he had dodged all attack angles, curved around an obstacle to hit precisely. Both had extraordinary grade talents, the cream of the younger generation at the academy. Yet the one who surprised Austin most was a commoner shield warrior with only a passable talent, Georgia. He was burly with a simple, honest face, not fast in movement, but his defense was impenetrable. Each time he repelled an opponent's attack, he let out a deep, muffled roar like a silent, yet reliable city wall. In the crucial match for the final slot, his opponent was a 3rd-tier peak noble warrior far stronger than him. George's wooden shield was split with a crack, his left arm's leather armor slashed, blood streaming down his arm. But he did not retreat. Instead, he used his left arm to forcibly block the next sword. Then in the moment of the opponent's hesitation, he used all his strength to deliver a shield bash that knocked him out of the arena. I won. Georges stood on the stage, scratching the back of his head in a daze, as if not yet realizing what had happened. The commoner trainees below screamed his name wildly. This big guy, usually unknown and unnoticed, had won himself a spot in the most clumsy yet iron-blooded way. Austin looked at him and nodded slightly. He needed a sharp sword, but also the toughest shield. Finally, the list of 5 was confirmed. Austin looked at the trainees below, some excited, some nervous, some dejected from elimination, and announced in a clear voice, "The 5 above, Sushi, Isra, Kajia, Awayer, Georgia. Report to the Holy Dragon Hall before sunrise tomorrow. Latecomers will be considered to have forfeited." He did not add another word, turned, and walked away, his ink-black robe billowing in the wind, leaving behind a sea of blazing gazes and murmurs. Southern outskirts manor of the Holy Dragon capital. Moonlight filtered through the stained glass windows, casting dappled pools of color across the floor. Veronica lounged languidly against the sofa, idly swirling a glass of crimson wine between her fingers, yet her expression was as cold as frost. Before her, a figure in black robes knelt on one knee, forehead pressed against the cold floor, barely daring to breathe. "Your Highness, the matter has been confirmed." The assassins who attacked the Holy Dragon Hall last night were from Orc Kingdom's covert action team lurking in the capital. They acted in revenge for General Thomas's defeat on the battlefield. The black-robed man's voice was barely above a whisper. Orc. Veronica's delicate brows knit slightly, the wine glass tilting in her hand as a trail of crimson liquid streaked down its wall. A pack of fools blinded by hatred. How dare they act on their own, alerting the snake in the grass. She lifted her gaze, those deep eyes glinting with dangerous light under the moonlight. This play, I have already set the stage. How dare anyone else add their own scenes? She paused, and when she spoke again her tone had turned soft, yet carried an unyielding authority. Pass this information to Philip X, intact word for word. See that it's done cleanly, as though they had uncovered it themselves. As you command, Your Highness. The black-robed man, as if granted a reprieve, melted into the shadows and vanished. Veronica drained her glass in one motion and turned her gaze toward the royal palace, a meaningful smile curving her red lips. Lord Austin, consider this my first formal gift to you. Do not disappoint me. Meanwhile, in the imperial study of the Holy Dragon Palace. Outrageous. This is too much. Philip X' furious roar nearly tore the vaulted ceiling from the imperial study. He slammed the confidential report onto the table, sending inkstones, brushes, and paper leaping from the desk. Orc bastards. How dare they? They lose on the open battlefield, so they send assassins to our capital to strike at the Holy Dragon himself. This is the gravest provocation against our Holy Dragon Kingdom. A national humiliation. In the study, several high ministers stood frozen in silence, not daring to make a sound. Commander Rand had just returned from Lucy. He stepped forward, dropped to one knee, his armor clanking with a metallic ring, rage burning like wild flames in his eyes. Your Majesty, I beg for the honor of leading the vanguard. Let me take the royal knights and ride forth. I swear I shall not return in triumph until the Orc court lies in ruins. Philip X's chest heaved violently, but he quickly drew a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. He was a king. He could not let rage cloud his judgment. Issue my decree, he said, his voice heavy as a mountain. First, order the Holy Dragon Legion on the northern border to dispatch half its forces and return to the capital at full speed, standing by for orders. Second, issue a nationwide conscription order. All reserve knights must report to their regional barracks within 1 month. Third, notify all foreign envoys. Expose the Orcs' despicable assassination plot to the world. Let the entire continent know. This war is of their own making. Commander Rand. Philip X gaze settled on Rand, each word deliberate and measured. This time I shall personally lead the campaign. Unless Orc is utterly destroyed, I cannot face the Holy Dragon, nor can I face the people of this kingdom. As you command. Commander Rand's voice rang out like a great bell, iron-blooded, killing intent diffusing through the study. The clouds of war had silently begun to gather over the entire continent. At the Holy Dragon Hall, compared to the undercurrents stirring the palace and the southern manor, this place was remarkably tranquil. Austin leaned against a soft couch by the window. Outside, moonlight spilled across the stone slabs of the Holy Dragon Plaza, casting a faint silvery sheen. He was contemplating 3 matters. First was the 5 students selected today. Sushi went without saying. Once her holy swordsman talent was fully awakened, she would become one of his most vital combat assets. Izira's ice magic could control the rhythm of battle and team engagements. Kogel's stealth was suited for reconnaissance and decapitation strikes. Avril's long-range support was indispensable, and Georgia formed the most stalwart front line and shield for the team. But their current strength was far from sufficient. At the Academy Grand Tournament 3 months from now, they would face the elite of 64 premier academies across the continent, many of them prodigies at the 5th or even 6th rank. He had to take these 5 raw stones and grind them into blades within 3 months. There were also 2 remaining slots for the Grand Tournament. One he would reserve for Aaron, and the last. The second matter was Veronica Starkrown, the woman who had danced an entire dance with him at the banquet, and who had feigned drunkenness to collapse into his arms at the gates of the Holy Dragon Hall. She was a witch of the Black Witch Church at the early Saint Tier realm. Within the dragon-hunting demon array, she would surely have sensed the aura of his world-destroying Black Dragon. Her purpose in coming to the capital was undoubtedly to confirm that suspicion. Third was Philip X's declaration of war. Austin lifted his coffee cup, his gaze drifting through the window toward the direction of the royal palace. The king's lights burned unusually bright tonight. No doubt His Majesty was still working through the night on his deployments. Earlier this evening, when Rand had relayed the king's decision to personally lead the campaign, the Knights Commander's eyes had blazed with fervent battle lust, his tone impassioned as he declared that His Majesty cannot abide the humiliation inflicted upon the Holy Dragon and vows to raze Orc to the ground. Austin had merely nodded slightly and said nothing more, but in his heart he saw through it all with greater clarity than anyone. Philip X was indeed furious. Any king would be enraged to learn that foreign assassins had infiltrated the capital to strike at the nation's guardian Saint Dragon. But that anger was merely the spark that ignited the powder keg. The keg itself had long since been filled. The Holy Dragon Kingdom, No, it should be called the former Divine Dragon Empire, had been dormant for far too long. From an empire reduced to a mere kingdom, its territories shrunken, its voice in continental affairs diminished, forced to bow before the three great empires. Every citizen of the Holy Dragon Kingdom yearned for the day the kingdom would ascend back to empire status, and Philip X, as the kingdom's sovereign, felt that yearning burn within him more fiercely than anyone. He was only 50. For a saint-tier powerhouse, that was the prime of life. He had ample time and energy to pursue a grand imperial ambition. And nearly 2 decades of ruling experience had taught him better than anyone how to steer the course of this war. The great victory at Lucy was a signal. When word reached the capital that Austin had slain Thomas on the battlefield and routed Orc's 1st Legion, morale across the Holy Dragon Kingdom surged to a decade high. Public confidence in the war reached unprecedented heights, and the nobility had begun to revisit the once-dismissed goal of elevating the kingdom back to empire. The Orc assassination attempt provided Philip X with the perfect casus belli. It was not the Holy Dragon Kingdom acting as aggressor. It was Orc pushing too far, first provoking at the border, then dispatching assassins to strike at the Holy Dragon. The Holy Dragon Kingdom's mobilization could be framed as forced retaliation, a righteous war. This justification would hold up in any diplomatic arena across the continent. Austin could even anticipate Philip X's next moves: first, forge an alliance with the Duchy of Lucy and other smaller states that had suffered Orc's oppression; second, dispatch envoys to the great powers, the Frank Empire and the Bassa Kingdom, seeking their neutrality or support; finally, with the Holy Dragon Legion as the main force, coordinated with the Royal Knights, launch a single overwhelming assault on the Orc court. Destroying Orc was merely the first step. Orc Kingdom was situated in the continent's northwest, rich in mineral resources, and served as the gateway to the northern wasteland. Once Orc was conquered, the Holy Dragon Kingdom would control the entire northern trade route, and its national power would undergo a qualitative leap. By then, the kingdom's foundation for ascending to empire status would no longer rest solely on him, one holy great dragon, but on tangible territory, population, and resources. Philip X's ambition was far greater than he let on. Yet this ambition was not a bad thing for Austin. He precisely needed a war to temper his students. Irene needed real combat to truly activate her legendary knight talent, when he needed to learn to control her dragon speech magic on an actual battlefield, and the 5 students selected today, Sushi Issei, La Kujia Ai Weier, and Zwajiya. Each had potential, but potential could only be forced out at the edge of life and death. No matter how vast the training grounds of the Sacred Dragon Hall, they could never simulate a real battlefield. The battlefield was the best and most brutal teacher. Only those who survived the battlefield could truly be of great use. Moreover, his main quest was to lead the Sacred Dragon Kingdom to become the most powerful empire on the continent. If Philip X himself harbored such ambition, it actually saved him a lot of trouble. He only needed to give a push at critical junctures to accelerate the chariot named Empire. The night grew deeper. Austin rose to his feet, preparing to return to his room for rest. Early tomorrow morning, those 5 students would report to the Sacred Dragon Hall, and the war of the Sacred Dragon against Oak would also require his assistance. For a long time to come, even the leisure of a cup of coffee would be a luxury. But just as he reached the staircase, a faint rustling sound came from the end of the corridor. It was not the wind. It was the sound of bare feet padding on the stone floor, carefully, exquisitely restrained, yet still unable to conceal the tiny fragmented noises. Then a silver-haired girl wrapped in an oversized nightgown peeked her head around the corner. Her bow-shaped hairpin had slipped to the back of her head, her silver hair was as tangled as a bird's nest just ruffled by the wind, and her silver pupils were still veiled with lingering drowsiness. Yet the moment they caught sight of Austin, they lit up like ignited stars. Lord Austin. Her voice was as soft and sweet as cotton candy, carrying a hint of residual tears. I had a nightmare. Austin looked at her, silent for a breath. What nightmare? When he did not answer immediately, she lowered her head, her 2 hands crumpling the hem of her nightgown, and her dragon horns trembled faintly. I dreamed that Lord Austin was with that woman from last night. Her voice grew softer. She was wearing that light blue dress, and she still had that sweet fragrance. Then she took Lord Austin's hand and walked toward a place I couldn't follow. She lifted her head, her silver pupils already brimming with tears, glistening under the moonlight like 2 springs about to overflow. I ran desperately, flew desperately, but no matter how hard I chased Lord Austin, and she grew farther and farther away from me. In the end, I couldn't fly anymore and fell into a pitch-black valley. Her voice completely choked. Then I woke up in fright. Austin looked at her tear-streaked eyes and wanted to say it's just a dream, but the words stuck in his throat. Because the details she described were too specific, the light blue dress, the sweet fragrance, taking his hand and walking away. That was not a nightmare of bloodshed on the battlefield, but a more delicate, more viscous fear, being torn away from the only sense of security she could cling to. He suddenly realized that this silver dragon before him had been at the Sacred Dragon Hall for less than half a month. She had been hunted, pulled out of the swamp by him like a carrot, and lured here with a lollipop. Oh, No, it was that he couldn't bear to see her innocent self killed or deceived by wicked humans. Yes, he was protecting her, there was no luring involved. But now, before she had even learned the complex rules of the human world, she had first learned to fear. Fear of being abandoned, fear of returning to a place without shelter. Austin was silent for a moment, then reached out and gently pressed between her dragon horns, which were still trembling slightly. The pressure was very light, and the warmth of his palm slowly seeped through the base of her horns. I won't go with anyone. His voice was as calm as ever, but carried something more. And you won't fall into any valley. Wendy sniffled, looking up at him with pleading eyes. Her eyes were still red, but the watery light in them seemed to have been pressed down somewhat by his hand. Really? But that woman. She bit her lip, her voice suddenly becoming very, very small. Lord Austin, I feel that woman's scent is wrong. It's not that it smells bad, it's just that it makes me afraid. Like the smell in the air before a storm. Austin's gaze shifted almost imperceptibly. Wendy was a silver dragon, naturally endowed with a perception far keener than most creatures. The dark magic that Veronica concealed so well. Irene hadn't noticed, Philip X hadn't noticed, and even he himself had only seen through it with his true sight. Yet this silver dragon, who could even lose track of a butterfly, had sensed it just as she had seen through him as the world-destroying black dragon. I understand. His voice remained very calm, but the fingers pressing between her horns tightened slightly for a moment. I'll be careful. Wendy seemed to read a kind of serious response from his tone, and her tense shoulders finally relaxed a little. Then she took a deep breath, as if summoning the greatest courage of her life, lifted her head, her silver pupils fixed directly on Austin's eyes, and announced in her most solemn voice, Lord Austin, can I sleep in your room? Why? Because then that woman can't steal you away while I'm asleep. She released the crumpled hem of her nightgown, clenching her small fists in front of her chest, like a kitten begging for food. And I haven't laid a dragon egg with Lord Austin yet. Mother said that after laying a dragon egg you become family, and family can't be taken away. Austin was silent for a moment. This silence was longer than any before. Then he reached out and flicked her forehead gently. Go sleep in your own room. I can't lay a dragon egg. Wendy covered her reddened forehead, her voice once again brimming with tears. No. Austin paused as if choosing his words, then finally uttered 4 words. You're still too young now. I'm 52 years old. By dragon standards, I'm an adult. Wendy argued defiantly, but seeing Austin's implacable cold face, she immediately shrunk back, muttering softly, but Sister Irene is only 18. Irene. What does Irene have to do with this? Sister Irene, said she. She also wants to. Wendy glanced at Austin, whose brow was slightly furrowed, and could only abandon the rest of the sentence. She hugged her pillow and shuffled toward her own room, looking back every few steps. When she reached the door, she turned around again. Moonlight streamed in through the corridor window, casting a faint sheen on her silver hair. She stood before the half-opened door, her silver eyes, still carrying a hint of reluctance, a touch of grievance, but more than anything dependence, fixed on Austin. Good night, Lord Austin. Good night. Wendy's figure disappeared behind the door. Austin stood there gazing at the closed door, silent for a long time. Then he turned and went upstairs. His ink-black robe trailed a long shadow under the moonlight, his steps slower than before. The corner of his mouth curved slightly more than usual. And in the southern outskirts of the royal capital, moonlight also filtered through the window lattice into a dim room, but the clear glow was layered with a colder veil than that of his sacred dragon hall. The witch lady was sitting before her dressing mirror. The woman in the mirror had shed the gentle and dignified mask of the noble lady she wore by day, and a hint of undisguised playful smile curled at the corner of her lips. Her fingertips tapped lightly on the table once, twice, the rhythm unhurried, like a hunter calculating the time for prey to step into a trap. Tomorrow. What excuse should I use to visit the sacred dragon hall? She tilted her head, and her reflection in the mirror tilted its head as well. This movement was extremely rare for her. It was too childish, not fitting the persona of Madame Futicide. But now the room was empty except for her, so she didn't have to act. Last time it was dance instruction, what should I substitute this time? Her fingertips stopped tapping, and instead picked up the tin of coffee beans brought from the south on the dressing table. The golden tin gleamed with a warm luster under the moonlight, exactly the same shade as the light blue dress she had worn that night. Perhaps. I'll say I'm thanking His Holiness the Sacred Dragon for his hospitality the other night, and specially bring a tin of hometown coffee beans. Her red lips curved into a perfect arc, her voice as light as a night breeze brushing wind chimes. And incidentally ask him what feedback he has on that night's dance instruction. After all, a student's progress needs regular assessment, doesn't it? She laughed. The laughter was very soft, yet it echoed in the room where she was alone for a long time. Then she raised her eyes to look out the window. The direction was exactly the Sacred Dragon Hall. Sacred Dragon. Black Dragon. Austin. I'm getting more and more interested in you. See you tomorrow, my Lord Austin. The dawn arrived at the Holy Dragon Hall earlier than anywhere else in the royal capital. Not due to its geographical location, but because this white marble edifice faced due east and the first ray of morning light each day would always illuminate its tallest spire first, then descend inch by inch, as if a deity were cleansing the sanctuary with light. Georgia cherished this moment. He stood at the very center of the Holy Dragon Plaza, both hands gripping the shield, with its face pointed forward, center of gravity, low knees slightly bent, the standard defensive starting stance. He had maintained this posture for an entire Shurchen, having begun training while the sky was still pitch black. Sweat trickled down his shaved scalp, ran across his thick neck, and soaked the collar of his training uniform. His arms trembled, the shield's rim quivering along with the tremor, yet he did not lower it. Hoo-ha! He completed another shield strike. The shield face thrust forward, his right foot stepping out half a pace, simultaneously the power from his waist and abdomen flowing through his shoulders to his arms, then into the shield. If an enemy stood before him, this blow would strike squarely in the chest and send him flying. Still not fast enough, Georgia muttered to himself, withdrawing the shield and resetting his stance. His mind was not adept at memorizing complex tactics, but he had remembered one thing the Lord of the Holy Dragon Hall had said: a shield is a weapon, not a turtle shell. He had turned those words over and over in his mind all night until finally he gave up sleeping, rose, and felt his way to the plaza in the dark to begin practicing. So he did not know that from the moment he began his first movement, someone had already been standing behind the third-floor window of the Holy Dragon Hall. Austin held a coffee cup, gazing through the gap in the curtains at that clumsy yet stubborn figure on the plaza. George's shield strike had at least 7 flaws. His center of gravity was half an inch too far forward. His left heel lifted too early. His waist hips power generation was insufficient. The shield face's push angle deviated by 5 degrees. By Austin's standards, this movement was still far from passing. But he did not go down to correct him, because he had noticed something else. After every shield strike, this big man would pause to think, adjust one small detail, then attempt it again. No one was teaching him, no one was watching him. He was simply wrestling with himself in the darkness again and again. Interesting. It's only that the shield is a little substandard. Austin drew the curtain shut and turned toward the staircase. For today's training session, he had originally planned only to offer a few comments before letting them begin basic drills. But now he had changed his mind. Some people were worth an extra measure of time. By sunrise, the morning mist over the Holy Dragon Plaza had not yet fully dispersed. 5 people stood in a line at the center of the plaza. Sushi stood at the far right, holding the most ordinary iron sword. Her stance appeared no different from usual. Back straight, shoulders relaxed, the sword tip angled toward the ground, every element in the most standard posture. But if someone leaned in for a closer look, they would notice that her fingers had tightened slightly around the hilt. Not out of nervousness, because she had been anticipating this moment since last night. Standing beside her was Isla, the ice-type mage of noble birth. Her long silver blue hair was bound at the nape with a simple leather cord, her features exquisitely refined, as if carved from ice. And her expression was much the same, cold, aloof, her pair of ice blue eyes never having deigned to look directly at anyone since her arrival. In her hand she held a staff half her height, its head set with a pigeon egg-sized ice blue gemstone that cast a faint, ghostly cold light in the morning glow. The third was Kyle. He stood beside Isla, but if one did not look carefully, it would be easy to overlook the presence of a third person standing there. This slender assassin wore a plain dark gray form-fitting training suit, his head covering most of his face, revealing only a small section of a sharp-pointed chin. His stance was peculiar. Weight shifted rearward, feet positioned one in front of the other, as if he were ready to retreat at any moment and equally ready to lunge forward. 2 short daggers were tucked at his waist, their hilts wrapped in black leather cords that had been polished to a sheen from use. The fourth was Avel. The archer stood out most among the group because she had been looking all around since her arrival. At the spire of the Holy Dragon Hall, at the stone pillars, at the plaza's edge, at the flowers in the garden beds, whose names she could not recall. Her chestnut short hair was tossed into disarray by the wind, yet she paid it no mind, only occasionally rising on her tiptoes to peer toward the Holy Dragon Hall. The recurved bow on her back was longer than her own upper body, and its limbs bore several visible scratches, evidence of heavy use. The fifth was Georgia. His shield stood at his feet, the shield face still bearing the sweat marks from his morning practice. His breathing had not yet fully steadied, his chest rising and falling slightly, but his stance was impeccable. Feet spread shoulder-width apart, hands clasped behind his back, standing like a city wall awaiting inspection. At the foot of the Holy Dragon Plaza, steps, the sound of hoofbeats approached from afar, and all 5 turned to look. Erin stepped down from the carriage. Today she wore a well-tailored purple training suit, her golden hair bound high in a ponytail, the slim sword hanging at her waist. Unlike usual, her steps today were exceptionally light, and her face carried an excited expression that seemed to say, finally someone else gets to suffer alongside me. Good morning, everyone. She waved to all of them, then walked with practiced ease to the training area at the center of the plaza and began her warm-up exercises. Georgia, Kyle, Isla, and Avel all looked at her simultaneously. The princess herself warms up, and she's this practiced at it. What? Erin noticed their gazes while stretching her legs. You'll understand soon enough. Under the teacher's training, without warming up you won't even survive the first round. Georgia silently set down the shield in his hand and began stretching his legs too. Kyle finally opened his eyes and started working his wrists and ankles. Isla remained silent for 2 seconds, then began rotating her staff and loosening her shoulder joints. Avel swallowed hard, loosened her bowstring slightly, and started twisting her waist. 6 people, 6 temperaments, 6 ways of fighting. They appeared to have nothing in common at all. At that moment, the great doors of the Holy Dragon Hall slowly swung open. Everyone stopped what they were doing simultaneously and turned to face the hall entrance. Austin walked out from within his ink-black robe, gently swaying in the morning breeze, the golden thread patterns at his cuffs glinting faintly in the first rays of the rising sun. He swept his gaze across the 6 people on the plaza. 5 stood at perfect attention. Only Erin was still stretching her legs, though her leg-stretching posture had shifted from relaxed mode to at-attention mode. No one was late. Austin nodded slightly, then walked to the elevated platform at the center of the plaza and turned to face them. His voice was not loud, yet every word reached all 6 clearly. You are the select few chosen by the Holy Dragon Academy from among thousands of students. But that means nothing. At the Academy Grand Tournament 3 months from now, your opponents will not be fellow students from the Academy, but elites from 64 top institutions across the entire continent. Many of them have been training since they could walk. He paused. So I will not teach you as prodigies. I will only train you as warriors who are not yet strong enough. Your talent, your background, your past. None of that holds any meaning on my training ground. I look at only one thing: whether you can become stronger than the person you were yesterday. The plaza fell silent, the only sound being the crisp rustling of flags in the morning wind. The first lesson begins now. Austin's gaze swept across the 6. Each of you demonstrate your strongest strike. Show me what you've got. Erin raised her hand first. Teacher, I'll go first. Austin glanced at her and nodded. Erin drew her slender sword and walked to the center of the training ground. She took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and recalled the basic movements that Austin had corrected over 100 times over the past few days. Wrists not turning inward, center of gravity, half an inch lower than the standard stance, and shoulders not moving prematurely during the thrust. Then she opened her eyes and thrust her sword forward. The blade traced a clean, decisive straight line through the air, and the tip struck precisely at the throat position of the training dummy. This thrust was noticeably faster than the one that had defeated Victoria in the Academy's open class, and it carried an added sharpness honed by real combat experience. A few low murmurs of admiration rose from the surroundings. Georgia even clapped twice with enthusiasm. Austin's expression remained completely unchanged. The explosive power of your first thrust is sufficient. His tone was flat, then he suddenly shifted. But you closed your eyes for half a breath before striking. On the battlefield, half a breath is enough time for your opponent to reposition 3 times. Your sword is fast, but your judgment is not fast enough yet. Starting tomorrow, keep your eyes open and anticipate. Erin's smile froze for an instant, then she lowered her head to look at the hand gripping her sword. Anticipate. The teacher was right. She had closed her eyes to find her rhythm. But on the battlefield, the enemy would never give her time to find her rhythm. Yes, teacher. She sheathed her sword and returned to the formation. Next up was Georgia. Georgia carried the half-man-tall fine iron shield to the center of the training ground and assumed a textbook defensive stance. Weight lowered, feet planted in a wide stance, shield tilted slightly forward, his entire front covered behind it. Erin, Austin called out, strike him with your sword. Full force. Erin was taken aback. Full force. Full force. Erin drew her slender sword, walked up to Georgia, took a deep breath, and swung down. The blade struck the shield with a dull, resounding thud. Georgia did not budge an inch. Second strike. Third strike. Erin slashed 5 times in total, each blow delivered with all her strength, yet Georgia's shield wall stood like a small mountain, steady to an infuriating degree. Erin shook her numbed wrist and stepped back. Can't break through. Too hard. A few murmurs of admiration echoed across the square. Kes said a quiet, not bad. Georgia scratched the back of his head and gave a simple, honest grin. Teach, thank you, your highness, for going easy on me. I wasn't going easy on you, Erin said seriously. Austin walked down from the platform. Without a word, he strolled unhurriedly to stand before Georgia. Georgia instinctively straightened his posture and raised his shield higher. Your defense is solid. Austin's voice was calm. Then he extended his right hand and lightly placed his index finger at the exact center of the shield. No gathering of power, no glow of battle, chi, not even a sound. Just a single finger drifting down onto the forged iron surface like a fallen leaf touching a lake. Then, crack. A fine hairline crack spread outward from Austin's fingertip. Then a second, third, and fourth. Cracks spread in all directions at visible speed, crawling across the entire shield like a spider's web. The sound of metal fracturing rang out from the fine iron surface, causing everyone present to instinctively hold their breath. George's eyes went wide, and before he could react, the entire shield shattered in his hands. Dozens of fine iron fragments clattered onto the bluestone pavement, bouncing and rolling in every direction. The largest piece landed at George's feet, still bearing half a crack that had not finished splitting. Georgia stared at his now empty hands, then at the fragments scattered across the ground. His expression shifted from shock to blankness, from blankness to stupefaction, and then, shield. His lips began to tremble. The entire plaza fell into dead silence. Kez's mouth hung slightly open. Avel's bow nearly slipped from her hand. Izira's cold mask showed its first clear crack, and Su Sui's dark pupils were fixed intently on the fragments on the ground. Erin stood frozen in place. A shield that she had struck 5 times with all her strength without budging the teacher had shattered with a single finger. Then George's tears fell. Not the restrained, silently weeping kind. It was a close to 2-meter-tall giant crouched on the ground like a child hugging the largest fragment of the shield, wailing at the top of his lungs. Wah! My shield. 10 years of savings. 3 gold coins. Every morning I hauled goods for the bakery, every night I watched the furnace for the blacksmith, and on rainy days I carried sacks at the docks. 10 years of saving to scrape together 3 gold coins. Wah! His sobs made the banners in the plaza tremble. Austin stood in place looking down at this giant crouched on the ground, weeping over the fragments like a 3-year-old child. 3 gold coins. You saved for 10 years. Yes. Georgia looked up, tears and snot smeared across his face. His voice choked beyond breath. My father said a warrior's shield is a warrior's life. Better to eat worse and buy the best shield. I only ate half a black loaf for lunch, and every copper I saved went into the jar under my bed. 10 years. Your Eminence. 10 years. Gone with 1 finger of yours. Avel hid her face behind her bow, her shoulders shaking. Whether from laughter or sympathy, it was hard to tell. Kez silently turned around, but the tips of the assassin's ears were already bright red from holding in his laughter. Izira closed her eyes, her lips moving slightly, as if reciting some incantation, presumably a spell to keep herself from laughing on the spot. Erin crouched down and patted George's back, trying to comfort him, but opened her mouth and found she had no idea what to say. After all, she too felt that having a shield bought with 10 years of savings shattered by a single finger was enough to make anyone cry. Austin was silent for a breath. Then his fingers brushed lightly over his storage ring. Before anyone could react, a shield flew out from the ring. The moment the shield landed, the entire Holy Dragon Plaza trembled. A shallow crater was slammed into the bluestone pavement, cracks spreading from its edges several feet, all the way to where Georgia was crouching. It was a pitch-black tower shield, nearly 2 meters tall, over a meter wide, and as thick as an adult man's fist. The shield's surface bore no ornamental patterns, only the purest luster of black metal casting a cold, dim gleam under the sunlight. Along the shield's edge was inlaid a ring of dark gold beast bone patterns, a protective layer forged from the bones of some magical beast. George's crying stopped, not because he was no longer grieving, but because he was overwhelmed by the oppressive aura of this shield. He crouched on the ground, looking up at the black giant shield that towered even taller than him, snot still hanging from his lip, but his eyes were already beginning to shine. This shield, Austin said flatly, is forged from abyssal dark iron, quenched 3 times in dragon flame, and coated with a layer of dragon crystal powder on the surface. It weighs 500 kilograms, and can withstand all battle chi slashes and magic attacks below the 5th rank head-on. It also carries a passive trait. When struck, the shield's surface automatically absorbs a portion of the impact and converts it into the shield's own defensive energy. He paused. It's yours. The entire plaza fell into deathly silence. George's mouth hung open, snot sliding from his lip onto his knee utterly unnoticed. His gaze swept back and forth between the black giant shield and Austin 3 times, then he pinched his thigh hard. It hurt. Not a dream. You're Your Eminence. This shield. For me. Don't like it. Then I'll take it back. I love it. Georgia sprang up from the ground with speed completely at odds with his frame, lunging at the black giant shield. He reached out a trembling hand and touched the shield's surface. A cold sensation traveled up from his fingertips, carrying the heavy texture unique to metal. He tried to lift it. It didn't budge. He strained harder. The shield rose slightly off the ground, but soon crashed back down from its sheer weight. But the expression on his face said it all. It was the face of a man who had been poor his whole life, suddenly stumbling upon treasure. A face with crying and laughing squeezed together at once, and the face of a man who, if told this shield was worth 1,000 gold coins right now, would not sell it. I'll take good care of it. I promise I will. Polish it 3 times a day. No 5. I'll even sleep with it. Austin turned and walked back toward the platform, his tone returning to its usual coldness. Remember what I said before. A shield is not a turtle shell. Next training session, I want to see you swing that shield out more than 10 times. If you can't swing it, then train your strength. Yes. Your Eminence. I'll go home and lift this shield right away. If I can't lift it, I won't sleep. Next was Gisela. The Duke's daughter walked to the center of the training ground, gripping an elm staff taller than herself with both hands. Her expression remained that cool composure, but her fingers around the staff were slightly tighter than usual. Your Holiness, Holy Dragon. She turned to face Austin on the dais. My strongest strike must be aimed at you. Austin set down his coffee cup, descended from the dais, and stood 10 paces before her. Come. Gisela closed her eyes and began to chant. An icy blue glow of magic emanated from her body, and the temperature in the air plummeted. A fist-sized icicle formed before her, then a second, a third. 5 icicles in total floated around her, rotating slowly. But this was not the end. She held the staff horizontally before her, and the 5 icicles simultaneously burst with blinding blue light, merging into a single enormous ice spear in midair. The ice spear was fully 2 meters long, its tip razor-sharp, the shaft covered in a layer of fine crystalline scales. Georgia counted silently from the start of the chant to the formation of the ice spear. Nearly 15 breaths had passed. He had raised his shield in less than 1 breath. Yisela's eyes snapped open. She pointed her staff forward. The ice spear tore through the air with a sharp whistle, driving straight at Austin's chest. A white trail of frost formed on the stone floor along its path. Austin did not draw his sword. He simply raised his right hand, extended his index finger, and gave a gentle flick just as the spear's tip reached him. Crack! The ice spear shattered from the tip, cracks spreading all the way to the tail. In less than a breath, the entire spear disintegrated into a pile of ice shards refracting rainbow light under the sun. There was not even a trace of frost on Austin's finger. Evil whistled. Nice ice spear. Too bad you ran into an even more monstrous opponent. Yisela panted, slightly fine beads of sweat forming on her temples. Seeing her strongest strike neutralized by a single finger, a crack finally appeared in her composed facade. Abundant mana, acceptable precision. The ice spear's power is sufficient, Austin said flatly. But do you know how long it took from the start of your chant to the release of the spear? Yisela's brow twitched. About 15 breaths. 15 breaths. Austin repeated, his gaze sharpening. On the front lines, 15 breaths are enough for a charging cavalryman to ride from 300 paces to your face, for an assassin to circle behind you 3 times, for an archer to loose at least 20 arrows. By the time you finish your incantation, he paused for a breath. Your comrades could have died 3 times over. The composure on Yisela's face fractured for an instant. Only a slight twitch of her brow, then she quickly restored her cold mask. But her grip on the staff tightened even more than before. Your abundant mana is your advantage, Austin's voice continued unhurriedly. But if an advantage cannot be translated into killing power in time on the battlefield, it is useless. Starting tomorrow, practice cutting your chant time in half every day. Fail to do so and add extra meditation sessions. Understood. Yisela's voice remained cold, but when she stepped back, she gave a slight bow to Austin, the first time she had shown deference to anyone that day. Next was Kajia. The assassin born of a fallen noble house stepped forward and gave a slight bow as a greeting. Then he raised his head, meeting Austin's gaze directly. Your Holiness, Holy Dragon, please forgive my impertinence. Austin nodded slightly. Kajia's figure vanished from the spot. George's jaw dropped. He was less than 10 paces from where Kajia had stood, yet he could not see how he had disappeared. As if he had slipped into the boundary between the shadows of the stone pillars and the morning light, using a minuscule angle without even disturbing the flow of air. A few breaths later, a dagger emerged from the shadow behind Austin's neck. The angle was cunning, completely silent, like a viper's fang. Austin did not even turn his head. He simply shifted his body slightly and caught the dagger's blade between 2 fingers. Kajia's form reappeared 3 paces behind Austin. His pupils contracted sharply. The dagger was held fast by 2 fingers, impossible to pull free. Decent stealth. Austin released his fingers, and Kajia stepped back 2 paces, cold sweat beating on his temples. But if you encounter an enemy who can see through invisibility, what do you plan to do? Stab him in the toe. Aaron couldn't help but snort with laughter. Evil hid her face behind her bow, shoulders shaking. Kajia's face flushed slightly. He sheathed his dagger, his lips moving as if to speak, then swallowing the words. All your killing moves are built on the premise that the opponent cannot see through invisibility. If that premise is broken, your rhythm falls apart completely. That strike, just now, you relied too heavily on the ambush opportunity granted by stealth, neglecting the most basic angle of approach. Austin turned to face him. If I hadn't caught your dagger, that strike would have only grazed my collar due to the angle deviation. Kajia was silent for a few breaths, then gave a slight nod. He did not say, understood, but the eyes hidden beneath the shadow of his hood gleamed a little brighter than before. Next was Evil. She took a deep breath and drew the recurved bow from her back. She looked at Austin and took her stand 10 paces before him. Your Holiness, Holy Dragon, please forgive my impertinence. She did not wait for Austin's reply. Her fingers were already on the bowstring. The first arrow. Before the twang of the bowstring even reached the ears, the arrow was already at Austin's face, aimed at the center of his brow, a vital point. Austin tilted his head slightly, and the arrow whisked past his earlobe, embedding itself into the stone crack behind him. The second arrow followed instantly. It arced to the right, its shaft tracing an almost impossible crescent path through the air, as if an invisible string were guiding it around a curve. Austin raised his hand and gave a gentle flick at the middle of the arrow shaft, not a hard block, but a subtle force that altered the arrow's rotation. The arrow veered off and embedded into the soil at the edge of a flower bed. But the third arrow was already on its way. While the second arrow was still curving through the air, the third had left the string. No arc, a straight line so fast it seemed to skip the flight itself. This arrow aimed directly at the center of Austin's chest. She bet that while he was dealing with the first 2 arrows, his frontal defense would have a gap. Austin did not block. He extended 2 fingers, and when the arrow tip was less than 3 inches from his chest, he caught the shaft firmly. The arrowhead still quivered slightly, but could advance no further. Then he snapped the arrow casually and dropped it on the ground. Continue. Evil's eyes lit up. Not anger, not frustration, but the excitement of finally meeting an opponent worthy of her full power. Her fingers danced on the bowstring. The 4th arrow was loosed at a high arc, rising nearly vertical to an invisible height. The 5th arrow skimmed the ground, slipping into the crack between the stone slabs at Austin's feet, then rebounding upward behind him. High and low strikes arriving simultaneously. The entire arena held its breath. Austin did not turn around. He raised his right hand to catch the 4th arrow descending from the sky. His left foot stepped back, pinning the 5th arrow that had just rebounded from the ground beneath his heel. His movements were clean, without a single superfluous gesture. The 4th arrow was wedged between his index and middle fingers, while the 5th arrow lay crushed under his foot. Avril's bowstring remained taut, drawn to its full extent, but her quiver was empty. A fine sheen of sweat broke out on her forehead. Her fingers trembled slightly from the rapid-fire shooting. Austin walked up to her and handed back the arrow he had caught. Your arrow speed and accuracy are already commendable for your rank. 5 arrows, 3 trajectories, simultaneous attack from above and below. This technique is not something taught in the academy. But when the 2nd arrow was deflected, your rhythm broke for a moment. That instant of hesitation would be enough for an opponent to close 3 paces. Avril took the arrow, breathing heavily. So I should keep shooting without stopping. Not without stopping. Move immediately after shooting. Austin looked at her. After the 3rd arrow was caught, you shifted your right foot back half an inch. That is an archer's instinct, a subconscious retreat after losing the target. But on the battlefield, retreat means surrendering the initiative for the next attack. He paused. Next time, do not retreat. Move diagonally forward. Replace retreat with movement, and use the next arrow to block the enemy's pursuit path. Avril thought for a moment, then nodded vigorously. Got it. Shoot and run, but not backward, to the side. Something like that. The last one. Sushi. Under everyone's gaze, she gripped the most ordinary iron sword and walked straight toward Austin. Her steps were unhurried, each one identical in rhythm. She stopped 5 paces in front of Austin, lifted her deep black eyes, and looked directly at him. Holy Dragon Prince, please instruct me. Not, please forgive my intrusion, but please instruct me. The arena fell silent for a moment. George's mouth formed an O shape, Kajiya slightly raised his hood, Yisela's ice blue eyes lingered on Sushi for a full second. Austin looked at the black-haired girl before him. Her gaze was no different from before, calm, focused, without a trace of superfluous emotion. But her fingers tightened slightly around the sword, a detail she only revealed when facing an opponent truly worthy of her fight. Make your move, he said. Sushi did not reply. Her answer was her sword. The first strike, not a probe but a full-powered slash. The iron sword traced a clean arc through the air, aiming straight for Austin's right shoulder. This strike was faster than when she had defeated Alan in the Academy's public lesson, and the sword path was more cunning. She had already adjusted her wrist angle at the start, causing the blade to suddenly deflect in the last half inch of the slash, sealing off any space for the opponent to dodge to the right. Austin did not dodge. He parried with his scabbard. A dull clang rang out as the iron sword met the scabbard, sparks flying. Sushi felt a violent shock through her tiger's mouth. Austin's strength far surpassed anyone she had fought before, yet he only used the same 4th-order cultivation as herself. She used the recoil to step back half a pace, dissipating the impact, then surged forward again. The second strike, a thrust. The sword tip aimed directly at Austin's throat, but during the thrust it suddenly dropped 3 inches, transforming from a thrust into a slash aimed at his left ribs. The change of this strike was extremely subtle. She had already reserved power for the subsequent variation during the thrust's force-generating phase, so the transition from thrust to slash had almost no pause. Austin sidestepped the blade, grazing his robe. He did not counterattack, merely stepped back to create distance. Sushi did not pursue. She halted, adjusted her breathing, her black pupils locked tightly on every movement of Austin. She knew he was observing her, just as she was observing him. 3rd strike, 4th strike, 5th strike. Sushi's attacks grew faster, the sword paths increasingly complex. Slash, thrust, flick, parry. Each move was the most basic sword technique, yet in her hands they combined into countless variations. Her sword was like a mirror, reflecting every subtle movement of Austin, then responding in advance. Her footsteps were like flowing water, gliding silently over the stone slabs of the training ground, each landing precisely in the gaps of Austin's defense. But she never touched his robe, not once. Austin's defense was watertight, his footwork was faster than hers, his predictions more accurate. Every one of her strikes was precisely parried or dodged, and he never took the initiative to attack. He was waiting for her to reveal her true edge under extreme pressure. Sushi felt it. She could feel her heart racing, her stamina draining, each attack becoming more strenuous than the last. But she could also feel something awakening within her. That power she had suppressed for 19 years slowly surging through her bloodline, like a spring compressed to its limit waiting for the moment of release. The 12th strike. Sushi took a deep breath, pouring all her strength into this one blow. Her body spun half a turn in midair, the iron sword carving an arc more ferocious than any before, slashing from the right toward Austin's left shoulder. The speed of this strike reached her limit, the blade leaving an afterimage in the sunlight. Austin raised his sword to parry. Clang. At the moment the two swords collided, Sushi suddenly released her right hand. The iron sword fell from her right hand. Then she caught it with her left hand. Not a hand switch. While her right hand feigned the attack, her left hand was already waiting at the drop point. The right hand attack was a feint, the left hand was the true killing blow. The iron sword in her left hand traced a completely different arc, rising from a lower angle that Austin could not have predicted, aiming for his waist. The entire arena gasped, but Austin was faster. His body shifted sideways by a hair's breadth, the tip of Sushi's sword passing just in front of his robe, less than an inch away. Then he gently tapped her shoulder with his scabbard. Stop! Sushi froze in place, her left hand still gripping the sword, her right hand hanging empty in the air. Her chest heaved violently, beads of sweat rolling down her cheek and dripping onto the stone slab. This strike had drained all her physical strength and focus, but her black eyes remained bright, fixed on Austin's robe, just 1 inch short. Austin looked at the black-haired girl who had almost touched his robe with her left-handed swordplay. Under the restriction of fourth-order power, she had forced him to use nearly 70% of his reaction speed. And that last strike, right hand feint, left hand true attack, suddenly switching hands when everyone thought her main hand was the right. This kind of in-the-moment adaptability was beyond training, it was true combat instinct. Your fundamentals are solid. No bad habits, no superfluous moves. Every strike has a clear purpose. His voice retained its unhurried rhythm. But your biggest problem is that you have been using only 90% of your strength. Sushi's eyelashes trembled slightly. The 12th strike just now was your fastest today. But even as you attacked, you were still calculating. Calculating my parry angle, the distance to retreat, the contingency plan if you missed. That calculation made you half a beat slower than your true speed. He looked at Sushi. What if you stopped calculating? It would spiral out of control. Sushi's voice was very soft. Are you afraid of losing control? Sushi did not answer, but her fingers gripping the sword turned white at the knuckles. She was not afraid of losing control. In the years when life had forced her to learn to control everything, she had forgotten how to let go. While working at the bakery, she had to control the weight of every dough ball. The error could not exceed half a tael. When caring for her mother, she had to control the dosage of every bowl of medicine. Too much would harm, too little would be ineffective. At the academy, she had to control the force of every sword strike, because the iron sword was too worn, a full power blow might break it. Control was the instinct she relied on to survive. But combat did not require control. Combat required instinct. Austin looked at her silent form and did not press further. He turned toward the edge of the field. Eileen, next round you spar with Sushi. Eileen was already waiting at the training area's boundary, a slender sword in hand, her violet eyes burning with long-suppressed battle fervor. From the moment Sushi had voluntarily challenged Austin, she had been anticipating this moment. The two stood facing each other, and the air in the training ground tightened once more. Eileen and Sushi stood face to face at the center of the training grounds. Morning light slanted down from behind the spires of the Holy Dragon Hall, slicing the training ground's blue stone slabs into halves of light and shadow. Eileen stood bathed in light, her golden ponytail almost translucent under the sun. Sushi stood in the shadows with black hair and black eyes, only her iron sword reflecting a thin line of cold light. Austin stood on the high platform watching the two of them. Sushi, your cultivation realm is 4th stage. In this sparring session, you may only exhibit the power of 3rd stage. Sushi's eyelashes trembled slightly, then she nodded. Understood. Eileen's brow furrowed briefly but quickly smoothed out. She understood her master's intention. This was not to suppress Sushi's strength, but to give her a fair chance to spar. It was also a test for her. If she still lost at the same cultivation level, it would prove her swordsmanship still had a long way to go. Sushi, Eileen took her opening stance, the tip of her sword slanting toward the ground, her center of gravity half an inch lower than the standard posture. Since I saw your match with Alan at the academy, I've wanted to spar with you. Please grant me your guidance, your highness. Sushi's voice was calm as still water, but the tip of her sword lifted slightly by 3 inches. A lesson she'd learned from her earlier exchange with Austin. When facing a speed-type opponent, the opening stance needed to reserve more angles for blocking. They moved simultaneously. Eileen struck first. She stepped forward, her rapier tracing a perfectly straight silver line through the air, directly targeting Sushi's right shoulder. This strike was faster than when she defeated Victoria in the Academy's public class. Through Austin's personal refinement of her basic movements, her thrust now had no unnecessary preamble. Her shoulder didn't move early, her wrist didn't twist inward, and the blade shot out from practically alongside her ribs the instant force was applied. Sushi didn't try to block head-on. She sidestepped past the blade's edge while her right foot slid half a step forward, and to the left her entire body curving in a tiny arc that carried her along Eileen's blade to her opponent's flank. Then she struck back with a counter-thrust, aiming directly for Eileen's wrist. Aileen spun her wrist urgently, the sword grip shifting from regular to reverse grip, the blade positioned horizontally in front of her wrist just in time to deflect Sushi's thrust. Clang! The two swords collided, emitting a crisp clash of metal. Both stepped back simultaneously. The probing exchange was over. A flicker of surprise flashed in Eileen's violet eyes. Sushi was restricted to third stage, yet the speed and angle of that counter-thrust were practically indistinguishable from when she'd observed her earlier bout with Austin. This meant Sushi's swordsmanship didn't entirely depend on cultivation realm. Her basic movements had been tempered through countless repetitions, so even with suppressed cultivation, she could still unleash speed that transcended her realm. Aileen drew a deep breath and adjusted her opening stance. She couldn't keep using conventional tactics. This time Aileen initiated a fierce onslaught. No more probing, no more holding back. 3 consecutive thrusts struck out, targeting Sushi's throat, left ribs, and right knee respectively. There was no pause between the 3 strikes, the sword paths fierce and ruthless, the angles treacherous, each strike faster than the last. This was her rhythm from killing enemies on the Auk battlefield. Not something she trained in practice, but something carved into her bones in life and death moments. Sushi blocked the first strike and dodged the second. As the third sword swept toward her knee, she didn't retreat. Instead, she stepped forward. This step landed at Eileen's most uncomfortable position, her power release point for the third strike. Eileen's sword momentum was disrupted by Sushi's advancing body, the blade tip grazing past Sushi's outer thigh, only slicing open a shallow wound. A thin line of red seeped through the training pants, but Sushi's face showed no expression. Taking advantage of her forward momentum, she delivered a horizontal slash. Aileen blocked vertically, and with a dull clang both retreated. Aileen glanced down at the still bleeding wound on Sushi's thigh. Then she raised her head, her violet eyes carrying a newfound gravity. Again, she struck once more. The fifth strike suddenly increased in speed by an entire tier. The blade dragged a phantom trail through the air, heading straight for Sushi's left shoulder. Sushi's black pupils contracted sharply as she sidestepped. The blade swept past her shoulder, slicing open the training uniform's left shoulder and leaving a faint red mark on the skin beneath. But her counter-strike came simultaneously. The iron sword swept up from below, hacking toward Eileen's wrist. Aileen hastily pulled back her sword to parry, and the two blades collided once more. The sixth strike followed immediately, hacking towards Sushi's right side. Sushi blocked. The seventh strike came low. Sushi retreated half a step, pressing the blade tip down to deflect. The eighth strike aimed at her face. Sushi turned her head aside, the blade grazing past her ear, severing a strand of black hair. But this time Sushi couldn't immediately counterattack. Her brow furrowed slightly, not from pain, but a subtle, barely perceptible sense of constraint that others would find hard to notice. Over the past several strikes, she'd wanted to accelerate her counterattacks many times, but each time the power would surge up, she'd press it back down herself. The third stage cultivation restriction caused her rhythm in switching between attack and defense to be a fraction slower than usual. And that fraction against Eileen's rapid assault marked the beginning of defensive cracks. The ninth strike. The 10th strike. Sushi's defense began to fracture. It wasn't that her sword had slowed, but that her body, pushed to its limit, was already failing to keep pace with Eileen's rhythm. Each of her blocks grew more arduous than the last. Each dodge required half a step more retreat than before. Her breathing turned ragged beads of sweat at her temples, sliding down her cheeks, dripping onto the blue stone slabs. But her black pupils remained bright. She simply couldn't find an opening to counterattack. Eileen's assault was airtight, each strike more fierce than the last, like a relentless storm that would never cease. The 11th strike. Eileen's sword speed increased once more. A sweeping cut, its momentum more ferocious than the first 10 strikes combined. Sushi's iron sword was deflected half an inch off course. That half inch was all it took. Eileen's blade tip breached Sushi's defense, lunging toward her chest. Sushi's body was already incapable of making any evasive maneuver. Her center of gravity had shifted during the previous block, her right foot planted on a loose blue stone slab, her entire body slightly off balance. The blade tip arrived, less than a fist's distance from her heart. Then, Sushi's body enacted a reaction that even she herself couldn't explain. Not evasion. Not parrying. A golden light erupted from the very center of her chest, surging through her entire body like a breached dam, unleashing a torrent. The instant the golden light exploded outward, a mighty repulsive force blasted outward in all directions from her center. Eileen's blade tip, upon contact with this radiance, was repelled by an irresistible force. She was sent staggering backward multiple steps, her sword arm flung high, her palm numbing. Sushi could perceive all of this. Eileen's retreating steps, the gasps about to erupt from the sidelines, the flowing halos of light cast through the golden cocoon by the morning sun, but her body no longer obeyed her commands. The connection between soul and flesh was temporarily severed by that ancient power. She had become a spectator trapped within her own body. Then her right arm lifted on its own. It wasn't her intention. It was the golden light guiding her hand. The iron sword was drawn back, its trajectory, not any technique she'd painstakingly practiced, but something far more ancient etched deep into the bloodline. Golden light blazed along the blade. That most ordinary iron sword transformed within the radiance into a pure blade of light, its spine pure white, its edges flowing gold, tiny motes of light scattering from the sword like fireflies. Sushi swung that strike. It wasn't her desire. It was the power acting through her. A curved golden sword energy detached from the blade at speed so great that no one's gaze could track it. A scorched gouge with a perfectly smooth cross-section was carved into the blue stone. A woody fragrance like burning incense filled the air. And its trajectory, Sushi's uncontrolled strike, had veered off course. The golden crescent slashed diagonally toward the right, flying toward Aileen. Sushi's consciousness thrashed wildly within the cocoon of light. No. Stop. She wanted to scream, but her lips wouldn't move. She wanted to suppress the sword energy, but her arm refused to obey. All she could do was watch helplessly as that golden crescent flew from her blade tip, slashing toward the golden-haired girl. Erin had barely stabilized her stance when the sword tip had not yet had time to rise again. This strike came far too suddenly, faster than any previous one. All four spectators on the sidelines shifted expression in that single instant. Georgia was the first to cry out. He was closest to Erin with the most direct line of sight, and when that golden sword chi erupted from Sushi's blade, he saw its trajectory with crystal clarity. A golden crescent moon was hurtling straight toward Princess Erin. His pupils contracted sharply, and his mouth reacted before his mind could catch up. Your Highness. His voice exploded across the training ground, rough and shrill, nothing like the sound the honest, burly giant was known for. Instinctively he lunged forward, but his foot caught on his own shield lying on the ground, and he stumbled, able only to watch helplessly as the sword chi continued its flight. Kojia's reaction was entirely different. The moment the sword chi flared, his pupils locked onto its trajectory, and assassin's instinct fired through his mind. Too fast at too vicious an angle, too short a distance. He couldn't make it. Even if he went into concealment right now, even if he sprinted at his absolute fastest, he still couldn't match the speed of that sword chi. His judgment took only an instant. Erin couldn't dodge this strike. He didn't shout. His fingers merely clenched the hilt of his dagger until his knuckles turned white. Avril was the first to take a defensive action. Her hunter's instinct triggered her body the moment danger registered. Her right hand moved faster than thought, reaching toward the quiver on her back. She intended to intercept the sword chi with an arrow. But the moment her fingers closed around it, they froze. The golden sword chi had already reached Princess Erin. She remained frozen in that arrow-drawing posture, lips parted, unable to produce a single sound, her chestnut short hair whipped backward by the wind pressure of the passing sword chi. Gisela neither cried out nor moved. She was the calmest of the four, but that composure cracked the instant she saw the sword chi. Her ice-blue eyes reflected that crescent-shaped golden trajectory, her mind racing. Chanting would take too long. Instant cast spells lacked sufficient power, an ice wall couldn't block holy element attacks. Every possible solution was dismissed in less than half a breath until only one conclusion remained: there was nothing she could do. Her fingers gripping the staff trembled slightly, not from fear, but because this helplessness made her clearly realize what His Holiness the Sacred Dragon had said was true. Her spell chanting time was far too long. If only she could cast instantly, perhaps she could have saved Princess Erin. And at the center of the training ground, Princess Erin's violet eyes reflected that golden crescent closing in at terrifying speed. Her combat instinct made the judgment in an instant she couldn't dodge. That sword chi was too fast, faster than any attack Sushi had ever unleashed, faster than the sharpest arrow she had ever witnessed. The trajectory was arcing, sealing off evasion space on both left and right. And directly ahead was the sword chi itself. Golden light expanded rapidly within her pupils. The onrushing wind pressure arrived before the strike itself, scorching air, searing her cheeks, while an incense-like woody fragrance drifted into her nostrils. This wasn't training. This was death. Erin's breath caught for a moment. For the first time in 18 years, she felt death this close. Not watching enemies charge from afar on the Oika battlefield, not having a wooden sword pressed to her throat on the dueling platform, but a genuine golden crescent that could tear her apart within mere breaths. Her heart clenched as if by an invisible hand. A cold sweat broke across her back. The hilt of her slender sword slipped in her palm. Her palms were drenched in sweat. She wanted to call for her master. She wondered if this strike would hurt. She even absurdly recalled the cream puff Wendy had given her last night. She'd been told no sweets after dinner, yet the moment Wendy left, she'd secretly bitten half of it. But the final image that surfaced was Austin's face. On the steps of the Sacred Dragon Hall, master holding coffee, saying in that ever-unchanging cold tone, "Keep it up." It was the most precious praise she had ever received in her life. She had just been praised. She hadn't yet had the chance to prove herself worthy of those words. Keep it up. She hadn't yet become a dragon knight. She couldn't block it, but she would not retreat. Erin grit her teeth hard, swallowing every ounce of fear, resentment, and grievance. Her gripping hand tightened once more until her knuckles turned white. She didn't wipe the sweat from her palms. She didn't adjust her breathing. She made no superfluous movement that a battlefield demanded restraint from. Her body, driven by fear, automatically fell back into the stance drilled into her during training. Center of gravity lowered half an inch, knees slightly bent, sword held horizontally across her chest, wrist locked firm. This was the posture her master had corrected hundreds of times until it was carved into her bones. This was the only thing she could offer this battle. The golden sword chi bore down upon her. The scorching light illuminated her face, illuminated those violet eyes, illuminated every tiny scratch along the blade of her slender sword held before her chest. She did not close her eyes, for she was the chief disciple of His Holiness, the Sacred Dragon. Even in death, she would meet this strike in the most flawless parrying stance. And Sushi realized something was wrong the instant she released that strike. Wrong. That strike wasn't meant to fly in that direction. She hadn't intended it. She hadn't the faintest idea what she had unleashed. When that power surged from within her, she had been utterly unable to control it. And then the sword chi had shot forth, straight toward Aaron. Aaron! Sushi's voice tore from her throat, sharp and hoarse, nothing like her usual self. That face, which had shown barely any expression since the training began, was now contorted with sheer terror. She desperately tried to steady herself to rush forward and block that sword chi, but the power within her body seemed drained by that single strike. She fell from midair and dropped to one knee, unable to rise. She reached out her hand. That hand couldn't reach the sword chi, couldn't reach Aaron, couldn't reach anything. Time seemed to stretch and slow at that moment. The sword chi was less than 3 paces from Aaron. The 4 on the sidelines each harbored their own brand of despair. Aaron held her sword across her chest, prepared to parry, and prepared to be struck. Sushi knelt on the ground, her hand outstretched towards something she could never reach. And then, a hand reached out from behind Aaron. That hand passed through the gap of less than half an inch between the sword chi and Aaron's 5 fingers, splayed palm, facing directly toward that crescent-shaped golden strike. Slender fingers defined knuckles, the veins on the back of the hand rising slightly in the morning light. Aaron recognized those hands. It was Master. That hand planted itself firmly before Eileen's blade. Then a gentle clench. Boom. The sword chi detonated within Aesiting's palm. The golden sword chi, which to all onlookers was capable of splitting boulders and slaying Princess Eileen herself, collided with his palm like a wave crashing against unyielding rock. It roared in its final convulsion, then shattered into countless golden motes scattered across the sky. Pure white and pale gold motes seeped through his fingers, scattering like fireflies, drifting past Eileen's stunned face, past Sushi's shocked eyes, past the holy dragon banner flapping in the wind above the training ground. There was no shockwave, no lingering echo of the blast. Only a silent rain of golden light settling slowly upon the bluestone tiles and the shoulders of every onlooker before fading soundlessly. Silence reigned. Aesiting stood before Eileen, his right hand still curled in its clenching posture. He slowly opened his palm. It was immaculate, utterly empty. No wounds, no scorch marks, not even the faintest trace of a burn. As if what he had crushed was not a fatal holy sword chi, but a fallen leaf that had chanced to land in his palm. His ink-black robe stirred in the residual breeze, the dark golden threads at his cuffs glimmering faintly amid the falling light. At his feet, a faint ring of scorch marks marred the bluestone, the sole trace left by the sword chi's detonation. And nothing more. It had stopped there, not spreading a single inch beyond. He withdrew his hand, his sleeve falling back into place, as if he had merely brushed away a speck of dust. Ding! The crowd's shock at the host's overwhelming power as the holy dragon has been detected. Disguise value 500. Everyone remained frozen in the exact posture they had held a moment before the sword chi erupted. Zoesia's foot still hung mid-stride, his entire form a statue carved in place. Kajia's fingers, still clutching the dagger's hilt, remained white-knuckled. Awire's bowstring still quivered faintly, the dislodged arrow rolling gently along the ground. Yisela's lips pressed into a thin, bloodless line. Then the silence shattered, the sound of Eileen's sword hitting the ground. Clang! The rapier slipped from her numb fingertips and struck the bluestone. She did not reach for it. Her violet eyes reflected Aesiting's retreating back, that ink-black robe standing shield-like before her, his right arm still extended forward, the last filaments of light between his fingers dying slowly. The sword chi had come within half an inch of her blade. Half an inch. Had her teacher not appeared behind her, that strike would have found her. And she, the moment she felt the sword chi's aura, knew she could not withstand it. Teacher. Her voice trembled with a shiver she herself did not notice. Ding. Eileen saved from despair by the host. Bond value 200. Current bond 12001-500. Aesiting did not turn back. His gaze fell upon Sushi. She still knelt on the ground. Her hand remained outstretched, 5 fingers spread, reaching toward a direction she could not touch. The iron sword lay 2 paces away on the bluestone, its glow utterly extinguished, reduced once more to the most ordinary of iron blades. Her black pupils were still dilated from the moment the sword chi had flown, eyes rimmed red, lips trembling. Not from fear. from remorse. She had nearly killed Eileen. She did not know what that golden light was, did not know why her body had lost control, but the hand that swung that sword had been hers. This was the greatest mistake she had made since taking up the sword. I'm sorry. The words were squeezed from her throat, hoarse and fragile. I didn't know that strike would. Get up. Aesiding's voice was low, yet it lodged every remaining word in Sushi's throat. She raised her head and met those deep, unfathomable black eyes. There was no reproach, no anger, not even the disappointment she had braced herself for. He merely looked at her, his gaze as calm as a deep pool, undisturbed by the slightest ripple. Follow me, he said. We'll talk inside the hall. Sushi froze for a moment, then pushed herself up from the ground. Her legs still trembled faintly. When she bent to retrieve the iron sword, her fingers shook so badly she nearly lost her grip on the hilt. But she picked it up, held it to her chest, and followed Aesiding toward the Holy Dragon Temple. Aesiding took 2 steps, then glanced sideways at the 4 trainees at the edge of the field. Zuazia had just opened his mouth to speak. The glance sealed it shut instantly. Kujia silently pulled his hood back into place. Awire sheepishly loosened her bowstring. Yisela met his eyes for only a moment, then lowered her gaze and gave a slight nod. Training continues, Aesiding said, his tone returning to its habitual coldness. Eileen, run them through basic drills. Yes, teacher. Eileen's voice came from behind, still carrying a trace of lingering tremor, but the hand gripping her sword had steadied once more. The great doors of the Holy Dragon Temple closed slowly behind the two, sealing out the sunlight and clamor of the training ground. Within the hall the light dimmed. The arcane lamps in the vaulted ceiling had not yet been lit. Only the morning glow filtering through stained glass windows cast mottled patches of color across the stone floor. The air carried the faint scent of ambergris, an aroma unique to this sanctuary. Sushi stood at the center of the hall, clutching the iron sword to her chest, head bowed. Her shoulders remained taut as a bowstring on the verge of snapping. Aesiding turned to face her. Raise your head. Sushi lifted her head. Her eyes were still red, but the tears had not fallen. Within those deep black pupils lay remorse, confusion, and a fear sunk deep beneath. Not fear of punishment, but fear of herself. Aesiding met her gaze, silent for a long moment, then spoke. His voice was not loud, but in the emptiness of the hall, every word landed clearly in Sushi's ears. The power awakened within you is the gift of a holy sword saint, the rarest and most supreme talent among light attribute swordsmen, 1 in 10,000. The strike you unleashed was not a loss of control, it was the first awakening of your holy sword saint power. It seized your body because you do not yet know how to command it. Sushi's fingers tightened sharply, knuckles pale. Holy sword saint. She had never read the title in any book, never heard it from any teacher's lips. But she could feel its weight in Aesiding's tone. The existence of the Holy Sword Saint is a secret known to only a handful on the continent. Only the royal families of the nations, the high clergy of the Holy Church, and the pinnacle experts are aware of this path. An awakened Holy Sword Saint is a figure every power must either claim or eliminate. He paused, his eyes fixed on Sushi. That is why on the training ground I told them only that you are a light attribute swordsman. From this moment on, no one must know your true gift, not even your teammates. Sushi was silent for several breaths, then nodded. This she could do. She had never been much of a talker. But Aesiding's next words froze her entirely. There is one more thing you must know. The power of the Holy Sword Saint, that golden light within you, requires a divine attribute, sword, as its vessel. An ordinary iron sword cannot bear your power, nor can it help you control it. Just like today when your power awakened, it completely possessed your body. You couldn't even move your own fingers. If you had a sword imbued with holy attributes, that power would first flow into the blade, instead of taking over your body. The sword would become your anchor. With it in hand, you could at least stay conscious during the power's eruption, avoiding losing control. Sushi said nothing. She simply lowered her head to gaze at the iron sword in her arms. From the guard to the tip, a hairline crack ran through the entire blade, splitting it into 2 halves. The power of that strike had been too much for this most ordinary iron sword to bear. It was already ruined. She stared at the crack for a long time. Then she gently placed the iron sword on the ground, her movements so light as if afraid to disturb something. This sword was bought with the wages she had saved from a year's work at the bakery. It wasn't a good blade. The leather on the hilt was even wrapped with strips of cloth she had torn herself. But it had accompanied her to win the Academy selection match, to defeat Alan, and just now to deliver that strike. Now it had fulfilled its purpose. She lifted her head to look at Aesiding. In those deep black eyes there was no regret, no fear. Only a calmness honed by life's repeated trials. Aesiding had seen that calmness before. When she faced 6 burly men cornering her in the Academy's back alley, the hand gripping her sword had been just as steady. Not because she wasn't afraid, but because she knew fear was useless. Your Highness, the Saint Dragon. Her voice was soft, but every word was steady. A sword with holy attributes, I think the cheapest costs several hundred gold coins, right? My mother is still sick in bed, and the monthly medicine costs eat up most of my wages. She paused, the corners of her mouth twitching upward slightly. Not a bitter smile, but the habitual expression management of someone who had learned since childhood to find hope in disappointment. So this Saint Swordsman talent is probably useless to me. Aesighting didn't speak. He knew she wasn't finished. Being an ordinary swordsman is fine too. Sushi's voice continued to echo in the hall, still in that calm tone, as if stating something trivial. As an ordinary swordsman, I can still defeat nobles in training and participate in the academy tournament. Whether I'm a light attribute swordsman or a saint swordsman, it's all the same to me. All I need is an ordinary iron sword. She fell silent for a moment, then bowed slightly. Thank you, Your Highness the Saint Dragon, for telling me this. I will keep the secret. She turned to leave. What if it happens again? Sushi's footsteps halted. She stood with her back to Aesighting, not turning around. Today with that strike you lost control of your body. If it awakens again next time, and I'm not here, what will you do? Aesighting's voice came from behind her, still in that unhurried rhythm, but each word precisely pierced the question she least wanted to face. If your teammates are beside you and you lose control again, like you nearly hurt AI Lin today, can you bear the consequences? Sushi's shoulders began to tremble. It wasn't a violent, obvious shaking, but an extremely subtle tremor she tried with all her might to suppress. It spread from her shoulders to her spine, from her spine to her fingertips. Next time you'll what? Aesighting's tone didn't change. Control it. With what? Willpower. An ordinary iron sword. When the Saint Swordsman power took over your body today, what did your willpower do? It couldn't even move your fingers. Sushi didn't answer. Her back was as taut as a drawn bowstring. She could feel something warm welling up in her eyes, and she desperately tried to push it back, just as she had done every time she wanted to cry over the past decade. Clenching her teeth, balling her fists, swallowing all the grievance and helplessness back into her stomach. Because crying was useless. Because her mother was still waiting for her to return and decoct medicine, the bakery owner was waiting for her to show up for work tomorrow morning, and the academy tuition was still 2 months overdue. Could crying buy her a sword? Could crying control that power? Could crying make her mother rise from the sickbed? No. So she couldn't cry. But this time the thing she had suppressed for over a decade refused to obey. Just like when that sword energy burst out of her body, they had a will of their own, found the cracks, and surged out. The first tear hit the stone slab, making an extremely faint sound. Then the second, the third. Sushi's shoulders shook violently. She bent over, hands on her knees like a young beast caught in a storm. Tears fell in large drops onto the stone floor, splashing dark blossoms in the dim hall. But she made no sound. No wailing, no sobbing. Only the most suppressed silence and unstoppable tears. What can I do? Her voice finally squeezed out of her throat, hoarse and broken, carrying the vulnerability of a person who had dropped all pretense before an outsider for the first time in over a decade. I want to buy a good sword too. I want to be worthy of this talent too. But I have to save half a year's wages just for my next iron sword. What can I do? What do you think I can do? She lifted her head, and on the face that had never shown any expression before others there were now tear tracks everywhere. The calmness in her deep black eyes had long since shattered, revealing the true appearance of the teenage girl beneath. Not the academy's calm and steady uncrowned king. Not the swordsman who could grit her teeth and stand up again after a single word of praise from the Saint Dragon Lord on the training ground, but a child who had been backed into a corner by life, yet still refused to admit defeat. Aesighting looked at her. Then he spoke, his voice softer than any time before, but in this empty hall, every word was as clear as if carved into the stone. Starting tomorrow, you train with the others during the day. At night, you come to the Shenglong Hall alone. I will teach you to control the Saint Swordsman power, and I will find a way to help you with the sword. Sushi was stunned. She raised her head, her tear-streaked face still bearing undried teardrops, but she didn't wipe them away. She just looked at Aesighting with an expression of disbelief, cautious, as if afraid she had misheard. Why? Because you are my student. Aesighting's voice still carried that unhurried rhythm, but Sushi felt that the warmth in those words was hotter than the sword energy that had nearly split the training ground. That's enough. Sushi was silent for a long time. Then she knelt on one knee, laying the cracked iron sword horizontally before her, performing a standard knight's oath of fealty. Her face still bore undried tear tracks, her eyes were still red, and the corners of her mouth had not lifted, but her voice no longer trembled, and every word landed clearly in the empty hall. Yes, teacher. Aesighting looked at her. This girl who had been holding strong since entering the hall, and had finally collapsed completely just moments ago, now knelt before him like a sword that had been retempered. Saying teacher means you have formally become my disciple. His voice was still in that unhurried rhythm, but Sushi felt that the weight of those words was heavier than the golden sword energy she had just unleashed. Rise. Sushi stood up. Her eyes were still red, but the deep black pupils no longer held the unease and fear she had when entering the hall. Instead, there was something heavier, like a sapling battered by wind and rain, its roots growing deeper. Ding. Detected that the host has formally accepted Sushi as a disciple, establishing a master-disciple bond with a legendary grade talent. Sushi bond value 300. Current bond value 799-1500. Bond level 2 trust. Unlocked second-tier bond ability Holy Light Baptism. Each of Sushi's attacks can be accompanied by a Holy Light Baptism, effect dealing an additional 30 damage to dark creatures. Extra feedback to host defense against light-type skills 25. 2045. Current bond targets 35. Note, she didn't say it, but she has regarded you as the most trustworthy person in the world besides her family. Please do not betray this trust. Aesiding glanced at the numbers flashing on the panel, then shifted his gaze back to Sushi. Let's go. The others are still waiting outside. The blazing midday sun baked the bluestone slabs of Shanglong Square until they were scorching hot. Austin stood with his hands clasped behind his back on the high platform, watching the six below hastily finish their lunch and reassemble in formation. Erin's golden hair was plastered to her cheeks by sweat. Georgia clutched the enormous black shield, his arms still trembling. Sue, she had swapped for a spare training iron sword, her black eyes now calm, though a flicker of barely perceptible guilt crossed her gaze when she glanced at Erin. The morning was individual combat, Austin said, his voice not loud, but clearly cutting through the cicadas' drone in the square. I now have a preliminary assessment of your abilities. Next is team combat. 6 of you working together. The goal is to touch the hem of my robe. The 6 looked up simultaneously. Any means, any tactic, any coordination. Austin descended from the high platform and stood in the center of the training ground, his ink-black robe utterly still in the scorching wind. Within half an hour. If you touch me, you win. Georgia swallowed. Erin and Kajia exchanged a glance. Izra's staff tightened slightly in her grip. Abel's fingertips already rested on the bowstring. Sushi's black eyes locked onto Austin as if calculating something. Begin. There was no countdown, no preparatory whistle. The instant the words fell, 6 figures moved simultaneously. Erin charged straight ahead, rapier drawn. Kaya's form melted into the shadow of a stone pillar. Abel's first arrow was already in flight, sealing off the flank. Izra began chanting icy blue light, gathering. Georgia roared, raising his shield and pressing forward. And Sushi, she did not move. She stood in place, her black eyes rapidly scanning the trajectories of all her teammates, her mind replaying every comment Austin had made that morning. Erin's anticipation too slow, Kajia too reliant on stealth, Abel's rhythm faltering after the third arrow, George's shield too heavy affecting his speed, Izra's incantation too long. Sushi moved. She did not charge toward Austin, but instead ran in the direction Abel had gone. In her view, Master Austin would never be trapped by a simple encirclement, and once he broke through, his first target would be the rear line ranged attackers. As expected, Erin's sword thrust missed. Austin merely sidestepped the blade, grazing past his robe. George's shield bash came, and he pressed one hand against the shield surface, using the force to float backward. Kajia's dagger emerged from behind, but without turning his head, Austin flicked the blade's edge with his hand, sending Kajia and his weapon staggering back 3 steps. Abel's 3 arrows in succession sealed off left and right, dodging space, but Austin leaped straight up, lightly tapping the arrow shafts with his toes, rising several zhang into the air. Izra. Sushi's voice suddenly rang out. Izra was startled when had Sushi run to her side, but she did not hesitate, releasing the half-charged ice cone early. 3 ice cones shot out in a triangular formation, but their target was not Austin. It was 3 directions around his landing point. This could only seal him for an instant, but an instant was enough. Sushi leaped at the same moment the ice cones were launched, her iron sword arcing toward the spot where Austin would land. Simultaneously, Erin from the front, Kajia from behind, and Georgia from the side all attacked. The 4-way encirclement sealed off all directions. From midair, Austin looked down at her. There was approval in that glance. Then, in the midst of empty air with no foothold, his body suddenly plummeted. Not a fall, but an unnatural acceleration, like a leaf pressed down by a fierce wind. The 4-way encirclement all missed. Austin landed, about to offer commentary. So noisy. A soft, sleepy voice came from the entrance of Shanglong Hall. Everyone stopped simultaneously and turned to look. Wendy stood at the hall entrance, wrapped in an obviously oversized robe, her silver hair a mess like a bird's nest just blown by the wind, the butterfly bow hairpin crooked all the way down to her chin. She rubbed her eyes with her fists, her silver eyes still clouded with lingering drowsiness, her whole body leaning against the doorframe, as if she might fall asleep again at any moment. I heard sounds of fighting outside. She yawned, then forced her eyes open to see the 6 people on the training ground and Austin surrounded in the middle. Oh, it's Lord Austin beating people up. Then I'll sleep a bit more. She turned to leave, then stopped abruptly. Her nose twitched. It wasn't that she smelled something. It was that her brain had finally switched from sleep mode to alert mode. She spun back around, her silver eyes wide open in an instant. You've been secretly training while I was sleeping. The whole place fell silent for a beat. George's mouth formed an O. Kajia quietly sheathed his dagger, feeling that this scene was more dangerous than the earlier encirclement. When Austin said, "Didn't you say you wanted to train with them?" "That's right. But I should have gotten up earlier than all of you, then waited for you on the training ground." Wendy stomped down the steps, the hem of her robe dragging on the stone, making her trip and nearly fall. She steadied herself, trying to maintain her imposing air. "Mother said that the one who arrives first is the diligent dragon. I'm the last one to arrive. Now I've become the lazy dragon. Erin stifled a laugh, covering her mouth with her sword scabbard. The corner of Sushi's mouth twitched slightly. Avel laughed out loud without restraint, only to be elbowed in the side by Izura. Not late, Austin said. The afternoon training has just begun. Fall in. Wendy's small face instantly lit up. She trotted to the formation standing beside Erin, then noticed everyone staring at her. She looked down at her own robe, then at the others' neat training uniforms, and realized she was still in her pajamas. Her face flushed from pale to pink, then from pink to crimson. I'll go change. Quickly, really quickly. She turned and ran. After she changed into her training uniform and returned to the formation, Austin personally suppressed Wendy's power to the 4th rank, then spoke. Continue. Now you have an extra person. The rules remain the same. Touch the hem of my robe, and you win. The 7 reformed their ranks. This time Wendy was added. The formation was adjusted accordingly. Wendy stood behind Georgia, her dragon language magic serving as long-range firepower. Georgia held the front line. Erin and Kaguya split into the 2 wings. Sushi and Izura assumed central support positions. Austin remained in his calm posture, hands behind his back, his ink-black robe gently fluttering in the afternoon breeze. He even closed his eyes. When combat resumed, the situation improved somewhat. Wendy's dragon language magic was astonishingly powerful. A single silver beam could blast a crater upon landing, forcing Austin to evade with footwork. George's new shield boasted formidable defense. Austin's finger strike only leaving a shallow dent. Kaguya, under Wendy's fire cover, successfully stealthily moved to a better position. Avel's arrows finally found more cunning angles. Yet problems remained. Although Wendy's dragon language magic was powerful, its accuracy was worrying. She fired 3 blasts at Austin. 1 toppled a stone pillar in Shanglong Square, 1 left a scorched pit on the blue stone, and only 1 forced Austin to sidestep half a step. Kaguya, while in stealth, was grazed by Wendy's stray shot. The corner of his hood singed, forcing him out of concealment. After the 3rd encirclement was easily broken by Austin once more, he stopped. Halt. The 7 stopped, panting heavily. Georgia leaned on his knees with both hands. Erin propped herself on her sword. Wendy hung her head, not daring to meet Austin's eyes. Your coordination has improved compared to the first round. Wendy's firepower has doubled your attack range. But new issues are also obvious. Wendy, your magic is strong enough, but your accuracy is too poor. Kaguya, you rely too much on teammates creating opportunities without actively carving out your own angles of approach. Georgia, you raise your shield, but every time before swinging it you take a deep breath. That's your telegraph, and any experienced opponent can predict it. At that moment, click, click, click. The sound of footsteps, the clatter of high heels on bluestone, unhurried, rhythmically elegant, each step striking a leisurely cadence. Everyone turned simultaneously. A woman stood at the entrance of Shanglong Square. A black bohemian long dress swayed gently in the afternoon breeze, the layered hem flowing like liquid night, each fold shimmering with a deep luster in the sunlight. The edge of the hem was embroidered with fine dark silver patterns, some ancient vine motif that appeared and disappeared with her steps. The neckline was a vintage square design, perfectly revealing her delicate collarbone, with a dark gem pendant hanging from a thin silver chain resting in the hollow of her collarbone like a sleeping star. Her black hair was not tied up, but braided into a loose fishtail braid draped over her right shoulder, scattered with a few grains of tiny obsidian beads that glinted occasionally in the sunlight. Even from across the entire square, her features were astonishingly delicate. A high-bridged nose, perfectly arched brows, lips touched with the faintest nude lip color. But what truly captivated the gaze was the indescribable aura she carried. Not the innocence of a noble lady, nor the coquetry of a mature woman, but a confidence radiating from the very bone, as if she could stand anywhere, face anyone, without a trace of timidity. In her hand, she carried an exquisite wicker basket covered with a light-colored linen cloth. Veronica Starr, or rather Madame Fortis. Her high heels struck the bluestone slabs, each step producing a crisp sound that echoed distinctly across the quiet training ground. She walked to the edge of the training area, halted, and let her gaze sweep past everyone before settling on Aya sighting. Then she smiled. Not the standard social smile, but a more casual one tinged with familiarity, as if to say, I knew you'd be here. Your Highness, the Holy Dragon. Her voice was gentle, as always, yet carried an inexplicable coolness in the sweltering afternoon. I was passing by the Shanglong Square when I heard sounds of combat from within, so I came to have a look. I hope I haven't disturbed your training. Ai Lin's sword tip lowered. She looked at the woman standing in the sunlight, at her exquisitely tailored black bohemian long dress, at the smile on her face that said, I'm very familiar with the teacher. Wendy peeked out from behind Zhuojia, her silver eyes sweeping over Wei Luo Nika, and then her nose twitched. That scent the same as that night. Her eyebrows furrowed and her hands unconsciously tightened around the edge of Zhuojia's shield. Zhuojia also noticed. His mouth formed a small, his mind racing. Who is this woman? Why is she walking toward the Holy Dragon Lord? Her aura is so strong, the kind that makes one hesitate to approach. And what is in the basket she's carrying? It smelled like something fragrant. Kaguya said nothing. His first reaction was analysis. Her steps were too steady, her footfalls too precise, her breathing rhythm utterly unbroken. This was not the kind of physical control an ordinary noblewoman could possess. His hand unconsciously drifted toward the dagger hilt at his waist. Not hostility, but the instinctive alertness he activated whenever facing any non-ordinary person. Isila's fingers tightened slightly around her staff. She recognized that posture, the effortless composure that needed no jewelry or adornment, the kind that made one the center of attention by sheer presence alone. Not deliberate, but innate. AI Wire tilted her head, her gaze sweeping over Wei Luonika once, then she poked Isila's arm with her bow. Who is that? She's beautiful. Isila did not answer. She stood at the very edge of the formation, her deep black eyes lingering on Wei Luonika for exactly 1 second. She could not decipher those complex social signals, nor did she understand what women's intuition meant. But she could feel it. The moment that woman entered the square, the teacher's aura shifted for an instant. Wei Luonika walked up to Aya, sighting, stopped, and first gave a slight bow to the group. I am Ai Lina Fudaisai. It is a pleasure to meet all of you. I heard your training sounds from outside the square, and wish to come and see. The Holy Dragon Lord students are indeed all valiant and spirited, truly enviable. Everyone returned the courtesy. Only when D still clutched the shield's edge. Only Ai Lin's sword tip remained not yet raised. Wei Luonika turned back to face Aya, sighting, tilting her head slightly. Your Highness. Madam, I have come today to apologize to your Highness for my discourtesy that night. She lowered her head and lifted a corner of the linen cloth covering the wrought tin basket. Inside were several rows of delicate pastries and a small sealed jar of coffee beans. Then she raised her head, those deep eyes looking straight at Aya, citing her tone carrying just the right measure of apology. That night at the entrance of the Shenglong Hall, I was drunk and disgraced myself, causing trouble for your Highness. These pastries are baked by my own hand as an apology. I hope your Highness will not take it to heart. After she finished, she added another sentence, the corners of her lips lifting slightly. Of course, if your Highness feels my apology is not sincere enough, I can also change my approach. The entire field fell silent for a moment. Kujia silently moved his hand away from the dagger hilt. Isila's eyelashes fluttered faintly, and she thought to herself, this woman's level is indeed different. She doesn't send ordinary gifts, doesn't use ordinary excuses, every word is flawlessly measured. But that last sentence, I can also change my approach. What the hell? Could it be that the Holy Dragon Lord and this woman have some special relationship? Yes, it must be so. Otherwise, how could she utter such an ambiguous remark? Ai Lin's sword tip finally rose, but she knew that if she jumped out now and said no, it would only make her look childish. So she could only hold her sword horizontally in front of her, using her training posture to conceal her expression. When Dee had somehow retreated to the very back of the formation, hiding her face behind Zhujia's shield, only a pair of slightly trembling dragon horns visible. Aya Siding looked at Wei Luonika for a moment, then nodded slightly. Madam, you are thoughtful. Please do as you wish. Wei Luonika stopped beside a stone pillar at the edge of the training ground, placed the wrought tin basket at her feet, and folded her hands in front of her, her posture dignified and elegant. If one ignored the hint of playful amusement in her eyes, she appeared exactly like a true gentle and harmless noble widow. Continue. Aya Siding turned back to face the seven. As I was just saying, his words paused. Because Wei Luonika suddenly took out a neatly folded white handkerchief from her sleeve and stepped forward. Your Highness. Aya Siding turned his head. Wei Luonika had already walked to his side, looking up at him, those deep eyes filled with tender concern. She raised her hand and gently pressed the white handkerchief to his forehead. There was a thin layer of sweat there exuded during his continuous dodging just now. Her movement carried a hint of barely perceptible hesitation. Her fingertips paused for an instant before touching his skin, too close. This distance did not belong to a witch of the Black Witch Church and her prey. Over the past decade, the forms of contact she knew best were the corrosion of black mist, the locking grip of curse arts, and the ability to force supplication with a single distant gesture across the battlefield. Countless men had groveled at her feet, yet she would not spare so much as a fingertip for their tedious advances. And now her fingers held a white handkerchief, performing the motions of any harmless woman as she reached out to touch a man's brow. The sensation was so foreign that her fingertips stiffened. Yet she completed the gesture, from forehead to temple, pressing delicately twice, the handkerchief falling at a slightly awkward angle. As she withdrew her hand, her fingertips curled at the edge of the white cloth, as if dispelling an unfamiliar touch. Training may be important, Your Highness, but you must also mind your health. Her voice was pitched just right, clear enough for all to hear. Your Highness's injuries have only recently healed. You should not overexert yourself. The training ground fell deathly silent. George's shield nearly slipped from his grasp. Avril's mouth hung open, her bow slipping from her hands and striking her instep. Yet she felt nothing. Kegur's had slipped down halfway, revealing a face that had forgotten its carefully maintained composure. Essera's ice-blue eyes were wide as saucers, genuine astonishment appearing on her face for the first time. Sushi's dark pupils fixed on Veronica's fingers. those fingers still resting at Austin's temple, the white cloth lingering against his skin for a full second. Wendy peered out from behind her shield, silver eyes shimmering with unshed tears, her lips pressed into a trembling thin line. She made no sound, only reaching out to gently tug at Aaron's sleeve from behind. Feeling the tug at her sleeve, Aaron turned her head slightly. Wendy's eyes were already red. Her lips moved, barely forming words audible only to the two of them. Sister Aaron. That woman. She touched Lord Austin's face. Aaron drove her sword tip into the crack between the blue stone slabs. She made no sound, only fixing her violet eyes on Veronica's hand with deadly intensity. If a gaze could carry heat, that hand would have burned clean through by now. She wanted to charge forward and drag that woman away, to demand by what right she dared wipe her teacher's sweat to shatter this scene this very instant. But she was a princess. She could not lose composure before outsiders. So she gritted her molars, held her stance, and voiced the words she held deep within in a whisper meant only for herself. That detestable woman. Veronica withdrew her handkerchief, stepped back, and resumed her composed, dignified bearing. But the smile in her eyes had deepened. Not a smile of smugness, but one of confirmed he is indeed stable. The warmth that lingered on her fingertips was the temperature of Austin's brow. Warm, dry, carrying a faint trace of thin sweat. All physiological indicators within normal bounds. This confirmation yielded no trace of dark aura residue, yet curiously, he did not repel her the way other light-attributed beings did. Veronica tilted her head slightly, sunlight casting a soft shadow across her cheek. Lord Austin, just where are you hiding? Beneath that flawless shell of the sacred dragon, where have you concealed that dark origin I have no doubt exists? Or could it truly be that there are two of you? She withdrew her hand, lowered her eyelids, locking every thought deep within her gaze, that gentle smile still lingering at the corners of her lips. No need to rush. There will be ample time. The warmth of Austin's brow still lingered on her fingertips, and before it faded, she would not let anyone see the flicker of excitement in her eyes. Austin had not moved at all throughout, his expression the same eternal cold mask, not even a twitch of his brow. Only after the white cloth left his forehead did he raise a hand, casually wiping the touched skin with his own sleeve. Aaron caught the gesture with keen eyes, and the lips she had pressed tight with indignation finally loosened a fraction. Continue training. Austin's voice betrayed no change, as if what had just occurred was merely an untimely breeze across the training ground, gone as soon as it passed. As for Wendy's precision issue, starting today you will practice fixed point casting daily. Release the same spell 10 times consecutively at a single target deviation no greater than a fist's width. Kegger, your stealth requires initiative. From tomorrow you will complete your first insertion within 3 breaths of each joint exercise. His voice was steady and clear, the rhythm of his critique entirely undisturbed. The 7 reformed their ranks and launched another coordinated assault. Wendy hurled 3 light orbs with notably improved precision using dragon tongue magic. Kegger completed his first insertion within 2 breaths. Avril's triple arrow volley no longer halted, but flowed seamlessly into immediate movement. Everyone was improving. Only Aaron, in the gap between charges, swept a sidelong glance at the dark figure beside the stone pillar. Veronica stood there, hands folded before her, posture graceful and dignified, the layered hem of her black bohemian dress pooling into a small patch of flowing shadow at her feet. She watched every moment on the training ground with those deep perceptive eyes, and that faint elusive smile at the corner of her lips had not faded since she wiped Austin's sweat. But just then, a flash of silver light blazed across the training ground. No one reacted in time. Even Wendy herself could not explain how that dragon's breath had been unleashed. She only remembered the lingering look in Veronica's eyes when she withdrew her handkerchief, the pearl-glazed fingertip that had rested on Lord Austin's temple for a full second, and the casual way he wiped his sleeve. Though that gesture had soothed her heart a little, it was not enough. Not nearly enough. That was her Lord Austin. The one she had chosen since the Misty Marsh. The one who had given her the dragon god's lollipop. The one who said, I will not go with anyone. The one she thought of on nightmare-filled nights, the one she secretly looked up at during every training session. What right did that woman have to touch his face? When he could not name this feeling. Her mother had never taught her, nor had Sister Eileen. She only knew that when that hand touched the corner of Lord Austin's forehead, something lodged in her chest. Stuffy, sour, 100 times more miserable than when those humans had crowded around her at the banquet demanding she become their mount. That was her place. She had yet to wipe the sweat from Lord Austin's brow. She had yet to lay a dragon egg for him. So why had this woman claimed it first? The more she thought, the angrier she became. Angry enough that her dragon horns trembled, angry enough that she failed to notice her bow hair clip had slipped to the back of her ear, angry enough that something churned in her throat. And then the silver-white dragon flame erupted forth. Not a calculated attack, not a premeditated ambush, but rather a stone thrown by a little girl who had been robbed of something precious, losing control of her emotions. She had not even aimed. She simply wanted to hit something, to break something, to make that woman stay away from Lord Austin. Like when she was young on the Dragon Island, and another young dragon had touched her favorite glittering stone, she would pounce and bite them. This time she simply replaced bite with dragon breath. She regretted it the moment she finished. She feared she had caused trouble for Lord Austen. She feared Lord Austen would think her ill-behaved. She feared that woman would seize the opportunity to demand something from Lord Austen using that wound. She feared even more that Lord Austen would think her not obedient enough, not well-mannered enough, and no longer deserving to chase butterflies behind him. That was what she truly feared, more than all her fears of darkness, of mice, and of getting lost combined. Beside the stone pillar, Veronica's pupils constricted the instant she saw the silver light. Her body reacted faster than her mind. A Saint-rank powerhouse's perception completed its full analysis of the dragon breath in a single breath. A 9th-rank silver dragon's flame powerful enough to melt gold and dissolve iron, but the trajectory deviated by half a foot. It would not strike a vital point. A sidestep of 3 inches would suffice to avoid it entirely. But she did not sidestep immediately, because in that same instant she captured a far more important piece of information: Austen's reaction. That man did not rush forward. He did not, as the chivalric novels described, sweep the delicate noble lady into his arms at the critical moment. He did not even move. He merely stood there, his brow slightly furrowed, and spoke 2 words in an unhurried tone with perfectly measured concern. Be careful. Just those 2 words. Not a syllable more or less, perfectly audible to everyone present. The tone carried worry and urgency, yet his body remained motionless, not even his sleeve lifted. As if he were a poet utterly devoid of martial skill, capable of nothing but words. Veronica nearly laughed from frustration. What superb acting! So superb, she almost believed it. That this Lord Saint Dragon was truly a gentleman without a shred of strength, incapable of anything beyond a cry of "be careful." So superb that every student present would likely believe the Saint Dragon Lord must have been startled by the sudden turn of events, or perhaps too far away to intervene in time. So superb that even she who knew his true capabilities could find no flaw to exploit. He was not unable to save her. He chose not to. But he performed couldn't save her, as didn't have time to save her. Those 2 words were his shield, so that when someone asked later he could say, "I already warned her." A subtle curve touched Veronica's lips. Clever scheme. But how this play continues is for me to decide. She dissected every action with precision. First step, lean the body backward, but at a speed half a beat slower than a Saint-ranked expert should react slow enough by precisely the margin needed for the dragon breath to graze her shoulder. If you insist on speaking only, then I shall act for myself. Second step, dilate the pupils. Not feigned terror but magnified shock, to the extreme, making herself appear as a delicate noble lady who had never experienced battle. Third step, slightly part the lips and utter that rehearsed cry for help. "My lord." The voice was neither too loud nor too soft, perfectly audible to everyone present. The tone was panicked yet elegant, the ending note slightly rising like a drowning person reaching for the last piece of driftwood. Her right hand rose simultaneously, the white handkerchief sliding from her fingertips as 5 fingers extended toward Austen, a posture of pleading, delicate, helpless, and pitiful. "You insist on only shouting, 'Be careful.' Then I shall make your single 'be careful' seem utterly inadequate. Let everyone see. I was calling for your help, and you stood there doing nothing." Then the dragon breath arrived. The silver flames grazed her left shoulder. The sleeve of the black bohemian gown instantly charred under the intense heat, the fabric splitting open along the shoulder line in a clean burn mark, revealing the fair skin beneath. The fairness lasted less than half a breath. The burn quickly turned red, then faded from red to a shallow scratch. A bead of blood welled from the wound, sliding slowly along the curve of her arm, dripping onto the blue stone slab below, blooming into a dark red flower. She had adjusted the distance at the final moment, making the dragon breath just graze past, leaving a wound that looked alarming, but was in truth so shallow it required no therapeutic magic whatsoever. The performance must be complete, but never truly sacrifice oneself. The white handkerchief fell to the ground, lifted by the residual heat before settling half a foot away, conveniently covering the bloodstain on the stone. Silence fell over the entire gathering. Then Austen moved, not rushing forward, not in panic, but that perfectly measured concern. His brow furrowed, even tighter than before, his pace slightly swifter than usual, the hem of his ink-black robe cutting a sharp arc as he turned. He strode toward her the instant she stumbled, closing the distance in 3 quick steps. His right hand lightly supported her uninjured right arm, his left hand halted before her injured left arm, never touching the wound, yet positioned perfectly to shield the wound from the lingering heat of the dragon breath. "Madam, are you unharmed?" His voice was low and steady, yet threaded with a trace of worry that others could just barely detect. Precisely the right amount. A Saint Dragon, His Highness, showing the appropriate concern for an honored guest accidentally wounded by his own student. As if the person who had only shouted but taken no action moments ago was not him. As if he had rushed over at the fastest possible speed. As if he had done everything within his power. Veronica raised her head, her eye sockets tinged with red, her lips parting as if she wished to speak, but could not due to the pain. Her left arm was still bleeding, crimson droplets tracing down her wrist, and blooming a dark flower upon her black skirt. She did not cry out in pain, merely gazing at Austin with those deep eyes brimming with glistening light, shaking her head gently. It is nothing. Eileen herself did not dodge in time. It is not Miss Wendy's fault. She paused, her lashes lowering, her voice growing even softer. Many thanks to His Highness for the warning. Had it not been for that, be careful, Eileen might have been injured far more severely. She pronounced this, thanks, with perfect precision, sounding to others like sincere gratitude, yet to Austin it was a mockery only the two of them could understand. Thank you for your be careful. Thank you for your too late. Thank you for your standing by. Austin's expression remained unchanged. Madam, you are too kind. It was the least I could do. He did not give her the chance to continue. Turning toward the edge of the training ground, his gaze swept across the 7 students still standing in stunned silence, finally settling on Wendy for a moment. Wendy, loss of control during training, nearly injuring a guest. 200 additional stationary spell-casting sessions tonight. Tomorrow morning, apologized to Lady Fortis in person. Wendy's body jerked violently. She opened her mouth, a voice choked with tears escaping her throat. Why, yes. I understand. I will train extra. I will apologize. I was wrong. The tears finally fell, not from grievance, but because 200 extra sessions, while not light, was nothing compared to being driven away, frozen out, or having, I will not leave with anyone, retracted. 200 stationary spellcasting sessions felt almost like a reward. Austin withdrew his gaze and turned back toward Veronica. Madam, the training grounds are treacherous. Today the St. Dragon Pavilion aired. Let me escort you for treatment first. Please. He raised his right arm, the sleeve tilting forward slightly, offering precisely the angle for a lady to rest her hand upon. A standard noble gesture of support. Intimate, yet proper, caring, yet not ambiguous. Veronica gazed at the arm so close before her, then lifted her eyes to Austin's face, which had regained its cold composure, yet still carried a trace of worry. Troublesome, Your Highness. She extended her hand, her fingertips lightly resting upon Austin's forearm. Through the fabric of his ink-colored robe, she could sense the warmth of his arm, steady and unwavering, as steady as when the dragon's breath had struck. Then she lowered her eyelids, concealing her genuine smile beneath the mask of frailty. The carriage had long been prepared. Austin personally opened the carriage door for Veronica, and only after she was seated did he climb in, settling onto the cushioned seat across from her. The curtains fell, shutting out the gazes of the outside world. Inside the carriage, only 2 people remained. Veronica leaned against the cushions, her wounded left arm resting on her lap. The bleeding had stopped, but the burn marks remained ghastly. She tilted her head slightly, gazing at the man sitting upright with propriety and eyes forward, and finally allowed an unreserved smile to curve her lips. Your Highness, that be careful of yours came quite timely. Austin did not take the bait. His gaze fell upon the street scenery slowly receding beyond the window, his voice as placid as ever. Does the wound still hurt? It hurts. Veronica's voice softened, carrying a nuance only the two of them could comprehend. If Your Highness had used the strength from shouting, be careful, to pull Eileen instead, Eileen would not be in pain. Austin finally turned his head, those black pupils meeting hers in the dim carriage. He did not smile nor show any guilt. He simply spoke in the most matter-of-fact tone. As you say, madam. The incident was sudden. My reaction was slow. Every word was impeccable. The apology was sincere and the reasoning was entirely plausible. Sudden incident, slow reaction, dragon's nature. Veronica gazed at his unassailable face, and for the first time felt an impulse to tear open this mask. Not anger, not frustration, but the excitement a hunter feels upon meeting a kindred spirit. Your Highness. She withdrew her gaze, leaning against the cushions and closing her eyes to rest. The carriage fell silent for a moment. Then, as if something had just occurred to her, she slightly opened her eyes, those deep pupils shimmering with glistening light in the dim glow. By the way, Your Highness, isn't Your Highness a holy dragon? Her voice retained that gentle, somewhat delicate quality, as if she were merely mentioning an insignificant matter. Holy dragons, holy light magic. Treating a minor burn such as this should be no difficulty, surely. Since Your Highness personally escorts Eileen to the physician, why not simply heal Eileen with holy light? That would spare Eileen this disheveled state from being seen and ridiculated by the physician's staff. She finished, lifting her wounded left arm, exposing the still faintly seeping burn marks toward Austin. The gesture was timorous, as if displaying a beloved treasure she had accidentally broken, tinged with a hint of grievance and self-reproach. Then she raised her eyes, those deep pupils gazing at him through the hazy shimmer. A delicate, vulnerable woman seeking aid from the mightiest presence beside her, that most natural expectation. Piteous and helpless. Impeccable. Your Highness would not refuse, would you? You are a holy dragon after all. A mere burn, such a trifle for you. You have no reason not to help me. Unless. You cannot. She concealed this, unless, at the very depths of those rippling eyes hidden so perfectly that anyone could only see a wounded noble lady's admiration and reliance upon the Saint Dragon. The air within the carriage seemed to freeze in that instant. Austin gazed at the burn marks, then at Veronica's eyes brimming with anticipation and fragility. He knew she was acting. He knew she had long since realized he was no holy dragon. He also knew that this piteous appearance was a dagger wrapped in flowers. If he could not catch it, the blade would reveal its edge from within the petals. Madam. Austin slightly shook his head, his tone gentle, yet carrying a certain matter-of-course quality. Though holy power can mend wounds, it is more than mortal flesh can bear. Madam has never cultivated combat chi or magic. Your meridians remain unrefined. If I were to rashly bestow holy light, it would not heal the wound, but instead sear your organs. His gaze fell upon the still bleeding wound, his tone sincere. Conventional medicine, though requiring a few days of rest, can heal it without leaving a scar. For a mere superficial wound to risk, madam, it is not worth it. A most minute fluctuation flickered across Veronica's eyes. Austin observed her reaction intently, yet his expression remained that perfect blend of concern. He added one more sentence. Madam need not worry. We shall arrive at the physician's shortly. Veronica's eyelashes fluttered ever so slightly. Not from disappointment, but because his answer had been too perfect. So perfect that even she, a master of deception in her own right, couldn't help but want to applaud him. He caught her pitiful act and returned it with the same gentle tone, complete with an irrefutable reason wrapped in silk. For your own good. She lowered her eyes, concealing the fleeting genuine emotion beneath her damp lashes. Your Highness considers everything carefully. Eileen was being unreasonable, nearly succumbing to stubbornness. Her voice remained that soft, frail tone as before, and a gentle smile reappeared at the corners of her lips. Then I'll follow your Highness's advice and go to the medical hall. The carriage entered the medical hall's courtyard. Veronica leaned against the cushions, feeling the subtle jolts as wheels rolled over the blue stone slabs. Her injured left arm rested on her lap. The bleeding had stopped, but the burn marks remained ghastly to behold. She spoke no more. Only in her heart did she add another line to the riddle called Austin. This man's mask is far thicker than I imagined. But that was of no consequence. One day I will make you tear it off with your own hands. What she did not know was that the very moment the carriage departed from Holy Dragon Square, the blonde princess at the training ground bent down, leaning close to the sobbing silver dragon's ear, whispering words meant for no other soul. When he stopped crying, Eileen's voice was low, yet each syllable carried deliberate precision. That breath of dragon fire you released was magnificently executed. Next time, remember to aim true. When his tears ceased, she raised her head, gazing at Eileen with those reddened silver eyes, staring in bewilderment for a long moment before breaking into tearful laughter. At Holy Dragon Square, the afternoon sun had already shifted westward, elongated shadows slowly creeping across the stone pavement. With Austin's placid declaration of training concludes for today, the tension that had gripped the air throughout the entire day finally dissipated. Georgia looked as though she had been granted divine mercy. Her entire being seemed drained of strength as she sprawled flat on the ground beside the abyssal black iron shield, larger than herself, gasping for breath. Eileen deftly sheathed her sword. Though sweat beaded at her temples, those violet eyes of hers remained dazzlingly bright, as though she had barely worked up a sweat. She was about to seek out their instructor to discuss Wendy's extra training punishment when Yzra and Aviel surrounded her, requesting guidance on a coordinated technique from their earlier session. Sushi stood at the farthest edge of the group, silently returning the spare training iron sword to the weapon rack. She kept her head bowed, black hair veiling most of her face, presenting only a solitary aloof silhouette to the others. The moment dismissal was announced, she turned to leave, as if among the first to do so, her footsteps quicker than usual. Passing through the grand archway of Holy Dragon Square, shutting out the clamor behind her, she finally allowed herself an imperceptible sigh of relief in a deserted alley. She raised her hand, gazing at fingers still trembling, faintly feeling within her body that forcibly suppressed, nearly boiling power, gradually settling into silence. So close. Had it been any closer, that loss of control this morning would have harmed Princess Eileen. Regret and remorse rose like a cold tide, belatedly sending chills down her spine. But this sentiment was swiftly supplanted by more pressing concerns. She glanced at the sky. The sun still hung high, still over an hour until evening. There's still time, she murmured to herself, quickening her pace. Threading through several streets fragrant with cooking aromas, she slipped into a bakery bearing the humble name of Old Tony's. The elderly proprietor Tony greeted her arrival with a kindly smile, creasing his weathered face. Sushi, why do you look so weary today? Hard at training, I presume. Sushi offered no elaboration, merely nodding before donning that faded apron and commencing the familiar rituals, kneading dough, shaping loaves, tending the furnace. She had always been focused in her work, yet today her thoughts wandered. The coarse dough was repeatedly pressed beneath her palms, yet she felt no ache. Her mind replayed endlessly that dangerous instant during morning training when the golden sword energy had slipped her control and the gaze Austin had cast upon her in those final moments. That was no reprimand, but rather a serenity that saw through everything. Only when the sun descended and twilight deepened did she finally conclude her work at the bakery. From Old Tony's weathered hands, she received a handful of copper coins and a sack of imperfect bread crusts. The elderly man patted her shoulder with genuine warmth. Child, don't push yourself so hard. Your mother still needs you. Sushi stared at those coins still warm from the old man's palm. Their weight represented the very foundation of her and her mother's survival. She nodded emphatically, carefully securing the coins upon her person before turning to vanish into the twilight, hastening toward the Holy Dragon Pavilion. When night fully descended and the capital's bustle gradually stilled Sue, she returned once more to the Holy Dragon Pavilion. Unlike the frenetic energy of daytime, the nocturnal pavilion stretched vast and hushed. Within this grand hall, only several magical lamps upon the dome cast their gentle radiance, casting the pillars' shadows at great length across the polished stone floor. Austin stood precisely at the hall's center, his ink-black robe gleaming with a muted luster beneath the lamplight, as though he had been awaiting her for quite some time. At the sound of her footsteps, Austin turned, gazing at her with tranquil eyes. "Master." Sushi stepped forward, bowing respectfully. Austin inclined his head slightly. "The daytime training merely allowed you to recognize what lurks dormant within your body. Tonight we shall learn how to harness it." Without superfluous words, he cut straight to the heart of the matter. The enclosed space of the hall rendered everything more subdued, more still. Even each other's breath resonated with crystalline clarity. Within such an environment, Austin's instructional approach differed entirely from the daytime sessions. Gone were the fierce collisions of practical combat. Only a philosophical form of guidance remained. "Quiet your heart." Austin's voice, though not loud, drifted slowly through this vacant hall. "Your sword is not a mere instrument. It is an extension of your will. The power of a holy sword master stems from the resolve to protect, not from the heart of slaughter. That strike of yours this morning, the reason it spiraled beyond your control lies herein. When you swung your blade, your mind held only the singular thought of striking down your opponent, devoid of any will to shield your companions." Sushi's entire being shuddered. She ceased her ceaseless attempts to guide the golden battle energy within. Gazing down at the ordinary training iron sword in her grasp, she fell into a prolonged silence before softly uttering, "It is all I have ever known. From childhood until now I could only depend upon myself. I had to fell my opponents to earn my scholarship, to afford my mother's medicine. I do not know what lies behind me that I should protect." This marked the first occasion she had laid bare her innermost self so candidly before another. Perhaps it was the hall's tender illumination, perhaps she had simply grown too exhausted to maintain that unyielding exterior any longer. Austin regarded this young woman who had now discarded her armor. Within those fathomless black eyes a flicker of imperceptible emotion stirred. "Now you do." He spoke, his tone unchanged, yet somehow imbued with undeniable weight. "Hold fast to this sensation tonight. Bear in mind who stands at your back when you raise your sword." 2 hours of training passed swiftly. Sushi could perceive her mastery over that formidable force steadily, incrementally strengthening. Just as she prepared to bow and take her leave, Austin abruptly halted her. "Wait." Sushi stilled, turning with evident confusion. Austin extended his hand, and instantaneously a long sword coursing with pale, golden luminescence materialized before him. The blade was no common iron. It seemed forged from solidified dawn, its sacred radiance flowing endlessly across its surface. The crossguard depicted a pair of folded angel's wings carved with lifelike precision. The hilt rested warmly in Austin's grasp, as though distant celestial hymns resonated from within. Within this dim sanctuary, it resembled a miniature sun cradled in cupped palms, dispelling several degrees of the surrounding gloom. Sushi found herself transfixed, almost instantly, a resonance and yearning from the depths of her bloodline stirring within her. Yet she swiftly averted her gaze, pressing that searing longing beneath her eyelids. Such a sword was never meant for one such as her to possess. "This sword is named Yao Ri." Austin's voice reverberated through the vacant hall as he glanced down at the blade in his grasp, then lifted his gaze to Sushi. "It is yours." Sushi suddenly raised her head, a flicker of astonishment flashing across her deep black eyes. She almost doubted her own ears. "For me." Austin did not repeat himself. He merely turned the hilt of the sword toward her, waiting for her to take it. That gesture alone was the clearest answer. Sushi subconsciously pressed her hands behind her back and took a step backward. "This sword is far too precious. I cannot accept it." Her voice carried an almost imperceptible tremor. I cannot repay it." Austin did not withdraw his hand. He simply looked at her calmly. "Sushi, you have misunderstood one thing. This sword is not a charity. It is an investment. I am investing in your future." His gaze was sharp, as though it could pierce through every mask of strength she had ever worn. "Today your loss of control nearly injured Irene. Tomorrow it could harm yourself or some other innocent person. Accept it, not to repay me, but to bear the responsibility that comes with this power." He paused, his tone growing heavier. "Or do you still intend to use 'I cannot afford it' as an excuse to evade the version of yourself that nearly spiraled out of control? If you make the same mistake again, what price will you be able to pay?" Those words struck Sushi like a heavy hammer, landing squarely on her heart. She looked into her master's unwavering dark eyes, then down at her own hands, calloused from years of hard work, yet still unable to grasp fate itself. Indeed, what price could she afford? Apart from her life, she had nothing, and that life already carried her mother's hopes. At last she stopped retreating. She drew a deep breath and slowly extended both hands, receiving the sword with an almost reverent pilgrim-like devotion. The moment her fingers closed around the hilt, the long sword emitted a clear ringing hum as if in celebration. A golden radiance flared across the blade, dissolving into countless warm points of light that filled the entire hall, then streamed back into Sushi's palms like birds returning to their nests, binding tightly with her lonely soul. In that instant she felt it. This sword seemed to have existed for millennia, waiting solely for her. Ding. Host has gifted the key item Synflar sword to the bonded partner Sushi. The bond relationship has undergone a qualitative leap. Sushi bond value 200, current bond value 999, 1500, level 2. The system's prompt echoed in Austin's mind. He remained composed, watching the young girl before him, who held the sword with reddened eyes fighting back tears. He said only one thing: remember your promise. Use it to protect those you wish to safeguard. Yes, master. Sushi's voice was slightly choked, but her grip on the sword was extraordinarily firm. She knelt on one knee and rendered Austin the most solemn knight's salute. When she rose, all trace of timidity and self-doubt had been swept from her frame. She turned and left, passing through the palace corridor. Moonlight poured through the hall's entrance, illuminating her straight back, and the Synflar sword now merged with her very being, casting a long, hopeful shadow ahead. After Sushi departed, the empty hall returned to silence. A silver flash of light appeared, and Wendy poked her head out from the side corridor, rubbing her sleepy eyes. She had clearly been awakened by the sudden golden radiance. Lord Austin. She mumbled drowsily, her bare feet padding across the cold stone floor, her silvery long hair a tangled mess like a bird's nest. I seem to smell the scent of sunlight. Did Sister Sushi visit? Austin did not answer. He simply reached out and gently ruffled her disheveled silver hair. Don't mess up my hair, it'll stop me from growing taller. Wendy protested, dissatisfied, but soon settled down like a cat being stroked, her eyes half closed as she leaned against his leg, ready to drift back to sleep at any moment. The night wind swept through the hall's entrance, dispersing the last trace of sacred sword intent within and concealing the faintest hint of a smile on Austin's lips within the boundless moonlight. What a master! You actually gave Sushi a divine sword. Early the next morning, when Sushi appeared on the training ground wielding the Synflar sword, Irene's eyes widened like saucers. She glanced at the radiant, shimmering longsword, then down at the plain, unremarkable, slender sword at her own waist. A wave of overwhelming envy surged within her. She lunged forward in a single step and shouted at Austin, puffed up with indignation, Master, you're so unfair. I'm your top disciple. Winnie has the dragon deity lollipop, she has the divine sword, and what about me? Austin held his coffee, took a leisurely sip, then raised his eyes to look at her, responding in a flat tone, Has your night basic training been completed? Irene was momentarily at a loss for words. Beside them, Georgia hugged his abyss black iron shield, cast an envious glance at the Synflar sword in Sushi's hands, then looked down at his own dark and massive shield, scratching his head clumsily and muttering to himself, I think my shield is just fine. Wendy had somehow drifted over as well, a half-eaten dragon deity lollipop dangling from her mouth, tilting her head as she gazed at Sushi's sword, mumbling indistinctly, Sister Sushi's sword is so pretty. But my lollipop is also delicious. Irene looked left at George's shield, right at Wendy's lollipop, then at Sushi's Synflar sword, and finally down at her own empty hands. Stamping her foot in frustration, she cried, So everyone gets a gift except me, eh? Austin set down his coffee cup. A gift? Irene's exclusive reward was the dragon deity contract. Could he possibly give her that? Absolutely not. When you can last 30 moves against me, then we'll talk about gifts. Irene's eyes lit up instantly. Really? I never tell lies. Deal? It's settled. Irene immediately drew her slender sword, her fighting spirit soaring as she charged toward the center of the training ground. Everyone make way. I'm adding extra training today. Nobody stop me. Sushi watched Erin's retreating figure with all her stormy energy, a faint curve tugging at the corner of her mouth. She lowered her gaze to the sunblade in her hand, its golden aura shimmering faintly in the morning light, as if echoing her mood. Georgia sidled up to Wendy and whispered, Why is Princess Erin suddenly so motivated? Wendy pondered seriously, licked her lollipop, then said with certainty, Because Lord Austin said he would give her a gift. That's it. Wendy nodded. I followed him because he gave me a lollipop too. Georgia fell silent, feeling as though he had come upon something monumental, though he couldn't quite articulate it. He simply hugged his shield and trailed after the group. The shadow of war had been brewing over the capital for a full week. Ever since word spread that Philip X had shattered his desk in the royal study, the entire city was like a pot of oil dropped into a spark. New conscription edicts were posted at the royal proclamation grounds, everyday crowds packed before the notice board, the literate reading aloud to the illiterate, and at every line fists clenched and voices roared, Good. In the taverns, bards had turned the great victory at Lucy into a lengthy epic, and whenever they sang of the holy dragon prince breaking the formation and slaying generals within the drake hunting magic array, someone would slam their tankard against the table, splashing ale everywhere. The streets buzzed with a fervor greater than any festival. The forges blazed from dawn till dusk. Apprentices worked the bellows bare-chested, and the hammer falls on the anvils drummed, like rain striking roof tiles. Lines formed outside the weapon shops, the price of even the most ordinary iron sword rising by 3/10, yet still in short supply. Cloth merchants dragged out their entire stock of canvas and leather. Several tailor shops joined forces to produce military tents and leather armor. Day and night, the owners' eyes red from exhaustion, yet laughter still on their lips. The liveliest scene was around Holy Dragon Plaza. Every day young men from nearby towns arrived with packs on their backs and weapons in hand packed tight at the conscription office. Most were commoners in plain clothing, their weapons a hodgepodge. Swords fresh from the forge, old curved blades passed down from their fathers, even more scythes converted from farm tools. The conscription officer bellowed, "Form a line." But his voice was drowned in the noisy crowd. Austin knew this. Surging frenzy bore the hand of Philip X. The Crown's intelligence network had spread word of the Orc assassins' attack on the Holy Dragon Prince throughout the kingdom within days. Each telling grew more detailed and more outrageous than the last. Assassins sent directly from the Orc court, blades coated with venom specifically crafted to counter dragons. The night the Holy Dragon Hall nearly ran with blood. Philip X propaganda machine had dressed the failed assassination as the most heinous provocation since the founding of the Holy Dragon Kingdom. And every subject who heard it felt the same instinct rise within them: strike back. Public sentiment was Philip X's most favored weapon. He needed no lies, only to amplify the parts of truth most likely to ignite fury and to conceal the parts that hindered mobilization. The assassins were real, the attempt was real, the Orcs' hostility toward the Holy Dragon Prince was real. As for the detail that the assassins had been wiped out to the last, and the prince had not taken a scratch, that was hardly worth repeating. Philip X had waited many years for this war. Lucy's victory had given him conviction, the assassination had given him justification, and today, the triumphant horns of the Sacred Dragon Legion would grant him the hardest of backbones. On Holy Dragon Plaza, morning mist had yet to disperse. George's roar rattled the stone pillars at the plaza's edge. Raising the abyssal black iron shield, he charged at Sushi. The 500-kilogram shield no longer handled as clumsily as on the first day. The angle of the shield face was just right, and each step landed securely at the node of his shifting center of gravity. Sushi's sunblade traced a pale golden arc through the morning light. Instead of meeting the charge head-on, she sidestepped the shield's edge, tapped her sword tip lightly against its rim, and used the momentum to leap backward, landing steadily 3 steps away. George's shield bash missed, but this time he did not lose his balance to the momentum. With a grunt, he stamped his left foot into the ground, halting himself, abruptly spinning the shield sideways to seal his front. The motion was hardly graceful, but it was far cleaner than before. No superfluous breaths, no telltale twitch in the shoulders, a single smooth exertion of waist and core. "You've improved," Sushi said. Those 2 words from her carried more weight than anyone else's lengthy praise. Georgia flashed a grin, but before he could speak, a silver bolt of light whizzed past his ear and burst into a scorch mark on the stone floor nearby. Wendy's voice came from behind the formation, tinged with a tearful indignation. "Whoa, I aimed at the target. The target moved by itself." Avril crouched atop a stone pillar at the edge of the plaza, her bowstring still drawn taut, and nearly tumbled off the pillar at Wendy's words. "If targets could move on their own, we wouldn't need to practice archery." But it did move. I saw it with my own eyes. Wendy's dragon horns trembled with indignation, the bow-shaped hairpin skewed around to the back of her head. She drew a deep breath, silver draconic runes gathering before her once more. This time she held her fire, closing one eye to aim at the training dummy with the 3-point alignment method Austin had taught her. The runes spun at her fingertips for several breaths before streaking forth as a silver light, striking the dummy square in the chest. "I hit it." Wendy froze for a moment, then spun around to face Austin, her silver eyes bright, as if 2 stars had been lit within them. "Lord Austin, I hit it. I really hit it." Austin, holding his coffee cup, gave a slight nod. "Continue. 9 more hits, and today's fixed-point casting is complete." Wendy nodded vigorously and turned back to gather her magic, so focused, she didn't notice her hairpin slipping down to her neck. Ku Jie's figure materialized from the pillar's shadow. His stealth entry time had already been shortened to within 2 breaths, but today, he didn't rush to vanish. Instead, he stood at the edge of the training ground, gazing down at his twin daggers. His hood shadowed most of his face, obscuring his expression, but there was a contemplative quality to how he gripped the daggers. After Austin's last critique about being too reliant on stealth, he had been rethinking his entire fighting approach. Isella stood at the opposite side of the training area. Her right hand held her staff at her side, while at the fingertips of her left hand, tiny ice blue sparks flickered. She was drilling her incantation compression, not casting full spells, but repeating the initial stage of mana coalescence, drawing power from her core to her fingertips over and over again. Each time she failed, those ice blue eyes narrowed slightly, and then she simply began again, never a single word more. Aaron was in one-on-one sparring with Sushi. They had exchanged nearly 30 rounds, the ringing clash of rapier and sunblade dense as rain on banana leaves. Ever since Sushi's loss of control, Erin had doubled her training intensity. She claimed she wouldn't be outshone by a junior disciple, but everyone present knew that day's golden chi blade had truly gotten under her skin. Not fear, but unwillingness. She channeled that resentment into the tip of her blade, each swing sharper than the last. Austin stood on the raised platform, his ink-black robes stirred faintly by the morning breeze. His gaze swept across the seven on the training ground. Erin's sword growing faster, Wendy's precision slowly improving, George's shield no longer a turtle shell, Kujie rethinking his combat style, Isella quietly adding extra drills to her fundamental mana control, Sushi's sunblade falling ever more in sync with her, and Avril landing 5 consecutive shots at different vital points on a moving target. This was the fruit of a week's training. Not dazzling but solid enough. The battlefield would be the ultimate touchstone. At that moment the ground began to tremble. It was not an earthquake, but a more rhythmic heavy drumbeat progressing layer by layer from the distance. Tiny pebbles on the bluestone pavement began to jump and ripples spread across the surface of the water in the flower beds at the edge of the square. Austin's hand holding the coffee cup paused slightly. He lifted his head and gazed toward the northern gate of the capital. The source of the vibrations soon appeared at the edge of his vision. It was a gray-brown torrent. It surged from the official road outside the northern gate, passed through the gate, flooded onto the main avenue, and slowly advanced toward the sacred dragon square. Every wave of the torrent was a land dragon. Their bodies were as massive as war elephants, their limbs covered in thick scales, and the raised bone plates on their backs gleamed with an iron-gray luster under the sunlight. Wingless and flightless, but each step they struck the ground like a giant hammer. The vibration of hundreds of land dragons marching in unison caused the buildings on both sides of the entire street to tremble faintly. On the backs of the land dragons sat fully armed dragon cavalry. They wore light armor, and the legion insignia on their helmets glittered in the morning light. On both sides of the dragon saddles hung javelin bags and short spears. These cavalrymen were not like the gleaming silver-armored, elegantly mannered royal knights. Their armor bore scars of blades and claw marks, and on their dragon saddles hung trophies made from dried orc skulls. Even the youngest riders' eyes carried a cold hardness forged from the smoke of battle. Behind the land dragon phalanx came the flying dragons. The flying dragons were larger than the land dragons, with streamlined bodies covered in deep cyan scales, and their wings stretched over 10 meters when fully spread. They did not walk on the street, but swept low over the land dragon phalanx, their wingtips nearly brushing the rooftops on both sides of the street. The knights on the flying dragons wore half-plate armor, held heavy swords, and carried magical crossbows on their backs. Their formation in the air was arranged in a standard wedge attack formation. The airflow stirred up by the passing flying dragons whipped up dust and fallen leaves on the street. The flags of the people along the street flapped loudly. Some instinctively held onto their hats while others jumped up excitedly and waved at the sky. The gaze of the entire capital was drawn to this iron-blooded legion returning from the northern border. The streets were packed with onlookers. Some knelt in salute, others raised their arms and cheered, while still others simply stared up with their mouths agape. The Sacred Dragon Legion. These 4 words represented not just a military force in the Sacred Dragon Kingdom, but the kingdom's sturdiest shield and sharpest spear, a war machine that struck fear into the hearts of all neighboring nations. On the Sacred Dragon Square, the rhythm of training had stopped at some point. George's shield dropped to the ground. He tilted his head back, his mouth forming an O. Avril slid down from the stone pillar, forgetting to put away her bow. Kujia pushed back his hood, revealing a face rarely shown to others with undisguised shock in his eyes. Isella's fingertips stopped gathering magical energy for the first time, and the ice-blue light points silently extinguished in her palm. Sushi held the sunblade, her black pupils reflecting the silhouettes of the flying dragons sweeping across the sky. Her lips moved, but no sound came out. This was the first time she had seen a real dragon cavalry legion. The veterans who had returned alive from the northern battlefield, each with eyes like steel tempered in fire. Irene's reaction was different from everyone else's. She stood there still holding a rapier in her right hand, its tip resting on the ground. But her left hand had somehow clenched into a fist pressed against her chest, as if trying to push her wildly beating heart back into place. Her violet eyes reflected the flying dragons in the sky. Each beat of those deep cyan wings stirred a gust of wind, and the knights on the dragon backs stood as straight as javelins. The flying dragons let out high-pitched screeches, the sound waves pressing down from above, causing the flags on Sacred Dragon Square to flap violently. Then she heard another sound. A roar deeper, more robust, and more like the awakening of an ancient giant beast from slumber than the flying dragon's screech. The clouds were torn apart, and a colossal shadow that blotted out the sky slowly descended from the high altitude, enveloping the entire Sacred Dragon Square. It was a giant dragon. Its entire body was covered in deep red scales like solidified magma, each scale as large as a shield, gleaming with a scorching luster under the sunlight. Its wings stretched over 70 meters, and faint ancient magical patterns could be seen flowing slowly across the wing membranes. Each beat stirred a wave of scorching hot air. Its head was held high, its red vertical pupils looking down upon the capital below. The hot air exhaled from its nostrils condensed into two white smoke pillars in the air. As it began to descend, the temperature on the square seemed to rise several degrees in an instant. Its folded wings were like a pair of burning giant sails, and its massive body slowly descended toward the center of Sacred Dragon Square. Georgia instinctively raised his shield, but realizing no attack was coming, he lowered the shield and scratched his head with a simple-minded look. Wendy poked her head out from behind the training dummy, her silver eyes wide as saucers. She lived on Dragon Island and had seen other red dragons, but this red dragon's size seemed only slightly smaller than Uncle Red Dragon King among the red dragons of Dragon Island. The moment the red dragon's foreclaws touched the ground, four shallow depressions were pressed into the bluestone slabs. It folded its wings, and its tail slowly swayed behind, carving a scorched black trail on the ground. Then it raised its head, and its red vertical pupils pierced through the morning mist on the square, fixing on the black-haired young man in ink-black robes standing on the high platform. In the instant their eyes met, the red dragon's body shuddered violently. It recognized what that was. Not through vision, not through aura, but through an instinct engraved in the deepest bloodline of every dragon. Like a newborn cub instinctively recognizes the footsteps of its natural enemy, like a moth can never resist the pull of flame. The being before it, standing on the high platform in human form, possessed an essence far more ancient, far deeper, and far more terrifying than any creature it had ever encountered. That was not a gap in strength or cultivation level, it was a chasm in the hierarchy of life. Austin did nothing. He did not release his dragon aura, did not transform, did not even deliberately look at the red dragon. He merely held his coffee cup, standing on the platform, his gaze casually sweeping across the square. But the red dragon felt it. What lay beneath that calm was far more terrifying than any roar or pressure. Just as the abyss does not roar, yet anyone who approaches it instinctively feels dizzy. Because what you gaze into is not darkness, but a reality far more vast than your own existence. A flicker of hesitation passed through the red dragon's huge red vertical pupils. As a holy rank giant dragon that had lived for centuries, it had never bowed its head before any creature. But at this moment the muscles of its neck were tightening involuntarily, a posture of submission seizing control of its will. It tried to resist for a moment. A low, almost aggrieved gurgle emanated from its throat, as if questioning what was happening with that uncontrollable instinct within itself. Then it lowered its massive dragon head. The movements were slow, yet carried no trace of reluctance. Like a mountain silently toppling, like a burning flag pressed flat by the wind. Its head nearly touched the ground, its breath spraying against the bluestone slabs with a hot, sizzling hiss. It closed its eyes, exposing its fragile eyelids to the gaze of the black-haired youth. The most revered gesture of submission among dragonkind, a rite performed only before the supreme dragon emperor. Cain, who was about to dismount from the red dragon's back, froze mid-motion. He had ridden this red dragon for 20 years through hundreds of life-and-death battles, and had never seen it adopt such a posture toward anyone. This proud, holy-ranked dragon, who had only ever roared in battle, even when facing the northern orc chieftain, now lowered its head. Not by command, not by coercion, it was a choice of its own. No, not even a choice, its bloodline was instinctively executing an ancient directive far older than its own will. Cain's hands slipped from the dragon's saddle and fell to his sides. He did not know what had happened, but he did not ask. A veteran who had survived 30 years on the northern battlefield knew best when to keep silent. Ding! Detected a holy rank red dragon voluntarily performing the submission ritual. All present interpret this as the awe-inspiring majesty of the sacred dragon. Disguise value 300. And this was only the beginning. Outside the Sacred Dragon Plaza, in the neatly arrayed formation of earth dragons, the first earth dragon lowered its head. Then the second, the third. Like wind sweeping over a wheat field, hundreds of earth dragons bowed their thick necks in succession, their ridged spines forming a gray-brown wave under the sun. They made no sound, only quietly, submissively, like pilgrims before a deity, pressing their foreheads to the ground. The flying dragons in the sky also ceased their circling. They hovered in midair, wings gently beating to maintain altitude, and then one by one they lowered their heads. The sight of them bowing in the air was even more striking than the earth dragons. Dozens of flying dragons performing the submission gesture simultaneously, like an entire fleet lowering its flags before the admiral. The riders on the flying dragons exchanged glances, some instinctively tightened their reins, but the dragons ignored their commands. They disregarded the reins, disregarded orders, disregarded every conditioned reflex drilled into them on the training ground. They were responding only to the call in their blood. At that moment, the entire Sacred Dragon Plaza fell into a strange stillness. There was no dragon roar, no battle cry. Only the flapping of banners in the morning breeze and the deep, steady breathing of hundreds of dragons. Ding! Detected all dragons of the Sacred Dragon Legion, Earth Dragons 312, Flying Dragons 86, Holy Rank Red Dragon 1, performing the submission ritual simultaneously. All present interpret this as the awe-inspiring majesty of the Sacred Dragon, causing 10,000 dragons to bow their heads. Disguise value 500. Additional detection: this event witnessed by all knights of the Sacred Dragon Legion expected to generate sustained propagation within the military. Extra disguise value 200. Current disguise value 25760. George's mouth was wide enough to fit a fist. Koji's hood had slipped off, and he forgot to pull it back up. Avril's bow fell to the ground, and she did not pick it up. For the first time, Izura's ice-blue eyes showed an expression she could not comprehend, a confusion that exceeded all her knowledge, causing her usually cold face to reveal a rare blankness. Sushi's hand holding the sunblade trembled slightly. The blade quivered not from fear, but from resonance. She could feel the sunblade, which was bound to her soul, humming in a way she had never experienced, as if responding to a call she could not hear, but could feel. Wendy peeked her whole face out from behind the dummy, her silver eyes startlingly bright. She did not lower her head. She was Austin's contracted guardian, so she did not need to perform the submission ritual. But as she watched the rows of dragons bowing their heads, her heartbeat inexplicably quickened, and a blush she did not even notice spread across her cheeks. And Irene stood there holding her rapier, her violet eyes reflecting all of this. Reflecting the huge red dragon's head bowed before her teacher, reflecting the necks of the flying dragons descending one by one in the sky, reflecting the backs of the earth dragon formation bowing like wheat waves outside the plaza. Her breath stopped for 3 full seconds. Then her pupils began to dilate, not out of focus, but entering a fantasy state known only to herself. She was all too familiar with this state. Every night before sleep, she would spend at least half an hour rehearsing it repeatedly, more diligently than her training. She saw it, not the red dragon before her, but a golden sacred dragon. Its wingspan exceeded 100 meters, and every flap of its wings stirred golden storms above the clouds. Its head held high golden scales shimmering with noble luster in the sunlight like armor forged by ancient gods. On its back sat a golden-haired girl, herself. One hand resting on the hilt of her rapier, her posture straight as a spear. The wind whipped her golden hair and pressed her purple knight's outfit against her body. She was not afraid in the slightest, because riding on her teacher's back was even steadier than standing on the ground. Then she looked down. On the earth below, countless dragons were bowing toward her. Not a legion, but tens of thousands. Red dragons, blue dragons, green dragons, yellow dragons, silver dragons, golden dragons, covering the entire land, stretching to the horizon. They all lowered their heads, just as now all the dragons in the Sacred Dragon Plaza bowed to her teacher. But this time the object of their worship was not only the sacred dragon, but also the golden-haired girl on its back. "Do you see?" she shouted, her voice scattered by the wind, but she knew everyone heard her. "This is my mount. The Sacred Dragon Lord is my mount. I, Irene St. Firth, am the strongest dragon knight." She bowed her head and laughed aloud on the dragon's back. The pride and satisfaction surging from the deepest part of her heart made even her toes tingle. She reached out and gently patted Austin's scales, golden, of course, warm in the sunlight, feeling like sun-warmed stone slabs. "Teacher, you said you'd let me ride you once I reached the holy rank. You can't go back on your word. Dragons are the most faithful to contracts, aren't they? When the time comes, I'll ride you across the entire continent 3 times, so everyone can see." "Sister Irene." Wendy's voice suddenly came from beside her, yanking her back from the fantasy. "Your mouth is curled up so high. What are you thinking about?" Eileen snapped back to reality. She looked down at herself. No golden dragon, no dragon knights majestic, bearing no thousands of bowing dragons before her. She was still standing on Shanglong Square, the slender sword in her hand, facing the red dragon that was still bowing its head to her teacher. The corners of her lips were curled so high that even Wendy noticed. "Nothing." Eileen coughed, trying to force her smile down, but failed. Then she turned her head to look at Aya sitting on the high platform. The black-haired young man held a coffee cup, his expression as indifferent as ever, as if the spectacular scene of hundreds of dragons bowing to him at once was nothing more than an ordinary day. His ink-black robe fluttered slightly in the morning breeze, the golden thread patterns on the cuffs faintly visible. He looked so calm, so composed, so utterly at ease, as if it were only natural that all the dragons in the world should bow to him. But Eileen noticed, deep within his black pupils a faint glimmer of light flickered. It was not emotion nor awe, but a profound depth stirred by the scene before him, as if he had once witnessed in even greater submission seen more dragons prostrate themselves at his feet. Eileen could not fathom that glimmer, but she knew that her teacher's secrets ran far deeper than she had imagined. Yet that was fine. After all, the dragon she most wanted to ride was him. After all, they already had a pact. "Teacher." Her voice was neither too loud nor too soft, just enough for Aya Siding to hear clearly. Aya Siding tilted his head, glancing at her from the corner of his eye. Eileen looked back at him, her violet eyes blazing like 2 stars about to burst from their sheaths. She said nothing, but her gaze conveyed everything. "Teacher, do you see? All the dragons are bowing to you. One day I will sit on your back, and together we will receive this homage." "We agreed. You cannot go back on your word." Aya Siding held his coffee cup, meeting her gaze for a single breath. "Continue training. If you've seen enough, get back to it." Eileen did not move immediately. She stared at Aya Siding for several breaths. watching his fingers tighten around the coffee cup, watching him deliberately look away. Then she smiled, a slow, curling smile tinged with triumph and cunning. Teacher, I was just thinking about something. Speak. I was wondering, when I reach the Saint rank and ride you over the Shenlong Legion encampment, will the dragons below bow to us, just like now? Eileen, here. She snapped to attention reflexively. 20 extra sets of basic strikes. Now. Eileen's smile froze on her face, but she executed a perfect knightly salute, her voice ringing clear and full. Yes, teacher. As she turned and ran back to the training area, her ponytail carved a golden arc through the air. But she stopped after 2 steps and called back over her shoulder. Teacher, you didn't say no. You only said extra sets. That means it's possible. I'll remember that. Siding did not reply. His coffee cup hid the lower half of his face. But Wendy tilted her head, watching Eileen's jubilant retreat, then glanced at the coffee cup in Siding's hand. She had the feeling that the fingers holding the coffee cup were tenser than usual. But she did not dwell on it. She was still thrilled about hitting the target just now, and was secretly using her dragon claw to trace a crooked tally mark on the ground to record her hits. Ding. Detected host, maintaining a calm and composed demeanor in the face of the entire dragon clan's submission, further enhancing the sacred dragon image. Disguise value 200. Current disguise value 25960. On the red dragon's back, Kyan finally came to his senses. He dismounted, his burly frame landing on the blue stone slab with a dull thud. He strode toward Siding, each step falling in the rhythm of a war drum. Reaching the foot of the high platform, he snapped to attention and executed a perfect knightly salute. His armor clanked loudly, the sound so vibrant that it startled the doves perched on the pillars at the edge of the square into a fluttering mass. Commander of the Shenlong Legion, Kyan Nuode pays homage to His Highness Shenlong. His tone carried a gravity utterly different from before. It was not because protocol demanded it, but because his red dragon had just performed a greeting far more solemn than any knightly salute. The oldest gesture of reverence among dragons, an instinct etched into the very blood of every dragon. The eyes of a red dragon do not lie. If even his red dragon willingly bowed its head, then what right did he, as its knight, have to stand tall before His Highness Shenlong? Siding gave a slight nod. Commander Kyan, you have had a long journey. Not at all. Kyan straightened up, grinning broadly, the scar on his face, pulling his smile slightly askew, yet adding a touch of rugged boldness. He tried to speak in his usual tone, attempting to dispel the suffocating solemnity of the moment. Your Highness slew the bloodthirsty general at Lucy. When the news reached the northern border, my dragon was so excited it roared like crazy. If it weren't for those beast cubs still causing trouble in the north, I would have led the legion straight over to support your Highness on the spot. As he spoke, the red dragon behind him let out a low rumble, as if in agreement. But it never fully raised its head. Its crimson vertical pupils remained slightly lowered, gazing at the black-haired youth on the platform with an attitude of submission and reverence. Kyan turned and waved toward the Shenlong Legion already assembled in formation outside the square. Hundreds of land dragons had formed neat phalanxes on the broad street outside the square. The flying dragons began circling again at low altitude, but their flight paths were noticeably lower. Each one dipped slightly as it passed directly over Shenlong Square, its head bowed, as if offering a silent salute. The enormous red dragon remained lying in the center of the square, wings folded, tail quietly coiled beside it like a tamed volcano. Then it lifted its head and let out a long, solemn dragon roar. Its roar struck like a boulder plunging into a lake, sending ripples outward. First, the flying dragon phalanx raised their heads and shrieked in unison, then the land dragon riders beat their breastplates with the flat of their swords, producing a synchronized clamor of metal. The entire Shenlong Legion was like a sleeping giant awakening, emitting its deep, dangerous breathing. In the midst of this boiling battle spirit, the urgent sound of hoofbeats came from the entrance of the square. The horseshoes struck the blue stone slabs, producing a rapid, crisp rhythm, growing louder and faster as they approached. Commander Land dismounted in a single motion, his armor stained with morning dew and dust. The polished Shenlong emblem on his breastplate gleamed dazzling silver under the sunlight. He strode quickly to the foot of the high platform, first saluting Siding with a military gesture, then nodding at Kyan. The two commanders were clearly old acquaintances, exchanging a glance that served as a greeting. His Highness Shenlong. Land's voice was half a tone higher than usual, his chest heaving slightly, his eyes burning with a battle spirit that could not be suppressed. His Majesty the King has issued an official proclamation. Tomorrow morning the Shenlong Kingdom will declare war on the Aok Kingdom. The army will march on the same day. Holy Dragon Square fell silent for a moment. Then the very air across the entire square seemed to ignite. The flying dragons circling in the sky let out piercing shrieks that rose and fell in succession. The earth dragon phalanx beyond the square roared in perfect unison, and the red dragon crouched at the center of the square raised its dragon head, unleashing a roar even more resounding than before. The wave of sound radiated outward from the center of the square in all directions, making the flagstone ground tremble faintly. Austin set his coffee cup on the edge of the raised platform, turned around, and faced the 7 people who had already reformed their ranks on the training ground. Irene stood at the front with Sue, Wendy, Isra, Koger, Avril, and Georgia lined up behind her in order. The 7 stood far straighter than they had a week ago, their expressions shifting from awe to an almost unbearable excitement, especially Irene. Her sword tip pressed against the ground, her fingers repeatedly gripping and releasing the hilt, as if she could barely contain herself from charging onto the battlefield right then and there. "Did you hear that?" Austin's voice was not loud, but every word landed clearly in each of their ears. "Tomorrow the Holy Dragon Kingdom formally declares war on the orcs. The army sets out on the same day." He paused, his gaze sweeping across every face. "This time you will march with the army." George's arms wrapped around his shield tightened suddenly. Avril's fingers were already resting on her bowstring. A sharp smile revealed itself from beneath Koger's hood. Isra's fingers gripping her staff trembled ever so slightly. Wendy tilted her head and muttered quietly, "No chasing butterflies this time, right?" before Irene gently nudged her ribs with an elbow. Sue, she held the radiant day sword, something slowly burning deep within her dark pupils. Irene's violet eyes shone as bright as 2 stars about to be drawn from their scabbards. "Every movement on this training ground, every mistake, every correction, all of it is for tomorrow." Austin's voice retained its usual unhurried cadence, but each word carried a heavier weight than before. "On the battlefield, enemies will not grant you a second chance. Whether your teammates live or die depends on how fast your sword is, how steady your shield holds, how precise your magic strikes, and how decisive your judgment proves to be. You have done well this past week, but the battlefield will not go easy on you simply because you performed well." He paused for a long breath. "Are you ready?" The 7 answered simultaneously, their voices exploding outward. Irene's was the loudest, Wendy's the longest trailing note, and George's the boisterous. The 3 blended together so powerfully that even the banners at the edge of the square quivered. Rand and Kane exchanged a glance. The corner of Rand's mouth lifted slightly. This team of students from different backgrounds had been a scattered mess just a week ago, yet now they already bore the semblance of elite soldiers. Kane meanwhile broke into a wide grin and pounded his fist against his chest. "How interesting. These little ones are far better than the raw recruits I led back in my day. At least they stand straight." Austin looked at the 7 before him and gave a slight nod. "All remaining training today is cancelled. Go back, pack your gear, and write your family letters. Gather at Holy Dragon Square at sunrise tomorrow. Those who are late," he glanced at Irene, "know the consequences." "Yes, master." Irene responded, first her voice bright and full. As she turned, her golden ponytail swept through the air in a clean, decisive arc. The crowd on the square gradually dispersed. Georgia carried his massive shield on his shoulder as he walked back, muttering about writing a letter home. Avril caught up, with Isra seemingly discussing how archers and mages should coordinate on the battlefield. Koger's figure slipped back into the shadows between the stone pillars, vanishing silently. Sushi, gripping her radiant day sword, walked alone toward the weapon rack, every movement steady and focused. Only Wendy remained beside the training dummy, tilting her head to look up at Austin, her silver eyes filled with a trace of unease. "Lord Austin," she said softly, looking up at him with silver eyes that carried both timidity and an uncontainable hope. "If we go to the battlefield, is there a lollipop reward? If I perform well, can I get one in advance?" Austin looked down at the silver-haired girl whose bow was crooked on her head. Her dragon horns trembled slightly. She was mustering all her courage to beg for a snack. "It depends on your performance. I will perform well." Wendy's eyes lit up instantly. Her bow slid completely off her hair and landed on her shoulder, but she didn't notice it, all too busy counting on her fingers. "I can use dragon language magic to blow up enemies, I can block arrows for Sister Irene, and I can fly into the sky to scout for Lord Austin. Even though I might get lost, I'll work hard not to." "Is that enough to trade for one lollipop?" "Half one will do. Or maybe a third." Austin did not answer, but the curve of his lips was a little wider than usual. "I'll give you one before we set out. Save it." Wendy froze for a moment, then erupted like a silver-white firework, her dragon horns so excited they nearly poked Avril, who had just walked away. She hastily picked up her fallen bow and jogged after Irene, but after 2 steps, she turned back and shouted, "Lord Austin, you're the best dragon on the entire continent. Even better than Father." "I won't tell Father." Only Austin, Kane, and Rand remained on the square, along with the deep red dragon quietly lying at its center. The red dragon's vertical crimson pupils remained lowered, its tail coiled obediently beside its body. The earth dragon phalanx had already set up camp outside the square, and the flying dragons were landing one after another in their temporarily constructed nesting grounds. The entire Holy Dragon Legion resembled a precise and silent war machine awaiting the moment it would be ignited tomorrow. Austin stood on the raised platform, his ink-black robes stirring gently in the afternoon heat. Before him stood 2 regiment commanders. One a fierce general returned from the northern frontier, commanding the kingdom's strongest dragon cavalry legion, the other a veteran triumphant from Lucy, who had just proven the combat prowess of the Royal Knight Corps with a decisive victory. King Philip X's lifelong dream of dominion would take its most crucial step tomorrow. And himself, standing on the platform of Holy Dragon Square, with 7 students about to embark behind him and the kingdom's elite forces arrayed before him. The sunlight cast his tall, slender shadow across the flagstones, stretching all the way to the front of the red dragon's claw. The dragon's lowered head remained motionless, as if awaiting a command that would never be spoken aloud. Kane and Rand both looked at him, awaiting his order. Austin did not speak immediately. He lifted the now lukewarm coffee and took the final sip. The next day, the departure horn echoed across the royal capital for a full hour. Holy Dragon Square, 100,000 soldiers stood in formation. The silver armor of the royal knights formed a dazzling ocean under the morning light, while the earth dragon phalanx of the Shenlong Legion stood on the left flank, their heavy breaths and the clatter of armor interweaving into a low martial anthem. Sky Dragon Knights were already circling high above their wings, slicing through the clouds, casting fleeting shadows across the square. The great banner of the Shenlong Kingdom fluttered at the vanguard, its golden dragon emblem on a black field surging like waves in the wind. Beyond the square, the citizens of the capital crowded every street. Some had climbed onto rooftops, others scaled the city walls, and still others hoisted children onto their shoulders. No one spoke loudly, not from lack of excitement, but because the spectacle was too grand, too overwhelming for words. Then the horn call changed. It was not the urgent battle cry of an expedition, but a more solemn, deeper ceremonial note. The royal fanfare that the Shenlong Kingdom reserved only for the king's personal campaigns. The sound came from the main gate of the palace, rolling from afar to near through the entire royal thoroughfare, causing every banner in the square to tremble slightly. The crowd parted like a tide. A fully armed detachment of the king's personal guard was the first to ride out from the palace gate. Their armor was dark gold with the royal Shenlong emblem engraved on the breastplates, and white plumes on their helmets danced fiercely in the wind. Behind the guard, a golden chariot drawn by 4 white war horses slowly emerged. It was the royal chariot passed down from the founding of the Shenlong Kingdom, its body covered with sword scars and inscriptions left by successive kings on their campaigns, each mark of battle recorded in history. Philip X stood atop the chariot. He wore not the ornate royal robes of the court, but a deep golden dragon-scale battle armor. The armor plates were forged from scales shed by the red dragon of the Shenlong Legion, each piece shimmering with a dark gold luster like a sheet of solidified magma under the sun. The two-handed greatsword at his waist had never been unsheathed in public. Its name was Dragon Oath, the blade of the founding king of the Shenlong Kingdom, said to contain a wisp of the soul of the first sacred dragon. The last time this sword was drawn was when Philip X in his youth personally slew a Saint-Tier orc on the northern battlefield. He wore no helmet, his golden hair was combed immaculately, and his azure eyes were as sharp as an eagle's in the morning light. He stood on the chariot, his left hand resting on the hilt of Dragon Oath, his right hand hanging naturally at his side, his posture calm and composed. What made the onlookers hold their breath was the aura emanating from him. Not a deliberately released pressure, but the natural presence of a Saint middle-stage powerhouse. This aura radiated outward from the chariot in all directions, causing the warhorses in the square to paw the ground uneasily, and several young earth dragons in the phalanx to emit low growls. Even the circling sky dragons, when passing over the chariot, would dip slightly lower in reverence to the Saint-Stage king. Philip X was a rare sovereign in the Shenlong Kingdom's century-long history. He inherited the throne at 25, entered the Saint-Stage at 32, and broke through to Saint Middle at 45. Among the kingdom's 3 Saint-Stage powerhouses, the chief minister was at Saint Initial. The commander of the Shenlong Legion, Kane, was also at Saint Initial. Only he, Philip Field, was at Saint Middle. Before Austin's arrival, he was the sharpest sword and the strongest shield of the Shenlong Kingdom. Even after Austin's arrival, he remained the undisputed ruler of this land, the only one who could stand before His Holiness the Holy Dragon without bowing. Not out of ignorance of etiquette, but because his strength and status allowed him to stand as an equal to the sacred dragon. The moment the chariot entered Shenlong Square, 100,000 soldiers knelt on one knee. The clang of armor colliding was like an avalanche spreading from the center of the square to the walls. The cavalry of the Earth Dragon phalanx dismounted, one hand pressing down on the dragon's head, the other clenched into a fist against their chests. The highest military salute of the Shenlong Legion to the king. The Sky Dragon Knights drew their swords in unison, blades pointing skyward, the steel reflecting countless rays of cold light. Philip X raised his right hand. The entire square fell silent. People of the Shenlong Kingdom. His voice, amplified by Saint-Stage battle chi, spread across the entire square without need for magical amplification, each syllable carrying a metallic resonance. The orcs have invaded our borders, slaughtered our people, and stabbed our sacred dragon. This enmity is irreconcilable. Today I shall personally lead the Grand Army to crush the orcs, to honor our flag with orc blood, to expand our territory with orc land. We shall not return until the orcs are destroyed. The response of 100,000 men exploded like a thunderclap. Earth dragons roared skyward, sky dragons shrieked as they broke the air, and knights beat their breastplates with the backs of their swords, producing a uniform metallic clamor. The sound waves spread from the center of the square, shaking the tiles on the rooftops of the houses at the edge. Philip X lowered his right hand, turned, and faced Austin on the high platform. The aura of Saint Middle and the faint dragon might emanating from Austin collided silently in the air, not in opposition but in mutual recognition, the tacit understanding between two kingdom-level powerhouses. Then Philip X made a move that took everyone present by surprise. He removed his right hand from the hilt of dragon oath, clenched his fist against his chest, and bowed slightly to Austin. An equal military-style salute, saint to saint, king to holy dragon. Your Holiness the Holy Dragon. His voice still carried that metallic quality, but with a note of sincere respect. In the Battle of Lucy, you single-handedly broke the formation and slew the enemy generals, saving the Shenlong kingdom and hundreds of thousands of its people from fire and water. Before the Holy Dragon Palace, the poison blade of the orc assassin failed to harm the kingdom's foundation, all thanks to your Holiness's divine might. Today, as the army sets out, I personally take command, and I wish to fight side by side with your Holiness to tread the mountains and rivers of the orcs together. A hush fell over the entire assembly. Not the stir of chaos, but the overwhelming swell of suppressed awe. A king marching to war was already a monumental event. The king and the sacred dragon lord fighting side by side was a spectacle never before witnessed in the history of the sacred dragon kingdom. Ever since the holy dragon god fell and the dragon god empire was reduced to a kingdom, 1,000 years had passed without the sight of a monarch taking the field alongside a sacred dragon. Austin gave a slight nod. Without a word, he raised his right hand, clenched his fist, and gently tapped it against his left chest. It was the most concise salute among dragonkind, and one of the few sincere tokens of respect the doom-bearing black dragon could offer. Philip X's strength warranted this respect, as did his ambition. Philip X straightened up, a glimmer of amusement flickering in his azure eyes. He understood the weight behind Austin's gesture. Just as the army was about to march, an aged yet solemn voice rang out from the right side of the high platform. Please wait. Archbishop Lawrence, leaning on his staff, slowly ascended the high platform. He was not wearing his usual black clerical robe, but rather the full ceremonial vestments of a holy church archbishop. A white robe with gold embroidered trim, the emblem of the goddess of light embroidered over his chest, and the gem atop his staff shimmering with a sacred white light in the sun. His pace was a little slower than usual, not from age, but in a ceremonial solemnity. All eyes gathered once more. The archbishop held a position of great reverence in the sacred dragon kingdom, yet he rarely appeared in attire of such high ceremonial rank. The last time he had worn it was at Philip X's coronation. And today at the king's war expedition ceremony, he stood on the high platform in this attire, clearly prepared. Lawrence walked towards Austin and stopped before him. Instead of his usual slight bow, he handed his staff to an attendant by his side, folded his hands across his chest, and bent deeply before Austin. Not a shallow aristocratic bow, but a near 90-degree deep bow, the highest salute in the Holy Church, reserved only for the Pope or the statue of a deity. The nobles in the square drew in sharp breaths. Several elder lords instinctively looked towards Philip X, only to find the king's expression showing no surprise, merely a slight nod, as if he had known all along. Sacred Dragon Lord. Lawrence straightened up, his aged voice amplified by magic spreading across the entire square. His eyes were slightly reddened, but his voice remained steady. This old man stands here today not merely as the Archbishop of the Holy Church, but as an old man who once doubted you and erred. The square fell so silent that a pin dropping could be heard. Since your lordship descended upon the sacred dragon kingdom over 3 years ago, this old man has presumed to judge a divine dragon with a mortal heart. On the day of the celebration, this old man publicly requested your lordship to reveal your true form. Your lordship, despite your grievous injuries, honored the people's wish, but it worsened your wounds and caused you to cough blood on the spot. That trace of golden blood still haunts this old man's nightmares. This old man once doubted your identity, questioned your divinity, and scrutinized a true divine existence with judgmental eyes. This is the greatest mistake of this old man's life and the deepest debt this old man cannot let go of. Your lordship never blamed this old man, but because of that, this old man feels even more ashamed. The heart of a holy dragon is vast as the heavens, while this old man's heart is narrow as a needle's eye. This guilt has burdened this old man for far too long. He took an antique sandalwood box from his attendant. As the lid opened, a soft pale golden light overflowed from the box, illuminating the entire high platform. Inside the box lay a scale. Not an ordinary dragon scale, but one about the size of an adult's palm, perfectly diamond-shaped, suffused with a pale golden glow, like a solidified piece of dawn. The scale's surface was covered with dense, ancient runes, each one flickering softly, as if breathing. An ancient and solemn aura filled the air, exactly like the divine dragon might Austin had displayed at the celebration. This scale is from the ancient holy dragon god, and legend says it was a token personally bestowed by the ancient dragon god upon the first sacred dragon night. The Holy Church has enshrined it in the sanctum of the Holy City Cathedral for over 10,000 years. Popes have come and gone, yet no one has ever dared to bring it out of the Holy City. This scale is not merely a holy relic. It is the very foundation of the Holy Church's faith in the Holy Dragon God. It represents the most ancient covenant between light and dragonkind, and the supreme position of the Holy Dragon God within the Church's belief system. This old man has sent a letter to the Holy City, and His Holiness the Pope has replied in person granting permission to bestow this holy relic upon the sacred dragon Lord. Your Lordship is the only Holy Dragon God in this age. This scale has slumbered in the sanctum for 10,000 years waiting for today. On behalf of the Holy Church, I present this to you. May the radiance of the sacred dragon forever illuminate this land, and may the covenant between the Holy Church and the sacred dragon Lord endure for all eternity. He raised the sandalwood box high, then bowed deeply to Austin once more. Philip X stepped down from the war chariot. His hand rested on the hilt of the dragon oath sword. With steady steps, he walked to the foot of the high platform, faced Austin, and knelt on one knee. It was not a genuflection to the sacred dragon, but a dual tribute to a deity and a comrade in arms. As a king, he acknowledged Austin as the sacred dragon of the sacred dragon kingdom. As a saint-rank powerhouse, he acknowledged Austin as a comrade worthy of trusting with his back. The king knelt. The nobles and ministers behind him followed suit, falling to their knees in a wave. The 100,000-strong army in the square was like wheat bent by the wind. From the knights in the front rows to the quartermasters in the rear, layer by layer, they sank down. Only the wyverns and drakes did not kneel, but they lowered their heads just as yesterday, bowing their dragon heads towards the ground, performing the most ancient obedience rite of dragonkind. The commoners outside the square also prostrated themselves one after another. The square of millions was so quiet that only the sound of wind whipping the banners could be heard. Austin lowered his gaze to the scale. The pale golden glow reflected deep within his black pupils like two stars ignited. The highest honor from the Holy Church, the unprecedented privilege of the king kneeling publicly before him, the prostration of 100,000-strong army and millions of citizens. Combined, these would leave no room for dispute across the entire continent regarding his Holy Dragon God identity. This old man Lawrence, in his own way, had cleared a massive hidden danger for him. The price was that when the old man learned the truth, he would probably faint on the spot. He reached out and took the scale from the box. The instant his fingertip touched the scale, a gentle yet immense surge of sacred power flowed into his meridians. It was not an attack, but a probing resonance. The scale was confirming whether he was truly the Holy Dragon God. Austin's expression did not change, but he purchased radiance of the holy light worth 1,000 camouflage points from the system, capable of manifesting sacred power once, but unusable for attacks. The release of the holy light's power caused all the runes on the scale to ignite, emitting a clear resonant hum, as if cheering. Philip X raised his head, his azure eyes gleaming with barely concealed excitement. Lawrence's eyes were completely reddened now. 2 streams of old tears rolled down his wrinkled cheeks, but the smile on his lips was more relieved than ever. The holy relic accepting its master was the final confirmation of his judgment. The one he followed was the true Holy Dragon God. The old man, tormented by guilt for far too long, finally found a certain measure of liberation in this moment. Austin tucked the scale into his sleeve, his movements exceedingly gentle. He glanced at Philip X and Archbishop Lawrence, his voice carrying that characteristically unhurried cadence as he spoke. The Archbishop shows great care. Your Majesty, please rise. Philip X rose to his feet, his gaze meeting Austin's. Their eyes converged in the morning light, 2 comrades who had fought shoulder to shoulder, sharing that singular understanding. Ding. Critical event detected. The Holy Church Archbishop publicly presented the sacred dragon scale, left behind 10,000 years ago during the coronation ceremony. The holy relic acknowledged its master, and Philip X, a mid-saint realm cultivator, knelt on one knee before the assembly. Among the hundreds of thousands present, not a single soul raised any suspicion. Host, Holy Divine Dragon, identity has received the highest official endorsement from the Holy Church and the public allegiance of the Saint Dragon Kingdom's king. Disguise action settled, 3,000. Additional detection. The sacred resonance generated by the holy relic's acknowledgement of its master was witnessed by hundreds of thousands. It is anticipated to generate sustained propagation effects throughout the continent. Bonus disguise value 2,000. Current disguise value 32060. Austin turned to face the grand army. 10,000 pairs of eyes converged upon him as the low growls of earth dragons and the shrill cries of wyverns intertwined into a solemn symphony. He raised his right hand. Morning light filtered through his fingers, casting upon the plaza's blue stone tiles a slender upright shadow. Depart. The response of 10,000 erupted like a second peal of thunder, shaking dust from the city walls. The king's royal guard took the lead, their dark gold armor flowing like a luminous river through the morning light as they galloped forth from the city. Philip X reboarded his royal war chariot. As the chariot rumbled through the city gate tunnel, the defenders upon the walls drew their swords in unison, holding them aloft, blade edges refracting countless cold glints beneath the sun. The royal knights followed closely behind. Commander Rand sat astride his warhorse, his silver armor gleaming, and behind him came 3,000 fully armed knights, whose hooves struck the stone streets in thunderous unison. The Earth Dragon formation advanced from the flank. Their heavy footfalls trembled the houses lining both sides of the street. The Wyvern Riders swept across the city gate from above, the wind pressure from their dragon wings, snapping the banners atop the walls perfectly straight. The citizens of the capital crowded along both sides of the thoroughfare, showering the passing columns with flower petals and ribbons. Some shouted the names of loved ones. Others merely repeated over and over, "May the Holy Dragon protect us." Still others knelt in reverence before Philip X upon the war chariot. Philip X stood upon the war chariot, his left hand resting upon the hilt of dragon oath sword, his right occasionally rising to acknowledge the populace with measured gestures, his bearing both composed and commanding. Austin's carriage halted at the plaza's edge. Just as he was about to board, hurried familiar footsteps sounded from behind him. "Teacher, wait!" Aileen lifted her skirts and came running from the rear of the procession, her golden ponytail sweeping a graceful arc through the morning light. Behind her came Wendy, clutching a bulging cloth bag, her butterfly hair clip askew behind her ear. Following them was Suhi, the Sunblade sword strapped across her back, her steps steady and measured. "Teacher," Aileen halted before him, slightly breathless, "we're coming with you in the same carriage." "The carriage can't fit all of you." "Who says so? We only need 3 people." Aileen stated matter-of-factly, "George is too big, he can ride on horseback. Cole says he isn't accustomed to carriages and prefers walking. Isabel and Eileen are taking the Academy's supply wagon. The 3 of us, I, Wendy, and Suhi, will share one carriage with you." Austin glanced at her, then at Wendy, who was struggling to drag the cloth bag toward the carriage door, and at Suhi standing behind, Wendy with an expressionless face, who clearly had no intention of boarding any other vehicle either. "Come aboard," Aileen cheered, and leapt onto the carriage first. Wendy followed close behind with the cloth bag. Suhi boarded last, nodding slightly toward Austin before stepping up, addressing him with a soft "Teacher." The carriage slowly departed St. Dragon Plaza, merging into the Grand Army heading north. Ahead stretched the endless marching column, with Philip X Golden War Chariot at the very front. Behind lay the receding capital, and its city towers, the golden banner with Black Dragon emblem upon the city walls fluttering defiantly in the morning wind. 3 days of marching would be more than enough to grind away the initial novelty through tedious jolting. On the first day, Aileen still rode her white horse excitedly up and down the column, occasionally returning to the carriage to report to Austin, "There's a river ahead. Father's war chariot is moving so fast." 3 more wyverns just flew past. Commander Rand and Commander Kane are arguing about the marching route again. Father went over personally, and they both shut up immediately. Wendy lay sprawled by the carriage window, counting the wildflowers by the roadside. When she reached over 300, exhaustion finally claimed her. She fell asleep, draped across the seat, her butterfly clip sliding down to rest upon her nose. By the second day, even Aileen had stopped her running about. She sat inside the carriage, taking turns with Suhi, studying a simple tactical map that Austin had drawn. It was a topographical map of a small border fortress called Iron Gate Fort on the Oak frontier. Intelligence delivered by Kane's scouts yesterday evening indicated traces of Oak guerrilla activity near Iron Gate Fort. "Teacher, can we participate in the battle?" Aileen set down the map, her violet eyes fixed upon Austin. "You thought accompanying the army on campaign was a field trip?" "No." Aileen sat up straighter, her voice rising. "I've been prepared for this all along. Father said this time I should follow you specifically, so I can prove myself on the battlefield." Suhi did not speak, but her fingers tightened imperceptibly around the hilt of the Sunblade. On the 3rd day's twilight, the dark silhouette of Iron Gate Fort appeared upon the horizon. It was a ruined fortress that had been savaged repeatedly by warfare. Most of the battlements along the walls were broken and missing. The city gate had long since been smashed open, with only a few charred wooden planks hanging crookedly from the frame. The air carried a faint whiff of burnt char, that scent of wood mingled with rust, and something more acrid. Austin knew it all too well. The smell of corpses. Philip X ordered the army to make camp outside Iron Gate Fort. The King's Royal Guard erected the central command tent at the camp center. Commander Rand led the Royal Knights in arranging defensive lines around the perimeter. Kane dispatched Wyvern Riders and Earth Dragon Knights to conduct dual aerial and ground reconnaissance within a 30-mile radius. The supply soldiers began setting up cooking fires, wisps of smoke rising gently in the twilight. However, just before night fully descended, a crimson signal flare suddenly streaked upward in the northwestern sky. It was the Earth Dragon Knights' emergency call for reinforcement, stark and jarring against the dim twilight. Austin set down his coffee cup and rose to his feet. His spiritual sense had already spread outward. Approximately 20 li to the northwest, he detected traces of battle. The Earth Dragon Knights combat aura fluctuations and remnants of another far more sinister and rotting magical presence. Dark magic. Though the concentration was not high, it was undeniably present. At the same moment, the curtain of the central command tent was thrown open and Philip X strode out. He had already changed into lighter battle armor. The dragon oath sword hung at his waist, his azure eyes sharp as a hawk's in the twilight. His gaze met Austin's in the air. With but a single glance, communication was complete. You take your students for live combat practice. The camp will be under my guard. Austin gave a slight nod, turning to face the 7 students who had already formed ranks. Eileen, Suhi, Wendy, Isabel, Cole, Eileen, Georgia. Follow me. This is your first real combat. Remember everything taught on the training grounds. The battlefield will not grant you a second chance. 7 figures drew their weapons simultaneously. The grating sound of iron swords leaving their scabbards rang crisp in the twilight, while silvery magical light began to coalesce on Wendy's dragon horns. Sushi's sunblade traced a pale golden arc in the dusk. Ewire's bowstring was drawn taut. Icy blue motes whirled rapidly around the head of Yisela's staff, and Kudja's silhouette had already begun to blur. Zhuojia raised his abyssal black iron shield before him and let out a muffled roar. Aesighting flew through the air, his ink-black robe flapping loudly in the night wind. 7 figures raced along the ground behind him, hurtling toward the direction of the red signal flare. 20 li to the northwest, on a wild, jagged stretch of stone-strewn wasteland, the battle had reached its dire end. 2 4th-tier Earth Dragon riders stood back-to-back in front of their mounts, their light armor slashed with 7 or 8 gaping wounds, blood seeping through the seams and staining the rubble beneath their feet a dark brown. Behind them, 2 Earth Dragons lay sprawled on the ground, their heavy breathing laced with pained whimpers. One dragon's flank had been pierced through by some kind of corrosive magic, its scales ulcerated over a large area, revealing charred flesh beneath. The other dragon's foreleg was pinned by a crossbow bolt, its shaft engraved with dark runes that continuously devoured the vitality around the wound. Surrounding them was a 6-man squad. Not an ordinary guerrilla band, but an elite squad from the Aok army. The 6 wore standard-issue dark leather armor, the wolf head emblem of the Aok royal court etched onto their plates. Their weapons were of fine quality, and they moved with disciplined coordination, clearly battle-hardened veterans. Yet what truly unsettled them was the figure standing at the very rear of the formation. Unlike the other 5, he was draped in a dark purple robe, his hood pulled so low that only a gaunt chin was visible. A string of rune charms carved from obsidian hung at his waist, each one glowing with an ominous green light in the twilight. He did not join the assault, but stood on higher ground, like a vulture patiently waiting for its prey to expire. Hold on. One of the Earth Dragon riders gritted his teeth, his long sword held before him, its edge already chipped in several places. Reinforcements are on their way. Reinforcements? From the enemy ranks, a 4th-tier warrior wielding a 2-handed axe sneered, slamming the axe, but into the ground and scattering pebbles. Your wyvern scouts were lured away long ago. The nearest Shenlong military camp is 20 li from here. By the time they arrive, your bones will be cold. Another 4th-tier warrior armed with sword and shield chimed in. Stop struggling. Lay down your weapons, and we'll grant you a merciful death. The 4th-tier knight on a pitch-black warhorse, his lance tip lowered, added coldly, or keep resisting, and we'll hack you a few times more. Choose. The 2 Earth Dragon riders made no reply. Their answer was to grip their swords more tightly and place their bodies in front of their wounded mounts. They were soldiers of the Shenlong Legion. There were only dragon riders who died standing, never prisoners who knelt and surrendered. Just then a lazy voice drifted from the edge of the battlefield. Interesting. The 5th-tier sorcerer, who had remained silent all along, finally spoke. He extended a withered finger toward the Earth Dragons behind the 2 riders, a morbid smile curling at his lips. That dragon scales, once peeled, would make a perfect new set of charms for me. Leave the living one for me. My dark corrosion experiment is in desperate need of a living dragon mount. His voice was low, but every word hissed like a viper's tongue. The 2 Earth Dragon riders' faces turned ashen, yet they did not retreat a single step. They feared no death, but they were unwilling. Unwilling to let their mounts die with them, unwilling to fall in battle before even slaying a few Aok soldiers. That's right. The sorcerer grinned, the eerie green crystal in his hand flaring to life. Don't move. The experiment's effect will be diminished if you're dead. A silver sword light cut off his words. It was not aimed at him, but struck precisely at the axe-wielding warrior on the outermost edge of the encirclement. The sword was astonishingly fast, its angle so cunning it seemed to materialize out of the twilight itself. The axe warrior blocked hastily, the force vibrating up the haft and numbing his hands, driving him backward a full 2 steps. Who? The answer was a sharp cry. A golden-haired young woman emerged from the twilight, twirling her rapier in a flourish before aligning its point with his throat again. Behind her, 5 figures simultaneously cut into the battlefield from different directions. A black-haired girl wielding a golden longsword charged straight at the 5th-tier sorcerer. A burly man with a crew cut and a massive black iron shield crashed headlong into the enemy formation. A lithe figure with daggers silently materialized from the shadows of the rocks. A female mage holding an icy blue staff had already begun to chant and a chestnut-haired archer drew back her bowstring from a high flank position. Eileen Shung, feared of Shenlong Academy. As Eileen announced her name, she lifted her chin slightly, her violet eyes gleaming in the twilight like two stars drawn from their sheaths. Her sword tip pointed at the axe warrior's nose, and a barely suppressed excitement curled at the corner of her mouth. Your opponents are us now. The axe warrior froze for a moment, then threw back his head and burst into raucous laughter. The harsh grating sound made the surrounding pebbles tremble slightly. Third tier. A third-tier little girl brings a few wet-behind-the-ears brats to rescue someone. When he had his fill of laughter, he slung the axe over his shoulder and called back to his comrades. Brothers, has the Shenglong kingdom run out of people, sending a bunch of students to their deaths? The fifth-tier sorcerer did not laugh. His gaze swept rapidly over Eileen and her 5 companions. 3 third-tier, 3 fourth-tier. Compared to their 6-man squad, this lineup was more than a tier below in raw strength. But that wasn't what made him frown. He had a persistent feeling of being watched from the shadows, yet his magical sweep detected nothing. Probably a false impression. He suppressed that inexplicable unease and curled his lips into a cold sneer. They were nothing more than reckless students likely rushing over on impulse after seeing the distress signal. He had seen plenty of such greenhorns fresh to the battlefield, their heads full of heroic dreams from knightly novels, only to end up as nameless bones on the wasteland. Now, the sorcerer snapped the crystal in his hand, bursting open as a dark green corrosive arrow shot forth at Ysela, who was mid-chant. Kill the mage first. The battle erupted in an instant. The 4th-tier axe warrior charged toward Eileen with thundering strides, his axe blade carving a ferocious arc through the twilight. The sword and shield warrior followed close behind, shielding the axe warrior's flank with his shield, while thrusting his blade over the shield's edge, sealing off every possible angle of evasion for Eileen. The two clearly had years of coordinated experience, one attacking, one defending, leaving no gaps. Eileen did not attempt a direct confrontation. She shifted her weight onto her toes and sidestepped, tapping the side of the axe blade with her rapier to deflect and propel herself away narrowly, avoiding the sword thrusting through the gap in the shield. The two warriors' synchronization was impeccable, forcing her into a relentless defensive spiral. Ysela, she called out, her voice cutting through the clamor. 3 ice shards shot from Ysela's hands in a triangular formation, striking the axe mid-swing. Frost erupted across the weapon's surface, momentarily freezing the warrior's momentum. Seizing the opening, Eileen pressed forward, her rapier driving straight toward his wrist, the very weakness Austin had repeatedly emphasized. The only vulnerability of an axe wielder lies in the gap at the wrist when changing techniques. But the sword and shield warrior had already shifted his shield into position, metal grinding against her blade in a shower of sparks that sent her reeling backward. Almost. Eileen clenched her teeth, resetting her stance. Against 2 4th-tier warriors operating in perfect tandem, with their level advantage, fighting alone left her perpetually outmatched. On the other battlefield, Ku Jie's dagger materialized from the shadows of scattered stones, lunging for the assassin's exposed nape. The 4th-tier assassin's reflexes exceeded his expectations. A backhanded slash caught the dagger mid-thrust, their weapons colliding repeatedly in the darkness with flickering sparks. Ku Jie's stealth techniques were unmatched among peers of his level, yet against this seasoned 4th-tier veteran, every approach was anticipated, every ambush fell short of success. Young one. The assassin rasped with a dry chuckle, his dagger spinning elegantly in his grip before thrusting from an impossibly tricky angle toward Ku Jie's ribs. Stealth isn't about hiding well enough. You must make your opponent uncertain about when you'll strike. Your breathing shifts a half-beat before every attack. Until you fix that habit, you'll never become a true assassin. Ku Jie yanked backward just in time, the blade missing his vital organs by a hair's breadth, though it carved a gash through his leather armor at his side. He stared into those cold, merciless eyes, and for the first time in battle felt genuine pressure. Not because his opponent was stronger, but because his adversary had completely dissected his fighting patterns. The battlefield offered no second chances. He had to break this habit now, or next time the blade would pierce deeper than leather. George's war cry erupted across the battlefield. He hurled his abyssal dark iron shield directly into the path of the 4th-tier knight's charge. The warhorse's full-speed momentum combined with the lance's piercing force could have skewered an ordinary steel shield clean through. But the abyssal dark iron shield was no ordinary shield. The moment the lance tip touched the shield face, intricate dark golden patterns blazed to life across its surface. Most of the impact force was absorbed George's boots, carving deep furrows through the rocky ground. But he locked his jaw and held firm against the cavalry charge. Get back, he bellowed, shoving the shield upward to deflect the lance while driving his right foot forward, the shield's edge slamming into the warhorse's forelegs. The warhorse reared in panic, and only the knight's desperate grip on the reins prevented a fall. The contempt on the knight's face finally gave way to a flicker of astonishment. A 3rd-tier shield warrior had somehow stopped a full cavalry charge. Interesting, the knight observed coldly, looking down at Georgia from above. He leveled his lance once more, its tip gleaming with cold light through the twilight. How many more strikes can you withstand? Georgia offered no reply. Blood from his split palm dripped down the shield's grip, though his defensive stance never wavered. In his peripheral vision, he caught sight of Sushi advancing toward the fifth-tier wizard, her pale golden blade clashing repeatedly against the violet magical barrier, each strike rebounding uselessly. Sushi gritted her teeth and refused to yield, but her sword could not shatter the barrier. The gap in cultivation levels could not be bridged by willpower alone. Iviel's arrows flew with uncanny precision, each shaft aimed at the chanting wizard in hopes of creating an opening for Sushi. But after stabilizing his warhorse, the fourth-tier knight immediately raised his shield before the wizard. Every arrow she loosed struck the shield face and deflected away. She attempted to flank for a better shooting angle, but the battlefield was too cramped and enemies too dense. Every movement she made was preemptively blocked by the opposing knight. Ysela, how much longer? Eileen shouted, being driven backward under the two warriors' relentless assault, a blood trail already marking her arm from the axe blade's grazing strike. 5 breaths. Ysela's voice carried a forcibly restrained tremor. She was channeling an intermediate-tier ice spell far beyond her current capabilities, one she had rehearsed countless times in her notebook, but never deployed in actual combat. Ice roar. The ice blue gem at her staff's tip spun at unprecedented speed, countless tiny ice crystals condensing in the air. But the chanting took too long. In a battle where circumstances shifted moment to moment, 5 breaths was enough for enemies to strike down her teammates 3 times over. Iviel drew her bowstring to its absolute limit. Her fingers trembled, but she forced herself to remain calm. 5 breaths, just 5 more. Her gaze swept across the entire battlefield. Eileen was sustaining multiple wounds under the two warriors' combined assault. Georgia held the line against the knight to prevent interference with Ysela, and Kujia was locked in a desperate tangle with the assassin. She had to place every arrow at the most critical position within these 5 breaths. She drew a deep breath, and the bowstring sang with a clear, resonant tone. This arrow had to find its mark. On the other side of the battlefield, Sushi's sunfire sword struck the wizard's magical barrier for the 7th time. The pale golden sword light collided with the violet barrier, producing an ear-splitting screech. Golden radiance carved a shallow gash into the barrier's surface, yet it could never truly penetrate. The wizard stood behind the barrier, a ghoul-green crystal in his hand, continuously replenishing the barrier's energy. A mocking sneer hung at the corner of his lips. Light attribute. His voice was hoarse and contemptuous, like sandpaper scraping against rust. What a pity, still a fledgling. That sword of yours is indeed remarkable, but your cultivation is far too shallow, little girl. A 4th-tier light sword saint cannot even slice through a barrier I cast casually. Give you 3 more years. No, 1 year, and I might truly be no match for you. But you don't have a year, nor will your companions last that long. Sushi offered no response. She simply gripped her sunfire sword tighter and swung for the 8th time. The cracks in the barrier spread further. The wizard's smile faltered slightly. He glanced down at the gash's location, then raised his gaze again, his eyes turning icy cold. It seems you truly don't understand. Each swing of your sword consumes a measure of your light power. Once your light power is depleted, that's when I'll slaughter your companions. He raised his hand, and a stream of dark magic flowed from his fingertips into the barrier, sealing the crack anew. The barrier stood as pristine as before. Sushi's breathing finally betrayed a hint of disturbance. She had already delivered 8 strikes. Her cultivation was inferior to his, and her radiant power was more than half depleted, yet his barrier remained unyielding. Her hand gripping the sword remained steady, but deep within, an irrepressible fear began to creep upward. It was not the fear of her own death, but the dread of failing to break this barrier, of her comrades perishing because she was not strong enough. Sushi, get down. Izira's voice suddenly rang out from behind. It was a rare outcry from her, completely stripped of her usual cold composure. The ice blue gem atop her staff erupted with blinding radiance at that moment, and the ice crystals forming in the air instantly coalesced into a violently swirling blizzard. The frost roar, the spell she had calculated countless times in her notebook but never once unleashed in actual combat, had finally completed its incantation. Sushi sidestepped, and the icy storm grazed past her shoulder, slamming heavily into the wizard's dark purple barrier. Ice crystals and dark forces collided in a frenzy, producing a piercing shriek. Cracks spread across the barrier at a visible speed in every direction, and then it shattered with a thunderous crash. The dark purple fragments dissolved into black smoke in mid-air, and the icy storm, undiminished in force, slammed into the wizard's chest, hurling him across the field. His back struck a pile of rubble, and his robe was slashed into countless ribbons by the ice shards. He struggled to rise, but Sushi's sword was already pressed against his throat once more. This time the golden light, blazing at the tip of her blade, burned more fiercely than ever before. You've lost, Sushi said. A trace of blood seeped from the corner of the wizard's mouth, yet he was still smiling. At an angle no one noticed, his withered hand secretly crushed an obsidian amulet at his waist. A contingency he had prepared before battle, a cursed black mist sealed within a crystal pendant. The black mist seeped silently from the gaps in the rubble, surging straight towards Sushi's back. Within the haze was a withered hand, its fingertips glowing with an ominous emerald light. It was so fast that before she could even register the danger, the black mist had closed to within 3 feet behind her. Georgia was closest to Sushi. His mind had not yet reacted, but his body had already moved. Sushi. He lunged sideways, shoving her out of the way, and swung the abyssal black iron shield in front of him. The black mist collided with the shield's surface, emitting a piercing screech. In an instant, every dark golden rune on the shield blazed to life, and a barrier of energy radiated outward from its surface in all directions like an invisible dome enveloping Sushi and the gasping I-Zero behind her. The moment the black mist touched the barrier, it let out a blood-curdling scream, writhing frantically like a snake scorched by fire, dissipating inch by inch. The withered hand was hurled away, crashing onto the rubble and crumbling into ash. Georgia was thrown back 3 steps by the impact, the shield crashing heavily to the ground as he dropped to one knee. The wound on his already torn tiger's mouth split open again, blood streaming down his arm. But he was still smiling, that simple, rugged smile of one who had survived against all odds. Sweat and blood mingled on his face, making him look ragged, yet it silenced the entire battlefield for a moment. I did it. He looked down at the shield in his hands, his eyes filled with astonishment. This shield, it really protects others. Seizing the opening, Aaron drove her sword through the axe warrior's shoulder, pinning him to the ground. Kajia had finally caught the assassin's momentary lapse when Georgia had roared, and his dagger pierced the assassin's wrist with surgical precision, disarming him. Averil's first arrow snapped the knight's lance in two, and her second struck the knight square in the shoulder socket, knocking him from his horse. I-Zero, pushing her exhausted body to the limit, fired one more ice spike, freezing the pinned axe warrior's leg solid. The sword and shield warrior tried to resist further, but Sushi, arriving from behind, pressed her sword against the back of his neck, freezing him in place. The entire Orc elite scouting squad, 6 men, had fallen. But the price of victory was written on each of them. Blood ran down Aaron's arm. George's tiger's mouth was torn open. Kajia's ribs bore fresh wounds. I-Zero leaned heavily on her staff, just to stand. Averil's fingers still trembled, and even Sushi's sword hand was no longer as steady as before. Yet this was war. No one would wait for you to be ready. Fall back, Aaron said between breaths, sheathing her rapier and bending down to help Georgia to his feet. Let's get back to the teacher. Her words were cut short by a low guttural roar. It was not the cry of a human, but the tremor of something far more primal and savage, rumbling from deep within its chest. At the edge of the boulder field, trees were snapped in rows by an immense force, sending splinters and broken branches raining down. A colossal creature burst forth from the darkness. It was a ferocious black bear over 6 meters tall, its jet black fur covered in dark red magical marks, and its eyes burned with an ominous blood-red glow. On its back sat a towering knight clad in heavy black armor, gripping a pitch-black knight lance engraved with barbed enchantment patterns along its length, its tip gleaming with a sickly green light in the twilight. A high-ranking knight. Both the bear and its rider were at least 7th-order existences. Their oppressive aura surged forward like a tangible tide, squeezing the breath from the students who had just ended their battle. Sushi tightened her grip on the sunblade, but her arm was still trembling faintly. Georgia tried to raise his shield again, blood from his tiger's mouth dripping onto the rubble below. Well done. The knight reined in the black bear, casting a condescending glance over the fallen comrades scattered across the ground. There was no anger in his voice, only a lazy contempt. To think you brats could actually beat my 6 useless subordinates into this state. You've got some skill. But your journey ends here. His gaze swept across each of the 6, in turn a cruel curve forming at the corner of his mouth. His gaze carried the playful malice of a cat toying with mice. He was in no hurry to strike, for in his eyes these students were already dead. A 4th-order swordsman, a 3rd-order swordsman, Aaron without her mount, a 3rd-order shield bearer, a 3rd-order archer, a 4th-order assassin, and a 4th-order mage. Such a lineup might count as elite among their peers, but before him, an 8th-order knight, they were no more than 6 slightly sturdy ants. He did not charge immediately. Instead, he slowly swept his lance point across their positions, savoring their taut nerves and ragged breathing. 2 choices. He raised the pitch-black lance, its tip flaring with a blinding cold gleam in the twilight. 1, kneel and surrender, and I'll grant you a quick death. 2, remain standing, and I'll grind you to dust one by one. You have 3 breaths to decide. 3, 2, no one knelt. Aaron stood at the forefront. Her arm was still bleeding, and her slender sword was nicked in several places, yet she resumed her ready stance. Georgia pulled herself up from the ground and raised the abyssal black iron shield before her once more. Blood from the torn flesh between her thumb and forefinger trickled down the shield's edge, but the shield itself remained unwavering. Kajia slipped back into the shadows. Avel pulled back her bowstring, fitting her last arrow to the string. I-Zero straightened herself, leaning on her staff. The ice blue gem at its head had lost its luster, yet she was still gathering the last dregs of her magic. Sushi held the solar blade horizontally before her, its pale, golden light flickering back to life in the twilight. 1. The knight finished counting for them. The light at the tip of the spear erupted violently. A fierce thrust of fighting aura shot toward the 6 of them with lightning speed. 8th rank against 3rd and 4th ranks. This strike was utterly beyond contest. Speed, strength, and pressure, all were utterly overwhelming. The air was torn apart in front of the spear tip, letting out a sharp sonic boom. The gravel-strewn ground was plowed into a deep trench by the spear's wake. Erin crossed her sword over her chest, adopting a blocking stance. She knew she couldn't stop it, but she didn't retreat. Sushi's solar blade blazed to its utmost brilliance. George's shield stood as a bulwark before everyone. Izira, Kajia, and Avel simultaneously unleashed the strongest defense they could muster. They all knew they couldn't stop this spear, but not one of them closed their eyes. Then a hand reached out from the twilight. That hand passed through the air, torn by the spear's wake, fingers spread wide, palm facing directly toward the tip of the 8th rank knight's spear. The fingers were long and slender, the knuckles clearly defined, and the veins on the back of the hand bulged slightly. Then it closed gently. Boom. The 8th rank thrusting aura contained within the spear tip exploded within that palm. The force enough to pierce a city wall crashed against that palm like a wave against a reef, unleashing a deafening roar. Then it shattered into countless fine specks of light, scattering through the air. The spear tip was held firmly in that hand. The enchantment runes on the spear's shaft flickered wildly, trying to unleash their raging power to pierce through the palm, but the moment their light touched the skin of that hand, it dimmed and died, as if extinguished by a superior force. The next second the hand tightened slightly. Crack! The tip of the 8th rank enchanted knight's spear shattered between the fingers. Cracks began at the tip, spreading inch by inch up the shaft, then through the body, and finally to the hilt. This 8th rank treasure spear, forged by Oak's finest armorsmith and reinforced with enchantments, was crushed into fragments in that hand like a dry, brittle twig. The metal fragments hovered in the air, suspended by some invisible force, refusing to fall. The raging black bear let out a furious roar. Its massive paw rose high, and the dark crimson magical patterns on its fur blazed with blinding light. This was the mark of berserk frenzy, a strike capable of crushing mountains. The paw descended with 10,000 June force toward the owner of that hand, the air compressed into a piercing sonic boom. The owner neither dodged nor even looked up at the giant bear. He merely raised his left hand, extended a single index finger, and gently tapped the center of the bear's paw. The paw froze. Not the stop of being blocked, but a stop of being frozen in place by some absolute force. The dark crimson patterns still flickered madly, and the muscles in the paw trembled violently, but no matter how the raging black bear roared and strained, that paw was as if nailed to the air, unable to advance a single inch. Even the blood red in the bear's eyes faded slightly at that moment, replaced by an emotion never before seen in this 8th rank magical beast's eyes. Fear. It was an instinct etched deep in the bloodline of all beasts, the most primal fear that only arises when facing an insurmountable existence. Silence fell over the entire field. The 8th rank knight finally got a clear look at the man standing before him. Black hair, black pupils, an ink-black robe, a cold, stern countenance. One hand had crushed his treasure spear, and one finger had stopped his mount's full-force strike. His expression shifted from arrogance to shock, from shock to terror, and from terror to a pallid, complete paleness. He finally understood the sheer folly of his countdown. 3, 2, 1. It wasn't he who was counting down the final moments of these students, but rather these students who had been counting down the time of his arrogance. Why you? Who? Who the hell are you? Austin did not answer. He simply gave a gentle wave of his right hand. The spear fragments hovering in the air all turned in unison, over 100 fine metal shards, all aimed at their former master. Every fragment locked onto its target with precision, his throat, heart, brow, and the joints of his limbs. The next second the fragments moved. There was no magical fluctuation, no glow of fighting aura, just pure psychic-driven, physical manipulation. 100 fragments, like 100 precise daggers, shot at the knight from all directions simultaneously. The knight wanted to dodge, but his body was already firmly locked in place by an invisible pressure. He opened his mouth to scream, but the sound was trapped in his throat by fear. His eyes bulged wide, the pupils reflecting the metal fragments rapidly closing in. It was his own spear, the treasure he had used for 10 years, now returning to him in a way he could not comprehend, bringing nothing but death. The fragments pierced through his body. Over 100 dull, muffled punctures merged into one continuous sound, like heavy rain beating against a tent. The knight's black heavy armor was now riddled with over 100 tiny holes. Each hole had precisely avoided his vital organs, yet had completely severed every tendon in his limbs and torso. He wouldn't die immediately. Austin hadn't given him a finishing blow, but he would feel his strength ebb away in excruciating pain, feeling himself torn apart by his own weapon until death finally claimed him. At last the knight's corpse slid off the bear's back and crashed heavily onto the ground, his blood soaking into the gravel beneath. The raging black bear, frozen in place, watched as the red in its eyes completely faded. It stared at its master's corpse and let out a low, mournful wail. Then its body began to swell. The dark crimson patterns blazed with unprecedented intensity, its fur stood on end, muscles bulged, and bones emitted creaking, twisting sounds. Its size expanded by nearly half in the blink of an eye. The breath snorting from its maw turned into scalding steam. It had broken free from the suppression of Austin's finger. Not because it had grown stronger, but because the berserk transformation was burning its very life force, granting it power beyond its own rank in a short burst. The price was that after this battle, even if it survived, it would be crippled. But it didn't care. It was a raging black bear, one of the most aggressive beings among 8th-rank magical beasts. Its master had died before its eyes. Its pride had been trampled by this human. Even if it meant death, it would tear this human to shreds. It raised its paw again. This time the paw was larger, heavier, and more ferocious than before. The dark crimson light condensed at the edge of the paw into a physical shockwave. The air itself was torn, the gravel ground shattered beneath the force of the paw, and rocks scattered for dozens of meters were jarred into the air by the sheer pressure. It roared and lunged at Austin, its massive body like a collapsing mountain. Austin stood there, not taking a single step back. He didn't even raise a hand. He just turned his head and looked at the giant bear. Just a look. But that gaze pierced through the raging black bear's bloodshot eyes, through its berserk-addled brain, through all its instincts driven by anger and grief, and plunged directly into the most primal fear center buried in the deepest part of its soul, the instinct belonging to all beasts. In that gaze the bear saw something it had never encountered before. An existence far higher than the 8th rank, far deeper than madness, and far more terrifying than death itself. That was the abyss. That was hell. That was the terrifying power that could annihilate everything. The berserk transformation fueled by its life force crumbled like armor made of paper before that gaze. The black bear's paw froze midair. A tremor began to rack its body, uncontrollable, rising from the marrow of its bones. It tried to roar, but only a weak, pitiful whimper escaped its throat. It wanted to lunge, but its limbs would not obey. It wanted to avenge its fallen master, yet a far more powerful command surged from its very soul: kneel. To refuse meant death. To kneel offered no guarantee of survival. But to remain standing was certain doom. Slowly its paw lowered. Its massive frame sank to the ground. It prostrated itself, pressing its colossal head against the gravel, closing its eyes, and exposing its vulnerable eyelids and throat to Austin. Its posture mirrored the submissive ground dragons and wyverns at the Holy Dragon Plaza. Not the obedience of a tamed beast, but a primal surrender carved into the deepest recesses of its bloodline. At that moment, a soft, expectant voice called out from the twilight. "Lord Austin." Wendy descended from the low sky, clutching a bag of lollipops. Her dragon horns glowed with a gentle silver light in the dusk. Her butterfly-shaped hairpin had slipped to the back of her head. She stood just behind Austin, peering down at the prostrate black bear with sparkling silver eyes and a suspicious glint of moisture at the corner of her mouth. "Can we have roasted bear paw tonight? I've never tasted the paw of a berserk black bear. Should it be roasted or stewed? Or maybe half roasted and half stewed?" The prostrate black bear shuddered. It couldn't understand the human tongue, but it understood the look the silver-haired girl cast at its paws. That look was different from the black-haired youth's. It lacked the soul-shaking terror, yet carried a more primal sense of danger that sent a chill down its spine. Instinctively it tucked its forepaws further beneath its body. Eileen leaned on her sword, blood still seeping from her arm, but the sight of the bear hiding its claws made her chuckle despite herself. "Wendy, can you not discuss how to eat it while it's still alive?" "But I really want to try bear paw." Wendy pouted, then turned her pleading gaze to Austin, waiting expectantly for his nod. Austin glanced down at the trembling bear and uttered a single word: "Fine." The bear flinched, tucking its paws even deeper under its belly. "Take its paws." Austin's gaze swept over the bear's claws, his tone unhurried, as if appraising produce at the market. "This bear has reached the 8th rank and has undergone berserk transformation. Its paw meat is firm, the tendons full. Roasted, it should far surpass ordinary bear paws." He paused, then added, "Bring it back to camp. Dinner tonight." The prostrate bear understood no human words, yet it clearly sensed that the black-haired youth's look at its paws was 10 times more terrifying than the silver-haired girl's. It was a calm, appraising gaze, one that seemed to have already completed the entire process from slaughter to cooking within his mind. It desperately tried to hide all 4 paws beneath itself, even its tail tucked tightly. Wendy froze for a moment, then her face lit up like a silver firework, her horns nearly poking Georgia behind her. She yanked the lollipop from her mouth, her voice rising a full octave. "Really? I knew it. Roasted bear paw is the best. Lord Austin is the greatest. Half roasted, half stewed. Bear paw soup is delicious too. Mother once made it, and I drank 2 big bowls." Eileen propped herself on her sword, blood still dripping from her arm, but the corner of her mouth twitched. "Teacher, are you serious? Have I ever joked?" Austin turned his head to look at her, his face its usual stoic mask, but Eileen caught a glimmer of something rare deep within his dark pupils. In both his past and present life, he had never tasted bear paw, only knowing the saying that one cannot have both the fish and the bear's paw. But today he intended to enjoy both. Georgia scratched his bald head and let out a simple laugh. "I've never had roasted bear paw either. Don't know what it tastes like." Kogue silently emerged from the shadows, his gaze beneath his hood lingering on the bear's claws for a full second. Haverhill plucked her bowstring, a subtle expression on her face as she looked at Isla. At your ducal banquets, is this dish ever served? Isla leaned on her staff and coolly replied, rarely. After a pause she added, very expensive. The black bear finally understood a danger beyond language from the gazes of these humans. It let out a most aggrieved whimper, wrapping its massive head, with its front paws curling into a trembling black mountain. It was an 8th-rank magical beast that when enraged would dare face a 9th-rank powerhouse. But now it felt like a wild boar hoisted onto a roasting spit, surrounded by diners debating what sauce to use. Wendy had already crouched beside the bear, examining its paws while muttering to herself, this front paw is plump good for roasting, this rear paw has more tendons, better for stewing. Lord Austin, may I request one paw to take back for my sister to try? Sister has never had a berserk black bear's paw either. Get it back to camp first, Austin said, turning and walking toward the camp. Delay any longer, and the meat will lose its freshness. At those words the bear jolted, springing up from the ground with an agility utterly at odds with its massive frame, and eagerly followed at Austin's heels. Its gait was utterly servile. It placed its paws down with exaggerated caution, as if afraid of treading on the hem of the dark robe ahead. Its colossal head hung low, its tail clamped tight, its breathing deliberately subdued. It could not understand human speech, but it had fully grasped its situation. Stay close to the black-haired human ahead. He alone held the power to decide the fate of its paws. If it behaved well enough, perhaps it might be promoted from roasting rack to mount, but if it dared make a false move, the main ingredient for that evening's roasted bear paw would be itself. Wendy followed behind the bear, clutching her bag of lollipops, earnestly discussing the finer points of roasting bear paw with Eileen along the way. Eileen bandaged the wound on her arm as she walked, occasionally chiming in with, I think marinating it first would be better. Sushi brought up the rear, the sun blade slung across her back, her dark eyes reflecting the trembling bear's silhouette against the twilight, the curve of her lips just a little more pronounced than usual. The campfire burned beneath the ruined walls of Iron Gate Fortress, its flames licking the night wind and casting a warm glow across the entire camp. The metallic tang of blood from earlier had been overshadowed by the aroma of roasting meat, the savory scent drifting far on the wind, so much so that even the sentries on guard at the camp's perimeter were secretly swallowing their saliva. Austin sat at the innermost edge of the campfire, holding a freshly brewed cup of coffee, not the dreaded dragon essence brew, but ordinary coffee beans specially prepared by the military quartermaster just for him. He took a sip, his brow slightly relaxing. At least this was better than dragon essence coffee. The black bear had ultimately failed to escape its fate of becoming a meal. Between the choice of riding an 8th-stage black bear as a mount and tasting what frenzied black bear paws actually feel like, Austin hesitated for less than half a second before choosing the latter. 8th-stage mounts were plentiful if one knew where to look, but 8th-stage frenzied black bear paws, especially those swollen with blood and tense with rage, were a delicacy not available on just any day. As a former office worker who had survived on fast food for over 2 decades before transmigrating, Austin's obsession with fine dining far surpassed any concern he had for building a stable of mounts. Hurry up, he set down his coffee cup and addressed the quartermaster soldiers busying themselves by the fire. Roast the front paws over fruitwood and dice the rear paws for soup. Slice the bear meat thin, keeping the fatty and lean portions separate. The quartermaster soldiers nodded vigorously, their knives flashing so fast they seemed to leave afterimages. Their holy dragon lord rarely spoke much, but when it came to food, he was remarkably knowledgeable, down to specifying which type of wood to use for roasting. Word spread throughout the camp quickly. Not only were the cooks bustling about, but even the sentries on duty sneaked over to help during their brief relief intervals. One soldier from a coastal hometown, upon hearing that the holy dragon lord not only loved bear paws, but also fish, immediately mounted his horse and charged 20 kilometers to the river with several companions. Within an hour he returned carrying a whole basket of lively thrashing river fish. Your Holiness, the soldier exclaimed, face alight with excitement as he held up the largest fish. I caught this one myself with a spear. It's incredibly fresh. Austin glanced at the fish, still wriggling its tail, paused for a breath, then gave a slight nod. Not bad. Roast it. The soldier was so thrilled he nearly dropped the fish straight into the fire. For bear paws were placed on the grill one by one. Fat dripped onto the charcoal with sizzling sounds, and the air filled with a rich aroma of charred fragrance mingled with the wild game. The first paw to finish roasting naturally ended up in front of Austin. He glanced down. The skin was roasted to a golden crisp, fine bubbles of oil still rising to the surface, while the fruity fragrance of the wood mingled with the meat's savory scent drifting into his nostrils. He picked up his dagger, sliced a piece, and put it in his mouth. He chewed slowly. Upon that perpetually cold and expressionless face his eyebrows moved almost imperceptibly. Not a movement of pain, but the subtle shift of someone who had waited far too long for something finally arrived. The roasted bear paw tasted even better than he had imagined. Compared to the takeout and grilled meats he had eaten before transmigrating, this was on another level entirely. Indeed, the most premium ingredients often require only the simplest cooking methods. Not bad, he said. His tone remained as unhurried and measured as ever, but the speed at which he sliced the second piece was noticeably faster than the first. Philip X caught the aroma and emerged from the central command tent still clutching a rolled-up tactical map in his hand. He glanced at the bare paw in Austin's hand, then at the three remaining on the grill, and silently rolled up his map, tucking it into his waistband. "Your Holiness," he approached the campfire with casual familiarity, "this is quite a rarity across the entire continent." Austin looked up at him, then at the sizzling bare paws still on the grill, and gave a slight tilt of his chin. "Help yourself." Philip X took one without hesitation and sat down beside Austin. The moment he took his first bite, those sapphire blue eyes brightened noticeably, and then he evaluated it in an extremely restrained tone, truly impressive. "It surpasses any meat I've ever had in the royal palace." He immediately took another huge bite, proving that the word restrained meant absolutely nothing in the face of such delicacy. Cain appeared from somewhere. The red dragon, Holy Knight, had likely followed the scent all the way here. His red dragon lay at the edge of the camp, breath steaming from its nostrils and scorching a small patch of ground, clearly expressing strong dissatisfaction at being left out while its master enjoyed the feast alone. Cain pretended not to notice the red dragon's resentful gaze, strode over to the campfire with his usual boisterous manner, grabbed a bare paw from the grill, and only then feigned concern. "There's still some left, right?" Philip X nodded toward the last remaining paw on the grill. "Hurry up, or it'll be gone." Cain plopped down beside him, took a massive bite, and the scars on his face crinkled into a wide grin. "By the goddess, I've been eating hardtack and smoked meat in the northern frontier for 30 years, and today I finally know what it means to be truly alive." He devoured half the paw in 3 or 2 bites, wiped his mouth with his sleeve, and suddenly turned to Austin, as if remembering something. "Your Holiness, you give one order, and soldiers will run dozens of kilometers to catch fish for you. Your influence is greater than the king's own." Philip X calmly tore off a piece of bear paw meat and said in a flat tone, "My soldiers went hunting for game as well. They simply never told Captain Cain." Cain. When land arrived, only one bear paw remained on the grill. He had just returned from patrol and still carried the sour stench of sweat. He walked over to the campfire and scanned the scene. Philip X was holding one and gnawing on it. Cain's was reduced to bones, and Austin had already finished most of his. One remained on the grill. He reached out to take it, but before his hand could close around it, a silver blur shot past at a speed completely unmatched to its size. Wendy threw herself onto the grill, snatched the last bear paw, and clutched it tightly against her chest with both hands. Then with lightning speed she crouched behind Austin, hiding the bear paw behind her back, curling herself into a small ball. Only a pair of slightly trembling dragon horns and a pair of silver eyes filled with the message, "Dare to take this, and I'll bite you," were visible. "This is mine." Londa's hand froze midair. He watched Wendy's face puffed up like a steamed bun, saw her clutching the bear paw behind her back, as if guarding a treasure, and noticed her dragon horns trembling slightly from tension. His hand still remained outstretched, fingers curling awkwardly. "Miss Wendy." "No." Wendy hid the bear paw further behind her, almost shrinking entirely into AOC Ting's shadow. "I don't care. I said I wanted roasted bear paw earlier today." Lord AOC Ting promised. "You can't take my bear paw." Londa opened his mouth as if to say something, but ultimately just silently withdrew his hand and turned to look at AOC Ting. AOC Ting raised his coffee cup, the rim obscuring the lower half of his face, but from the slightly upward tilt of his eyes it was clear he had no intention of intervening in this bear paw tug of war. Cain was the first to burst out laughing. He laughed so hard he rocked back and forth, the scars on his face bunching together, nearly dropping the bear paw bone in his hand into the fire. Fei-Li-Pu X also laughed, that restrained, kingly smile finally breaking free, transforming into the helpless grin of a father watching his daughter snatch a toy. Several soldiers roasting meat nearby were laughing so hard their shoulders shook. Even Sushi's mouth corners were visibly lifted. For someone who almost never smiled, this curve was practically a hearty laugh. Londa's Adam's apple bobbed as he slowly withdrew his hand, his tone carrying a sense of being bullied with nowhere to appeal. I'll just eat the bear's body meat." The laughter grew louder. In the end, Londa still got a large piece of roasted bear meat. Although it was from the hind leg, the roasting was perfect. Crispy skin on the outside, tender pink within, the juices sealed in the fibers by the high heat. A single cut produced a sharp crack, followed by rich juices spilling along the cut, glistening with oily sheen in the firelight. He took a bite, his eyes widening slightly, then silently cut another piece. It wasn't that he liked eating her, it was because he had lost a battle and needed to regain strength. At least that's what he told himself. As for the rest of the black bear, the logistics soldiers cut it into evenly thick slices and roasted them over the campfire, sizzling with oil. Unlike the bear paw, a delicacy only a few could enjoy, the bear meat was plentiful. The entire team of 6 students sat around the campfire, each with a steaming pile of roasted bear meat before them. Zhuji held a large piece of roasted bear meat, with both hands carefully taking the first bite. Grease trickled down the corner of his mouth, but he didn't notice. He stood frozen, his chewing slowing, and then suddenly his eyes reddened. Not because it was hot nor because it hurt. The bandage on his tiger's mouth was still oozing blood, but at that moment he completely forgot the pain. In his entire life, from the poorest stone house in the commoner district to the most cornered dormitory at Shanglong Academy, he had always eaten black bread with thin porridge, occasionally adding a piece of cheese, so hard it could be used as a weapon. That was considered a holiday. In my whole life, never eaten such expensive meat. He looked down at the dripping bare meat in his hands, his voice honest and sincere, as if apologizing to the piece of meat. Sorry, I never knew meat could taste this good before. Ai Lin sat beside Wajia, the bandage on her arm still unremoved, but her enthusiasm for eating showed no signs of being an injured person. She cut a slice with her dagger, stuffed it into her mouth, chewed twice, and then let out a satisfied sigh that clearly violated princess etiquette. Today she had slain her first enemy, earned her first real battle wound on her arm, and just now savored the lingering taste of her first roasted bear paw. Though it was a small piece secretly cut from the teacher's plate, she felt that today was the happiest day of her life. How does it compare to the roasted lamb chops you stole from the palace kitchen last time? Ai Wei'er asked while roasting meat. Lamb chops taste better when stolen, Ai Lin replied matter-of-factly, but bear paw tastes better when earned. Ku Jie sat in the shadow at the edge of the campfire, his hood still covering most of his face, but his dagger wasn't used to cut his own meat. Instead, with the tip of the blade, he precisely picked up the tenderest piece of bear meat, flicked his wrist, and silently slipped it into Zhuajiya's plate. His movement was too fast and too stealthy for Zhuajiya to notice, still buried in his feasting. Ai Wei'er caught a glimpse of this scene, the corner of her mouth lifting slightly, but she didn't expose it. Instead, she handed a skewer of the fish she had roasted to Issei La, who was still writing notes by the fire. Eat first, write later. Ai Wei'er shoved the grilled fish into Issei La's hand, her tone leaving no room for refusal. Issei La looked up from her notebook, her ice blue eyes losing some of their coldness in the firelight, gaining a barely perceptible warmth. She took the grilled fish, nibbling it in small bites, each chew maintaining the elegance befitting a duke's daughter. But her eyes were noticeably brighter than usual, not because of the fish itself, but because the fish had been handed to her by Ai Wei'er, because the few lines she had just written in her notebook finally found a direction for improvement, because her magic incantation today had been too long and nearly caused her teammates' deaths, and now that teammate sat across the campfire quietly eating roasted meat alive and well. Sushi sat at the outermost edge, the yaori sword resting horizontally across her lap, its faint golden halo flickering in the firelight. She ate faster than anyone else, not out of greed, but out of hunger. The bakery shift started too early, so early that she never had time for breakfast. Her mother's medicine was too expensive, so expensive that she often skipped lunch to exchange for a packet of herbal medicine. Today on the battlefield, she had struck 8 times with the light force, and at the most critical moment, she had been rescued by Issei La from the barrier's blockade. Her physical strength and mental energy were drained to the limit. She kept her head down, eating bite after bite, her cheeks bulging, completely losing the calm and composed image she usually maintained. Ai Lin glanced at her, said nothing, but silently moved the 2 thickest pieces from her own plate over. Sushi's chopsticks paused. She looked up, meeting Ai Lin's sparkling violet eyes. Ai Lin winked at her, then continued eating as if nothing had happened. Sushi was silent for a moment, then lowered her head and continued eating. But her eating pace noticeably slowed. AOC Ting, coffee cup in hand, swept his gaze across the students one by one. Then he set the coffee cup on the table, and when he spoke his voice was not loud, but every word carried a weight as if roasted by the campfire, thick with temperature. Today's battle. Each of you has your own gains and your own problems. I'll speak, you listen. The sound of chewing by the campfire softened simultaneously. Eileen, you are the captain, the first to charge forward, the last to retreat. You did everything a captain should. But today you made at least 3 mistakes. First, you didn't confirm whether Yisela's ice spikes were in position before engaging. Second, when the axe-wielding warrior's blade grazed your arm, you didn't retreat to adjust. Instead, you took the next strike head-on, widening the wound. Third, he paused. You forgot to call for support. Eileen opened her mouth as if to argue, but the words died in her throat. Every point the master made was true. She lowered her head, gazing at her bandaged arm, her lips pressed into a thin line. However, Austin's tone softened slightly. You withstood the combined assault of sword and shield for 10 whole moves, without retreating, buying Yisela time to chant. That final thrust through the axe-wielder's shoulder blade, timing, angle, force, all exquisite. Eileen's head snapped up. Her violet eyes reflected the firelight, blazing brilliantly. She said nothing, but the smile at the corners of her lips could not be contained. Sushi. Austin turned to the black-haired girl sitting at the farthest edge. Sushi set down her chopsticks and looked up, her dark eyes quiet and focused in the firelight. Your performance today was the steadiest among the 6. 8 consecutive sword strikes against a 5th-tier wizard's magic barrier, each one precisely cleaving the same point of impact. No one taught you that. You calculated it yourself in the midst of battle. When your light power was more than half depleted, you didn't push through. Instead, you waited for Yisela's ice roar to land before delivering the final strike. Judgment like that is exceedingly rare in a swordswoman of your age. Sushi's eyelashes dropped slightly. She said nothing but her fingers tightened around the sun blade. Yet you have one major problem. Your sword is still held back. Austin's gaze fell on her face. Your first strike carried only 80% of your full strength. You hold back, not for the enemy, but for yourself. Because you fear losing control, fear hurting your teammates like last time. That caution is not wrong, but on the battlefield holding back is giving the enemy an opening. Trust your teammates to dodge your sword wind, just as they trust you to stand at the front. That is harder than trusting yourself. But you took the first step today. When Zhuojia blocked that curse for you, your first reaction wasn't to check your sword, but to see if he was hurt. That is proof. Zhuojia was busy devouring a bone-in bear steak. Hearing his name, he looked up in confusion, cheeks puffed, like a hamster. Laughter erupted around the campfire. Sushi lowered her head, the faintest curve of a smile forming at the corners of her mouth. It was not a polite response, not a courteous smile. It was a genuine, touched smile that rose naturally. The sun blade in her arms hummed softly, as if responding to the warmth of being acknowledged. Zhuojia. Austin turned to the big man, still struggling to chew. Zhuojia swallowed the meat, hastily wiped his hands on his pants, and sat bolt upright. Here. I'm here. You were the most surprising of all today. A 4th-tier knight's cavalry charge. Even a same-tier shield warrior might not withstand it head-on. You a 3rd-tier held firm through 3 rounds. More crucially, the moment you saved Sushi, that wasn't something training could teach. It was your instinct to knock her aside rather than raise your shield to defend yourself. This abyssal black iron shield. You have proven worthy of it. Zhuojia scratched his bald head, his eyes reddening again, grinning foolishly, unable to find words, and simply nodded vigorously, hugging the shield tighter. Kujia. Austin looked at the assassin in the shadow of the firelight. Kujia lifted his head slightly, revealing those silent, focused eyes. In your first battle, you faced an assassin of higher rank and greater experience. You were not suppressed. Instead, you seized the moment of his distraction to disarm him. That shows you maintained calm and observation in combat, the most precious qualities of an assassin. But that assassin said your breathing rhythm was off, and he was right. Starting tomorrow, add half an hour of breathing control practice each day. Kujia was silent for a breath, then nodded slightly. He did not say yes, but the eyes beneath the hood were brighter than ever. Ai Air. Austin turned to the archer who was sharpening an arrowhead with a whetstone. Ai Air stopped looking up. Your arrows saved more than one person today. Especially those final 2 arrows against the knight. The first broke the spear shaft, the second pierced the shoulder socket. Your accuracy did not drop in the chaos, proving your psychological resilience has reached battle standards. But you must have felt it yourself. After every 3rd arrow, you habitually take a half step back. That move is fine on the training ground, but on the battlefield it breaks your rhythm of rapid fire. Starting tomorrow, practice 4 arrow sequences, and only move after the 4th arrow. Ai Air blinked, then tapped her forehead with the bow. Got it. 4 arrows in a row, no retreat. She paused, then added in a lower voice, no wonder I almost shot Kujia after the 3rd arrow today. You almost shot me. Kujia's voice drifted from the shadows. Almost. By a lot. At least half a foot off. Half a foot. The corner of Kujia's mouth twitched barely. That's quite off. Ai Air grabbed a roasted potato and threw it at him. Kujia caught it without looking, peeled it naturally, and began to eat. Another round of laughter by the fire. Yisela. Austin's gaze finally rested on the Duke's daughter, holding a staff. Yisela straightened her back slightly. Her ice blue eyes remained cold, but her fingers around the staff were tighter than usual. Your performance on the battlefield today was a completely different person from your training results. Not better, worse. Your chanting time exceeded by nearly 3 breaths. The release of ice spikes was delayed twice. The power of ice roar was only 70% of your training level. Yisela's lips pressed into a pale, thin line, but she did not lower her gaze. She met Austin's eyes, awaiting the final judgment. Do you know why? Austin's voice held no reproach, only a calm inquiry. Yisela was silent for several breaths, then spoke, her voice still carrying its usual coldness, but each word seemed squeezed out. The battlefield is different from the training ground. Teammates get hurt before me, enemies target me. First, my chanting was interrupted twice. And Austin cut her off. Yisela froze. She opened her mouth, but found she didn't know what to say. You said a lot, but missed the most important point. Austin looked at her calmly. Your ice roar today took 2 extra breaths to chant. But in those 2 breaths, you not only completed the chant, but also increased its power at the last moment. If not for that ice roar shattering the barrier, Sushi's 9th sword would have exhausted all her light power. You didn't hold the team back, Yisela. You won that battle. Not alone, but without you, victory would have been impossible. Yisela was stunned. In those cold, ice blue eyes, something was cracking. Not a crack of collapse, but the first fissure on a long frozen lake when spring arrives. She looked down at the staff in her hand. The ice blue gem at the top glowed softly in the firelight. Her lips moved as if to speak, but her voice caught in her throat. Those improvement plans in your notebook. Start practicing them tomorrow. Austin withdrew his gaze, his tone returning to its usual flatness. I want your ice roar chanted within 4 breaths. If you can't, add 100 extra repetitions each day. Yisela took a deep breath. When she raised her head again, the ice-blue eyes no longer held their previous dullness. She bowed slightly in a formal noble salute. Yes, master. Within 4 breaths I will do it. Ai Weier bumped her shoulder and quietly handed her a skewer of grilled fish. Gisela took it. This time she didn't hesitate. She bit into it, chewed, then turned to Ai Weier and said 2 words, not bad. Ai Weier froze for a moment, then laughed so hard she nearly jabbed the skewer into Zhuajia's arm. Philippe Schercher sliced off a piece of bear paw meat with his dagger and put it in his mouth, then turned to Kayan and said quietly, these children are growing faster than we did back then. Kayan chewed the last bit of meat off a bare bone, mumbling, that's because they have a good teacher. If I had been guided by the sacred dragon lord back, then I'd probably be at mid-saint level by now. Philippe Schercher was silent for a moment, then said, you're at early saint level now. That's because I spent all my time training troops. You spent your time arguing with land. That's why land is only 9th tier. In any case, I'm a step above land. Land. The campfire crackled and snapped, sparks carried by the night wind drifting toward the broken battlements of Iron Gate Fortress. The students had finished the meat on their plates and were huddled together in 2s and 3s. Kujia held the captured, dark enchanted dagger in his hands, turning it over and over in study. Awire snatched it from him and used her bowstring to gauge the blade's angle. Gisela sat with her notebook spread on her knees, continuing to write by the firelight, occasionally glancing up at the childish squabble between her 2 teammates. Jia leaned against the black iron shield, already emitting steady snoring. Eating and then sleeping was the greatest pleasure in his life. Wendy lay beside Aesiding's knee, a half-eaten lollipop in her mouth, one hand still patting her belly as she savored the memory of tonight's feast. Her bare paw had long been finished, the bones crunched and swallowed with her dragon fangs, leaving Land staring in astonishment. I want to eat bear paw again tomorrow, she mumbled indistinctly. There is no second black bear, Aesiding said, picking up his coffee cup. Then I want to eat fish. Let the soldiers catch a few more tomorrow. When he closed her eyes contentedly, her bow askew behind her ear. Perhaps she would not have nightmares tonight. She would dream of roasted bear paw, grilled fish, and lollipops. Sushi sat a little away from the fire, the sun blade lying across her knees as she gently wiped the blade with a clean, soft cloth. Her movements were slow, each stroke as meticulous as caressing a family heirloom. The faint golden glow on the blade flickered under the wiping as if responding to her touch. She finished wiping the last inch of the blade and sheathed the sword. Then she raised her head, looking toward Aesiding, who was beside the campfire with wispy steam rising from his coffee cup. The firelight flushed the teacher's perpetually cold face with a faint warmth. He seemed more relaxed than usual, perhaps because the roasted bear paw was indeed delicious, or perhaps because no one had died today. Sushi lowered her head, hugged the sun blade to her chest, and closed her eyes. Minutes later, her breathing became steady and deep. She did not dream. This night was the most peaceful sleep she had had in 19 years. Iron Gate Fortress fell faster than anyone anticipated. In truth, it never really fell, it was merely abandoned by its masters. On the morning of the siege, when the Sacred Dragon army had formed ranks in the dawn mist and was ready to launch the final assault, the walls were eerily quiet. No battle flags flew, no sentries patrolled, and even the torches on the ramparts had gone out. Philip X sat on his warhorse, frowning for a long moment, then turned to look at Aesiding. Aesiding lowered his coffee cup, stretched out his spiritual sense, and swept it across the entire Iron Gate Fortress. A moment later, he spoke with a tone that carried a hint of self-mocking absurdity. They have fled. Fled? Kane's loud voice came from beside him. What do you mean fled? The high-ranking generals and nobles decamped overnight. Only a few hundred garrison soldiers and the city's civilians remain. The city gates aren't even locked. Kane stood dumbfounded for a moment, then let out a curse with an extremely complicated tone. The full truth surfaced half an hour later. The 8th-rank knight, whom Aesiding had killed on the rocky beach the previous night, was precisely the commander of Iron Gate Fortress. After Aok's scouts brought news of his death back to Iron Gate Fortress, a wave of panic fermented through the night. The high-ranking generals of Iron Gate Fortress held a closed-door meeting that lasted less than an hour, then made an extremely pragmatic decision. Under cover of darkness, they slipped away with their personal guards and valuables via the mountain path in the rear. The noblemen in the city had noses sharper than hounds, and no sooner had the generals left than they hitched their carriages. By daybreak, there was not a single officer left to give orders in Iron Gate Fortress, not a single noble to take charge. Only a group of bewildered garrison soldiers and a city full of terrified civilians. The city gate was opened by a trembling, old Aok veteran. Behind him stood a row of soldiers who had laid down their weapons, each face bearing the same sentence: we surrender, don't kill us. Philip X rode into the city, gazing at this border fortress that should have taken days of bloody fighting to capture, and remained silent for a long time. Then he summoned Kane and Land before him, and issued a command that made the latter frown slightly, and the former grin broadly. The soldiers have worked hard. This city is theirs to enjoy. No harassing the civilians, everything else is permitted. Kane's laughter made the city gate tunnel vibrate with a deep hum. Land remained silent for a breath and did not object. He was a veteran and knew that no harassing civilians was the highest moral standard in war. Iron Gate Fortress became a city of revelry within a single day. Soldiers of the Sacred Dragon Legion carried oak wine barrels from the noble mansions, found 20-year-old cellar wine from the general's private wine cellar, and unearthed piles of smoked meat and cheese from the merchants' warehouses. Logistics soldiers knocked on doors one by one, not to loot, but to distribute grain, cloth, firewood for the winter. All the things the nobles had left behind in their haste were hauled out cart by cart and given to the ragged AO commoners in the city. These civilians, abandoned by their nobles, accepted the food with dazed expressions, some hands still trembling. But they soon discovered that these Sacred Dragon soldiers, though rough, were not cruel. A few bold children even inched toward the drakes, standing on tiptoes to try to touch the drake's scales, only to be yanked back by their frightened mothers. Philip X stood on the battlements of Iron Gate Fortress, watching the sea of bonfires and celebration below, but there was no smile in his blue eyes. Iron Gate Fortress was merely the appetizer, the real feast lay ahead. He turned and traced a red line on the spread map, cutting straight from Iron Gate Fortress into the heart of AOK territory. The end of the red line was a city marked with a crown, the AOK capital. No rest, he said. Push straight through before they can react. The supplies from Iron Gate Fortress added dozens more wagons to the Sacred Dragon Army's baggage train. The next day at sunrise, the army marched again, driving deep into the AOK heartland. Contrary to everyone's expectations, the subsequent march was eerily smooth. Towns along the way surrendered at the sight of the army. Defenders either fled the city or simply opened the gates to welcome the Sacred Dragon Army. The nobles fled west with their valuables, while the commoners stood dazedly on both sides of the streets, watching this unfamiliar army pass through their homes. The soldiers did not burn, loot, or kill. They merely marched, camped, and marched again in silence. Philip X's strategic intent was now clear: avoid attrition warfare, do not disperse forces to garrison occupied areas, concentrate all elite forces for a direct thrust to the heart. As long as the capital fell, the whole AOK would collapse like a decapitated giant. On the evening of the fifth day, the silhouette of the AOK capital appeared on the horizon.